Chapter 288. Susan, keep firing, fifth brother. Let us place it in the corridor on the 5th floor. The dormitory door is barely wide enough to accommodate it. Chen An remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow after the strenuous effort of lifting the cannon. Very well, we shall set it in the corridor, came the consensus. A group of individuals once again raised their voices in unison, akin to ants moving a mountain, as they gradually maneuvered the cannon into the ship's cabin. Ye Feng's face beamed with joy as he gently caressed the cannon at the vessel's stern. "Ah Feng, are you planning to use the cannon to hunt the aberrant beasts?" Susan inquired while assisting Ye Feng in rebandaging his wounds, her gaze drifting towards the distant shore, more than 20 kilometers away. Indeed, within those aberrant beasts lies crystal cores, akin to divine elixirs. If I can procure several, you shall have one, Suyin another, and one each for Chu Xue, Mei Zi, and Tuan Tuan, Ye Feng explained, his fingers softly brushing against Susan's cheek. Susan's fair countenance flushed slightly as she nodded gently. Subsequently, both Susan and Mei Zi took turns firing a shot. The power of the bullets was overwhelming, creating explosive impacts that left gaping wounds of a meter in diameter. If struck upon a person, it would undoubtedly vaporize them instantly. They spent an entire afternoon managing the 3 cannons, and twilight was fast approaching. Notify the others to continue fishing. I am in high spirits today. Let us celebrate with a bonfire party on the deck, Ye Feng proclaimed with a smile. Rest assured, the food is in my capable hands. By the way, Brother Feng, are the points rules still in effect? After all, over 100 new individuals have recently joined us, Shi Zhenliang asked, noting that they had abandoned the points system in recent days. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Tonight, let us all enjoy ourselves. As long as each member of the team performs their respective duties, it is not imperative to constrain them with points, Ye Feng replied. Points are akin to currency. Where there is currency, corruption inevitably follows. Ye Feng's modest team could hardly withstand such corruption. That night, the deck came alive with festivities, and Chu Xue danced fervently beside the bonfire. Her enchanting movements stirred the male onlookers, nearly overwhelming their senses. Ye Feng, feeling somewhat unsettled, averted his gaze towards the shore. At that moment, a subtle stirring caught his attention. He noticed the faint sound of splashing. Something was approaching the warship from the water. Keeping his silence, he stealthily made his way to the stern and loaded a bullet into the cannon's side chamber. After a minute, Ye Feng glanced back at the water. Indeed, the creature was swimming just beneath the surface, surfacing to breathe every minute, an opportunity for him. In such frigid weather, any creature daring to swim downstream could only be an aberrant beast or a formidable member of the Ga tribe. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng disengaged the safety. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water with a splash. Boom! A resounding blast abruptly ended the festivities on the deck, and everyone instinctively covered their ears. A vast expanse of crimson erupted from the water. Had it been obliterated? Ye Feng casually tossed a torch into the river, using its fleeting light to discern the scene. There, he beheld a severed human arm. These Ga tribe scoundrels truly were relentless. Even in such a state of starvation, they still dared to come after him. Ye Feng was truly enraged, forcefully loading another bullet into the chamber. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the bow of the ship. Oh no, it was old Cheng. Ye Feng's heart sank as he swiftly rotated the machine gun, aiming directly at the bow. No, it was a monster. A group of indigenous people shouted in alarm and fled towards the stern. Suddenly, a golden figure descended from the sky with a resounding crash onto the deck. One indigenous man, caught off guard, was instantly crushed into a pulp beneath the golden figure's weight. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Boom! The violent bullet shot forth with a sharp crack. Unfortunately, it lacked precision, grazing the golden-haired creature's head. Nonetheless, the force of the shot still managed to blow away a few strands of its golden mane. Roar! The vengeful king let out a deafening roar, propelling itself into the air and crashing down right in front of Ye Feng. Brother Feng, Tuba exclaimed in shock, rushing forward with his spear. Thud! The spear struck the golden creature's back, but it barely broke the skin. Bang! Tuba was sent flying 20 meters away, plummeting into the frigid river. Tuba, die! Ye Feng lunged at the golden creature with his dagger aimed at its eye, but in the next moment, he felt a vice-like grip around his waist, lifting him off the ground. It was at that moment he recognized the golden creature's visage. You are Rook? Before he could finish, the golden creature's fingers tightened, causing Ye Feng's waist to creak ominously, as if he were on the verge of being crushed. Quick! Save Brother Feng! A group rushed forward. Arrows, spears, and daggers aimed at the creature's most vulnerable spots. Alas, the golden creature's fur was as tough as steel, its skin as impenetrable as iron. It stood its ground, untouched by their relentless assault. Is this it? Am I, Ye Feng, to perish? At that moment, he felt his waist wound tearing open, blood dripping onto the deck. With a furious roar, a dark figure broke free from its chains, launching itself onto the golden creature's back. The immense force prevented the creature from crushing Ye Feng. Little Lick Dog. Ye Feng gasped, his heart leaping with joy at the sight of Little Lick Dog. Yet, just as he uttered those 3 words, Little Lick Dog was flung 5 meters away, crashing violently against the cannon platform before collapsing motionless on the deck. Ye Feng barely had time to move before the grip around his waist tightened again, lifting him once more. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the bow as a bullet struck the golden creature's arm. In an instant, its arm disintegrated, half of it plummeting to the deck. Boom! Another gunshot rang out, but the golden creature had already vanished, reappearing 5 meters away, leaning against the cannon platform, panting heavily. We cannot let it live. Susan, keep firing. It is the vengeful king. Baya shouted from the center of the deck. However, no sooner had she spoken than the golden figure flickered. Soon after, Baya was slashed across the waist, blood splattering everywhere. Baya! With a loud cry, Chu Xue hurriedly embraced the upper half of Baya's body. Boom! Ye Feng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain as he wielded the machine gun. The golden-haired man reacted swiftly, taking refuge behind an obstacle. However, it was of no use. The barrier was effortlessly shredded by the bullets, piercing through his abdomen. Roar! The golden-haired man emitted a series of howls, his body darting into the water like an arrow, with a splash. Don't run! Ye Feng lowered the machine gun and fired 2 shots into the water. But the golden-haired man had already vanished. He suppressed the intense pain and staggered towards Baya. She was left with only half her body, blood oozing incessantly from her mouth. My brother, I died in my brother's hands, Feng Ge. Baya struggled to speak, but blood choked her throat. Chapter 289. Will it poison Baya? Baya, do not speak, just sleep. If you fall asleep, the pain will cease. Ye Feng gently rested Baya's head on his thigh, tenderly stroking her forehead. After half a minute, her pupils slowly dilated, and she gradually settled into silence. Ugh! Chu Xue could not help but cover her mouth. The other women looked on with expressions of sorrow. Brother Yi, Little Licking Dog cannot hold on any longer, Tuan Tuan lamented as she caressed the little licking dog's nose. Ye Feng, dragging his severely injured body, approached and squatted before the little licking dog. It was still tethered by a half-broken iron chain, which it had desperately freed itself from moments ago. Little Licking Dog. Ye Feng felt an overwhelming guilt as he gently stroked its nose, noticing tears glistening in its bear-like eyes. Chu Xue, quickly save it. Just as Ye Feng uttered the words, darkness enveloped his vision. As he was on the verge of fainting, he suddenly saw everyone retreating a few steps, but Susan was desperately running towards him, her mouth moving as if shouting something, her expression twisted in anguish. Suddenly, a spark erupted, and Ye Feng felt a tight grip around his entire body. In just a second, he was propelled forward. The cold wind rushed into Ye Feng's ears, and he felt as if he were soaring into the sky, climbing ever higher. Ah Feng! No, Ah Feng! Susan, with her hair disheveled, rushed to the stern of the ship, lifting the machine gun high. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets soared into the sky. Pain. A dull ache. A tearing sensation jolted Ye Feng awake. He struggled to open his eyes, casting a bewildered glance around. The frigid wind howled, and the surrounding landscape was blanketed in white, with snowflakes cascading from the heavens. Where am I? Ye Feng rasped, reaching out to touch something nearby, finding a thick bone. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his eyes widening in shock. He was in a depression spanning over 10 meters, the ground strewn with hay and numerous skeletons. There were remains of lions, elephants, deer, and water buffalo. Most of the corpses had turned to white bones, but before him lay a half-ton tiger. The lower half of the tiger had decayed into white bones, yet its upper body remained intact, with a massive lifeless head glaring at him helplessly. Coughing lightly, Ye Feng propped himself up with a leg bone and approached the edge of the depression. In that moment, despair enveloped him, for he realized he was perched atop a solitary peak, at least 200 meters above the ground. Excessive blood loss had left his body severely dehydrated, Without further hesitation, he approached the tiger and tore off a piece of its flesh from the wound, placing it in his mouth and attempting to thaw the meat with his saliva, hoping to regain some strength. However, after merely a minute, he spat it out, as his low body temperature rendered him incapable of thawing the tiger meat. Cursing under his breath, he thought, it must be that giant bird. No, I, Ye Feng, cannot resign myself to this fate. I must devise a way to descend to the foot of the mountain. After muttering this to himself, he grabbed a handful of snow and began to chew. The melting snow water barely moistening his brain and restoring a modicum of cognitive ability. The wind atop the mountain was fierce enough to potentially carry away a small dog. I, Ye Feng, will not allow myself to be consumed like mere prey. I would rather fall to my death. With this resolve, he stood and stretched his limbs. But as he attempted a chest expansion, pain forced him to crouch down. Looking towards his waist, he saw that the wound had nearly burst open, but fortunately, it was frozen shut. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to awaken from such blood loss. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Repeating this mantra softly, Ye Feng summoned a semblance of mental fortitude before crawling to the edge of the solitary peak, grasping the sharp rocks and gradually shifting his body downward. However, the slope was too steep, while it did not reach a vertical drop. The surface was entirely covered in snow, and with his bare feet upon it, a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal plunge into the abyss. This place is not viable. Ye Feng shifted to the other side, sliding downwards bit by bit, quickly descending 5 meters. Whenever he felt himself sliding too rapidly, he would press his entire body against the cliff, using friction to slow his descent. This tactic proved effective, and he managed to glide down another 20 meters. Yet, this was merely the first step of a long journey. The path ahead grew even steeper, with a portion of the descent presenting an inverted terrain. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from the heavens, nearly deafening Ye Feng. His expression shifted as he looked up with alarm. A colossal bird was soaring towards him from the distance, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire solitary peak. Has it returned? Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng released his grip on the rock and allowed his body to tumble downwards like a ball, calculating that the thick snow below would cushion his fall. Even from such a height, his constitution might afford him a slender chance of survival. Moreover, once buried in the snow, he could conceal himself and dig a tunnel to escape. Yet, reality proved harsh. Before he had descended 20 meters, he felt a sudden constriction. A massive iron claw had ensnared him. 1 minute later, Ye Feng was unceremoniously thrown back into the giant's nest. I shall confront you, he declared, grasping a broken bone and charging at the colossal bird. With a mere flap of its wings, the giant bird unleashed a tempest that sent him tumbling, landing unceremoniously on the ground. His body tightened once more, pinned beneath the weight of the enormous creature. It felt as though he might be crushed, and he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of thick blood. The giant bird arched its back, extending its massive head toward him. With a tilt of its head, its curved beak descended, tearing a chunk of flesh from Ye Feng's waist. It then jerked its head upward, the morsel disappearing into its gullet. Ye Feng, aware that a piece of his flesh had been consumed, felt no pain. Rather, he sensed a void within him. The giant bird, once again arching its back, aimed for his waist with another peck. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from deep within the mountains, a sound so shrill it was almost unbearable. The giant bird quickly straightened, directing its gaze northward. With a powerful thrust of its enormous claws, it took flight toward the north, seemingly summoned by a more pressing matter. In his current state, Ye Feng was utterly wretched. He felt devoid of strength in his waist and could barely stand upright. He resorted to binding 2 bones around his waist, utilizing them as makeshift supports, allowing him to stand somewhat straight. Even at the precipice of death, Ye Feng refused to surrender his will to survive. He rummaged through the bones on the ground, seeking any usable weapons. What is this? Sulfur? Kneeling with his waist sagging, he picked up a stone. If he could force the sulfur into the giant bird's mouth, could it potentially poison it? However, the likelihood of success seemed exceedingly slim. He would need additional tools. Chapter 290. Unable to move with a sudden cough, Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality swiftly ebbing away. This won't do. Feeding sulfur into its mouth is impossible. This must be a volcanic crater, claimed by the raptor as its lair. If only he could grind the sulfur into powder and combine it with charcoal and saltpeter, he could make a bomb, but time was against him. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng sagged under his own weight, gripping the edge of the rock with one hand, preparing to attempt once more. His right hand lacked strength, leaving him to rely solely on his left. However, just as he positioned his foot on the edge of the crater, a sudden spasm coursed through his body, a natural reaction to blood loss. As the convulsions seized him, his left hand faltered, and he plummeted like a cannonball from nearly 300 meters up. The frigid wind rushed into Ye Feng's nostrils and mouth, nearly suffocating him. In less than 3 seconds, he crashed into the snow. With a violent cough, a spray of blood erupted from his lips, staining the pristine white ground with a shocking red. Just as he felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, the icy water of the snow flooded his neck, reviving his senses with a jolt of clarity. Now, he exerted both hands to shovel the snow, aiming to carve out a labyrinthine tunnel beneath the snow before the giant bird returned. Otherwise, with its immense size, it could easily unearth him with just a few scrapes. However, after digging forward for merely 2 meters, a sudden sound echoed above, and a black claw descended, seizing his nape with unerring precision. At that moment, he felt as though he were suffocating. With a forceful grip, the claw yanked Ye Feng from the snowdrift. This did not resemble the work of the highland tribes, nor that of the savages from the Black Tree River Basin. A woman's voice resonated. Straining, Ye Feng grasped the claw with his left hand and managed to lift his gaze. Before him stood 3 women with skin as pale as snow, each over 1.7 meters tall, draped in white animal hides above, yet clad in short leather trousers below, exposing 6 long, smooth legs even in the biting cold. Regardless, the high priest demanded numbers. Although this individual was on the brink of death, he still exhibited signs of life. One of the women declared, producing a bundle of rope from behind, and bound Ye Feng tightly like a rice dumpling. Was this the high priest of the Ge tribe? Ye Feng attempted to speak, but no sound escaped his lips, only the futile motion of his mouth. The 3 women exchanged no further words. They pierced the rope with a long spear and hoisted him up, proceeding in a singular direction. Ye Feng could only behold the endless expanse of mountains ahead. The spot where he had fallen was not at the base, but merely a vast flatland on the mountainside. The towering peaks merged into one, their summits and mid-slopes blanketed in snow, while numerous rivers coursed at the foot of the mountains. The rivers twisted like giant serpents, stretching deep into the mountain ranges. Furthermore, near the riverbanks lay abundant meadows and patches of forest, from which the melodies of various birds arose. The summit and the base of the mountains seemed to belong to 2 disparate worlds. Above, it was frigidly cold, while below, it was as warm as spring. After taking one final glance, Ye Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. In the north of the Great Marsh, Susan stood at the bow of the ship, which was racing towards the northern mountains at full speed. Simultaneously, the main river had bifurcated into 3 segments, narrowing significantly, with the eastern and western banks nearly converging. Susan, are we truly steering the warship into the mountains? I am uncertain if the water levels there can support the vessel, Chen An urged. Having lost one ear and one eye due to the actions of the vengeful king that fateful night, I witnessed Ah Feng being taken north. We must retrieve him, or how helpless he must be alone. Susan's gaze remained steadfast upon the distant mountains. Very well, but there are 3 waterways ahead. Which one shall we take? Chen An inquired. Susan looked ahead again. The distinction between the mainstream and tributaries had vanished, forming a confluence of 3 small tributaries that together constituted the entire Black Tree River Basin. The waters had grown tumultuous, with large fish occasionally leaping from the depths. Let us navigate the central river, Susan indicated towards the middle stream. However, the central river lacks the width of the one to the left. While it may currently accommodate the warship, as we ascend, it narrows further, making turning around problematic. Perhaps we should consider the broader river to the left? Chen An suggested. This time, Susan did not respond immediately. Instead, she raised her eyes to the heavens and slowly closed them. 5 seconds later, Susan, with her eyes closed, proclaimed, I can hear him. I hear Ah Feng screaming. I can feel his presence. And then she moved towards the center. Upon finishing her statement, Susan opened her eyes. 2 months of cohabitation had instilled in her a profound belief in her intuition, especially since her instincts had intensified following Ye Feng's perilous encounters. Some phenomena elude scientific explanation. Very well, Chen An nodded, straightening the helm, and the submerged propeller adjusted its position. The warship navigated upstream, piercing straight into the mountains. The foreigner appeared to be weeping. By the riverside amidst the mountains, lush greenery surrounded Ye Feng, who lay upon the grass as 3 women shed their animal skins and leapt into the river to swim. One of the women, after her bath, approached Ye Feng without any attire. How could Ye Feng not weep? The agony in his waist was excruciating, and his vitality was rapidly waning. Moreover, he was concerned for the crew aboard the warship. Would they be annihilated by the high priest if he were to perish? Even at the brink of death, Ye Feng remained anxious, perhaps a product of ingrained thought patterns. The woman squatted before him, gazing directly at him. She extended 2 pristine fingers to wipe away the tears from his face. The other 2 women approached as well, donning their garments as they walked. Clearly, in their eyes, Ye Feng was merely an animal, devoid of any sense of shame. Chu Xue, this foreigner is quite handsome. Why not take advantage of him first? At that moment, a more alluring woman spoke, her elongated, fox-like eyes betraying a hint of cunning. The other woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, the foreigner is striking. We could experiment with an exotic man. However, the woman named Xue hesitated. The high priest has decreed that offerings must remain and used for a month. If we partake, can we still present him as a sacrifice? Nonsense, we can clean him up afterward. The high priest is not a true deity. She surely won't notice. The alluring woman asserted. But he is gravely injured. Can he even perform? Rest assured, I have fireworms, one of the women replied, approaching with numerous pouches made of animal skins dangling from her waist. She opened one pouch to reveal a crimson worm. Ye Feng, though barely conscious, found himself unable to move. Chapter 291. You 3, leave. I will tend to him personally. You 3 wretched women, in such a state. Do you still wish to take turns with me? At the very least, allow me to have some warm water. Ye Feng was in a state of utter desperation, aware of the severity of his injuries. If those 3 women truly pursued their intentions, he would likely perish after their encounter. The red worm swiftly penetrated Ye Feng's wound. Shortly thereafter, a surge of warmth began to spread from his waist, rapidly coursing throughout his body. An embarrassing situation unfolded. Though he was still in excruciating pain, his trousers became increasingly unsightly. I shall go first, declared the alluring woman, taking the initiative without hesitation. In the next moment, Ye Feng felt a chilling sensation, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. However, he was in no mood to savor this experience. For once his limited energy was depleted, he would truly lose any chance of redemption. He remained acutely aware of the distinction between fleeting pleasure and the continuous pursuit of it. Yet, to fully recover from his injuries, he had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Observing the woman before him, who was swaying incessantly, Ye Feng mustered his remaining strength and concentrated all his energy into his left hand. He needed to act swiftly, drawing the weapon from the woman's waist, and then using it to slice her throat, allowing her blood to spray onto his skin. He intended to employ a vampiric technique to hasten his recovery. From his previous observations, the physical prowess of these women was comparable to that of an average warrior from the Ye tribe. Even if he regained merely 1/20th of his strength, vanquishing all 3 would be an effortless task. Suddenly, as Ye Feng contemplated his plan, a searing heat surged through his chest. Alarmed, he looked up to see an arrow protruding from the woman's breast, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Ye Feng's face. The crimson liquid was quickly absorbed by his skin. This was disastrous, a traitor from the Highland tribe. The other 2 women gasped in shock and hastily seized their spears. But it was too late. Footsteps echoed as 7 or 8 men and women surrounded them. These are the lackeys of the Snow Mountain tribe. Leave no one alive, commanded the leading man, prompting his kin to charge forward. Soon, blood was splattered everywhere as the remaining 2 women had their heads severed. The towering man approached Ye Feng, wielding a curved blade poised to strike. No, Ye Feng raised his left hand to shield his head. Thud! The head of the Snow Mountain woman, who had been struck by an arrow, was also cleaved off. Ye Feng was terrified, fearing he was the next target. Bring the severed head back to our tribe, the towering man instructed. Brother, which tribe does this person belong to? Why does he not resemble those from our region? A petite yet spirited girl approached, playfully tapping Ye Feng's face with her curved blade. Please, do not kill me. I hail from the Black Tree River region. I admire your Highland tribe and wish to join you. Ye Feng found himself able to speak after consuming the woman's blood. However, the headless corpse remained awkwardly connected to him. Brother, it seems our resistance against the Yunshan tribe has reached even those in the forest. Why not assimilate him into our tribe? The girl exclaimed, her face radiating pride. The decision to defy the Yunshan tribe was a collective resolution of her entire clan. The towering man regarded Ye Feng thoughtfully and then yanked the headless body away, causing Ye Feng to wince in pain. His eyes betrayed a mix of deception. After all, he was a prey of the Yunshan tribe's women, thus a half-friend to them. The towering man pondered this for a moment. This time, the Gaoshan tribe's rebellion against the Yunshan tribe marks a pivotal moment for them. Should their resistance prove successful, they shall no longer be compelled to supply young men and women to the Yunshan tribe each year. Within 3 decades, their numbers will gradually match those of the Yunshan tribe, thus ensuring they possess the means to resist. Gu, take him back. He is quite handsome. Our Gaoshan tribe has suffered many losses in this battle. I wish to bear children with him to replenish our population, a young woman candidly declared. Ye Feng observed that these indigenous women were rather forthright regarding matters of intimacy, exhibiting no semblance of shyness. However, the man bore a severe injury to his waist, leaving uncertainty as to his survival. Indeed, his condition is grave, remarked the tall man. His words seemed to cast a pall over Ye Feng's fate. The indigenous people were, after all, pragmatic. If Ye Feng had been in good health, he might have held some value to them, but now, with his life hanging by a thread, the cost of rescuing him appeared too steep. We have many people in our tribe, both men and women. If you save me, once I recover, I will bring my entire clan to join you, Ye Feng hastily asserted, striving to prove his worth. The tall man knelt, pressing a piece of animal hide against Ye Feng's injury. How many people reside in your tribe? 2,000. Ye Feng initially intended to say 200, but fearing that such a number might be deemed insignificant by the Gaoshan tribe, he opted to multiply it tenfold. Gu, they have 2,000 people, nearly matching our current numbers. I believe it is feasible. The girl interceded once more, clearly fond of Ye Feng. Very well. Let us carry him back to our new settlement, declared the tall man. Following his command, 2 indigenous individuals approached, placing 2 long spears beneath Ye Feng and binding him with ropes to form a makeshift stretcher. Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, closing his eyes to recuperate. After an indeterminate duration, Ye Feng reopened his eyes. What on earth? Just moments ago, I was at the foot of the mountain. Yet these individuals have carried me back up to a higher elevation? He shivered from the cold. His injuries necessitated warmth. Yet these Gaoshan tribesmen had transported him to a chilly mountainside. Having traversed 2 mountain peaks, they encountered an abundance of pine trees, their tops blanketed in thick snow. At that moment, 2 snow-like figures emerged from the pine grove, draped in white animal hides, nearly blending into the earth. Duogong, who is this man? One inquired of the tall man, whose name was revealed to be Duogong, a rather peculiar name. He hails from the Heishu River region. If we revive him, he shall bring his 2,000 tribesmen, the girl explained. So many tribesmen? Could he be from the Gai tribe of the Heishu River region? But that cannot be, for the Gai people are quite tall. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a jolt of alarm. Could his ruse be discovered? Do not concern yourself with such matters. If he cannot bring his 2,000 tribesmen, we shall eliminate him, Duogong ordered, instructing those behind him to carry Ye Feng further into the pine forest. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, they arrived at a vast cliff, where numerous caves had been hewn into the rock, each entrance occupied by an indigenous person. 2 tribesmen bore Ye Feng into one of the caves. The ground was adorned with animal hides, beneath which lay a bed of hay, accompanied by a table that bore several pieces of roasted meat. You all may leave. I shall tend to him personally. Chapter 292, Cowering in the Cave to Survive. Upon finishing her words, the girl ushered everyone else out and drew the cave's curtain, a veil crafted from white animal hide that rendered the cave nearly invisible, discernible only upon closer inspection. Inside, a lamp flickered, seemingly fueled by animal fat, a more advanced design than that of the Ga tribe. The girl gently placed Ye Feng's head upon her straight thigh, offering him water and sustenance. Surprisingly, Ye Feng did not regurgitate it. Despite his injuries being far more severe than before, his stomach did not rebel this time. Could it be attributed to the complete digestion of the crystal elixir? After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ye Feng weakly closed his eyes, gradually drifting into slumber. He had assumed the girl would seek rest in another cave, yet she chose to sleep beside him, draping one leg over his thigh. The temperature at the mountainside was frigid, and even in his dreams, Ye Feng could hear the howling winds outside. However, within the cave, it was exceedingly warm, even with only a single oil lamp. The small cave maintained a temperature of 7 or 8 degrees, and coupled with the blanket made of animal hides, Ye Feng felt more warmth than aboard his warship. It seemed the Highland people possessed their own methods for enduring winter. Upon awakening the following day, Ye Feng found the girl offering him water once more. She then lifted the curtain, venturing outside to kick away the snow, retrieving a leg of meat. This was the Highland tribe's method of preserving winter provisions, utilizing the snow to freeze the meat. To Ye Feng's astonishment, she sliced the meat raw, chewed it, and then fed it to him. "No," he exclaimed, yet before he could protest, the sweetness of the food filled his mouth. It was not as unpleasant as he had anticipated, carrying a fragrant essence reminiscent of fruit trees, intertwined with the girl's own sweetness. After consuming several pieces of the frozen meat, Ye Feng felt warmth beginning to radiate through his body. Did the Highland people possess their own secrets to health? "Thank you. I am Ye Feng. Please tell me your name, and I shall repay you," he managed to say, extending his left hand to grasp her delicate one. "I am Chu Xue. Once your injuries heal, would you consider bearing children with me, to increase the population of the Highland tribe?" Chu Xue gazed at Ye Feng with her lively eyes, causing even this lecherous man to blush. How remarkably direct she was. "I would." Ye Feng nodded, fearing that refusal might invite dire consequences. "Splendid. I shall fetch you water," Chu Xue replied, pouring him a bowl fashioned from bamboo, its surface coated with a thick patina, suggesting it had been used for decades, likely a family heirloom. Ye Feng drank with his eyes closed. After quenching his thirst, he succumbed once more to a deep sleep. In truth, the most expedient method for recovery might have been to sever Chu Xue's throat and harness her blood for his own rejuvenation. Yet Ye Feng was human, not a beast, and such an act was utterly inconceivable. Nonetheless, he knew that Susan and the others would undoubtedly be worrying about him. In the ensuing days, Ye Feng was tenderly cared for by Chu Xue, who provided nourishment that invigorated his body. One morning, Ye Feng discovered he could move his right hand, albeit with caution to avoid straining his injured waist. "Your wound is healing nicely. I intend to take you into the pine forest for some exercise, which will expedite your recovery. However, refrain from speaking loudly, as there are many scouts from the Yunshan tribe lurking outside the forest, searching for us." Chu Xue informed him while supporting his arm. "Rest assured, I shall remain silent." Ye Feng nodded as she assisted him out of the cave. After lying idle for so long, his limbs felt on the verge of atrophy. Stepping outside for a breath of fresh air was indeed refreshing. As they emerged from the cave, a chilling wind struck, nearly taking Ye Feng's breath away. "Goodness, the temperature must be below -10 degrees. He gasped, realizing winter had swiftly descended. Chu Xue nodded and draped a fur pelt across his back. The two ambled through the snow-laden forest, their footsteps alternating between deep and shallow, occasionally spotting a snowman peeking from behind the pines. These were the patrolling members of the Yunshan tribe. "Chu Xue, do not stray beyond the forest. A group of Yunshan tribesmen passed by yesterday, but fortunately, they did not discover our new settlement," one of the natives cautioned. Ye Feng noted that this native bore extensive tattoos on his chin, his gaze sharp and discerning. He had encountered other Highland tribesmen, who typically adorned their chins and chests with similar markings. The older they grew, the more pronounced their martial aura became, and they bore more tattoos, while younger individuals displayed none at all. "Chu Xue, what do the tattoos on their chins signify?" Ye Feng inquired. "The more tattoos one has, the greater the number of foes they have slain. According to our customs in the Cloud and Mist Mountains, each time a warrior defeats a formidable adversary, they commemorate it with a tattoo of honor on their body," Chu Xue elucidated. "I see. But why not on the chest or back? Wouldn't a tattoo on the chin affect one's appearance?" Ye Feng asked again. However, Chu Xue regarded him with a peculiar expression, unsure how to respond. In truth, warriors favored the most conspicuous locations for their tattoos, as this would swiftly attract the attention of women. If inscribed beneath garments, who would see them? Suddenly, Chu Xue's expression shifted dramatically, and she forcefully pressed Ye Feng's head downward, attempting to push him into the snow. This was prompted by the approach of 3 massive white rams, each bearing a knight upon its back. Their armor was reminiscent of a Stone Age tableau, suddenly juxtaposed with the knights of the 3 Kingdoms period. Upon pressing down, Chu Xue realized her efforts were futile, for Ye Feng had enjoyed a period of indulgence, and his blood scales had rejuvenated. When she pressed, Ye Feng's body became rigid, although his blood scales did not manifest. Their effects were still present. He quickly took the opportunity to lie flat on the ground, utilizing the white fur pelt to conceal himself within the snow. Behind them, the patrolling highland tribesmen similarly lay prone, nearly blending into the snowy landscape. The three rams soon ventured deeper into the confines of the pine forest. Ye Feng cast a sidelong glance at the equipment of the three riders. They were clad in heavy armor, the hue of which was a deep brown, likely caused by the congealed blood that had not been washed away for an extended period. In their hands, they wielded pure iron-heavy guns, and at their waists hung long sabers. The three riders halted before a pine forest. The foremost knight raised his hand, lifting the movable visor of his helmet to reveal a weathered face adorned with a thick beard. "Let us rest here for a while. We shall inspect the great marsh tomorrow and must locate the hiding place of the Gaoshan tribe." Upon the conclusion of the bearded man's words, the other two knights also lifted their visors, revealing youthful yet fierce visages. Ye Feng swallowed hard, lying obediently on the ground, not daring to make a sound. If he was not mistaken, they were members of the unison tribe, whose equipment was a millennium more advanced than that of the Gaoshan tribe. It was no wonder they had driven the Gaoshan people from their homes, forcing them into caves to survive. However, when compared to the equipment of the Germans, the unison tribe still fell significantly short. Suddenly, three figures leaped down from their goats, their leather boots sinking into a foot of accumulated snow. One of them began to clear the snow from the ground, while the bearded man retrieved a flint. The last of the trio, however, began to approach Ye Feng's position, picking up dry twigs with each few steps he took. "This is bad. Wouldn't he step on us, would he?" Ye Feng's complexion paled. Turning his head, he saw that Chu Xue's face had also turned white, her petite form trembling slightly. The knight drew closer, soon reducing the distance to a mere 20 meters from Ye Feng. Just a few more steps forward, and even if they hid well, the cavalrymen would easily see through their disguise. "Chu Xue, perhaps it would be best to let your kin eliminate them directly?" Ye Feng whispered. "Absolutely not." Chu Xue firmly pressed down on Ye Feng's shoulder, fearing he might act on his own. "They possess heavenly fire cannons made from brimstone. Unless we can kill all three in one go, if any one of them fires a heavenly fire cannon into the sky, our position will be revealed." Hearing Chu Xue's words, Ye Feng's heart tightened. Wasn't that akin to the piercing arrow through the clouds? It appeared that the Yunsan tribe had reached the technological level of the Tang dynasty, even having developed fireworks. "What kind of goats are they riding? Why are they so large?" Ye Feng inquired again. "Do not speak," Chu Xue said, covering Ye Feng's mouth with her hand. At that moment, the knight was only a few meters away from them. After picking up a few more twigs, he abruptly turned and walked towards the periphery. Chu Xue let out a sigh of relief, releasing her hand from Ye Feng's mouth. Yet Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, noticing that the knight's departure was somewhat hurried. "Not good. Hand me the spear." Ye Feng snatched Chu Xue's spear and hurled it forcefully at the knight's back. As he launched the spear, the knight had already discarded the twigs and was drawing a long bamboo tube from his waist, preparing to aim at the sky. Thud! Boom! The spear pierced through the knight's back, and simultaneously, the bamboo tube discharged a spark towards the distance. In his haste, he had not aimed the spark skyward, but rather at his two companions. Boom! One of the knights was taken by surprise, catapulted 5 meters away, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. The burly man with a thick beard sprang to his feet and swiftly drew a bamboo tube from his waist. Whoosh! In the snowy expanse, a dozen snowmen surged forward. One of them bent his bow and shot an arrow that lodged the bamboo tube into a pine tree. "Quickly, capture him alive!" shouted the warriors of the Highland tribe as they charged in, their numbers swelling from 1 or 2 to hundreds. Barefoot, they dashed across the snow with remarkable speed and agility. Seeing this, the bearded man turned to flee towards a trio of goats, but his heavy armor hindered him. And soon he found himself surrounded by a dozen Highland warriors. He was a living member of the Cloud Mountain tribe. A Highland warrior, his chin adorned with tattoos, pushed through the throng, his eyes gleaming with intensity as they fixated on the bearded man. The burly man remained silent, pulling down his mask and lifting his heavy firearm. Ye Feng and Chu Xue stood outside the encirclement, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the Cloud Mountain knight. "An inferior race, how dare you establish a home here?" The bearded man rumbled. "Enough of this nonsense, let's charge." The Highlanders surged forward. Ye Feng assumed that a dozen against one would be an effortless victory. However, he was taken aback by the knight's valiant prowess. He swiftly dispatched 3 Highland warriors before cleaving 2 more with his curved blade. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed by the sheer mass of Highland warriors, who pinned him down and bound him with ropes. Take him back, clean up the blood on the ground. Bury the bodies, and ensure the disguise is complete, commanded a figure resembling a minor chief, his face a canvas of tattoos that nearly consumed it, rendering him grotesque. Yet, Ye Feng noticed that several Highland women gazed at him with admiration. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows flew, and 3 massive mountain goats fell, quickly dragged into the pine forest. Ye Feng and Chu Xue stood frozen, momentarily unsure of their next move. The minor chief approached, his expression grave as he regarded Ye Feng. Come, he said, placing a firm hand on Ye Feng's shoulder and leading him toward a nearby cave. Amma, this person has slain a knight of the Cloud Mountain tribe. He has earned the right to bear a totem, the minor chief announced. Amma, an elderly woman, was inside the cave, inking a young man's face with tattoos. Upon hearing this, she lifted her head, gazing blankly at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression shifted, tattooing one's face. Wasn't he that akin to disfigurement? He would never consent to such a fate. Esteemed chief, I merely ambushed him. It does not count as a direct kill, thus I need not bear a tattoo. He protested, his face a mask of resistance. The minor chief turned, disappointment etched across his features as he regarded Ye Feng. Outsider, do you wish to preserve that handsome visage? We of the Highland tribe do not seek beauty, we pursue bloodshed and glory. Can a pretty face safeguard your kin? His words rendered Ye Feng speechless. Indeed, when in Rome, one must abandon the notions of civilized society. With a nod, he bravely stepped forward. Very well. I accept your totem, but might it be inked upon my posterior? For it is the only part of my body unblemished, Ye Feng remarked. 3 hours later, he emerged from the cave, tenderly rubbing his rear, adorned with a bird tattoo. Though the craftsmanship was rudimentary, for some inexplicable reason, Ye Feng felt this tattoo possessed a vitality surpassing the colorful designs of civilized society, as if a real bird resided upon him. Upon returning to the cave, Chu Xue continued to share the bed with Ye Feng, living together as if they were a married couple. However, Ye Feng lacked the energy for distractions. He needed to recuperate swiftly and return to his worship. He had observed earlier that at the foot of the mountain lay a great river, approximately 2 kilometers wide, into which the warship could easily navigate the misty mountain range. With the 2 machine guns aboard, what could the Yunnan tribe possibly do? Even if they bore armor, modern artillery would obliterate it. Moreover, even if he could not defeat them outright, he could unleash the full power of the warship's engines and outmaneuver them, a feat far beyond the capabilities of the Yunnan people. Contemplating this, Ye Feng's gaze fell upon a stone on the table. This substance was sulfur, which the Yunnan tribe had surprisingly transformed into fireworks. If he could mine more sulfur and convert it into fuel for the warship, would it not allow the vessel to reach a speed of 10 knots per hour? Most importantly, while bullets were indeed a non-renewable resource, he could utilize this sulfur in conjunction with charcoal and urine nitrate to create the most primitive black powder. Chapter 294, an incessant pursuit with black powder in hand. The ship's cannons could once again unleash their might. Though they could not rival the munitions crafted in Germany, they would certainly be hundreds of years more advanced than those of the Yunnan tribe. Just then, the cave's curtain was drawn aside, and Duo Gong entered, carrying a roasted leg of lamb. Ye Feng, this leg of lamb belongs to you, he declared, placing it down before hastily departing. Chu Xue's face lit up with joy as she quickly used a knife to carve the meat, feeding it bit by bit into Ye Feng's mouth. Accustomed to the exquisite cuisine of Shizhengliang, Ye Feng found the lamb difficult to swallow. Although unpalatable, it was entirely organic. To hasten his recovery, he forced himself to consume it in large bites. Yet, for reasons unknown, the more he ate, the more discomfort he felt in his wounds. Chu Xue, you can have the remaining lamb. I am full now. By the way, does your tribe have beast fighters? Ye Feng inquired, hitting upon a crucial point. He had heard that beast fighters typically ventured north to the Great Marsh, suggesting the Highland tribe must possess such warriors. Are you referring to those who can combat exotic beasts? Our tribe has none. Only the Yunnan tribe possesses them, and in great numbers. The Grand Beast Tamer is the mightiest among them, followed by the chieftain of the Yunnan tribe, and their high priest, Chu Xue replied candidly. Oh, were those 3 knights beast fighters? Ye Feng asked further. Certainly not. If they were beast fighters, it would require 10 of our chieftains to capture one, Chu Xue elaborated. That night, Ye Feng persistently inquired about the Yunnan tribe and their heavenly fire cannons. Time once again flows by, at the foot of the pine forest. A colossal warship advances at a sluggish pace. Upon reaching this point, the river narrows and the riverbed is strewn with numerous stones, compelling the ship to maintain a cautious speed to avoid grounding. Most significantly, Susan and her companions are running low on charcoal. Sister Susan, there are still some trees along the shore. Why don't we make charcoal here? Suggested Remy. Very well. Let us halt the ship and paddle to the shore in the canoe. Everyone must act swiftly, Susan declared, her gaze suddenly drawn to the pine forest halfway up the mountain. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable calling emanating from within the woods. The weather had turned chilly once more, and Susan's leadership skills paled in comparison to those of Ye Feng. With the charcoal nearly depleted, the warmth of the stoves in the dormitories was extinguished at night, forcing groups of 5 or 6 to huddle together for warmth, rendering their days quite miserable. Furthermore, food supplies dwindled, compelling Susan to prioritize the needs of the first echelon, while others were relegated to just 2 meals a day, which were scarcely sufficient. As a result, the newly subdued natives aboard the ship began to express their dissatisfaction with Susan, reminiscing about the days when Ye Feng was alive. Why was this the case? They believed that Ye Feng had perished. Observing the continual flow of people disembarking from the warship, Susan returned to the stern, inserting a lengthy chain into the machine gun's chamber and aiming it at the shore, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. After all, in this unfamiliar mountainous terrain, should a strange beast lurk in the woods, she would be ready to fire at a moment's notice, perhaps even securing some exotic meat for her companions. As time leisurely passed, 3 more days slipped by. Under the cold weather, the Highland tribe typically remained sheltered in their caves for several days, emerging only when absolutely necessary. During this span, Ye Feng had also gleaned insights into the enmity between the Yunshan tribe and the Highland tribe. It turned out that the Yunshan tribe reigned as the sovereign of the Cloud Mist Mountains, governing 7 major clans and over a dozen minor clans in the area. Each year, the Yunshan tribe devised means to eliminate the most formidable warriors from various tribes, thereby preventing these smaller clans from developing the strength to rebel. Additionally, they would annually select the most beautiful and healthy women from each tribe to serve the elite of the Yunshan tribe. This was no different from the practices of the Ge tribe. Whenever a powerful warrior emerged from a tribe, he would be taken away under the pretense of being invited to the Yunshan tribe for greater glory, but in truth, it was a covert execution. The Highland tribe's rebellion was sparked when one of their own strong warriors, after being taken to the Yunshan tribe, uncovered the sinister plot and narrowly escaped back to his clan, inciting a revolt. Not only did the Yunshan tribe seek to control the strong warriors of their subordinate tribes, but they also aimed to regulate their population numbers. Thus, each year, they demanded not only tribute of beautiful women from the subordinate tribes, but also countless provisions. When winter approached and the need for food storage arose, the Yunshan tribe would employ various pretexts to compel these tribes to pay tribute. Failure to comply would result in the slaughter of the tribe's able-bodied members, purportedly as sacrifices to appease the gods. The various heinous methods employed incited a profound indignation in Yi. Indeed, among the so-called superior races, none can be deemed virtuous. In their relentless pursuit of maintaining dominion, they resort to every conceivable means. Chu Xue, why do you not unite all the tribes to confront the Yunshan clan? Did you not assert that the combined strength of your 7 major tribes, alongside the smaller ones, outnumbers the Yunshan clan tenfold? Ye Feng retorted. Well, it seems to stem from a lack of unity. The Yunshan clan has stratified our tribes. The first-tier tribes offer the least tributes annually, while we, as a 4th-tier tribe, must contribute 4 times as much as the first tier. Yet, we are not the lowest. There are even 7th-tier tribes, Chu Xue replied. I have heard wise elders in our tribe speak of a Greenwater clan that, 30 years ago, boasted a population of 10,000. For reasons unknown, they fell to the status of a 7th-tier tribe, struggling each year to stockpile enough provisions for winter, leading to a sharp decline in their numbers. Just a decade ago, they were left with barely 100 members, no longer qualifying even as a small tribe, but rather existing as nomads. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng comprehended the insidious tactics of the Yunshan clan. Fearing an overpopulation of the Greenwater clan that might threaten their supremacy, they relegated them to the 7th tier, demanding 7-fold tributes compared to the first-tier tribes. Are you implying that the 1st and 2nd-tier tribes would conspire with the Yunshan clan to perpetrate such atrocities? Ye Feng questioned. Indeed. Do you recall the 3 women they captured? They belong to the Xue clan, now elevated to a second-tier tribe. The Yunshan clan has even informed the leader of the Xue clan that if they slay 500 of our kin, they shall ascend to a first-tier tribe, Chu Xue said, her eyes brimming with tears of hatred. Clearly, many of their tribespeople had perished at the hands of the Xue. Ye Feng sighed deeply. The essence of humanity laid bare in the wilderness. Though all were victims of exploitation, the moment comparisons arose, the rulers would exploit this psychology, inciting lower-tier tribes to turn against one another. Even with the awareness of this blatant conspiracy, halting the cycle proved impossible. Distrust ran rampant, each tribe fearing that another would betray them, compelling them to continue their violent conflicts. Chapter 295. It's not so tense. Let her relax at the foot of the mountain, warships anchored by the riverside, and over 100 individuals busied themselves, chopping wood. Indigenous women undertook the meticulous task of splitting the timber into appropriately sized firewood and constructing storage pits along the shore. That wretched woman, all high and mighty on the deck, has us toiling on the shore. One indigenous person could not help but curse. Indeed, how splendid it was when Feng Ge was around. He personally came to the shore to work alongside us. I feel this current team pales in comparison to the past. Another indigenous person grumbled through clenched teeth. That wretched woman not only struts about on deck, but also orders those few women to accompany her, treating us as mere laborers. What distinguishes this from the former Ge clan? Oh, if only Feng Ge were alive. Alas, I'm so weary. Feng Ge, please return and manage your women. Even a dream would suffice. The indigenous people lamented, their grievances unvoiced yet palpable. After all, Susan had effectively taken control of the entire team. Though they harbored resentment towards her, they were compelled to maintain a semblance of respect for Ye Feng, fearing that should he still be alive, he might return to settle scores later. Unbeknownst to Susan, the simmering discontent among them was palpable as she continued to pace the deck, occasionally casting her gaze towards the mountain peak. Her intuition grew increasingly potent, and she felt an unshakable sense that Ye Feng was somehow atop that mountain. Suddenly, chaos erupted along the shore. Susan exchanged a knowing glance with Raimai, and they each seized a machine gun, one at the bow and the other at the stern of the boat. From her vantage point, she observed a retreating throng along the shore, with several individuals tumbling into the water, only to be shocked back onto land by the frigid temperature. Mere moments later, a cadre of cavalry burst into view, mounted not on horses, but on colossal goats, which navigated the rugged terrain with remarkable agility. What? Cavalry? And armored cavalry at that? This is disastrous. We are truly not on Earth. Chung Libin had clung to a glimmer of hope of returning home, but that illusion was now utterly shattered. The presence of indigenous people might suggest an unmonitored primitive island, yet the emergence of cavalry indicated that this island possessed a certain level of civilization. One must ponder, how could a civilized island escape detection by satellites? Susan regarded the group of cavalry with icy disdain. Their numbers were approximately 30, led by a towering figure. As soon as the two factions clashed, the cavalryman's eyes lit up with fervor. Beastmaster, women. So many women. We can bring them back to the Yunshan tribe to propagate. Each woman's physique could bear 20 children. Even if half perished, that still yields 10. With over 100 women here, in just a decade, we could provide the Yunshan tribe with over 1,000 new members. One knight exclaimed, already selecting the strongest women among them. Chen An's legs trembled slightly, yet he stepped forward bravely, for he held the highest standing on the shore. Who are you? Before he could finish, a whip lashed across his face, sending him soaring 5 meters into the air before crashing into the river with a resounding splash. Susan's expression hardened, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed a barrage of fire. Ever since Ye Feng's disappearance, her rage had intensified, and once she pulled the trigger, she showed no signs of relenting. After firing just 10 rounds, the 30 cavalrymen lay strewn across the ground, their bodies torn to shreds. Armor and mounts alike obliterated. Even the leading beastmaster was reduced to a mist of blood after enduring a single shot. The remaining 2 cavalrymen, witnessing the carnage, scrambled away into the woods, utterly terrified. In a cave, Ye Feng abruptly sat up. The sound of the machine gun. Susan, Shaner, it's her. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung aside the cave's curtain. What are you doing? Chu Xue grasped his arm, but he shrugged her off, causing her to tumble to the ground. Barefoot, he leaped into the snow, his lungs beginning to convulse. After sprinting 30 meters, he caught sight of a massive warship a kilometer away at the mountain's base, along with a throng of indigenous people densely packed along the shore. Susan, Chen An, Su Yun, I am here, I am here. Ye Feng waved his hands vigorously towards below. However, as soon as he shouted, someone covered his mouth. Furious, Ye Feng retaliated with an elbow strike that sent the assailant flying. At that moment, a powerful force constricted around Ye Feng's neck, dragging him away from the edge of the pine forest and into a cave. Upon seeing the great chief, Chu Xue immediately knelt on one knee. Ye Feng looked up and beheld the chief, whose face was adorned with tattoos, presenting a rather intimidating appearance, with ink even on the back of his hands. Who told you to shout? Did you not see the cavalry of the Yunshan tribe lurking about? The chief glared at Ye Feng coldly. It's like this. The ship belongs to my people, my kin. They just fired cannon shots. Do you understand what a cannon is? One shot, and the beast fighters would be obliterated. Ye Feng stammered in explanation, but the abundance of technical terms left the chief utterly bewildered. Chu Xue, this man has gone mad. We might as well kill him. I can find you someone better, the chief declared. Please, do not kill him. Just lock him up, Chu Xue interposed in front of Ye Feng, fearing the chief might act violently. After a while, Ye Feng found himself shackled to the bed, while Chu Xue chewed raw meat into small pieces, attempting to feed it to him. Yet, Ye Feng turned his head away, a tear sliding down his cheek. He had struggled and resisted earlier, but it was futile. The combined strength of several chiefs had rendered him bound like a dumpling. Though the warship lay just below, he could not reach those aboard. This sensation was even more maddening and despairing than being atop a solitary peak. Chu Xue forcibly pried open Ye Feng's mouth, feeding him the chewed meat. Yuck! Ye Feng spat it out. Even if it were delectable, he could not bring himself to eat. He would protest through fasting. Had his injuries healed more than 10%, he could have easily broken the chains, but now, he was a prisoner. Ye Feng, I will let you go after you father my child. This is also the will of the chief and the chieftain, as our high mountain tribe has always given birth internally. And now we require the fresh blood of an outsider like you. Chu Xue nestled in Ye Feng's embrace. Yet, Ye Feng was unable to rise. His injuries were too severe, and he needed at least 2 to 3 months to recover fully. Chu Xue, let us elope. My warship is just below, stocked with endless food and many trustworthy friends. Under the cover of night, let us leave quietly. Ye Feng suddenly coaxed Chu Xue. After spending these days together, Chu Xue had indeed fallen for Ye Feng. Though she did not fully comprehend love, being with him felt comfortable and relaxed, a stark contrast to her usual tension. However, I cannot betray the high mountain tribe. They need adult warriors now more than ever to stand against the Yunshan tribe. Chu Xue shook her head. It doesn't matter if it's one less. Let us go, I beg you. Ye Feng pleaded. Once aboard the warship, he would assume command, wielding the power of life and death. Accustomed to being in charge, he found the days of living under the whims of others intolerable. Previously, during his injuries, Susan had indeed taken the reins, yet he remained the nominal sovereign. But here he was nothing. Ye Feng, must you speak of such things? Chu Xue tightly embraced him. A woman's intuition is keen. She sensed that she might never see Ye Feng again, and that this separation would be eternal. Ye Feng's body stiffened for a moment as he slowly bowed his head, rubbing his chin against Chu Xue's hair. After cohabiting for so long, despite the absence of any intimate encounters, he had developed feelings for this girl. Initially, he was merely grateful for her life-saving assistance, but now, Chu Xue had become his beloved, surpassing the other women aboard the ship, though still falling short of Susan. They held each other in a long embrace. Ye Feng's hoarse voice broke the silence. Chu Xue, I wish to go home. Chu Xue tightened her grip once more, pressing her lips to his. They remained entwined for a long while, as tears streamed down Chu Xue's cheeks. Eventually, she sat up, seized a sharp knife, and deftly unlatched one of the iron chains. With a clatter, Ye Feng broke free from the chains, grasping Chu Xue's hand firmly. Let us depart. It is dark now, and they will not notice, he said cheerfully. However, Chu Xue sat still upon the animal hide, slowly and resolutely shaking her head. I cannot abandon my kin. Follow the edge of the pine forest. There is a path that descends. You must return home. After speaking, she buried her head in the hide and wept bitterly. Chu Xue, Ye Feng choked back his emotions, yearning to remain in that moment. Yet, the ties to the warship loomed large in his mind. Ultimately, The desire to return home compelled him to relinquish this bond and quietly slip out of the cave. Indeed, following the edge, he found no hidden sentries and soon discovered a narrow path. However, this path was steep. With all his strength, Ye Feng managed to reach the foot of the mountain. Even so, he was coated in snow and mud, resembling a figure from the darkest of tales. The temperature at the mountain's base had risen considerably, yet the night still chilled to 5 or 6 degrees below zero. Within Ye Feng, the blood surged, transforming into clouds of steam that escaped his nostrils, forming 2 white trails in the frigid air. The joy of returning home ignited a fervor within him. By the shore, Chen An was dozing, suddenly springing upright, aiming his bow towards the woods. "Is it a man or a beast?" "It is I." Ye Feng's voice trembled. With a thud, Chen An's bow fell to the ground. That voice was too familiar to require introduction, and he instantly recognized it. Brother Feng, Brother Feng," Chen An exclaimed, bounding forward and crashing into Ye Feng's embrace. "Ouch! You've pressed against my wound." Ye Feng pushed him away. Yet, Chen An lunged back into his side, resting his head on Ye Feng's shoulder. "Woohoo, Brother Feng. You have finally returned. Sister Susan has been worried sick about you." Chen An, a grown man, wept openly. His voice stirred the others, drawing a crowd that extended their torches towards him. Soon, Ye Feng found himself enveloped by a throng of admirers. "Brother Feng, allow me to embrace you." "Oh my heavens! The divine has manifested. Brother Feng has returned." "Brother Feng, I'm so emotional." Ye Feng embraced each person, expressing the joy of their long-awaited reunion. At that moment, a shadow lunged forward, 2 enormous claws resting upon Ye Feng's shoulders. The shadow extended a long tongue, giving Ye Feng a lick on the face. "Little licking dog, you're still alive," Ye Feng exclaimed with delight, tightly wrapping his arms around its massive form. Whimpering like a dog, the creature emitted an eager sound. Ye Feng grasped its goofy head and performed a nose touch, a gesture of utmost respect between humans and animals, signifying mutual trust. Meanwhile, in the quarters of the warship, Susan suddenly awoke from her dreams, gasping for breath as she made her way to the deck. "Ah Feng has returned. I know he must be back." Upon reaching the deck, she found chaos along the shore, accompanied by the hearty laughter of the natives. Then, she spotted a canoe approaching the warship, with Chen An himself rowing, and a disheveled man seated in the middle, also gazing towards the deck. Eventually, their eyes met, and Susan gasped, pressing her hand against her heart, fearing it might leap from her chest. "Oh no," Susan fainted. Quickly, Chu Xue. The deck erupted into a cacophony of voices. Ye Feng's heart tightened as he hurriedly climbed the rope ladder to the deck. Chu Xue was administering artificial respiration to Susan. "Brother Ye." Tuan Tuan was the first to rush over, clinging tightly to his leg. "Little Tuan Tuan, you've grown so quickly." Ye Feng marveled at Tuan Tuan, noticing she appeared a few centimeters taller. The ungrateful child, while he faced uncertainty, seemed to have thrived. He pinched her cheek, only for Rimai to leap into his arms next. "Mei Zi, you've lost weight." Then, Su Yun rushed over. "Yun, have you been sleepless? Your eyes are so dark." Chung Li Bean followed suit. "Old Chung, where are your eyes and ears?" They decided to spare unhappy topics. "Brother Feng, go check on Susan." On the small deck, Ye Feng navigated through the crowd and finally reached Susan. Seeing the frail figure before him, his heart ached. He quickly grasped her hand. "Shaner, I have returned." His voice seemed to possess a magical quality, prompting Susan to slowly open her eyes. They exchanged silent glances, a multitude of unspoken words lingering in the air. "Please step aside. Do not disturb Brother Feng and Sister Susan." Chung Li Bean perceptively ushered everyone away. "Ah Feng, you need not say anything. I understand. I have dreamed of you every day." Ye Feng gently embraced Susan, who instinctively avoided his waist and reached out to caress his cheek. At last, the 4 lips gradually drew nearer, the air imbued with the fragrance of happiness. "How wonderful it is. Brother Feng, your return has truly touched my heart." At that moment, an unwelcome voice pierced the atmosphere. Shi Zhengliang sprang forth from the side, a bowl of food in hand. Ye Feng quickly moved aside with Susan, directing his gaze toward this joyless intruder. "Brother Feng, you look quite feeble. This is the beef tendon I just stewed, originally meant for old Chung, as you know. His age has rendered his teeth ineffective, and he can hardly chew even the tenderest grass. But now that you have returned, this beef tendon is rightfully yours. I wish you and Sister Susan an abundance of offspring," Shi Zhengliang exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. During these past days, as the head chef, he had endured Susan's ire. After all, women can be rather emotional. In Ye Feng's absence, she had transformed into a fierce lioness, showing no kindness to anyone. Well, thank you. Please deliver it to my dormitory. I have much to discuss with Chen An, Ye Feng replied, choosing to overlook the situation out of gratitude for Shi Zhenliang's goodwill. Having narrowly escaped death, his perspective had shifted. Looking upon old acquaintances, he found them all remarkably pleasing, even Wang Zhihai, whom he now perceived in a different light, perhaps influenced by their familial backgrounds. Within the cave of the pine forest, Chu Xue seemed to have lost her soul, caressing the cup used by Ye Feng, the furs he had touched, and the place where he had slept. After a while, she began to gather the strands of hair that had fallen from Ye Feng onto the bed, forming them into a ball to press against her chest. It felt as if just yesterday she had embraced him. Tears cascaded down like a kite severed from its string, soaking half of the fur bed. In the morning, her cave curtain was violently yanked aside. Chu Xue, her eyes swollen and red, looked up to see the great chief entering with a throng of tribespeople, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entire cave. Was it you? Did you release that foreigner? The great chief coldly scrutinized Chu Xue. It must be true, Chu Xue. You disdain our own tribesmen while idolizing the handsome visage of a foreigner. Now that he has abandoned you, what face do you have left to live? You are nothing but a traitor. Perhaps if the Yunshan tribe arrives, you would willingly offer your body to the enemy, muttered several indigenous people behind her. In truth, they had once admired Chu Xue, but the sight of her cohabiting with Ye Feng had ignited a fierce jealousy within them. Had it not been for Chu Xue's brother being a minor chief, they would have long since intervened. She has sacrificed so much, yet the foreigner has fled. Forsaking our Gaoshan tribe, great chief, let her be dealt with as a traitor. Punishing her for treason would be too lenient. Her clothes should be stripped away, and she should be hung at the cave's entrance for all to see. Ha ha ha. Yes, that is a splendid idea. A group of envious individuals exchanged venomous suggestions. Just then, Duogong rushed in, swiftly drawing his curved blade. Whoever dares to harm my sister, I shall challenge him one-on-one. The indigenous people, witnessing this, fell silent. Yet their sharp gazes remained fixed on Chu Xue. Duogong, your sister's actions are tantamount to treachery. Henceforth, your rank shall be reduced to that of a common warrior. Otherwise, your sister shall face execution, declared the chief, Poker. Very well, Chief Poker, I accept this punishment, provided no harm comes to my sister, Duogong replied, kneeling partially upon the ground. At the foot of the mountain behind the pine forest, more than 300 warriors of the Yunshan tribe lay in ambush. Clad in iron armor and wielding an array of exquisite weapons, they ascended the mountain via ropes. Leading them were 5 beast fighters, among whom stood a formidable third-tier beast fighter at the forefront. The 300 warriors included not only members of the Yunshan tribe, but also a contingent from the Xueshan tribe, classified as a second-tier clan. The high priestess had proclaimed that the new tribe of the Gao Mountain people resided at this very location. Her insight was infallible. Luoying, ha ha ha, should you refuse to become my woman, then this night, fight valiantly against the foe. If we eradicate the Gao Mountain tribe, I shall elevate your Xueshan tribe to a first-tier clan, the third-tier beast fighter remarked with a sardonic smile, his gaze incessantly appraising the woman's legs and visage. Oh, Luoying nodded, her face etched with frost. Though she recognized this as a tactic of the Yunshan tribe, she felt powerless to resist. Failure to comply would mean her tribe's annihilation. On the following night, Ye Feng stood in the women's bathhouse. Chen An, be careful not to touch my wounds while washing, he instructed, standing in a tub with arms outstretched, as Susan delicately employed a soft piece of beast skin to cleanse his body. Feng, how much suffering have you endured during this time? Look at your injuries, Susan exclaimed, her face a mask of concern as she tenderly kissed his waist. Ouch, not now. That hurts. Ye Feng stepped back. By the way, although I faced near death, I also discovered many precious resources. For instance, sulfur stones. Surely you are aware of their utility? When combined with charcoal and urine nitrate, they can be transformed into the simplest form of explosives. Is not Chu Xue a doctor? She must possess knowledge of chemistry. Perhaps she could assist in refining this black powder, with part allocated for fuel additives and part for explosives. This way, we will ensure a sustainable supply of fuel and armaments, Ye Feng stated gravely. Susan, wholly absorbed in thoughts of Ye Feng, paid little attention to such matters. Her only concern was his safe return. After all, once Ye Feng recovered, These issues would be left to her husband to manage. Ah Feng, you are truly remarkable. Of course, who else could I be but your husband? Ye Feng gently pinched Susan's cheek. By the way, Shaner, during my absence, has anyone aboard the warship contracted the goo worm disease? Ye Feng inquired suddenly. Yes, but curiously, upon entering the Gao Mountain region, no new cases of the goo worm disease have been reported. Chu Xue mentioned that this phenomenon is likely related to the terrain and climate. Perhaps the goo worms struggle to survive in the high mountains, Susan replied, focused on tending to his wounds without looking up. Wonderful. My greatest concern during this time has been the goo worm disease, Ye Feng said, a look of relief gracing his features. At that moment, Susan suddenly pricked up her ears. Ah Feng, did you hear that? Hear what? Ye Feng also strained to listen. A kilometer away, the pine forest was ablaze, and the sounds of battle gradually spread throughout the Highland clan. Waves of fierce soldiers surged into the cave, dragging the Highland clansmen out like cattle to slaughter. Regardless of age or gender, none were spared. There was no mercy shown. 5 beast fighters stood at each cardinal point, encircling the pine forest, allowing the warriors of the Snow Mountain clan to lead the charge, while their own Yun Mountain clan members remained in the rear to reap the rewards. Great chief, flee. Suddenly, a long spear shot in from a distance, impaling a chief against the stone wall. An indigenous man was seized by 2 soldiers by his legs, and with a brutal tug, the Highland clansman was torn in half. The massacre by the Yun Mountain clan was both urgent and ferocious, with many perishing in their sleep. The elderly, weak, and women huddled in the cave, refusing to emerge. The soldiers resorted to tossing torches inside, followed by oil lamps into the depths of the cave. The anguished screams echoed from within as fiery figures clawed their way out, only to be easily dispatched by the soldiers lying in wait outside. At that moment, the chief of the Highland clan was locked in combat with 7 soldiers, having already sustained several wounds. These soldiers were clad in iron armor, rendering his rudimentary weapons ineffective. Outside the pine forest, a young man was single-handedly battling 15 soldiers. His weapon, though simple, was wielded with a speed akin to lightning, moving with the grace of the wind. In a mere moment, half of the 15 soldiers lay dead. The remaining soldiers finally ceased their mockery and began to engage with caution. Interesting, one of them remarked, recognizing the young man as the shadow who had escaped from their clan. He possesses some strength, and at such a young age, given a few more years, he might surpass even the beast fighters. Mara, it's up to you, the 3rd-tier beast fighter instructed a tall man beside him. The man nodded and swiftly charged forward. Chu Xue and Duo Gong were engaged with the soldier. Under normal circumstances, the siblings working together could overpower him, but they were outmatched in terms of equipment. The bone spear in their hands was immediately severed upon contact with the soldier's curved blade. Their own blades barely scratched the soldier's armor. They retreated steadily, soon finding themselves at the edge of the pine forest. At that moment, another soldier joined the fray. Thud! Ah! Duo Gong let out a cry of despair as his inferior blade was shattered by a superior one, losing 2 fingers in the process. Brother! Chu Xue screamed, desperately rushing towards them. Had the 2 soldiers not found her appearance appealing, the battle would likely have ended long ago, and the siblings would not have held out this long. Flames soared in the pine forest, and Duo Gong clutched his injured fingers, glancing back. Their 2,000 clansmen were struggling against the 300 soldiers. As each trio of warriors formed a combat squad, they could effortlessly deal with dozens of their kin. After all, the armored warriors required no defense. They only needed to unleash their ferocity. Conversely, their tribesmen had to fight while retreating, as a single wound could render them lifeless. Sister, we must roll down the mountain and seek Ye Feng, that outsider. He possesses a grand vessel that may ferry us away from this wretched place. As Duo Gong finished speaking, he shouted to those behind him, Chieftain, Wind Shadow, let us descend the slopes swiftly. There lies our hope for survival. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and pushed Xiang Xue down the steep incline. The elderly chieftain was momentarily restrained, while the other Highland tribesmen scurried about like headless flies, devoid of leadership. Upon hearing Duo Gong's call, a throng of them rushed toward him. They rolled down the slope, their lives being harvested along the way, akin to a snowball gaining momentum. Meanwhile, Wind Shadow engaged in a fierce duel with a beast fighter. Though his agility and talent were remarkable, at merely 16 years of age, he had been struck multiple times by the beast fighter's afterimages. Wind Shadow, you are the hope of our Highland tribe. Flee down that way. The The chieftain suddenly charged forward in a frenzy, grasping the beast fighter's waist. Chieftain, Wind Shadow hesitated, and in that instant, the chieftain was pierced through the chest. Quickly, go! The chieftain roared, blood spilling from his lips. With a sickening thud, a severed head soared into the air. The chieftain's headless body spun before collapsing to the ground in despair. Although the Highland tribe possessed a spirit of resistance, they were no match for the formidable Yunshan tribe, who needed not deploy all their warriors to dominate them utterly. A tear escaped Wind Shadow's eye as he leaped toward the slope. On the deck, Ye Feng had donned animal hide and was observing the carnage on the shore through a telescope. He had not anticipated the brutality of the conflict between tribes to reach such staggering heights. The snow in the pine forest had long since melted away in the warmth of blood, cascading down the slope like a stream. Simultaneously, shadows rolled down the hillside, while armored warriors above rained arrows and hurled spears, swiftly eliminating the remaining survivors. Of the 2,000 Highland tribesmen, fewer than 10 would escape. This cannot be. Chu Xue is still up there. I must save her, for she has given me life, Ye Feng declared as he prepared to descend the rope ladder. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Susan exclaimed, gripping Ye Feng tightly. Chung Li Bean and others rushed over, pulling him back with urgency. Brother Feng, if things go awry, shall we waste a few rounds of the machine cannon? Chen An suggested cautiously, casting a fearful glance at Susan. Silence. This is no place for your words. The ammunition for the machine cannon is a non-renewable resource. We must reserve it for genuine threats, Susan reprimanded. Brother Feng, Susan has begun to scold me again. Ever since you left, I have endured her wrath. Chen An hid behind Ye Feng. Susan, let us proceed with 20 rounds of machine gun fire. Regardless, the Highland tribe has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace, Ye Feng declared. After a brief moment of contemplation, Susan finally relented. Very well, they saved my husband. I can't afford to part with 20 rounds. Chu Xue was struck in the back by an arrow and desperately sprinted towards the warship, coughing up blood as she ran. Her brother, Duo Gong, followed closely behind, suffering grievously as his back was nearly transformed into a porcupine from the arrows. Yet he persisted in shielding his sister from the onslaught of arrows raining down upon them. With his last breath, he cast his gaze towards the pine forest halfway up the mountain, where the cacophony of battle had ceased. Soldiers stood at the edge, their indifferent eyes fixed upon their surviving kin. Sister, we have been annihilated, Duo Gong uttered before collapsing to the ground with a soft thud. Brother, at the mountainside, a third-tier beastmaster stood alongside Luo Ying, gazing down at the remnants of the Highland tribe. Let us cleanse the battlefield. The young and beautiful women shall be taken back to the tribe for our enjoyment, and that Wind Shadow may be of use to the high priest, the third-tier beastmaster, Harada proclaimed. With that, he leaped off the 200-meter slope like a cannonball. The next instant, a resounding crash echoed as his formidable form struck the ground, creating a massive crater. After a cloud of dust settled, Harada stood up unscathed, brushing off the dirt from his attire. The soldiers, filled with admiration, followed suit down the slope, quickly forming a contingent of over 200 men. In truth, they numbered 300, but in the extermination of the Highland tribe, they had lost several, half of whom fell to the Wind Shadow. On the deck, Ye Feng personally seized a machine gun, aiming at the bluish shoreline. Chapter 299. Ye Feng, we shall follow your lead. Susan took up another machine gun. Shoner, target those in armor. Do not mistakenly harm those fleeing ahead, Ye Feng cautioned, narrowing his eyes as his finger rested on the trigger. Harada's body bristled with alarm. His heightened senses detected a potent aura of malice in that fleeting moment. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground. Boom. A bullet whizzed past his head, the tremendous force piercing through 3 soldiers, 2 of whom erupted into a mist of crimson. Moreover, the shattered armor acted as shrapnel, scattering in all directions. A few were caught off guard, shrapnel embedding itself into their visors. Ah, my nose. Ouch, my ear. Several soldiers from the Yunshan tribe cried out in agony. Boom. Another shot rang out, claiming 2 more soldiers, their armor transforming into natural projectiles that indiscriminately reaped lives around them. The beastmasters, who had previously reveled in their dominance, were now struck with dread upon witnessing the devastating power of such weaponry. Not good. Take cover. But alas, it was too late. Boom. One beastmaster was reduced to nothing but an arm and a head, struggling to move his fingers as he succumbed to the afterlife. Susan's approach was strikingly decisive. Akin to fulfilling a mission, she discharged 10 rounds and then ceased her operations. Ye Feng was equally capable of delivering 10 shots. Boom. The might of the artillery shattered the resolve of the Yunshan tribe members. Those in the front, be they leaders or beast fighters, were instantly obliterated upon contact with the projectiles launched from the warship, their bodies disintegrating in a manner more terrifying than divine retribution. Their once proud demeanor was cast aside as they scrambled in fear. Yet, amidst the chaos, a tall figure directed a gaze of astonishment towards the warship in the river. What is this entity? Has a deity from the temple arrived? Before Luo Ying could finish speaking, several warriors seized him and fled towards the pine grove. However, the hunt continued unabated. Boom. Susan finally fired her last shot, leaving behind a scene littered with dismembered limbs, with scarcely a whole corpse remaining. Concurrently, a group of injured individuals, blinded and disoriented, flailed about the riverbank in a desperate attempt to escape. Shrapnel from the exploded armor had wounded many, causing severe eye injuries. Boom. Ye Feng too completed his final shot. Just as Chu Xue approached the warship, a figure suddenly lunged towards him midair. It was Har, who had long coveted Xiang Xue's beauty. Even in retreat, he was determined to seize someone, lest he suffer a grave loss. Yet, his greedy action cost him his legs. Boom. Ye Feng disregarded the pact of 10 shots and fired again. The bullet shattered Har's leg armor, vaporizing his legs in a flurry of metal shards. A piercing scream erupted from him. Ah! Xiang Xue also cried out in horror, covering her eyes. Moments earlier, a shard had sliced from her left eye to her right. Xiang Xue indeed. She was Xiang Xue. Ye Feng rejoiced, pointing to a young girl closest to the warship. After enduring a brief moment of agony, Har regained his composure. He realized that formidable experts surely resided aboard the grand vessel, and this was no place to linger. Gritting his teeth, he supported himself with his hands and invertedly dashed into the woods. As a third-tier beast fighter, even on hands alone, his speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several-fold. Let me down. Ye Feng clutched the rope ladder, and others, unwilling to lag behind, followed suit. In no time, they reached the riverbank, where a pungent scent of blood mingled with various foul odors, reminiscent of a meat grinder. Xiang Xue. Ye Feng was the first to scoop her up. She had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain, yet clutched tightly an object, a bamboo cup previously used by Ye Feng. A few survivors gradually emerged from the surrounding underbrush, bewildered as they gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground, momentarily lost in their surroundings, as if awakening from a nightmarish dream. They had been peacefully resting, only to be annihilated. Spare none clad in armor, eliminate them all. Ye Feng commanded Tuba, and Chen An understood, replied Chen An, who had relished the earlier slaughter on the mountain, devoid of any semblance of humanity. With that, he dashed into the thicket, only to stumble and fall onto the ground with a thud. He stumbled over a piece of intestine. My friends from the Gaoshan tribe, do you still remember me? I am Ye Feng. During that period, it was your meticulous care that allowed me to be reborn. Now, please accept my goodwill and come aboard my warship. I shall repay you in kind. Ye Feng held Xiang Xue in his arms and called out to the bewildered members of the Gaoshan tribe. Upon hearing his voice, they gradually gathered around him. The chieftain and the wise men of the tribe had all been mercilessly slain. Those capable of escaping to the hillside were mostly vigorous young individuals. Youth, however, often equates to inexperience, leaving them with no choice but to heed Ye Feng's words. At that moment, a man named Feng Yingzi approached. Are you the foreigner we took in? Although Feng Yingzi was exceptionally gifted, he was still quite young and lacked understanding of decorum. Once aboard the warship, he would need to be referred to as Feng Ku, as he would be the captain, akin to your chieftain. Chen An stepped forward at the opportune moment. Chen An, how can you speak like that? Ye Feng retorted. The Gaoshan tribe is my savior. Sound the whistle to bring the remaining 2 canoes over, and let all the brothers and sisters of the Gaoshan tribe board the warship. Ye Feng commanded. Understood, Brother Feng. Chen An placed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled toward the deck. Tuba spent an hour clearing the armored individuals from the shore, yet he continued to salvage, gathering some intact armor and weapons onto the canoe before setting off with his oars. Ye Feng had already ascended to the deck, gazing at the more than 100 members of the Gaoshan tribe, among whom a dozen or so were severely injured and receiving treatment from Chu Xue. Half of them bore minor wounds and were being bandaged by the indigenous women. Yet, Ye Feng noticed the expressions of fear and trepidation in their eyes. Some appeared restless, Brother Feng, the machine gun earlier was too fierce. It must have frightened them, Cheng Libin remarked to Ye Feng. Indeed, the power of that machine gun is astonishing. Not only these natives, but even I was taken aback. It is akin to a battlefield harvester. Even hiding behind stones would not spare one from its wrath. Ye Feng nodded, recognizing that the priority was to reassure the Gaoshan people. Brothers and sisters of the Gaoshan tribe, your tribe has been lost. Here's the deal. If you trust me, Ye Feng, you may reside on my warship, where I will provide you with stable work and protect you from the Yunshan tribe. Ye Feng spoke earnestly. All right, Ye Feng, we shall heed your words. Feng Yingzi replied with a nod. Chapter 300, arranged in a separate room. Old Sure. Let us work overtime tonight to prepare some delightful dishes for the brothers and sisters of the Yunshan tribe. Others, please assist in stopping the bleeding and bandaging the wounds. Ye Feng instructed everyone. Although only a remnant of the Yunshan tribe had escaped, their numbers still exceeded 200, slightly more than Ye Feng's own group. At this juncture, the warship was nearing a capacity of 400 individuals, effectively saturated. Therefore, Ye Feng did not plan to recruit more, but instead aimed to develop his own small society with the 400 people he had. First, we should steer the warship back to the Heishu River Basin, as its broad waterways provide a significant strategic advantage for docking. In contrast, this mountainous region poses a risk. Should some indigenous people prepare boulders atop the peaks, they could inflict devastating damage upon the crew as the vessel passes by. The Heishu River Basin is decidedly safer. Feng, while you were away, Susan struck me. Chen An hurriedly approached to report, noticing Susan had moved to the bow of the ship. Feng, during your absence, Susan has been enforcing a class hierarchy, making us toil on the shore while she remains at ease on the deck. Moments later, a throng gathered to voice their grievances. Even Cheng Libin joined in, claiming Susan compelled him to navigate the ship around the clock. Let us all be reasonable here. Susan, after all, is a woman, and with my disappearance, she must be feeling some emotional strain. Let us be understanding. Ye Feng quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, recognizing that it was his wife who had erred. That cannot stand. I believe we should strip Susan of her deputy position and assign her as a dedicated gunner instead. I think Mei Zi would be a more suitable deputy, suggested Chen An. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from behind. Chen An, what were you just saying? The sudden inquiry made Chen An's entire body tense as he slowly turned to face the source. There stood Susan, her expression dark and nearly frigid. Run. A group of people hastily fled, leaving only Ye Feng and Susan at the stern. What unflattering remarks were made about me just now? Susan inquired. Nothing. They were praising your leadership and speaking highly of you, Ye Feng firmly asserted, unwilling to betray his comrades, knowing it would lead to future inconveniences. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, a gentle smile graced Susan's face as she nestled closer into his embrace. Spare me. You truly are loyal. I have indeed been quite strict with them in your absence. I recognize that, but I simply could not help myself. Now that you are back, my spirits have lifted, and I shall make amends with them in the coming days, Susan replied softly. Thank you, Chen An. Ye Feng couldn't genuinely reproach Susan, as her transformation into a fierce figure stemmed from his own disappearance. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly lifted his gaze to the sky, for reasons unknown. He sensed an impending danger. Having survived numerous harrowing encounters, his instinct for peril had sharpened. What's wrong? Susan felt the tension in Ye Feng's embrace. Without uttering a word, Ye Feng released Susan, raised the machine gun, and aimed at the distant mountaintop. Whoosh! A large shadow descended from the peak, silent until it was but 20 meters from the deck, at which point it emitted a piercing sound. Everyone down. Ye Feng swiftly elevated the machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. 5 rounds erupted from the barrel. Swoosh! The enormous bird momentarily faltered, sweeping past the artillery platform. A wild man screamed as he was struck by the colossal creature, sent flying several meters before splashing into the river. Ye Feng forcefully twisted the gun barrel, once more aiming at the spot where the giant bird had departed. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fired thrice once more, causing the colossal bird to falter midair, yet its vitality proved remarkably resilient as it struggled to ascend and flee upstream. Quick! Retrieve the injured, commanded Ye Feng. Tuba shed his animal hide and leaped from the deck, which stood several meters high. In truth, from the moment the giant bird dove to the instant Ye Feng unleashed the cannon, and subsequently watched it take flight again, a mere 5 seconds elapsed. The indigenous people on the deck stood in stunned silence, mouths agape. Susan hastened towards the bow of the ship, positioning the machine cannon to target the azure sky. Meanwhile, Ye Feng lowered the machine gun at the stern and advanced step by step towards the artillery position. Blood from the fallen bird flowed abundantly across the ground, leading up to the cannon platform. Did you truly think I was an easy target? Ye Feng mused. He was certain he had struck the giant bird, but remained uncertain of the severity of its injuries. If he had merely hit a wing, it may only be grievously wounded. However, a shot to its torso would ensure it was either dead or gravely incapacitated. Mei Zi, Chen An, please arrange accommodations for our brethren from the Gaoshan tribe. From this moment forth, they should refrain from staying on deck at night and may only ascend during the day. Ye Feng instructed. Understood. They replied, guiding the individuals on deck below to the 5th level. There were 2 more levels above the deck, but they were largely unoccupied. Once winter arrived, those upper levels would become unbearably frigid. Brother Feng, Tuba reported, having rescued one of his tribesmen, though the man was gravely injured and likely beyond saving. Take him to Chu Xue. She must do her utmost to save him, Ye Feng said. Received, Tuba responded, carrying the wounded man away from the deck. Zhang Zicheng, Wang Zhihai, I need you both to listen. Starting today, there must be at least 10 individuals on duty on the deck each night. 4 of them will operate the machine guns in pairs, while the other 4 will stand watch from the cannon platform. Should a giant bird approach, they must immediately alert the gunners. The last 2 will be responsible for rotating shifts, Ye Feng declared. Brother Feng, did you not say only you, Sister Susan, and Sister Mei Zi could operate the machine guns? Wang Zhihai inquired. Circumstances have changed. That giant bird has set its sights on me, and I cannot ascertain the extent of its injuries. If it is only lightly wounded, it is bound to return. Until we confirm its demise, we must remain vigilant. Ye Feng replied, patting Wang Zhihai on the shoulder. I understand. The 2 promptly set about arranging the night watch. Previously, they had only occupied a secondary position in the hierarchy, but as the team expanded, their status naturally elevated, compelling Ye Feng to delegate authority. Susan remained at the bow, diligently manning the machine cannon, ever watchful of the skies. Ye Feng felt a sharp pain akin to needles in his kidneys and found himself reminiscing about the blissful days spent among the Gaoshan tribe. There, he had no worries. Merely lounging in a cave, quenching thirst with fresh water and satisfying hunger with meat, while engaging in delightful conversations with Xiang Xue. Xiang Xue. Ye Feng hastily made his way to the 4th level, only to find it filled with the indigenous people of the Ge tribe. He then proceeded to the 3rd level, where Chen An was busy overseeing the cleaning efforts of numerous Gaoshan tribesmen. Xiang Xue was assigned to a separate room under the dedicated care of Yang Li. Chapter 301. Being the leader is truly challenging. Has Xiang Xue remained in a state of unconsciousness? Ye Feng seated himself on Xiang Xue's bed, gently grasping her small hand. Indeed, her injuries extended beyond her eyes. An arrow had struck her back as well. Whether she would survive was left to the whims of fate, as Yang Li remarked. I understand. You must be tired. Please go rest. I will take care of her, Ye Feng said. Yes, Brother Feng. Yang Li nodded obediently and exited the room. During Ye Feng's absence, under Susan's stringent rule, everyone aboard the warship was exhausted, and Yang Li had visibly lost weight. While Susan managed effectively, she overlooked a crucial aspect. A team requires not only stability, but also comfort and joy for its members. Xiang Xue's eyes were shrouded in animal hide, and even in slumber, her expression bore great anguish. The near annihilation of her people coupled with her severe injuries was a double blow for her. Xiang Xue, I am here. I will remain by your side. Sleep well, and I shall avenge you. Ye Feng soothed her in the gentlest of tones. Indeed, he was resolute in his intent to seek vengeance for the Gaoshan tribe. After all, they had saved his life and tended to him with utmost care for a month in the cave. Without their help, he would have perished long ago. How could he consider himself human if he did not assist in avenging them? Xiang Xue, I am always here. Rest easy. Ye Feng reclined on the bed, gently embracing her petite form while occasionally patting her shoulder and hand. After a while, the pain on Xiang Xue's face faded, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes to find Xiang Xue stirring in his embrace. Ye Feng, is that you? I can smell your scent and feel your warmth. She inquired. Yes. Do you need to use the restroom? Ye Feng quickly rose from the bed. Yes, I cannot see. What about my brother's body? Xiang Xue asked again. Ye Feng slapped his forehead, The battle from the previous night had been so devastating that there had been no time for burial. It has already been taken care of. He was forced to lie. After assisting Chu Xue to the restroom, Ye Feng assigned Yang Li to attend to her personally, as he had other matters to address. He would be away from the warship for a month, and many things needed to be improved. Before long, the dining hall was filled with high-ranking officials, and Ye Feng, nursing his injuries, occupied the chairman's seat. Chen An, report on the quantity of charcoal. Brother Feng, we have none left. We are nearly out of charcoal, Chen An replied. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Susan, who bowed her head in shame. It seemed she was not suited for leadership. In just a month, she had depleted the most essential supplies without any reserves. Mei Zi, report on the food reserves, he continued. It's running low, with nearly 200 additional people. Our food will last just until tomorrow. The day after, we must hunt, she replied. Ye Feng's countenance darkened once more. Indeed, being a leader was no easy task. Was the warship repaired after it was penetrated by 3 giant crossbows? Ye Feng inquired further. Everyone lowered their heads, clearly lacking the time to make repairs. Very well. How is the sanitation aboard the warship? Ye Feng inquired once more. The crowd remained silent, heads bowed. It seemed the cleaning had not been done at all. At that moment, Zhang Zicheng suddenly interjected, eager for recognition. Brother Feng, I have invented a water heater. In the future, we can take hot showers on the second deck. Though we currently lack charcoal. Ah, very well. I shall acknowledge your contribution. Now, I will announce the order of tasks. After the meeting concluded, all personnel, except for the gunners, captain, and boiler workers, proceeded to the shore to gather timber and produce charcoal. We must at least create 20 tons of charcoal. Once we have the charcoal, we shall remain here for a week, after which we will dispatch 2 teams, led by Feng Ying, to search the mountaintops for sulfur stones. Being a local, he should know where such minerals can be found. After collecting a ton of sulfur stones, we will drift downstream to the northern part of the marsh to hunt, aiming to procure enough food for everyone for a month, and then head to Hot Spring Island. I presume Al Rayri and the others on the island have likely perished from starvation by now, don't you think? Upon finishing, Ye Feng glanced at Susan, who blushed again. During Ye Feng's absence, her management had been a complete disaster. Well, their demise is hardly lamentable, he continued. Upon reaching Hot Spring Island, those uninjured will continue producing charcoal. Chu Xue can further research whether sulfur stones can be transformed into compact and enduring fuel. Meanwhile, we will gather some urine nitrate and, in conjunction with sulfur charcoal, craft earth explosives. At this point, the men in the meeting room lit up with excitement. With bombs at their disposal, they need not conserve their resources and can confront adversaries with abandon. Unlike cannon ammunition, which diminishes with every shot, earth bombs are renewable resources. Tuba, bring forth the curved sabers you have collected, Ye Feng instructed. Tuba nodded and placed 3 curved sabers upon the conference table. Observe, this saber is of inferior quality, used by the Highlanders, containing many impurities within its iron. However, this one is utilized by the Yunshan warriors, exhibiting far fewer impurities and barely qualifying as quality steel. As he spoke, Ye Feng picked up the final curved saber. This blade, wielded by a beast fighter, boasts an exceptionally sharp edge with nearly no impurities in its iron. It appears the craftsmen of the Yunshan tribe have achieved a certain level of proficiency. Once we defeat the Yunshan tribe, others may be slain. But we must spare the craftsmen. Perhaps we can shorten the progression of civilization by a millennium. Concluding his remarks, Ye Feng then drew forth a German-made naval dagger, its quality vastly surpassing that of the 3 curved sabers. Given that the Yunshan tribe possesses skilled craftsmen, once we exhaust the cannon ammunition, I shall endeavor to create flintlock rifles. The craftsmanship of the barrels requires high standards. They must possess strength, hardness, toughness, and be perfectly straight. The craftsmen of the Ge tribe evidently fall short of the standards necessary for smelting gun barrels. If the powder detonates within a subpar barrel, it may explode on the spot. To produce quality barrels, the carbon content in the iron must be controlled between 0.2 and 0.02 in the realm of mold making. Collaboration between the civilized individuals and the craftsmen of the Yunshan tribe is imperative. Otherwise, mass production remains an elusive dream. This, of course, reflects Ye Feng's vision for the next 50 years. The creation of flintlock firearms is a formidable task, likely unattainable without a span of at least 30 years. The foundation must be laid through education, imparting knowledge of geometry, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It is akin to enrolling a cohort of indigenous children into school. A minimum of 30 years is required before they can master the techniques of a civilized society. Once they have grasped these principles, practical application will demand an extensive period of time as well. The meeting continued until noon, during which Ye Feng successfully delineated the overarching direction for the team's future endeavors. As the session concluded, he announced the end of the gathering, instructing everyone to prepare to disembark and commence the charcoal production. Chapter 302. Completely consumed. Chairman Ye Feng rose to his feet. The air resonated with the sound of flesh colliding against flesh as everyone fervently applauded, nearly wearing out their hands in the process. Look at that. Brother Feng's meetings are unparalleled. They are structured and purposeful. He has even mapped out our trajectory for the next 50 years. I can almost envision myself aboard a plane, deploying atomic bombs on a deserted island. Chen An exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, according to Brother Feng's theory, with black powder, we can forge steel. With quality steel, we can construct mechanized marvels such as tanks, cannons, machine guns, and even aircraft. Wang Zhihai chimed in, equally thrilled. Dream on, you too. That is merely a notion. With the industrial foundation present on this deserted island, producing an aircraft is a venture that would require no less than 200 years. By then, you too would have turned to dust, Cheng Libin interjected, unable to suppress his skepticism. As an engineer, he possessed a more profound understanding of industrial capabilities. Ye Feng's ambitious vision indeed seemed grand. He spoke of establishing a steel mill on the island, educating the indigenous people in literacy, constructing railways, and even producing tanks and airplanes, along with the development of airstrips. However, Cheng Libin recognized the sheer impossibility of such aspirations, at least within the lifetime of the next 5 generations. Unless they could live for centuries like tortoises, such dreams would remain just that, dreams. Never mind. I must not dampen Brother Feng's spirits. After all, his vision is commendable. Cheng Libin conceded with a resigned gesture. After lunch, Ye Feng personally led more than 200 individuals ashore. As the warship could not be mobilized, they resorted to logging amidst a landscape strewn with remnants of the deceased. Time passed slowly, yet their lumbering efforts proceeded smoothly. Deep within the mountains, enveloped in mist, a colossal peak had been cleaved in two, with a vast encampment established at its base. The camp housed at least 100 structures, with soldiers frequently entering and exiting, heading towards the mountainside. Along the rugged mountain path, indigenous individuals, bare-chested, bore heavy stones on their backs, trudging laboriously towards the north. Among them were overseers, akin to taskmasters, who periodically lashed the miners with whips. Move swiftly, a great calamity approaches. Hurry and transport the stones back, commanded one overseer, striking a miner with a fierce whip. In the frigid depths of winter, the miner toiled bare-chested, undeterred by the cold, for he bore the immense weight of 200 pounds of stone upon his back. The laborious task rendered him flushed with heat, his skin glistening with sweat. Hey, who permitted you to rest? A guard lashed out with his whip, striking a male miner. The miner lost his footing and began to slide perilously down the 500-meter slope. In a moment of desperation, he cast the stones from his back, managing to regain his balance. With a thunderous crash, the 200 pounds of stone shattered upon hitting the valley floor. You wretched highland barbarian. Do you have any notion of the value of that stone? Pull him up. Beat him mercilessly. A group of 5 or 6 overseers dragged the miner back, pummeling him until he coughed up blood, only ceasing their assault when commanded. Don't kill him. The high priest has decreed that the sanctuary tower must be completed within a year. We cannot afford to waste miners. One overseer interjected. Indeed, you. Go fetch another stone from the back. If you fall again, you may as well forfeit your life, the overseer added, delivering a vicious kick. These stones had been meticulously hewn by craftsmen, each piece precisely measured to align with the specifications of the pyramid. Dimensions were strictly enforced. At the foot of the mountain, within a wooden cabin, Harold sat in a chair while 2 women tended to the wounds on his legs. Master Beast Trainer. Are there truly such formidable experts among the Highland tribe? One who could shatter your legs? A soldier stood beside Harold, the chief responsible for this mining site. Why sure, having failed my mission, I dare not return. You must personally visit the tribe and steal the holy water from the high priest. It is said that with the holy water, even shattered legs can heal, and blinded eyes can once again behold the sun. If you assist me in this endeavor, I shall repay you in the future, Harold said, his visage pale and frail. Ah, Master Beast Trainer, you wish for me to steal the High Priest's holy water? But the High Priest is so powerful. Do you truly believe I stand a chance? Huasher's countenance turned ashen, and he instinctively recoiled several steps. Huasher, your position as the chief of this quarry was secured due to my recommendation. This vast quarry provides you with ample benefits. Is it too much to ask for your assistance now? Harold's frustration was palpable. If I were to repay you in another manner, I would gladly do so. However, to steal the High Priest's holy water is an endeavor doomed to failure. Even if I succeeded, discovery would lead to the execution of my entire family. Huasher implored. Kneeling in desperation, Harold recognized the extremity of his request and sought a compromise. Very well, I am aware that you have many loyal thralls. Could you not arrange for them to undertake the theft? Harold suggested. That is also unfeasible. The High Priest is all-knowing. Should my name be implicated, my family would face annihilation. Huasher resolutely shook his head. It seems I must return to the tribe myself, hoping that my past contributions will spare me from the wrath of the great Beast Master. Harold sighed deeply. Indeed, you have previously vanquished a 7th-tier tribe. The great Beast Master will surely not hold you accountable. I will arrange for you to be carried back immediately. Huasher exhaled in relief, hastily adding, yes, please make the arrangements. Harold spoke with resignation, yet a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. It had been the 10th day, and he had yet to discern how the formidable adversaries aboard the grand vessel had rendered him crippled. All he had witnessed were peculiar projectiles being launched from the warship, resembling spears but shorter in length, which detonated upon impact. Such terrifying prowess was beyond what even the chieftain could achieve, and the sheer stamina required for such rapid weaponry deployment was unfathomable. Brother Feng, the final batch of charcoal has been returned to the hold. You must hurry back. Chen An called out, raising his voice on the deck. Ye Feng nodded and boarded the last canoe. Over the course of 11 days, they had constructed 300 pits. Though regrettably, 100 of those were deemed substandard. The remaining 200 yielded a meager 20 tons of charcoal, sufficient for their vessel to traverse 300 kilometers. Upon reaching the deck, Ye Feng patted the shoulders of his comrades. You have all worked diligently. Yet the fish in this region have been thoroughly consumed by our nearly 400 men. We must venture downstream to fish. Brother Feng, you have truly borne the brunt of the toil. Brother Feng, we shall heed your counsel. As one of the natives spoke, he suddenly clutched his chest and began to cough violently. Amidst his coughing, he reached out as if grasping at the air. This is dire. He has contracted the goo worm disease. Everyone recoiled a few steps, astonished by the sight of the native. Chapter 303. An overwhelming attraction. The native managed to utter 2 words before collapsing onto the floor, his pupils dilating at an alarming rate. Ye Feng shuddered, instinctively stepping back. A worm, as thick as a noodle, emerged from the native's nostril. This creature bore no eyes, no nose, nor mouth parts, and its body was significantly bulkier than the goo worms he had previously encountered, which had been as fine as a hair's breadth. As the first goo worm wriggled free, a second and third soon followed. In an instant, dozens of these worms crawled out from the native's nostrils, ears, eyes, and mouth. Quick, burn them. Chen An urgently threw a torch. Upon contact with the flames, the goo worms instantly curled up into a mass, rapidly losing their vitality. Yet, one worm swiftly slithered down the deck and plopped into the river with a splash. 100 men stood in stunned silence, their expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. They felt no fear in confronting ferocious beasts, yet the unknown nature of this affliction sent shivers down their spines, raising goosebumps on their skin. Ye Feng felt no different. Susan, was it not said that no one contracts illnesses upon reaching the mountainous regions? Ye Feng spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. I do not know. Perhaps the longer the incubation period, the more violently it erupts, leaving us no chance for treatment, Susan replied softly. In the past, there had been individuals afflicted with goo worm disease, yet there was still time for intervention. Now, however, this disease displayed no prior signs during its incubation, and once it manifested, it was invariably fatal. Chu Xue, how do we prevent this disease? Ye Feng searched for Chu Xue among the crowd. We must first examine the corpse before it is cremated. After speaking, Chu Xue fashioned a mask from a piece of beast hide and gradually crouched down. She began by dissecting the abdomen of the indigenous man, from which only a small trickle of blood emerged. Moments later, Chu Xue utilized her tools to extract the man's entrails, rinsing them thoroughly with water. Feng Ge, this individual's innards are riddled with numerous small holes, likely gnawed by larvae. By the way, when you first encountered him, did you notice any peculiarities about his complexion? Chu Xue inquired, turning to the others. One of the indigenous people stepped forward, affirming, indeed, there was something amiss. I was working alongside him at the time. He kept expressing his thirst, consuming copious amounts of water, yet he did not relieve himself. His complexion was quite abnormal, devoid of any color, appearing ashen and lifeless. His speech also seemed strange, unlike his usual composed manner. In recent days he has been uttering nonsensical phrases, almost as if he were making bizarre sounds rather than speaking. Upon hearing the indigenous man's account, Chu Xue nodded and turned to Ye Feng. Feng Ge, in the future, anyone who incessantly drinks water yet does not urinate should be isolated. Those displaying erratic behavior must also be quarantined. I shall personally examine them. Understood, Ye Feng replied promptly. Feeling equally lost in this situation and willing to heed Chu Xue's directives. Oh dear, I suddenly feel quite thirsty, Chen An remarked, seizing the nearby water jug to gulp down its contents. At that moment, hundreds of wary gazes fixated upon him. Those nearest to Chen An instinctively retreated a few steps, while one individual even brandished a weapon. After quenching his thirst, Chen An resumed his position, standing obediently. 5 minutes elapsed before Wang Zhihai could no longer contain himself. Chen An, don't you need to relieve yourself? Not at all. I still feel a bit parched, Chen An replied, once again embracing the water jug. Goodness. Keep your distance from him. With a clatter, a wide berth formed around Chen An as everyone regarded him with trepidation. Ha ha ha, look how frightened you all are. I merely thought the atmosphere was too tense and wanted to lighten the mood. Chen An chuckled, clutching his stomach. This is troubling. Even his manner of speaking seems odd. He has indeed contracted the larvae disease, Wang Zhihai remarked. Chen An's expression darkened. Wang Zhihai stopped spouting nonsense. I said I was merely trying to ease the tension. What should we do, Feng Ge? Wang Zhihai turned directly to Ye Feng. Bind him up and confine him on the second level. We shall monitor his condition daily. Ye Feng declared solemnly. Please, I truly have not contracted the larvae disease. Ultimately, Chen An was taken away, his face a picture of reluctance. Feng Ge, should we still proceed downstream? Tuba inquired. Given the ferocity of the larvae disease in the mountainous regions, would it possibly be milder in the Heishu River Basin? Ye Feng posed the question to Chu Xue, the expert in this field. I cannot say for certain, but it is worth attempting, Chu Xue replied. Very well, Lao Cheng. Make a U-turn. We shall head towards the Heishu River Basin, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Right away, Cheng Li Bin responded, swiftly maneuvering the ship, with plumes of thick smoke billowing from its stern. In the mountainous regions, although the trees do not reach the towering heights of those in the Black Tree River Basin, their dense wood lends itself to the production of high-quality charcoal that burns efficiently. Perhaps, this 20 tons of timber could enable the warship to traverse 400 kilometers. What are you all doing on the deck? Ye Feng inquired, glancing at the others. The deck offers ample space and fresh air, making it less likely for us to contract any illness, Ding Tuan Tuan replied. However, remaining on the deck exposes you to the cold, which forces your immune system to work harder, ultimately diminishing your resilience. Return to the warmth of the dining hall. Leave 10 individuals on deck for watch duty, while the rest accompany me back to the dining area. With that, Ye Feng took the lead towards the dining hall. Yet, with 400 people present, the dining area could hardly accommodate them. Why is everyone crowded back into the dining hall? Ye Feng sighed, exasperated by the natives' lack of understanding. Fortunately, Wang Zhihai displayed some sense and directed a portion of the group back to their dormitories. Let's light the stoves around the dining hall. There's no need for everyone to be so tense. Let's relax a little. Ye Feng forced a smile, aware that humans are prone to illness in anxious environments. By the way, I have a story to share with you all today. However, if I do not finish, you mustn't punish me. Once again, Wang Zhihai stepped forward, proving himself reliable in crucial moments. The tale began with Wu Song arriving at Jingyang Ridge, when suddenly darkness enveloped him and an overwhelming drowsiness took hold. He fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the startled birds took flight, and a foul wind swept through the nearby grass. The male natives gathered around, their necks craned in eager anticipation as they listened to the storytelling. Wang Zhihai's narrative possessed a captivating power over the men, as he masterfully created an atmosphere of suspense, drawing nearly all the natives into the tale. Of course, Feng Yingzi remained unaffected, for he was far beyond the threat of a tiger. Nevertheless, The segment of Wusong battling the tiger held immense allure for the ordinary natives. Meanwhile, Tuan Tuan began her own performance. Chapter 304, When You Cannot Fight. You Can Run. Xiao Yanjiang did nothing, yet Mianjiang held a deep affection for him. However, Fiangyang was enamored with Mianjiang, striving to win her favor. Yet she scarcely spared him a glance. I find Fiangyang to be quite pitiable. If I were Mianjiang, I would undoubtedly fall for him, Tuan Tuan remarked, wiping away tears. When she glanced up, she noticed that her audience had grown drowsy, with a few even snoring. Humph. Tuan Tuan placed her hands on her hips. Allow me to share a story with you all, a tale of rural love. He. You understand. Since Wang Shaju had suffered a head injury from a village bully, he had remained in a daze, reliant on his sister-in-law for meals and bathing. Yet one day, Wang Shaju suddenly regained consciousness and discovered his sister-in-law changing clothes right before him. She, believing him to be a fool, had always changed in front of him. But today was different. Faced with his sister-in-law's smooth and unadorned figure, Shaju could no longer restrain himself. Wang Zhihai was engrossed in his storytelling when he realized that the audience had all migrated to Ye Feng's side. Continue, what did Shaju do next? A native eagerly inquired, stretching his neck in anticipation. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the unfolding situation. Ye Feng spoke with a grave demeanor. What? The indigenous people erupted in fury. Why would someone knock at this moment? This is most inopportune. That wretched knocker, I shall make him pay. Ye Feng offered a faint smile as a strikingly beautiful woman entered the room. It was the village chief, akin to your female leader. She was tall, with porcelain skin, radiating health, the object of desire for all. Astonishingly, she entered without any garments. Brother Feng, come on, continue. Tell us more about this village chief, or rather, the village matron. The recently extinguished fire among the indigenous people was rekindled by Ye Feng's tantalizing storytelling. He skillfully spun his narrative, crafting 5 chapters, 4 of which were mere reproductions. However, upon reaching the 6th chapter, he realized that his audience had been whisked away by Wang Zhihai. Jin Lian, ever insatiable, ventured to Wang Po's shop, only to find the door closed, with a handsome young official invited inside. Goodness, this fellow has unveiled a trump card. It's no wonder I faltered. Both Ye Feng and Wang Zhihai launched their respective masterpieces, vying for the attention of the indigenous people, resulting in an atmosphere thick with male hormones in the restaurant. Ultimately, Wang Zhihai triumphed. All listeners gravitated towards him, leaving Ye Feng with an empty venue, compelling him to hastily conclude and join Wang Zhihai's throng of admirers. The ship sailed smoothly downstream as laughter and merriment filled the air. Ye Feng noticed that after 3 hours, not a single person had succumbed to illness, suggesting that such delightful relaxation could indeed bolster one's immunity. A small dog lay snoozing in the corner. Having learned from a previous incident, Ye Feng had refrained from chaining it again. Just then, the dog abruptly lifted its large, silly head, its ears perked up, directing its gaze towards the shore. Whimpering, the little dog dashed to Ye Feng, bouncing anxiously and nudging its nose towards the land. Are you hungry? Ye Feng pressed its head down. Whimpering again, the dog seized Ye Feng's leather garment and attempted to tug him towards the deck. Once on the deck, the little dog barked incessantly at the shore. Tuan Tuan, take the little dog back. Susan, you stay. Ye Feng calmly observed the shoreline, stealthily approaching the cannon, gradually adjusting its aim. Susan, sensing something amiss, moved to the bow to man another cannon. The trees in the mountainous regions were relatively low, yet robust. They were far sturdier than that found in tropical rainforests. Brother Feng, is there something on the shore? Tuba inquired cautiously. It seems so. The little dog just sounded the alarm. Animals possess a heightened sense of awareness compared to humans, having evolved in a world governed by survival of the fittest. With that, Ye Feng cast his gaze once more towards the shore. The cold wind swayed the trees, as if something were poised to burst forth from the thicket. At that moment, a man clad in coarse linen lay concealed among the banyan branches, his gaze fixated intently on the imposing warship. He is indeed Mohidu, yet at this moment, his arm is severed at the shoulder. Damn it, I have lost an arm. Only the holy water from the high priest can restore it. With this thought, Mohidu gritted his teeth and maneuvered past the warship, heading deep into the mountains. This time, he was determined to take a gamble, to see if the chieftain would execute him. As long as he lived, there remained a chance to obtain the holy water. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Ye Feng finally set down the machine gun. He believed that even if something lurked along the shore, the warship had already traversed 5 kilometers downstream. No creature, no matter how formidable, could possibly pursue the vessel right beneath his nose. This is the advantage of mobility. When one cannot fight, one can flee. Just then, boom. Susan fired a cannon towards the shore. What was happening? Ye Feng grabbed the machine gun once more, his gaze fixated on the coastline. A tremendous roar echoed, and the trees quivered as a massive shadow fled into the distance. Ye Feng's eyes widened. The creature that had just risen stood nearly 10 meters tall, its body cloaked in thick, black fur. What kind of beast was that? Tuba gaped, drool escaping his mouth. I don't know. It resembled a colossal gorilla, akin to something from a movie. This creature is not to be trifled with, agile and robust. It could easily leap onto the deck with a single bound, wreaking havoc. Ye Feng spoke gravely, reinforcing his resolve to leave the mountainous region. In the dense, dark forest, the enormous beast advanced with labored steps, its abdomen oozing copious amounts of blood, nearly staining the ground crimson. Susan's earlier cannon shot had struck true, piercing its belly and even spilling its intestines. As it ventured deeper into the woods, it struggled to ascend the mountain. At that moment, another great shadow descended from the peak and embraced it. Roar. The one that embraced it was also a mighty gorilla. They had inhabited this place for generations. During the sweltering summer, their internal temperatures would soar, rendering them incapable of vigorous movement, lest it lead to rapid decay of their innards. However, as the temperature began to drop, they could move more freely. Ultimately, the smaller gorilla closed its eyes and perished in the embrace of its kin. Ye Feng clamped his hands over his ears on the deck. In contrast, Tuba crouched on the ground, clutching his head tightly. The force of that roar had nearly sent his brain into a frenzy. Chapter 305. As long as you do not act recklessly, you will not be harmed. Old chum. Do not conserve fuel. Swiftly depart from the mountainous region, Ye Feng commanded. Chen An nodded and pulled the rope 5 times in quick succession. The warship's speed, combined with the current, surged to an impressive 8 knots. The mountains on either side rapidly receded from Ye Feng's view. Peering over the railing, he soon spotted a solitary peak, the very place where he had been carried by the giant bird. Stop the ship, Ye Feng shouted loudly, for the cacophony at the stern necessitated his raised voice for Chen An to hear. The warship ceased its advance. Yet its formidable inertia propelled it forward for nearly a kilometer before it gradually came to a halt. Tuba, summon the wind shadow, and have him select 20 robust warriors from the highland tribe. We shall proceed to the shore to collect sulfur stones, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of 22 individuals arrived ashore in a canoe. The temperature at the foot of the mountain hovered around -5 or 6 degrees. Wind Shadow will search for sulfur stones at the mountain's base. Once found, he will place them in the leather pouch. These stones hold significant value, Ye Feng remarked. Very well, Ye Feng, Wind Shadow nodded. As the mightiest warrior of the Highland tribe, he harbored a sense of pride that prevented him from addressing Ye Feng as brother. However, this mattered little. Ye Feng sought no dominion over them, but merely wished to repay the Highland tribe for their life-saving assistance. Ye Feng and Tuba joined the search party. This solitary peak was indeed a deadly mountain, abundant with sulfur stones at its base. Within an hour, Ye Feng had filled a leather bag to the brim. Although sulfur stones resembled ordinary rocks, their distinctive pungent odor set them apart. The others also gathered a considerable amount of sulfur stones, depositing them into 3 canoes. A Feng, it's time to return. We've amassed half a ton of sulfur stones, Susan urged from the deck, concerned for Ye Feng's injuries. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded, leading the group back to the canoe. I shall test the sulfur stones, Chu Xue approached, striking 1 stone to shatter it, then grinding it into powder with a metal tool before placing it into a leather pouch. After just a few rubs, smoke began to emanate from the pouch. Excellent. This sulfur stone is of high purity. With the addition of charcoal and saltpeter, we can concoct explosives. However, the proportions will require meticulous study, Chu Xue stated. Chu Xue, I entrust this matter entirely to you. You may freely utilize the civilized individuals aboard the warship, Ye Feng replied joyfully, as long as they could produce earth explosives. A continuous supply of firepower would be assured, paving the way for dominance over the entire deserted island in the future. Brother Feng, where should we store these sulfur stones? They are volatile minerals, and prolonged contact with them may lead to cancer, Chu Xue inquired further. Let us place them on the upper 2 decks, Ye Feng indicated upward. At that moment, he squinted towards the edge of the forest along the shore. There stood a woman, accompanied by 2 spectral children. Is it her? Ye Feng exclaimed with delight, signaling Susan discreetly. Susan hurried to the stern, aiming the cannon at Duo Yanhina. At that moment, Duo Yanhina appeared pale, her belly swollen like a winter melon. Beside her stood the 2 spectral children, one with golden hair and the other a tall shadow, obscured by a mask that concealed their face. Ye Feng, I am with child. Duo Yanhina hesitated before finally uttering the words. Buzz. Ye Feng's mind reeled, as if the entire world had been turned upside down. In truth, he had already engaged with several women aboard the warship, yet none had shown signs of pregnancy. For days, he had been plagued by doubts regarding his own fertility. However, upon hearing Duo Yanhina's words, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Feng, do not heed her words, simply eliminate her. Susan's chest rose and fell with anxiety as she cast a cold glare at Duo Yanhina. Wait, her belly is indeed swollen. And according to the Gay tribe's customs, the high priestess is forbidden from promiscuity, yet I have truly been with her just once. Ye Feng halted Susan's protests and turned his gaze back to Duo Yanhina. His heavy breaths nearly suffocated him. If Duo Yanhina were genuinely carrying his child, what would that signify? High priestess, are you certain that the child within you is mine? Though Ye Feng maintained a facade of composure, the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Am I, Ye Feng, to have a child? To have descendants? Ye Feng, I currently lack sustenance. You must provide food for me to nourish the child. Despite her plea, Duo Yanhina's tone remained icy. You wouldn't be plotting something again, would you? Ye Feng hesitated, his gaze fixed intently on Duo Yanhina. He recognized the injured golden retriever that had once attacked him, yet his primary concern was the child within Duo Yanhina. Choosing to overlook that detail. What else can I do? You have so many, yet I have but one. Would you truly fear a single woman? Duo Yanhina replied coldly. I apologize, but allowing you on deck, even if I trust you, others will not. I must come ashore to examine your belly, Ye Feng stated. Duo Yanhina fell silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ye Feng at the shore, seemingly acquiescent. Do not go, Feng Gu. The high priestess possesses many strategies. If you approach, you may find yourself ensnared, Susan cautioned as she approached. Feng, allow me to go. You are indispensable and should not place yourself in peril. Brother Yi, let me accompany you, Ding Tuan Tuan chimed in. However, Ye Feng firmly rejected their pleas. No, some matters require my personal attention. I need only to touch her belly. If it is indeed my flesh and blood, I shall know without question. Do not ask why, I simply will. In the end, they could not sway Ye Feng's determination. Susan watched the canoe glide toward the shore, her heart heavy with a mix of sorrow and longing, her head spinning. As Ye Feng paddled closer to Duo Yanhina, his heart raced almost to the point of escape from his chest. It had been months since their last encounter, and truth be told, he found himself reminiscing fondly about that moment. In terms of physique, appearance, and demeanor, Duo Yanhina was unparalleled in Ye Feng's experience. Frankly, even Susan and Yumi could not compare, overshadowed by her brilliance. This woman seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling any man who encountered her to yearn to worship her. The golden retriever gave a low growl, as if to warn Ye Feng, tightening his chest with apprehension as he hesitated on the canoe. It won't attack me, will it? Ye Feng inquired. Just don't act recklessly, and it won't harm you, Duo Yanhina said, gazing indifferently at Ye Feng. Chapter 306. Are there any wounds on her skin? Yet, this was merely her exterior. Internally, she harbored conflicting emotions towards Ye Feng. No matter the circumstances, Ye Feng was her first man, an unforgettable memory etched in her life. At last, Ye Feng set foot on solid ground, yet he clutched his rifle tightly, with but 3 bullets remaining. May I touch your belly? As long as the child within is mine, I shall certainly know, Ye Feng remarked, his heart racing as he observed Duo Yanhina's abdomen. I am the high priestess. I do not deceive. This truly is your child. You are providing me with provisions for the winter, fulfilling your father's duty. By the coming spring, you need not concern yourself. I will raise him alone, she asserted. Duo Yanhina shook her head, but the golden-haired man stepped forward, shielding her. No, this is your child, as well as mine. We indeed have enmity, but I must ensure his well-being until his birth. After that, he cannot accompany you. He shall stay with me. My warship offers a splendid environment for him to thrive. What about you? Will you have him dwell among the natives in a pigsty? Ye Feng stepped forward resolutely, confronting the golden-haired man. At this moment, retreat was not an option. I have stated, you will provide winter provisions for me, and I shall raise the child myself. Duoyin Haina insisted, prompting the golden-haired man to advance once more. Do not compel me. Ye Feng raised his rifle. However, in the next instant, Duoyin Haina suddenly drew a stone dagger, aiming it at her own belly. If you refuse to provide food, I shall die regardless. It would be better to end it swiftly. I ask you one last time, will you provide food? Duoyin Haina's gaze was resolute, and Ye Feng sensed that she was not one to jest. She would follow through on her words. Moreover, standing so close to her, he was nearly certain that the child within her was indeed his own. No, I will provide food for you, but, after he is born, will I be able to see him? Ye Feng hastily lowered his rifle. Duoyin Haina's expression remained impassive as her wrist suddenly trembled. A trickle of blood flowed down her abdomen. No, I will give you food. Do not harm my child. Ye Feng quickly stepped back, shouting towards the deck, Mei Zi, send a canoe with provisions at once. It must be of the finest quality. Hurry. Mei Zi was taken aback, casting a questioning glance at Susan. Do as instructed. Susan managed to squeeze out the words through clenched teeth. While she had previously feigned jealousy over Ye Feng's liaisons with other women, it was never genuine. She was aware of her own beauty, unmatched aboard the warship. Yet, confronted with the high priestess on the shore, she felt an unfamiliar sense of inadequacy. In terms of figure, appearance, and skin, she was utterly eclipsed. What she found most unbearable was the high priestess's calm demeanor amidst turmoil. If she were a man, she too would become an ardent admirer of the high priestess. Some women are simply born to be worshipped. Defying this truth is futile. Ultimately, an entire canoe laden with provisions was delivered to the shore. As Tuba was about to unload the supplies, a shadowy figure stepped forward, effortlessly hoisting the half-ton load onto its back. This sight filled Ye Feng with trepidation. What manner of creature was this? Was its strength not a touch monstrous? The golden-haired one also advanced, shouldering the remaining food. Let us go, Duoyin Haina instructed the two beings, without bidding farewell to Ye Feng. Watching their retreating figures, Ye Feng could not help but pursue them a few steps, his heart a tempest of uncertainty. Eventually, the trio vanished into the woods. Brother Feng, let us return. Once she gives birth, she will surely require sustenance, and who knows how long this winter may linger. I believe she will return for provisions within 5 months. There will always be opportunities to meet your child, Tuba urged. Thank you, Tuba, your words have rekindled my hope, Ye Feng replied, glancing back multiple times as he boarded the canoe. Even seated within, his gaze remained fixed upon the shoreline. Ever since arriving on this desolate island and having his encounter with the first woman, Ye Feng had been plagued by self-doubt, questioning whether, despite his strength, he lacked the ability to procreate. Yet Duoyin Haina had conceived his child. Could it be that only the high priestess's constitution was capable of bearing the offspring of Ye Feng? Were others incapable? The thought ignited a fervor within him. He longed to bring the high priestess back to the warship and indulge in a blissful life with a wife and child. As for Duoyin Haina's past transgressions, he no longer desired to dwell on them. After all, every individual harbors their own selfish desires, and Ye Feng was no exception. The warship continued downstream, swiftly emerging from the mountain's embrace into a landscape where grassland met forest, where numerous animals grazed on the scant remaining grass. Should winter extend, it was likely that many of these herbivores would perish, with only the strongest surviving until spring. Regardless, these creatures were destined to die. Tuba, gather some elite men and accompany me ashore, Ye Feng commanded. With the highland tribes still numbering 200 in their scant attire, he needed to hunt more hides, while the meat could serve as a reserve of sustenance. As he set foot on this bounteous land, Ye Feng's gaze suddenly shifted to the opposite bank. With a splash, a colossal python, adorned with intricate patterns, erupted from the water, propelling itself toward the deck. This is not good, Ye Feng exclaimed, knocking 5 arrows to his bow. Yet, the arrows failed to pierce the thick hide of the serpent. Susan, it is behind you, Ye Feng shouted as he sprinted toward the warship. Although the machine guns were stationed on the deck, they could not reach below. Only once the python had ascended could they be employed. The serpent possessed an astonishing grip, clinging to the smooth surface of the warship. In mere moments, its head emerged. A brave native charged forward, spear poised to strike. Thud! The native was swallowed whole. The serpent's head, as large as a water tank, suddenly gaped open, spewing forth a torrent of black liquid. This is dire. The wind shadow was startled, transforming into a fleeting silhouette that dragged Susan behind the cannon. Unfortunately, the other indigenous people behind him were not so fortunate. The moment their skin came into contact with the venom, it began to corrode. Agonizing screams echoed as a dozen natives writhed desperately on the deck. Susan forcefully pushed Wind Shadow away and swiftly took aim at the colossal serpent's head with the cannon. Boom! In an instant, the serpent's head exploded into a mist of crimson. Its massive body writhed before plummeting into the water, nearly staining a 20-meter radius of the river red. Chu Xue, come quickly to save them, Susan shouted into the distance. At that moment, Ye Feng had already ascended the rope ladder to the deck. He rushed over to embrace Susan and checked her skin for any injuries. Chapter 307, starting the cleanup here. A phone. I'm fine, truly. Please, do not worry. Susan reassured him. Then I can breathe a sigh of relief, Ye Feng replied, his gaze shifting to the horrifying scene on the deck. Those who had been corroded were left with mangled bodies, and the areas directly hit by the venom had turned into stark white bones. Moreover, the venom was capable of infiltrating the bloodstream. In no time, a dozen natives fell silent, providing no opportunity for Chu Xue to render aid. Damn it! You've killed so many of my people. Tuba, prepare the hooks. We shall retrieve its carcass, fashion clothing from its skin, and boil its flesh into snake soup for all to share, Ye Feng declared through gritted teeth. Understood, Brother Feng, Tuba nodded, releasing 2 hooks. This giant python weighed at least 6 or 7 tons, and its skin could yield clothing for 100 people due to its thickness, which allowed it to be divided into many layers. After a while, with the combined effort of over 100 people, the headless body of the giant serpent was finally hoisted aboard. Ye Feng picked up a German-made dagger and approached the serpent's vital point. 5 minutes later, he extracted a fist-sized crystal core, quickly concealing it, for 2 pairs of eager eyes were fixed upon it, by Chu Xue and Cheng Libin, both having tasted its sweetness before. Cut the meat into portions. Sure. Put in some effort today to process all this snake meat, but be cautious of the parasites within, Ye Feng instructed before quietly heading to the cabin with the crystal core. A glance back revealed Cheng Libin and Chu Xue following him at a leisurely pace. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He had intended to keep the crystal core for himself, especially since his wounds were severe. If he consumed it alone, it might restore him to peak condition. Upon entering Chu Xue's laboratory, the 3 exchanged glances and simultaneously locked the door. As per our usual agreement, we shall divide it into 3 portions. But I will take half, and the remaining half will be split between you 2, Ye Feng stated. No problem. Having something to divide is already fortunate, Cheng Libin nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at the crystal core. However, Chu Xue shook her head. You can have my share. You are our leader. Ye Feng was taken aback by Chu Xue's understanding, feeling a pang of guilt, for he had initially intended to keep it all for himself. Cheng Libin felt a flush of embarrassment. Chu Xue was so considerate that if he did not make a concession, it would be rather ungracious. Brother Feng, you should take this crystal pill alone. Your injury is quite severe, and perhaps after consuming it, you will be completely healed, Cheng Libin said with an awkward smile. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Ye Feng feigned reluctance before ultimately consuming the crystal pill. However, he could not swallow it all at once and had to take it in portions. A powerful surge of warmth spread within Ye Feng's body, simultaneously causing his wound to itch unbearably, as if it were rapidly regenerating flesh. Cheng Libin, feeling slighted, could only sulk on the deck, hoping to find another crystal pill among the snake meat. Chu Xue remained vigilantly by Ye Feng's side. Brother Feng, how are you feeling? She inquired. I feel an intense itch at the wound. I can't help but want to scratch it. Ye Feng struggled to restrain his right hand, nearly giving in to the urge. No, please don't scratch. Otherwise, the wound will fester. Just wait a few days, and it will heal. By the way, I've missed you so much these days, Chu Xue said, suddenly pulling down the beast's skin slightly. Ye Feng gulped as he glanced at his trousers. After all, he was still a young man. Despite his severe injury, he managed to stand. Yet, he understood that wasting energy would impede the healing process. Chu Xue, let us postpone this for now. It's really not the right time, Ye Feng replied. All right, how about you warm your hand in my embrace for a moment? Chu Xue suggested, gently placing Ye Feng's hand into her warm clasp. An hour later, both emerged from the laboratory, their faces tinged with crimson. After the incident with the strange beasts, Ye Feng was cautious not to linger by the shore, instead diligently fishing aboard the warship. Fortunately, a cold front had driven most of the fish upstream to the northern marsh, ensuring that each net cast yielded an abundance of fish and shrimp. The Highlander tribe had never encountered such a bounty and began consuming the fish raw. Take it slow. There are plenty of fish in this stretch of water. Eating like this is sheer waste. Chen An had been released. He had not contracted the parasite disease, merely a false alarm. The warship lingered upstream for about 3 days, during which 2 more strange beasts were spotted, but they were too distant for Ye Feng to risk wasting ammunition. 3 days later, the warship descended the river towards Hot Spring Island. In the temporary encampment of the Ge tribe downstream, the forest had been fortified into towering walls, with only a few narrow gates for passage. Some Ge warriors perched atop the walls, clutching bows and arrows, their lips chapped from the cold, their faces gaunt and skeletal from hunger. Outside the walls, a multitude of vengeful children wandered aimlessly, occasionally casting venomous glances at the Ge tribesmen atop the walls. Without the Great Priestess's guidance, they had descended into chaos. Where has the Great Priestess gone? Why hasn't she returned? If she doesn't come back, we dare not leave the walls. Indeed, our provisions are dwindling. The white meat we consumed yesterday seemed to belong to Liyun, 2 natives remarked, fear flickering in their eyes. Finally, the warship returned to Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng stood upon the deck, casting a glance at the island's grim state, unable to suppress the urge to close his eyes. The entire Hot Spring Island was strewn with corpses. Some had grotesquely enlarged, while others floated lifelessly upon the water's surface. At that moment, I did not ponder much. Susan murmured softly, guilt etched across her face. After all, it was due to her blunder that these 30 laborers had been starved to death, their fate utterly tragic. True, they were adversaries. Yet ALRI and the others had also contributed labor. They shared a bond of cooperation. No more words. Tuba, Alba. You each take 20 individuals and accompany me ashore to commence the grim task of clearing the bodies. We shall personally lay the foundations of our new home. Ye Feng declared. Understood. Both replied with a nod. Alba's expression revealed a hint of reluctance. These were, after all, his kin. The canoe finally transported the 41 souls to the island. As Ye Feng beheld the scattered corpses upon the ground, he noted several that were dismembered. The reason for such mutilation all too clear to the group. After a brief walk of 2 minutes, they arrived beside the hot spring, where 7 or 8 bodies were shockingly submerged in the 10-meter-wide pool. Fortunately, the spring continually gushed forth, preventing the water from becoming a morbid stew. Let us begin our efforts here, Ye Feng said, lowering himself to the task, oblivious to the 2 nostrils surfacing from the water. Chapter 308. A powerful beginning first. We must dispose of the bodies. I shall indulge in a bath afterward. Chen An, once the armor on my body has softened, please assist me with a back scrub. Ye Feng instructed, tossing the last body out of the spring. Certainly, Brother Feng, I excel at back scrubbing, Chen An eagerly replied. Wang Zhihai and Zhang Zicheng exchanged glances before stepping forward. Brother Feng, we too can assist in your bath, they offered. Feeling their recent elevation and standing warranted such a display, eager to outshine Chen An and secure their place in the forefront. Ye Feng regarded them with curiosity. No need. Chen An can manage. He is my old friend. With that single remark, Chen An stood taller, casting a disdainful glance at the 2. During Ye Feng's absence, Chen An had endured significant suppression, often having his achievements overshadowed by those 2. With a splash, Ye Feng submerged himself halfway into the steaming water. In the frigid air, the 50-degree spring almost coaxed a cry of delight from him. Chen An soon followed suit, leaping into the water. Whoa! He quickly stood up again. What is it? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I feel something soft and moving beneath the spring. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's hair stood on end, his body tensing instinctively. As he turned, he saw a triangular serpent's head darting towards him, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. With a flash, the blood scales materialized, shielding Ye Feng's arm. Brother Feng, Chen An exclaimed in shock, instinctively leaping from the spring. A massive, pure white serpent twisted its body, ensnaring Ye Feng in midair in an instant. Blood scales covered the entirety of Ye Feng's body, and under the immense strain, the crystal core within him was rapidly consumed. A surging heat emanated from his lower abdomen, radiating throughout his being. The white serpent clamped down on Ye Feng's arm, its jaws exerting pressure as its venomous fangs pierced through the gaps in the blood scales. Susan, bring the gun down. Ye Feng shouted at Chen An, who had already been ensnared by the serpent and was suspended in midair. "All right, I'm on it, I'm coming." Chen An finally reacted, scrambling towards the warship. Once the venomous fangs penetrated Ye Feng's blood scales, the white serpent began to inject a copious amount of venom. This was a white-crowned snake, but how could it have grown to such a size? Tuba rushed over, astonished at the sight of the colossal white serpent. Darkness clouded Ye Feng's vision, and his entire body convulsed with nerve spasms. Clearly, the serpent's venom was a neurotoxin, nearly insurmountable. Was it truly the case that Ye Feng could not escape this calamity? Cursing under his breath, he retaliated by biting at the serpent's midsection. As he exerted all his strength, the blood scales on his body began to writhe, while a golden dragon shadow swiftly darted around him. A powerful suction force acted upon his skin. The white serpent quickly sensed something amiss, for where it made contact with Ye Feng, its scales began to ooze blood. After consuming the crystal core, Ye Feng's blood-sucking technique had amplified several-fold, enabling him to extract blood even through the skin. Hissing, the massive white serpent released Ye Feng, attempting to flee towards the river. However, Ye Feng now found it impossible to control the blood-sucking technique. The skin of both the man and serpent pressed tightly together. The blood from the serpent steadily increasing, yet rapidly absorbed by Ye Feng. Ye Feng's strength grew, while the serpent's diminished. Soon, it began to thrash desperately, its body twisting uncontrollably, as water from the hot spring splashed everywhere. At that moment, the entire spring seemed to come alive with astounding force. Susan had already arrived on the island with the gun, only to be met with a shocking scene. There lay the serpent, as thick as a waist, seemingly attempting to escape Ye Feng's grasp, yet firmly held in place by him. The mountain tribe's people were equally dumbfounded, particularly Mei Zi, who almost dropped his jaw in astonishment. Even if he had been ensnared by such a thick python, he would have found it impossible to escape. In stark contrast, Ye Feng had managed to maintain a firm hold on the white serpent. After a while, the serpent's vigor waned, and it lay limply in the spring, the brilliance in its eyes swiftly fading. Ye Feng gradually emerged from the hot spring, his eyes gleaming with radiance. Moreover, the massive wound at his waist had surprisingly begun to scab over. "Ah Feng, are you all right?" Susan approached and threw herself into Ye Feng's embrace. "I'm fine. I feel great, just a bit drowsy," Ye Feng yawned. Having absorbed so much serpent blood, he required a substantial amount of mental energy to digest it. "Someone, come and dissect this serpent. Keep the skin to make a coat," Susan commanded. A group of people hurriedly rushed over to drag the enormous white serpent out of the spring. "Ah Feng, you can sleep in the spring. I'll hold you," Susan offered. Susan embraced Leaf Maple in her soft arms. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, Leaf Maple felt the searing blood coursing through him, quickly elevating his mental and physical prowess to unprecedented heights. Susan was gently scrubbing his back from behind. At that moment, Wind Shadow approached. "Leaf Maple, I have conferred with some wise elders of our clan, and we have decided to depart from the warship." "What?" Leaf Maple exclaimed, infuriated and nearly spitting blood. After much effort to gather sufficient personnel on the warship, now there was yet another complication. "We are enemies of the Yunshan clan. You possess a warship and formidable weapons. Yet the Yunshan clan is too powerful. Your warship and armaments cannot annihilate them entirely, hence we must leave to avoid dragging you down," Wind Shadow explained. Leaf Maple felt somewhat reassured. They were concerned about implicating him. He might still be unaware of the true power of the two cannons. If the Yunshan clan dared to come, they would be obliterated, regardless of whether they dispatched 1,000 armored knights. They would be torn to shreds by the cannons. The millennia of civilizational disparity was no trivial matter, and Leaf Maple was confident in this regard. However, where would they go after leaving the warship? It was the harsh winter, devoid of food or prey, and they had no shelter. Leaf Maple inquired. "We plan to journey southward in search of a new beginning," Wind Shadow replied. Leaf Maple sighed. Every race has its pride. For days, they had relied on him for survival, which undoubtedly left them feeling disgruntled, a sentiment he could comprehend. It was akin to his time with the Gaoshan clan. Even though he was well-fed and comfortably housed, he still yearned to return home. Anyone with a shred of dignity would not wish to live under another's roof, especially a formidable being like Wind Shadow. "It seems you are not merely concerned about burdening us. Rather, you seek to develop your own tribe and resist our assimilation," Leaf Maple stated, rising and draping a hide over himself. Wind Shadow neither nodded nor shook his head, seemingly acquiescing. Very well. Can you delay your departure for a few more days? I will have Master Shi prepare enough dried provisions after smoking the meat. Furthermore, I shall teach you the manufacturing method of the Skyfire cannon, providing the Gaoshan clan with a robust foundation. Chapter 309. Do you know why you can bathe in hot water? Leaf Maple gazed gravely at Wind Shadow. Indeed. Wind Shadow appeared somewhat moved. He stepped forward and grasped Leaf Maple's arm. Leaf Maple, I shall remember your kindness. Once we find a new campsite, I will inform you of its location. Should you encounter difficulties, you may come to our new tribe, and I will extend the highest hospitality to you. By the way, may Chu Xue remain. She has sustained an injury to her eye, and we have someone here capable of healing her, Leaf Maple asked. Chu Xue's heart is already with you. I surmise she would willingly stay. I will not force her, Wind Shadow replied. Agreed, then it is settled. Leaf Maple seated himself in the canoe and ascended to the deck, beginning to prepare weapons and provisions for the Gaoshan clan. This was the only way to repay the life-saving grace. Deep within the Wuyun mountain range, in a colossal stone hall towering 30 meters high, 36 large tallow lamps blazed brightly. Along the lengthy corridor, 2 individuals lay prostrate on the ground. One was Halder, who had lost both legs, and the other was Moto, whose right arm had been shattered. As they proceeded down the corridor, a long staircase came into view. At the stairs' end stood a woman in a flowing gown. Her side turned toward them, exposing one pale shoulder despite the frigid weather. Even a master of Halder's caliber trembled in her presence. He had intended to consult the great beast master upon his return, yet he was met with the announcement that the high priestess wished to see him personally. Last night, I dreamt of a white deer, which foretold the emergence of a new savior warrior. Halder, who is responsible for your leg's demise? The woman atop the platform finally turned. A veil of white pearls obscuring her face, revealing only her elegantly sculpted nose and her keen, enchanting eyes. Your incompetence is evident, and with your legs now broken, you are no longer a beast fighter, the high priestess declared. 2 men approached and removed a metal plate from Halder's chest. Great priestess, I have heard that your holy water can restore lost limbs. Might I partake? Halder, in a moment of desperation, implored the high priestess as the beast fighting badge was stripped away from him. Is that so? The woman's gaze turned icy as she extended a finger toward Halder, lightly touching him. In an instant, he convulsed, clutching his head and rolling frantically on the ground. Aya! With a thunderous sound, his head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering across Moto's face. Moto, his eyes rolling back, felt a warm liquid trickling down his leg. The guards nearby paled in terror, casting fearful glances at the woman on the platform. After eliminating Halder, the high priestess directed her finger toward Moto. No, great priestess. Spare me. I witnessed a spark erupt from a great ship, and then my arm was gone. Moto hastily pleaded. Boom. In the next moment, his head too burst open. The high priestess withdrew her finger and turned her gaze southward. Send more men to the Black Tree River region. Capture them alive to replenish the workforce. Additionally, bring the Ga tribes Dianina to me unharmed, the woman commanded coldly. Understood, great priestess. The guards hastily exited the stone hall, drenched in cold sweat. On the deck, Ye Feng, clad only in shorts, observed the Highland tribesmen being brought ashore. Half an hour later, the final group of Highland tribesmen was delivered. Chu Xue, dressed in a white python skin outfit, nestled into Ye Feng's embrace. Feng Ying, along with his 200 tribesmen, stood on the riverbank, exchanging glances with Ye Feng across the water. Over the past 3 days, Ye Feng had cured countless pieces of jerky for them, enough to last for half a month if rationed properly. Meanwhile, Ye Feng removed his bear fur coat and presented it to Wind Shadow. After exchanging glances across the river for 3 seconds, Wind Shadow waved his hand and said, Ye Feng, you are a commendable member of the other race, and I shall remember your kindness. When I find a new camp, I will repay you with even greater gifts. Farewell, and I hope your high mountain tribe flourishes, so that our 2 tribes may rely on one another in the future. Ye Feng waved back. After fully absorbing the crystal essence, he ingested the blood of the white serpent, and his waist wound had nearly healed. Simultaneously, his strength had returned to 80% of its peak. The remaining 20% would require time for recuperation. The 200 members of the high mountain tribe, young and old alike, swiftly disappeared into the snow-laden woods, vanishing from Ye Feng's sight. Chu Xue seemed to sense her kin's departure. She pressed her face against Ye Feng's chest, feeling utterly drained. Beside them, Susan's expression turned cold, and she quickly turned her head away. Brother Feng, let us return. It is quite chilly on the deck. It is perhaps for the better that they have left. The men of the high mountain tribe are not fond of bathing, and the odor from Wind Shadow, residing next door, can be detected even through the wall. Chen An suggested, now that they have departed, let us convene in the dining hall for a general assembly. It is time to refine the roles within our team. Ye Feng declared, guiding Chu Xue to the dining hall before entrusting her care to Yangli. With the departure of the high mountain tribe, their group of 150 could comfortably crowd into the dining hall. In this nascent social structure, the seating arrangement was quite casual, with no distinction between upper and lower seats, nor any hierarchy. Esteemed members, since our growth to 150 individuals, we have not participated in an election. I was missing for a month, though it was beyond my control. Nonetheless, I have decided to hold a new vote to elect a leader for our team, that is, the captain. I promise to be fair and just. I shall not impose my authority. Please do not feel compelled to vote for me simply because I am the captain of the ship. Follow your hearts instead. Let us begin by nominating candidates for captain. Ye Feng concluded, prompting a buzz of discussion among the crowd. Wang Zhihai was the first to rise, clasping his fists in respect to everyone. Esteemed members, I, Wang Zhihai, have toiled greatly aboard this vessel, and I even entertain you with stories. While I may not compare to Brother Feng, I believe I am worthy of nomination, and I hope you will cast your vote for me. Ye Feng nodded approvingly, pleased with the response. He desired this outcome. If everyone feared his authority and refrained from campaigning, the team would not thrive and would inevitably decline. With Wang Zhihai leading the charge and receiving Ye Feng's approving gaze, it felt like a signal. Do you know why you are able to enjoy hot showers? Indeed, it is due to my efforts, Zhang Ziqing. I hope you will also consider voting for me. While I do not seek to surpass Brother Feng, I would like to secure second place for the sake of dignity. Zhang Ziqing added, bowing to those around him. Chapter 310, Rewards and Punishments. Humph. Is this really how you campaign for votes? Do you think too highly of yourself? Chen An scoffed, though he was quickly silenced by a glare from Ye Feng. Esteemed members, I am a lumberjack, and my speed in felling trees is remarkable, as is my precision in splitting timber. I hope you will also consider voting for me. An indigenous person stepped forward, one of Alba's subordinates. A lumberjack dares to run for the election leader? Madness. Chen An shook his head, sighing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am but a cleaner on the deck. Hoping for your votes, Chu Xue surprisingly joined in the campaign. Chen An pounded his chest in disbelief. The heavens have turned upside down. Even a cleaner dares to solicit votes? Why not? Ye Feng retorted, work knows no status. As long as I possess the legitimate identity of my team, anyone can campaign. Chen An, you too can run. My principle is fairness. Indeed, Ye Feng, having weathered the vicissitudes of life, realized that wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy. Today, he sought to challenge the frailties of human nature, attempting to shatter the curse. Alba wiped away tears and spoke to the indigenous person beside him. Do you see? This team is worth our lives. Think of the past of the God tribe, having lived half a life in vain. Not only he, but others also gazed at Ye Feng with tearful eyes. Was this not the fabled land of freedom? Ultimately, 9 individuals emerged to campaign. Ye Feng and his companions stood in a line by the window, much like products awaiting selection. Let me also campaign for myself, Ye Feng declared. I pledge my life to the team, dedicating my youth to its growth. After his oath, it was Wang Zhihai's turn. I, Wang Zhihai, vow to devote all my energy to adding new members to the team. By the way, brothers, tonight we will continue with the 9th episode of Jingping Mei, discussing the secrets between Jin Lian and Shimin Qing. At this, the indigenous people erupted in excited cheers. The other oaths lacked uniqueness, mostly mere imitations. Voting commenced. Unsurprisingly, Ye Feng won re-election as team leader by a narrow margin of 79 votes. Wang Zhihai performed admirably as well, securing 58 votes, while others fared poorly, receiving mostly 2 or 3 votes, often their own. Chen An fared the worst, having cast his vote for Ye Feng, resulting in a total of 0 votes. I hereby declare Ye Feng as the team leader, Chen Li being acted as the temporary host. Thank you. Thank you all. Ye Feng quickly clasped his fists, feeling a bit smug. He still held the people's favor. In my capacity as team leader, I shall appoint the deputy leader. Previously, it was Susan, but as you just witnessed, she garnered only 5 votes, while Wang Zhihai received 58. Therefore, I officially announce Wang Zhihai as the deputy team leader, with Susan as my personal secretary. Ye Feng did not wish to favor his acquaintances. Since Susan's votes did not meet expectations, she would naturally step aside. Wang Zhihai's eyes widened in disbelief, almost doubting his own hearing. "Brother Feng, you must be joking," he exclaimed, checking his ears. "What joke? Your vote count is second. You are undoubtedly the second in command of the team. Deputy Leader Wang, please take a seat beside me. Shaner, could you please make some room?" Ye Feng instructed. Susan shot Ye Feng a fierce glare, but eventually yielded her position. Wang Zhihai sat in the second-in-command seat, fidgeting with excitement, touching this and that, as if he were dreaming. "Listen carefully, everyone. From this day forth, I shall be the external leader, while Wang Zhihai will take on the role of internal leader. Any future endeavors involving hunting, charcoal production, or dealing with adversaries will fall under my purview. Wang Zhihai, you will oversee personnel matters within the team. Susan will serve as my personal secretary, and there is no need for you to appoint her or concern yourself with her." Ye Feng addressed Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai inhaled deeply, astonished as he surveyed the 100 individuals in the dining hall. He was now entrusted with the authority to appoint these 100 people. He could command them at will. "Thank you, Brother Feng, and thank you all for your votes. I now announce the personnel changes. NEI really Mei Zi will serve as the logistics department head. Chen An will no longer hold the position of deputy captain of security, which will be assumed by Tuba. As for the captaincy, I shall take it upon myself, but of course, we must heed Brother Feng's guidance. Cheng Libin shall continue as the captain of the ship. Shi Zhengliang will remain as the head chef. Suyan will take on the role of teacher, educating our indigenous friends in literacy, thereby laying a foundation for the team's future civilization." Following this, Wang Zhihai appointed several individuals and promoted a few capable indigenous workers. "Brother Feng, he has relieved me of my deputy captain position." Chen An hurriedly approached to complain. "I can't help that. He is the internal leader, and I am the external leader." Ye Feng shrugged. In truth, when Ye Feng first encountered Wang Zhihai, he recognized that this individual possessed a certain leadership capability, almost leading the group of captives to rebellion. Observing his appointments now, it was evident that each person was allowed to showcase their strengths. As for the mediocre Chen An being ousted, that was entirely reasonable. While Ye Feng held deep feelings for Chen An, he could not arbitrarily interfere with the decisions of the second-in-command. Zhang Ziqing, as the deputy logistics minister, strived to improve everyone's welfare. For instance, that new type of water heater is excellently designed. Next, work on enhancing the other facilities aboard the ship. And do remember to patch up those 3 holes in the vessel, Wang Zhihai commanded. "Yes, Deputy Captain." Zhang Ziqing nodded with a face full of frustration. With Chen An dismissed, Ye Feng did not intercede. He could only acquiesce to the circumstances. "Dr. Bai, the medical care aboard the ship relies entirely on you. I require a plan to prevent goo disease within 3 days. Remember, only 72 hours, Wang Zhihai instructed by Chu Xue. Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. Previously, out of consideration for his relationship with Bai Chu Xue, he had refrained from pressuring her. Now that it was Wang Zhihai's turn, he was relieved of the burden of being the villain. "What do you think you are? Let me tell you, Wang Zhihai, don't think that just because you are now the deputy captain, you can command me at will. As for the plan, it depends on my mood." Bai Chu Xue retorted without hesitation. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened as he cast a pleading glance towards Ye Feng, who turned his gaze to the window, pretending not to hear. "Bai Chu Xue, you must present the plan within 72 hours. Otherwise, I will reinstate the point system, with rewards and penalties," Wang Zhihai asserted, gaining newfound confidence now that Ye Feng was not intervening. "Ye Feng," Bai Chu Xue called out sharply. "Ah, what is it?" Ye Feng jolted, startled. "Are you truly going to let Wang Zhihai oversee me?" Bai Chu Xue fixed her gaze upon him. "I, at this moment, am unconcerned with these matters. I have my own responsibilities, such as the charcoal production and external military engagements. All internal affairs are to be managed solely by Wang Zhihai." Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 311. A flicker of eyes, an uneasy expression. "Very well." Bai Chu Xue huffed, returning to her seat, muttering incantations under her breath. The expressions of the other elders shifted, sensing a wave of displeasure. "Shi Zhengliang, I require you to instruct 3 disciples. These individuals must receive your utmost teachings without holding anything back. This way, even during your absences, the quality of our sustenance will remain unaffected," Wang Zhihai stated. "Me? Yes, Deputy Commander," Shi Zhengliang acknowledged, understanding the gravity of the situation. Since Ye Feng had not even shielded by Chu Xue, he certainly would not extend any protection towards him. Cheng Li Bin, you too must teach 3 disciples. During your time off, we must ensure the swift mobilization of the warship, as this is of paramount importance. The maneuverability of our vessels is our greatest advantage. Yes, Deputy Commander, Cheng Li Bin nodded. Wang Zhihai smiled broadly, nodding with satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, I was merely adhering strictly to Brother Feng's orders. Personal grievances will not cloud my judgment. Now, I shall recount the 9th volume. Oh, splendid. Come closer, lest you miss out. A throng of indigenous people immediately gathered around. Wang Zhihai then turned to Ye Feng and Susan. Brother Feng, Sister Susan, how did I perform? He was a shrewd individual. Although Ye Feng had appointed him as the internal manager, Susan held a transcendent status, and he was not foolish enough to address her in the same tone he had used previously. You did exceptionally well. Keep it up, Ye Feng affirmed with a nod. What Brother Feng says, I echo as well, Susan added. At that moment, the voice of the duty officer echoed from outside. Brother Feng, there is someone on the shore. With a rush, Ye Feng was the first to spring to his feet, leading over 100 individuals onto the deck. There, they indeed spotted a lone figure, mounted on a goat and brandishing a hefty iron spear. Is it just him? Ye Feng inquired of the duty officer. I cannot ascertain if there are any ambushes lurking in the forest behind him. Regardless, if he dares to charge, we shall employ the machine gun, Ye Feng declared. Casting another glance at the individual. Are you from the Yinshan tribe? What business do you have? Ye Feng called out loudly. The knight, exuding arrogance, proclaimed with authority. I convey the command of the great beast master. All aboard the great ship must accompany me to the giant stone mountain mine. And this grand vessel must be offered as tribute to the Yinshan tribe. Ye Feng questioned his own hearing. What if I refuse? Should you refuse? All the men aboard your grand ship will be slain, and the women will be made into Mao women. Upon hearing the knight's words, Ye Feng turned to Chu Xue, only to find her face flushed, her teeth clenched tightly. Chu Xue, what does Mao women entail? It means women are bound in the lavatory, their legs pulled apart with ropes, subjected to the whims of the Yinshan men who frequent the restroom. Chu Xue seethed, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Beside her, Susan's expression shifted dramatically, ready to speak up. Yet, Wang Zhihai stepped forward, whose belt is so loosely fastened that it has exposed you. Such bravado, if you dare. Come at us. Are you, then, refusing the great beastmaster's request? The knight inquired flatly. Of course, not only will I refuse, but I shall also bestow upon him a parting gift, Wang Zhihai replied, drawing his bow. However, his lack of strength caused the arrow to fall feebly into the water. Allow me, Tuba exclaimed, releasing an arrow that clanged against the knight's armor. At that moment, the knight realized the gravity of the situation and hastily rowed his goat upstream. Brother Feng, we should have bombarded him with machine gun fire, Chen An suggested. Aren't bullets precious? We must conserve them unless we face a life-or-death crisis, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. Very well, that fellow will undoubtedly return to report. Might he not summon a multitude of Yinsen tribesmen? Chen An queried further. Wang Zhihai chuckled, gesturing toward the broad Heishu River. Chen An, this is the Heishu River, over 30 kilometers wide. No matter how formidable the Yunsen tribe may be, can they leap across the water onto a warship? Even if they possess boats, what of it? 5 rounds of machine gun fire would suffice to reduce their vessels to splinters, while they would plunge into the river, freezing like popsicles. I understand, Vice Captain. Chen An nodded, acknowledging Wang Zhihai's authority. Chen An, you are quite commendable as well. As Vice Captain, I appreciate your loyalty to Brother Feng. Although you currently hold no position, I owe you a favor, Wang Zhihai said, patting Chen An on the shoulder. Since assuming leadership, his temperament had grown more magnanimous. No longer petty. His words also conveyed to others that he and Brother Feng were united. They should refrain from bringing trifling matters to Brother Feng, as it would be futile. Chen An felt an unease, pondering why he should be thanked for his loyalty to Brother Feng, as if Wang Zhihai and Brother Feng shared an extraordinary bond. Brothers, the dog has been frightened away by Brother Feng's might. Let us return to the dining hall and discuss the 9th chapter of Jingping Mei. Wang Zhihai's charisma was unparalleled, leading at least half of the group back toward the dining hall. Ye Feng, having nothing else to occupy his time, decided to join in and listen to Wang Zhihai's tales. This fellow had made some alterations to the Jingping Mei, and with his eloquence, even Ye Feng found himself captivated. 5 kilometers upstream, 4 large ships were anchored, each deck hosting at least 50 soldiers. On the shore, hundreds of knights rode goats. On the last wooden vessel, a middle-aged man stood at the bow. "My lord Beastmaster, here is the situation. They not only refuse to pay tribute, but have also insulted you, calling you cowards." The knight reported with embellishment. "Oh, they dare to label us cowards?" The middle-aged man, surprisingly unfazed, did not display anger. "They not only insulted you, but they also derided the high priest, calling her a demoness." The knight, having failed in one scheme, devised another. Among the Unison tribe, the high priest was the spiritual pillar of the entire clan, sacred and inviolable. The chieftain, while the practical ruler of the Unison tribe, would often consult the high priest on significant matters, seeking her guidance. "What?" The middle-aged man erupted in fury, casting a sharp gaze downstream. "Convey my orders, lower the sails, and let everyone head downstream. We must eradicate those who have insulted the high priest." With a commanding voice, the middle-aged man directed the 4 large wooden ships to lower their sails and drift with the current towards Hot Spring Island. The vessels were constructed with a unique combination of iron and wood, with iron plating reinforcing critical areas. Regrettably, due to limitations in industrial capabilities, they could only produce ships measuring a mere 10 meters in length, which paled in comparison to the imposing size of naval warships. Upon returning from his journey, Wu Song walked through the streets, only to notice his neighbors casting furtive glances and displaying uneasy expressions upon seeing him. A slight unease gripped his heart, nonetheless. He dismissed it and approached his dwelling, pushing the door open. In the next moment, he was greeted by the sight of a mourning hall arranged below, with a wooden plaque bearing the inscription "Spirit Tablet" of the Honorable Wu Dalong. Wu Song's pupils contracted in shock. Almost immediately, a roar erupted from within the house, resonating like a tiger's roar. "Brother!" Wang Zhihai imitated Wu Song's tone and called out. The indigenous people, filled with righteous indignation, gritted their teeth in fury. "We must slay that man with the surname Shiman. He deserves to be dismembered." One voiced vehemently. "And that old hag, Wang Pu, is the most detestable. I shall skin her alive." The indigenous folk were utterly engrossed in the tale, their faces betraying a murderous intent. Ye Feng could not help but give Wang Zhihai a thumbs up. His storytelling prowess was truly remarkable. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from the deck. "Danger! Enemy attack!" Everyone was taken aback, with Ye Feng being the first to dash towards the deck. Wang Zhihai's expression shifted, and he hurried to follow suit. However, after just a few steps, he was seized by 2 indigenous men. "Deputy Commander, give us a preview. Did Wu Song take his revenge? To hell with it. Is this really the time to be thinking about storytelling?" Wang Zhihai kicked back angrily and swiftly reached the deck. From the vantage point of the onlookers, 4 large ships were seen approaching from upstream. Although they were significantly smaller than Ye Feng's warship, there were at least 200 members of the Yunnan tribe standing upon their decks. Additionally, their vessels were armed with formidable crossbows. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he grasped the ship's cannon. "Brother Feng, let me have my turn." Chen An approached eagerly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Very well. It's in your hands. Make certain to aim carefully and sink them all." Ye Feng entrusted the cannon to Chen and watched this. Chen An seized the cannon and pressed down on the trigger. On the Yunnan tribe's warship, 2 minor leaders coldly observed the approaching warship. "This is the largest vessel I have ever seen. Remember, do not destroy it. We shall offer it to the tribe and surely elevate our status," one declared, "and the women aboard should not be harmed. We will take turns enjoying them for a month, and after that, we will bring them back for others to play with until they perish." The other leader's words were highly provocative, inciting excited cheers from the Yunnan warriors, as they envisioned the women kneeling before them. Boom! A cannonball was fired from the warship, shaking the wooden vessel of the Yunnan tribe, which was instantly breached, leaving a gaping hole 2 meters in diameter. In the hold, 40 slaves were laboriously rowing. Suddenly, a dreadful realization struck. Our hold had been breached. The slaves, gripped by panic, desperately tugged at their iron chains. They were the captives of a warship, their feet shackled to the vessel by the Cloud Mountain people, destined to perish alongside the ship upon defeat. Yet, Ye Feng remained oblivious to their plight. Boom! Another cannon shot thundered, piercing through the ship's bow and obliterating any structural resistance in its path. The foremost warship could no longer withstand the assault, tilting precariously to one side as the Cloud Mountain warriors aboard tumbled into the water. What exhilaration! The destruction of a native warship in mere moments brought Chen an immense joy, prompting him to pull the trigger once more. Boom. The second vessel met a similar fate, riddled with holes as torrents of river water flooded the hold. The slaves endured the harshest fate. Devoid of any chance to struggle, they were bound to the warship, destined to sink into the depths. Infuriating. On the last warship, a middle-aged man seized a long spear and hurled it fiercely towards Ye Feng. With a whoosh, the spear soared over 500 meters, embedding itself in the deck, mercifully sparing any lives. "Step aside," Ye Feng exclaimed, shoving Chen An aside and aiming the cannon at the distant warship. Boom, boom, boom. A trio of shots obliterated the bow, causing the ship to tilt ominously, its stern rising. More Cloud Mountain warriors found themselves swimming in the river, their iron armor proving to be a hindrance, hastening their descent. In desperation, they discarded their armor and weapons, thrashing through the icy waters with bare bodies. Now, only one warship remained. "Old Sheng, crank up the power and ram it," Ye Feng commanded, having discerned the construction of the native vessels, mere wood. Yet, the warship was different. Its bow was forged from superior German steel, over half a meter thick. Understood. The warship's engines roared to life, pistons rising in a rhythmic cadence, transforming force into rotational power that drove the towering twin propellers. Boom. The colossal vessel finally surged forward. Hundreds of Cloud Mountain warriors were swimming in the river, caught off guard by the dark shadow hurtling towards them. They were crushed into a bloody pulp before they could react. Boom. The warship collided with the final wooden vessel, reducing it to splinters. All aboard met their doom. At that moment, a shadow skimmed across the water, leaping agilely to the side of the warship. It was the Beastmaster. Grasping the iron chains, he swiftly ascended to the deck. "This is bad. Susan, take control of the rear cannon," Ye Feng shouted, aiming the cannon at the ship's stern. Alas, it was too late. The shadow had already landed on the deck. A series of short, harrowing screams echoed. At least 5 lives were snuffed out by his blade. Boom. The cannon roared to life, striking the middle-aged man with devastating force. Even as a third-tier beast fighter, he could not escape his demise in a state of unpreparedness. The iron armor he wore crumbled before the cannon's might, shattering like tiles, and soon, his body followed suit, disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist. With a creak, Ye Feng pivoted the cannon once more, aiming towards the shore. Thunderous sounds erupted as over 100 cavalrymen burst forth from the thicket, poised for slaughter, only to be met with the horrific scene before them. For warships had been reduced to mere fragments in an instant. "What shall we do, great chief?" one of the knights inquired. Their initial plan had called for a coordinated assault, with the soldiers on the ships tossing ropes to secure them, allowing the naval troops to climb aboard and wreak havoc. Surely, some fish would slip through the net and make it ashore for the final harvest. The aspirations were noble. Yet reality struck harshly. As soon as they converged, the naval forces were utterly annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. Ye Feng unleashed 3 more cannon fire upon the shore, the overwhelming force ripping the cavalry into thirds. The knights could no longer maintain their composure, scrambling back into the woods in a frantic retreat. On the deck, Ye Feng refrained from firing again. He had already expended a dozen rounds and feared that the Yunshan tribe might send a larger contingent. Thus, he resolved to conserve ammunition. Chapter 313. The pregnant woman setting down the cannon. Ye Feng turned his gaze towards the river. Some remnants of the Yunshan tribe floundered in the water, attempting to swim to the bank, but the frigid river had rendered their limbs numb. Fortuitously, they floated on their backs, preventing them from sinking. Nevertheless, their lips turned blue and faces pale. It was only a matter of time before they succumbed to the cold. "Brother Feng, how should we deal with these people?" Wang Zhihai pointed at the Yunshan tribesmen in the river. "Eliminate them all with arrows. Leave not a single one alive. Once they are dead, strip the hemp garments from their bodies for our own use," Ye Feng replied coldly. The pride of the Yunshan people rendered them unmanageable. No amount of kindness from Ye Feng would change that. Upon receiving the command, the men on the deck hastened to gather their weapons. With a flurry of arrows raining down, the waters surrounding the warship turned crimson. "Stop!" Ye Feng raised a hand, signaling Chen An with a glance. "Take 30 men to retrieve the hemp garments from the corpses. Clean them thoroughly upon your return. This material is softer than animal hide and less likely to chafe sensitive areas." Understood. Chen An descended into the canoe with 20 men. Yangli. Once the hemp garments are retrieved, Examine the materials used to craft them. We may replicate their techniques in the future, Ye Feng added. Yes, Yang Li nodded in agreement. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, gazing upstream along the Heishu River. Ah Feng, the enemy has been eradicated. What more do you have to worry about? Susan gently linked her arm with his. Did you see that shadow earlier? It was likely a beast fighter. He charged onto the deck before us all. If the Yunshan tribe possesses more of such skilled fighters, and one were to sneak aboard under the cover of night, do you think we could withstand the assault? Ye Feng posed the question. His words sent a chill through everyone present. However, there was no need for excessive concern. We could simply assign more personnel for night duty moving forward. Additionally, we could maneuver the warship 5 kilometers offshore, thereby creating a more open terrain that would complicate the beast fighter's ascent to the deck. Ye Feng quickly urged, not wishing for his team to bear too much psychological strain, but rather to allow them to live with ease. Brother Feng, I can set some traps along the ship's railing. When the beast fighter attempts to board, he will be ensnared by thorny vines. While I know they may not hold him for long, at least it will thwart his advance momentarily, Wang Zhihai suddenly suggested. Indeed, proceed with it. I have faith in your abilities, Ye Feng encouraged, patting Wang Zhihai on the shoulder. With someone to share the burden, he felt a sense of relief in his own life. The cleanup of the battlefield persisted from day to night, with all the tattered garments of the deceased removed and piled high on the deck. Sister Mei Zi, please arrange for the logistics personnel to wash these clothes thoroughly and dry them in the lower deck, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Mei Zi directed the indigenous women accordingly. Following winter, the lower deck had become a coveted location, as it was often warmed by charcoal fires, maintaining a temperature above 20 degrees Celsius. The 2 long-term boiler workers were grinning widely, reveling in their secure employment. Apart from the night watch, the others returned to the dining area, where the indigenous people intermittently cast anxious glances towards the deck. With Wang Zhihai setting traps above, the storytelling had come to a halt. Ladies and gentlemen, since Wang Zhihai's storytelling has fallen short, allow me, Chen An, to continue the tale. We shall delve into the 10th chapter of The Plum in the Golden Vase, where Wu Song confronts and vanquishes Wang Pu, Jin Lian, and Shimin Qing. Chen An proclaimed, taking Wang Zhihai's place. Instantly, the indigenous people gathered around Chen An with keen interest. Unfortunately, despite his attempt to replicate the original narrative, Chen An's lack of eloquence and inability to evoke emotion rendered this thrilling tale of vengeance as bland as lukewarm water. Ye Feng stifled a yawn and commenced his inspection of the entire warship. After a cursory patrol of the lower 5 levels, he ascended to the deck and made his way to the uppermost 2 levels, which were evidently furnished with more refinement, likely the quarters of the officers. He even spotted a helmet once worn by a high-ranking German official. On the beach at the farthest reaches of the Black Tree River, Feng Yingzi trudged forward with the highland tribespeople, their progress laborious. The provisions Ye Feng had provided would sustain them for half a month, yet to prolong their sustenance. They foraged for insects and earthworms along the way. Feng Yingzi, it is quite cold on the beach, and our people are coughing. Perhaps it would be wise to venture deeper into the woods. We have departed from the Black Tree River Basin, and there is a chance that the Cloud Mountain Tribe's priest may not locate us here, an elder suggested. Wise elder of the Blackwood, I heed your counsel. Feng Yingzi replied, nodding as he led his people into the embrace of the forest. The gentle snowfall gradually intensified, prompting Feng Yingzi to cradle a small girl in his arms, providing her warmth. There is a frozen brook here, exclaimed one of the highland tribesmen. Feng Yingzi stepped forward, recognizing the small stream as the very place where Ye Feng and his companions once resided. However, the temperature had now plummeted to -10 degrees, causing the stream to freeze over, transforming it into a silken white ribbon. Moving upstream, he sought a perilous location, ideally one that was shielded by mountains and facing water, so that even if they encountered the Yunshan clan, they could hold their ground for a time. Upon finishing his thought, Feng Yingzi placed a chunk of ice in his mouth, allowing it to gradually melt. At the mouth of the cave at the stream's source, Duoyan Hunan stood in a daze, her belly now as round as a drum, unable to be concealed even by her fur coat. 2 vengeful spirits, one gold and one black, busied themselves at the cave's entrance, clearing away the mud and stones within and hauling in some dry firewood. At this point, she was no longer suited to remain with the Gaha tribe, having to venture out with the 2 spirits in search of a new path. Once she bore her child, her abilities would be restored, at which time she could return to the temple to atone for her past. At that moment, She suddenly turned her gaze downstream. Feng Yingzi was the first to spot her. How is there a woman here? In such frigid weather, how has she survived? He wondered, astonished as he beheld Duoyin Hunan. She remained silent, gently caressing her belly, reflecting on how far she had fallen, now unable to detect even the approach of her enemies. Friends ahead, I did not intend to intrude upon your tribe. I merely passed through. Feng Yingzi retreated a few steps, earnestly addressing Duoyin Hunan. He had assumed that the area by the stream was a tribe, and that she was merely one of its members. Otherwise, how could a heavily pregnant woman endure the bitter cold? What are you doing here? Duoyin Hunan inquired. The two vengeful spirits, alerted by the commotion, simultaneously emerged from the cave, their massive forms intimidating the restless Highlanders. Our home has been lost. We seek a new beginning in this vicinity, Feng Yingzi replied. Duoyin Hunan's expression shifted. So, your chieftain and high priest are no more? She asked. Feng Yingzi's countenance darkened as he nodded. I have learned the ways of the priesthood in the temple. I can temporarily assume the role of your priest, if you are willing, Duoyin Hunan offered. This, I must confer with the elders of our tribe, Feng Yingzi responded, gathering a few of the older members together. 10 minutes later, he stepped forward. We are willing to accept you as our priest, and will not question why you bear another's child, as long as you can foresee our tribe's future. We shall honor you. Very well. Duoyin Hunan gazed at the Highlanders behind Feng Yingzi, noting that there were approximately 100 warriors, while the other 100 were frail and elderly. After all, those who had managed to escape were primarily the strong and youthful, predominantly male. I will assist you in planning your new home. Above this cave, there is a small waterfall. You should climb up the vines to build wooden houses and excavate a cave there, but do not disturb the plants at the edges, for they serve as natural camouflage. How much food do you have? Duoyin Hunan inquired once more about their provisions. We have only half a month's worth of food. However, there is no need for concern. We have allies, and if food becomes scarce, I can borrow from him, Wind Shadow remarked. All right, you may begin your ascent now. Duoyin Hina gestured towards the top of the waterfall. Although it was referred to as a waterfall, most of it had frozen into an icy sculpture, with only a trickle of water cascading down its surface. Yet, this meager flow sufficed for the sustenance of 200 Highland tribespeople. After all, they had little inclination towards bathing, and the drinking water alone was more than adequate. Heeding the priest's words, we shall climb to the mountainside and fell trees to construct wooden shelters, Wind Shadow declared, leading the way upwards. On the deck of the warship, Su Yun was conducting a lesson for the indigenous youth, while Ding Tuan, as the class monitor, dozed off amidst the crowd. How dreadfully boring. She stifled a yawn and stealthily slipped away to the dining hall. Inside, Shi Zhengliang was imparting culinary wisdom to his 3 apprentices. Do you see? Maintain the oil temperature at 1/3 of its heat, then reduce the flame. Add the wild vegetables to fry until they turn a slight golden hue. For the residual heat of the oil will continue to enhance their color. Then, introduce the spices, first this one, then that, he instructed. His apprentices nodded eagerly, their faces adorned with respect. Ever since they learned Shi Zhengliang's craft, the women aboard the ship occasionally cast flirtatious glances their way, allowing them to relish the perks of being a chef. Ding Tuan ascended to the 4th level, where the logistics deputy minister, Zhang Zicheng, was overseeing workers maintaining the floors and walls with a type of tree oil that prolongs the life of metal. What a foul odor. What kind of tree oil is this? Ding Tuan inquired. Little Tuan, this is a blend of camphor oil and tung oil, effective against pests and rodents. Zhang Zicheng replied courteously. Although Ding Tuan held no official position, everyone understood Ye Feng's fondness for her. Oh, Ding Tuan continued her ascent to the 2nd level of the deck. Upon entering, she found Wang Zhihao and a group installing a crossbow. Deputy Commander, once the crossbow is assembled, I shall fire the first shot, Ding Tuan announced. Very well, as long as Feng Gu agrees, you may shoot at will. Wang Zhihao responded with a beaming smile. Ding Tuan nodded and proceeded to the highest level of the warship. Upon her arrival, she discovered Ye Feng concocting explosives. Brother Yi, I no longer wish to be the monitor. It feels so foolish. What are you doing here? This is a restricted area for explosives. No idlers allowed, Ye Feng exclaimed, startled by her exuberance. But it is so dull. I don't know what to do. How about this? I shall be your personal secretary, Ding Tuan declared, disregarding Ye Feng's admonition as she tugged at his arm. You are far too young. Children should play to their heart's content. Once you come of age, I will find you a husband to add new blood to our team, Ye Feng teased, pinching her chubby cheek. I do not want a husband. I only want you. Brother Ye, Tuan Tuan's words left those nearby in stunned silence. Only she would dare to be so audacious, unafraid of any repercussions from Susan. Let us postpone this matter for a while, he said. For now, I have a task for you. Please visit the second and third floors to assess the cleanliness maintained by Chu Xue and the others. Ye Feng gently patted her small head. All right. Tuan Tuan finally found a task and cheerfully headed downstairs. Ye Feng then touched his waist. The scars had nearly healed, and the newly formed skin was smooth and white, contrasting sharply with the rest of his body. Simultaneously, his masculine vigor had returned. Just last night, he and Susan had experimented with 30 intricate techniques. Additionally, he discovered that the blood-sucking technique had a minimal effect on enhancing strength. It seemed primarily designed for restoring stamina and healing wounds. The true means of enhancing one's power lay solely in crystal pills and certain fruits. Thus, Ye Feng was determined to develop explosives, planning to venture north of the Great Swamp in a few days to hunt some exotic beasts and extract their crystal pills. Even if he chose not to consume them himself, they could benefit others in his team. The construction on Hot Spring Island was also halfway completed. Over 50 individuals were laboring on the island, and in the past month, 20 rudimentary houses had been erected. Once the gaps in the houses were sealed, they would be able to withstand the biting cold winds. Initial snow. Once the houses on Hot Spring Island are completed, we should relocate these volatile experiments there to avoid damaging the warship, Ye Feng suggested. All right, Chu Xue replied with a frosty expression. She harbored grievances against Ye Feng for not protecting her a month ago. Women can be quite sensitive, and she had held on to her resentment for a month. Do not fret. A year from now, there will be another election. Perhaps Wang Zhihai will not garner as many votes as you. After all, the storytelling must eventually come to an end, Ye Feng said with a conciliatory smile. Even with the next election, it will not be my turn. I am nowhere near as skilled at garnering votes as Wang Zhihai. Chu Xue huffed, a hint of a smile breaking through. Women are often like that. A little flattery from someone they like can turn their mood from stormy to sunny. Teacher Su Yun, shall we head to the dining hall for our lessons? The sun is setting, and it's getting cold, a native girl remarked. She appeared to be around 14 years old, in civilized society. This age would still be in middle school, but among the indigenous tribes, 14 was already the age of marriage. Su Yun hesitated, for after Wang Zhihai finished work, he would be lecturing on Jingping Mei in the dining hall, and she feared it might set a poor example for the children. Very well. Let us gather our animal skin books and return to the dining hall for another half hour. Once the sun sets, the dining hall belongs to the vice captain, she said, as she began to pack the animal skin books. Teacher, look. The Ga people have appeared by the shore. A girl pointed behind Su Yun. The girl was also Ga, but she had distanced herself from her tribe. Su Yun was startled and turned to look. There, standing by the shore, were over 100 male Ga tribesmen, all gaunt and emaciated, their eye sockets deeply sunken, resembling skeletons. Quickly, the duty officer ordered as they hurriedly aimed the machine guns towards the shore, anxiously watching the Ga tribesmen. Leading them was Azur, followed by 5 or 6 chieftains. Where is Ye Feng? I need to find him regarding an urgent matter. Ossoer weakly called out. Ye Feng leaped from the highest window, gazing at Ossoer from the deck. What is it? It has only been 2 months, and the Gay people have already fallen into such a state. It seems the shortage of food is taking its toll. I believe within a month, all the Gay will perish from hunger. Ossoer, Luke is no longer our chief. He offended you in the past, but that has nothing to do with me. I, Ossoer, as the new chief, wish to collaborate with you once more. Is there anything we can do for you? Ossoer's weary gaze was filled with hope. Ye Feng scoffed coldly. The Gay had killed so many of his friends and brothers, and they deserved their fate. Previously, he had refrained from taking drastic actions because he needed the Gay's assistance in building houses and producing charcoal. Yet these rascals, incapable of reform, repeatedly sought to bring about his demise. Now, he no longer required their labor. The charcoal in the lower hold was sufficient for the warship to travel 400 kilometers. Moreover, the cabins on Hot Spring Island were nearly completed, and he no longer needed a large workforce. I have no work to offer you, Ye Feng replied icily. There must be something. Your warship is vast. Surely it requires cleaning? We can manage that, Ossoer insisted. The prolonged hunger had dulled his spirit. He merely wished to endure the long winter. Once he survived, he could rise again, even seizing the warship and exterminating everyone aboard. Leave. The cleaning has already been mostly done. Ye Feng's tone remained frigid. He no longer needed to draw his bow. He could annihilate the Ge with ease. Ye Feng, you must have work. That small island must still require laborers, right? Asoer persisted, for in the wintry Black Tree River basin, Ye Feng was their only source of sustenance. Do you fellows not understand human speech? Chen An stepped forward, bow drawn. Stop, do not waste arrows. Look at their condition, they likely won't survive a month. Arrows require manpower. Ye Feng restrained Chen An. All right, Chen An nodded. Seeing Ye Feng steadfastly refusing to provide work, Asoer scanned the deck and spotted Chu Xue. Chu Xue, you are the daughter of our great leader. Can you intercede for us? Asoer called out, hoping that Ye Feng and Chu Xue had developed a bond that might save him. Is this your fate now? Do not think I would speak in your favor before Brother Feng. Even if I could, I would advise him to eradicate you all. Chu Xue glared at Asoer with gritted teeth. After spending over 2 months aboard Ye Feng's warship, she finally understood what it meant to live. Was their existence in the Ge tribe truly a life? It could hardly be considered survival. As a woman, even the daughter of the great leader, she had to labor incessantly each day, washing, cooking, preparing food, and caring for the males in her family, with occasional tasks assigned to them. Essentially, from the age of 14, they had to rise each day only to toil until they could finally rest at night. Moreover, in the absence of sustenance, the provisions they managed to procure are prioritized for the men of the tribe, leaving them to subsist on mere scraps, even resorting to gnawing on grass. In stark contrast, Ye Feng enjoys a far superior diet than even the high priest, sharing meals from the same pot as the women. Furthermore, the women possess the right to vote and can assume significant roles within the community. Although her occupation is that of a cleaner, she works merely 8 hours a day, awakening in the morning with ample time to adorn herself before breakfast. After her meal, she is afforded an hour to digest her food before engaging in 4 hours of sanitation duties. Following this, they enjoy nearly 3 hours for a midday respite. With daylight still lingering, their afternoon labor concludes, allowing them to dine once more while listening to Chen and recount tales of the 7 great black men and Snow White. Most notably, they work for 5 days and are rewarded with 2 consecutive days of rest. Anyone who experiences life aboard a warship for 2 months would find little nostalgia for their former existence. In comparison, Chu Xue harbors an intense loathing for her previous life among the Ge tribe, wishing nothing more than to see it eradicated. Asoer swallowed hard, continuing her search for familiar faces on deck. Alba, you were once our little chief in the Ge tribe. I implore you to intercede with Ye Feng on our behalf, to grant us a chance to work, lest the flame of our tribe extinguish. Surely, you do not wish to witness the demise of your own kin? Asoer encountered another acquaintance. Alba stepped forward, unable to contain a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, the flame of the Ge tribe? I would say it is rather the flame of you so-called leaders. I have no right to call myself a Ge. The tribe belongs to you elite few. If you wish to preserve the flame, perhaps you should swim to the northern marshes. You traitor, the Ge nurtured you, and yet you utter such words, you cold-blooded traitor. Asoer seethed with rage. Were it not for the frigid waters, he might have attempted to swim over and strike him. Spare me these theatrics. The Ge did not raise me. From the age of 13, I have labored for the Ge tribe. My sustenance, my leadership, my family have all been supported by my own hands. What concern is it of the Ge? Rather, it is we countless ordinary people who sustain the Ge. And you parasites who do nothing each day. Alba retorted vehemently. Well said. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. The crowd erupted in applause, the sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberating across the deck. Asoer was left speechless, his eyes aflame with indignation. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Chief's wife? Chief's wife. Please speak a kind word for Ye Feng. You once enjoyed privileges greater than even the High Chief. Asoer shouted, as if grasping at the last thread of hope. Frost Snow's expression turned icy, and she turned away, refusing to engage. Chief's wife, please don't be this way. If you do not assist, your husband's Ge tribe is truly on the path to annihilation. Asoer persisted, undeterred. Do not seek me out, though I am the chief's wife. I am now one of the ship's people, no longer belonging to your Ge tribe, Frost Snow replied coldly. After residing on the warship for 2 months, the experience has been nothing short of paradise. The sanitation is impeccable, the treatment exceptional, and evenings are filled with cozy conversations by the hearth. This life is incomparably more comfortable than what I endured among the Ge tribe. Now, however, I find myself devoid of any lingering affection for them. As the chieftain's wife, I have enjoyed the highest privileges of the Ga tribe, yet I cannot bring myself to extend a helping hand, despite my despair. Indeed, the conditions I experienced among the Ga were among the best, yet when compared to the most modest accommodations aboard the warship, their finest offerings feel as insignificant as dung. The disparity is staggering. Human emotions are complex, yet I must confront reality. I cannot let past sentiments lead me to recklessly plead with Feng Ge. Should he take offense and send me back to the Ga, my days of comfort would come to an abrupt end. You are all traitors, scoundrels, and the disgrace of our ancestors. I, Osoer, swear that if I survive, I will cleanse our ranks, starting with the traitors of the Ga tribe, including their descendants. Osoer glared at the people aboard the warship, her eyes ablaze with hatred. At that moment, Ye Feng spoke up. Osoer, I did not expect you to possess such fortitude. How about this? I am in need of a worker on my ship. Are you willing to betray the Ga tribe and work for me? Ye Feng asked with a serious demeanor. Me? Osoer hesitated, glancing furtively at her Ga brethren behind her. Chief, do not go. We must have integrity and preserve the legacy of the Ga, urged one leader. Indeed, we are the sovereigns of the Black Tree River Basin. We cannot betray our kin for mere employment, another Ga person advised. Osoer's face flushed with shame, her lips moving soundlessly. Me? Osoer, you truly possess courage. Since you are unwilling to work on my ship, please return. We must prepare for dinner. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. No, Ye Feng, I am willing. I wish to work on the warship. When will you send the canoe to fetch me? Osoer stepped forward decisively, betraying her tribe. No sooner had she spoken than she felt an icy chill behind her. She turned to see 100 tribesmen staring at her with cold, predatory eyes, as if ready to pounce. Come and get me. These Ga people will turn against me. Osoer shouted nervously, taking a few steps back onto the ice. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, stroking his chin, wore a mocking smile. The last time Osoer boarded the warship, she not only killed several of his brothers, but also managed to restrain Susan and other key figures, nearly allowing Luke's main force to storm the deck, leading to their utter annihilation. It is time for vengeance. Osoer, I once thought you were quite brave, but I see now that you are nothing but a coward. I nearly forgot. You are missing both arms. This is not a charity institution, and I cannot offer you employment. Therefore, you should. Ye Feng feigned a look of regret. You? Ye Feng, you cannot deceive me. I have already severed ties with the Ga tribe. If you refuse to take me in, what am I to do? As Azur gasped for breath, anxiously glancing at the tribesmen behind him, a sense of dread enveloped him. What was to be done? Naturally, one must pay for the lives lost at their hands. Ye Feng's tone suddenly turned cold as he reprimanded him without mercy. Chaos quickly erupted along the riverbank, as 100 Gator tribesmen pinned Azur to the ground. Fortunately, their hunger rendered them almost powerless. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a fatal calamity. An hour later, Azur lay in the mud, both eyes swollen and bruised like a raccoon. Brother Feng, I have a plan. At that moment, Wang Zhihai stepped forward. What plan? Ye Feng inquired. The Gator tribe is no longer our adversary, but the Yunshan tribe poses a significant threat. Perhaps we could devise a way to keep these Gator tribesmen stationed by the riverbank. Should any skilled warriors from the Yunshan tribe lie in ambush within the woods, they could serve as the first line of defense, sounding the alarm. After all, those beast fighters are elusive. One moment of inattention could allow them to swim right onto the warship. Ye Feng clapped Wang Zhihai on the shoulder enthusiastically. You have quite the clever mind. This could indeed be a case of resourceful utilization. However, how do we ensure they remain by the riverbank? Ye Feng countered. He could have conjured a solution with a little thought, but he decided to let Wang Zhihai ponder a bit longer. Otherwise, the Mediterranean hairstyle would be thrown into disarray. Don't we always have leftover food from our meals? Let us not throw it into the river anymore. Instead, we'll toss it by the riverbank. Just a little at a time after each meal, and they'll surely chase after the warship. Consider it feeding the pigs. Wang Zhihai proclaimed with a smug expression. Ye Feng gave Wang Zhihai a thumbs up. You are exceptional. Deputy Commander, I must admit, I once held reservations about your capabilities, but now I am thoroughly convinced. Zhang Ziqing also raised a thumb in approval. Deputy Commander is impressive, Shi Zhongliang nodded. I must concede that, in my less than optimal state, your intellect does indeed surpass mine. Chen An acknowledges your brilliance. The performance was about to commence. Ye Feng deliberately raised his voice to address Shi Zhongliang. Master Shi, where did you put the leftover food from lunch? Sure, Zhongliang responded in kind. I tossed it in the corner of the kitchen. I am now preparing to discard it by the riverbank. Their dialogue was intentionally loud, ensuring it reached the ears of the Gokor tribesmen, who had been preparing to leave, but, upon hearing this, hurriedly returned to the riverbank, eagerly watching the warship. Before long, Ye Feng emerged with 2 large bags of refuse, filled with their leftover scraps, some of which bore traces of phlegm and mucus. Hey! Ye Feng spun around on the deck, hurling the 2 bags over 100 meters away, where they landed on the frozen riverbank. Rush! The Gokor tribesmen could no longer contain themselves, rushing towards the heaps of garbage, feasting with unrestrained delight. Once they had finished, Ye Feng continued his banter with Shi Zhongliang. Master Shi, shall we also discard the leftover dishes from dinner by the riverbank? Ye Feng asked loudly. The Gokor tribesmen perked up, their ears attuned, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, let us discard it by the riverbank. Throwing it into the water would surely pollute our precious water source. Shi Zhongliang offered a humorous excuse. Very well, from now on, we shall cast aside the remnants of our meals by the riverbank, for the issue of water quality is indeed paramount, Ye Feng declared loudly, leading a group back to the dining hall. As twilight approached, it marked the end of the workday. The team adhered to strict regulations. Unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, no one was permitted to work overtime. Any transgressions would be deemed a violation of labor laws, attracting the ire of the labor ambassador, Dove, who would impose sanctions on the offending department, ranging from mild reprimands to the dismissal of the department head. Chapter 317. Such a disgrace. Its embarrassing 3 days swiftly passed. One afternoon, a resounding explosion erupted from the uppermost deck of the warship. Moments later, Ye Feng and Chu Xue emerged, their faces smeared with soot and their hair singed. Chu Xue, are you all right? Ye Feng hastily wiped the grime from her face. I'm fine, how about you? Did you get hurt? Chu Xue reciprocated the gesture, cleaning Ye Feng's face. As long as there are no injuries, that's what matters. It turns out that the ratio of 325 is the golden ratio for explosives. A mere fist-sized packet of gunpowder managed to obliterate the entire 7th deck. Ye Feng's expression was a mixture of astonishment and delight, revealing a gleaming smile against his sooty visage. Shall we commence the production of explosives? Chu Xue inquired. She had also witnessed the potency of the gunpowder, which, while not rivaling modern explosives, was indeed tenfold more powerful than ancient black powder. It should suffice to take down aberrant beasts, even if it doesn't kill them outright. Multiple blasts will surely do the trick. Indeed, we can fabricate makeshift cannons. However, ordinary barrels cannot withstand the force of this gunpowder. Fortunately, the warship is equipped with 8 naval gun barrels. We should arrange for Old Chung to detach them for our use as cannon tubes. After stating this, Ye Feng led Chu Xue to the deck, where a crowd had gathered, anxiously observing the inferno engulfing the highest tier of the ship. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and extinguish the flames. Ye Feng pointed upward. Oh, right away, Brother Feng. By the way, can Yuren put out a fire? Once the flames were quelled, Ye Feng summoned all the senior officers for a meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 days and nights of relentless effort alongside Chu Xue, we have finally determined the golden ratio for the gunpowder. As for the specifics, it remains classified. Only the highest tier aboard the warship shall be privy to this knowledge. Thus, starting today, I will select 30 individuals from among you to form an artillery platoon. The platoon leader will be Wang Zhihai, with Chen An as the deputy leader. Are there any objections? Ye Feng inquired. No objections. This is splendid. We finally have a continuous source of artillery. Chen An exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. The Yunwu mountain range is replete with sulfur stones, and charcoal is abundant as well. The entire Heishui River Basin's forest can be utilized for charcoal production. As for nitrate, it can be artificially produced. By placing a stone and urinating on it daily, within 3 days, nitrate crystals will form. Wang Zhihai, Chen An, begin selecting personnel for the artillery corps. Old Chung, assist them in detaching the 8 cannon barrels from the warship. Otherwise, standard pipes will not withstand the explosive force, resulting in catastrophic failures. Ye Feng commanded. Yes, yes, understood. The 3 individuals hastened to their tasks. At that moment, a voice from Spa Island echoed, Brother Feng, it is ready. The construction on Spa Island is essentially complete. You may now come and enjoy a soak. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng swiftly ascended to the deck with the senior members, his gaze alight with delight as he beheld Spa Island. on the less than 1 hectare island. Over 40 wooden cottages of various sizes had been constructed, resembling a diminutive village. Simultaneously, a canopy had been erected above the hot springs to shield against the falling snow. Notifications were dispatched to all departments, declaring a day off, except for the captain, the boiler operator, and the cannon operator. Everyone was invited to the island to select their accommodations. Ye Feng tightened his fur coat and descended the rope ladder into the canoe. Shortly after, cheers erupted from the deck. Once everyone had gathered, Alba began to introduce the new facilities. Brother Feng, these 5 buildings are the girls' dormitories, while these 5 are for the boys. This 2-story wooden house is for you and Sister Susan. Conveniently located next to the hot springs and backed by a massive rock to protect against the winter winds, Alba explained with a smile. He was deeply grateful to Ye Feng for providing him with a better life. Thus he had ensured that the couple's residence was the finest. It featured 2 levels, constructed from the sturdiest wood, with the gaps between the timbers securely sealed with yellow mud and hay to prevent the cold winds from penetrating. Very nice. Shaner, are you satisfied with this room? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. I am very pleased. This will be our marital home. Susan nodded, caressing the rough wooden walls. It was evident that considerable effort had gone into its construction, making it more refined than the other cottages. Brother Feng, this will serve as the future land-based restaurant on Spa Island, where meetings can be held and the vice-captain can deliver speeches, Alba continued, guiding everyone into a vast shed. The structure was built from a combination of wood and stone, with a stone foundation and wooden upper section, capable of accommodating 200 people. Surrounding it were 4 enormous hearths to provide warmth throughout the pavilion. As winter may last for 3 years, temperatures could plummet to 50 or even 60 degrees below zero, making the stoves and charcoal indispensable. Haha, this largest chair is, of course, for Brother Feng, and this smaller one is for Sister Susan. I shall take the 3rd chair, Wang Zhihai declared, seating himself on the 3rd chair and squirming with delight, envisioning fans clamoring for his autograph. Ye Feng, however, darkened in expression. Alba, why are the chairs not uniform? Why must there be a distinction in size? Ye Feng inquired. Alba glanced nervously at Wang Zhihai, hesitating to respond. Brother Feng, please do not put him in a difficult position. It was my suggestion. I thought that since you are our leader, it is only fitting that you sit in the largest chair, allowing others to recognize the hierarchy. Wang Zhihai interjected. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Wang Zhihai, do you know why I hold annual elections? I do not know. Because I desire absolute fairness and justice. In my small team, there is no need for any class distinctions. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, that largest chair may be occupied by anyone. Even the sycophants may take a seat. Ye Feng shouted to everyone. Alba trembled all over, tears streaming down uncontrollably. It was simply marvelous to have someone like Brother Feng at the helm. Words could hardly express it. Indeed, it was nothing short of perfection. The others fell silent. Their hearts swelled with emotion. Whether they were indigenous people or those hailing from civilized societies, they all beheld a radiant light enveloping the entire team. Ye Feng appeared like an angel, shimmering in that luminous glow. Brother Feng, sob. Chen An sobbed as he clung to Ye Feng's leg. Let go. Look at your behavior. What a disgrace. Ye Feng pushed Chen An away. Brother Feng, let us explore the hot springs. As per your guidance, I have categorized the springs into 3 levels. The uppermost reaches 50 degrees, suitable only for those with tough skin. The middle pool is over 40 degrees, while the lowest is under 40 degrees, accommodating a diverse range of visitors. Alba then guided Ye Feng on a tour of the hot springs. Despite the careful distribution, the springs were still quite small, with 3 pools that could accommodate a maximum of 40 people at a time, far from allowing 100 to bathe together. Well done. You have worked hard, Ye Feng said as he patted Alba on the shoulder. Alba often walked with Chen An, learning various idioms and phrases from civilized society, and had become somewhat of a civilized person himself. The entire hot spring island was shaped like an egg, higher in the south and lower in the north, with 40 wooden cabins built upon it, including dining halls, hot spring shelters, martial arts rooms, shooting ranges, and gyms. Though the facilities were still quite rudimentary, Ye Feng was confident that with just a year, they would gradually improve. Furthermore, given that the hot spring island was situated at the heart of a tributary, surrounded by water on all sides, it was unlikely that even the most formidable members of the Cloud Mountain tribe could swim over for a surprise attack. If they approached with warships, the cannons aboard were no mere decoration. Thus, in the Black Tree River Basin, the hot spring island stood as Ye Feng's most secure stronghold. Deep within the cloud mist mountains, before a colossal temple, 7 diminutive figures knelt. At the forefront was Luo Ying, the grand leader of the Snow Mountain tribe. The high priest of the Snow Mountain tribe wishes to meet you. You must show decorum. From this moment on, you shall crawl 1,000 meters to enter the temple. Only then will you be granted an audience with the exalted high priest. Upon uttering these words, the priest gestured invitingly. Luo Ying nodded, signaling to the 6 great leaders behind her. They had received a summons from the Cloud Mountain tribe, stating that the high priest wished to meet them personally and had a task of honor to bestow upon the Snow Mountain tribe. Should they succeed, the Snow Mountain tribe would ascend to a first-rate tribe. Without further thought, after consulting with the tribe's chieftains and the high priest, Luo Ying brought the 6 leaders to the Cloud Mountain tribe. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they were required to perform 3 bows and 9 prostrations. With each checkpoint they crossed, they had to bow repeatedly, their foreheads bleeding from the effort. After a day of such tributes, they finally reached the temple entrance, only to discover they still had to crawl 1,000 meters to meet the high priest of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Indeed, the hierarchical Yunshan clan commands respect. To meet the Grand Priestess, we must prostrate ourselves, Luo Ying remarked to those behind her. After uttering these words, she dragged her knees towards the temple, bowing 9 times at each threshold before the great doors would grant them passage. Truth be told, her knees ached painfully, and her forehead throbbed. Yet such was the education instilled in them from a young age. To behold the exalted Grand Priestess, one must endure this ritual. Servitude had been ingrained in their very bones. As they neared the temple, Luo Ying's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on a group of men clad in black linen robes. To her astonishment, these men did not crawl upon the ground, but strode boldly to the temple entrance before finally kneeling. Why do they not have to prostrate themselves from a kilometer away? Luo Ying inquired. Oh, they belong to the Black Mountain clan, a first-tier tribe. Hence they need only crawl 500 meters. Keep striving. If your achievements are grand enough, you may only need to crawl 300 meters. The priestess replied with an encouraging expression. A wave of discomfort washed over Luo Ying. Do not be disheartened. You are a second-tier tribe. Better than some, yet still lacking compared to others. Look behind you. Those are members of the Yellow Mountain clan, a third-tier tribe, who must kneel from 1,500 meters away. Your Snow Mountain clan has the advantage, having to crawl only 1,000 meters, the priestess continued, gesturing towards a more distant scene. As Luo Ying glanced back, she indeed witnessed 5 prominent leaders of the Yellow Mountain clan kneeling at a distance of 1,500 meters. In that moment, a sense of superiority blossomed within her. Although the Snow Mountain clan could not rival the Black Mountain clan, it was undeniably superior to the Yellow Mountain clan. Additionally, the 7th-tier tribes must prostrate themselves from 3,500 meters. You, in comparison, have already ascended to a higher echelon by crawling just 1,000 meters. The priestess added, yet a flicker of mockery danced in her eyes. Luo Ying nodded, leading her 6 chief companions into the temple. The ground was coarse, and their knees had turned crimson from the blood that stained them. After an hour of waiting, still, the Grand Priestess did not emerge. Finally, a young girl entered through a side door, clutching a long feather in her hand. The Grand Priestess has decreed that she will not meet with the 7 major tribes. However, she has commanded each tribe to dispatch 2 warships, with 100 warriors each, led by beast masters, to the Black Tree River for an important mission. Upon its completion, all tribes shall be elevated in status, the girl proclaimed, placing the feather upon the ground. In the Black Tree River region, aboard Ye Feng's warship, he announced, from this day forth, 20 crew members shall remain aboard to operate the artillery, while the rest may return to Hot Spring Island for rest at night. The island offers a far more stable environment for a good night's sleep. Wonderful. Finally, no more seasickness aboard the ship. The crew erupted in joyous cheers. Brother Feng, we have some leftover food. Shall we send it to the Ga people on the shore? Shi Zhengliang inquired, accompanied by several apprentices, each bearing a bucket. Altogether, they had 3 buckets of food, yet it was to be shared among 100 Ga tribesmen. Clearly insufficient, but enough to sustain their lives. Very well. Send it to the shore. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. As dusk descends, the 100 members of the Ge tribe have long exited the woods. Gazing longingly at the position of the warship, The ordeal of enduring 2 meals a day has become increasingly unbearable. Azur, with a pale visage, follows closely behind the others, swallowing hard. Since having been beaten by his kin, the Ye tribe has been rendered virtually defunct, and no one accords him respect as their newly appointed chieftain. In fact, should Ye Feng extend an olive branch, these Ye people would eagerly offer their allegiance to the warship. The vessel gradually approaches, and Azur can hardly contain himself, as he envisions delectable food spilling onto the ice. When the warship is a mere 200 meters from the shore, it becomes immobile. The tributaries' banks have frozen over, and the closer one gets to the shore, the thicker the ice becomes, barely able to support one's weight. However, venturing 100 meters into the river requires caution, for one might easily break through the ice and plunge into the frigid waters. Lu 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 lu, Shi Zhengliang mocks, making derisive sounds akin to summoning pigs. He treats the Ye people as mere livestock. In former times, the Ye tribe, once the sovereigns of the Heishu River basin, would have been infuriated by such treatment. Yet now, upon hearing those mocking sounds, they salivate profusely. Old Shi, do refrain from such behavior, Ye Feng admonishes, shaking his head. Though the Ye tribe may be wicked, he prefers not to dehumanize them out of humanitarian concern. Brother Feng, the Ye are not deserving of sympathy. They are akin to dogs that cannot change their nature. For now, they may feign submission, but given the slightest opportunity, they will turn against us, Shi Zhengliang retorts, continuing to make his derisive noises. Lu 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 lu. A large bucket of leftover food is dumped onto the ice. The Ye people, invigorated as if by a stimulant, heedless of whether the ice can bear their weight, rush forward with a thunderous roar, scooping the food into their mouths with abandon. Chapter 319. Disgusting, please cease speaking. Azur, lacking arms, can only thrust his head against the ground to eat vigorously. Having taken but one bite, the ice beneath him is licked clean by his tribesmen. With a resounding crash, the second bucket of slop is poured out. Azur's expression shifts as he turns his gaze toward the woods by the shore. He sniffs the air again, his countenance paling dramatically. Boom! A large dark shadow launches from the forest, leaping nearly 30 meters in an instant. Not good, a beast. Azur cries out, just as the ice beneath him shatters under the weight of the shadow. Numerous Ye tribesmen plunge into the water, quickly turning into popsicles. On the deck, Shi Zhengliang points toward the shore, his mouth moving but no sound escaping. Golden, he shouts in alarm. Ye Feng immediately notices the situation on the bank. A colossal gorilla, towering over 12 meters, emerges from the shore, leaping 30 meters with a single bound. The river water reaches its waist. The gorilla shakes off the shards of ice and swims swiftly toward the warship. Old Cheng, quickly, set sail. Ye Feng shouts, seizing the machine gun, his legs trembling. Unable to run. On the deck, Cheng Li Bean's legs trembled uncontrollably, forcing him to clutch his legs with both hands as he inched forward. The colossal gorilla took another couple of strides, now a mere 80 meters from the warship. Given its immense size and speed, it would likely reach the vessel in just 5 seconds. Boom! The cannon finally unleashed its fury. Ye Feng's shot struck the gorilla squarely in the chest. The beast staggered, a gaping hole the size of a vat appearing on its torso, blood erupting from its back in a torrent. The searing beast's blood instantly melted the ice beneath it. Do not relent. Boom, boom, boom. Susan fired 3 consecutive shots. Although the gorilla's size was formidable, it proved to be woefully vulnerable against the cannon's might. At this moment, its body was reduced to little more than a spine, with 3 enormous wounds in its chest and abdomen, rapidly staining the river red with its blood. A roar of defiance escaped the gorilla's lips as its massive form collapsed into the waters. Boom! Concerned about the creature's resilience, Ye Feng fired again, shattering its skull. This was the largest beast he had ever encountered, weighing at least 15 tons. The Ye tribe had recently lost over a dozen members to the freezing cold. Yet their numbers still hovered around 100. Quickly, there must surely be a crystal core within its body. Maneuver the warship closer and hook its corpse to prevent it from sinking. Ye Feng exclaimed with delight. A 15-ton beast, after skinning and boning, would yield at least 10 tons of pure meat. This was a windfall, no need to waste time fishing now. The warship adjusted its rudder to the right and gradually came to a halt beside the gorilla's corpse. 3 hooks were dispatched to secure the body, ensuring it would not plummet to the riverbed. Take a dagger and come with me to carve the meat. Ye Feng descended the rope ladder. On the shore, the remnants of the Ye tribe gathered, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the colossal carcass. Should we take a chance? Just a single arm of the gorilla would suffice for a month's sustenance, one of the Ge tribesmen suggested. However, the ice is too thin, and the weaponry aboard Ye Feng's warship is far too advanced. Venturing out would be tantamount to suicide. It would be wiser to patiently wait on the shore until Ye Feng and his crew have fully processed the meat, as they are sure to leave behind the bones. Another elder from the Ge tribe remarked, "Then it shall be decided. Even the bones will provide enough sustenance for half a month." The group reached a consensus. 30 kilometers upstream on the Black Tree River, 14 warships of various sizes drifted downstream. Each vessel bore distinct flags, representing the totems of their respective tribes. Among them were 2 ships belonging to the Snow Mountain tribe. Luoying stood at the bow, her expression grave as she surveyed the banks. "Great Chief, I have received word that the Yunshan tribe also sent people to hunt in the Black Tree River region, yet all perished, with only about 50 returning. It seems the Yunshan tribe wishes to send us to our doom, to test the true strength of the giant ship." A fellow chief approached Luoying. Although both were great chiefs, there was a disparity between them. Luoying not only held the title of Great Chief, but her brother was also the chieftain, naturally elevating her status above that of the other chiefs. In the mist-laden mountains, a strict hierarchy prevails, with the Yunshan clan reigning supreme. They have mastered the art of stratification, firmly establishing their dominion over the entire mountain range. During moments of peace, Luoying often questions this system. Why must we, all human beings, endure such toil while the Yunshan clan remains perpetually elevated? Is their martial prowess truly unparalleled? Perhaps they are marginally stronger than the smaller clans. Yet if all tribes within the Misty Mountains united, the Yunshan clan would undoubtedly falter. However, the Yunshan clan skillfully employs a tactic of elevation and suppression, inciting rivalry and animosity among the smaller tribes. At that moment, the formidable leader of the Heishan clan aboard the adjacent warship cast a provocative glance in her direction. "Luoying, this time our Heishan clan will claim more trophies than your Xueshan tribe. You shall never ascend to the status of a first-tier clan." With a scoff, she retorted, "Badalu, let us compete and witness the true strength of your Heishan clan." Angered, Luoying cast aside her previous thoughts. Just as she sought to regain her composure, another provocation shattered her resolve. "Observe, all the trophies this time belong to our Heishan clan," Badalu declared, his tone shifting. "Luoying, as the sister of the Xueshan chieftain, if you were to become my woman, your tribe would gain a foothold among the first-tier clans, an honor for you." Luoying felt a wave of nausea. Badalu, nearly 40 and grotesquely unattractive, dared to propose such a thing. "Disgusting. Spare me your words," she exclaimed, turning away. Among the 7 tribes, 14 warships gradually sailed downstream. The leaders of the tribes exchanged insults, each asserting their prowess and claiming the ability to capture more trophies. Luoying's companions joined in the fray, each unwilling to concede, all eager to vie for the title of first-tier clan and earn the favor of the Yunshan clan. Meanwhile, Ye Feng worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk, meticulously stripping the meat from the massive gorilla. The Gaha people on the riverbank gazed longingly at the bones, their mouths watering. "Brother Feng, bring back the bones too. The marrow must be plentiful," Shi Zhengliang urged. The deck was already laden with nearly 10 tons of meat. "Ah!" exclaimed the Gaha tribesmen, their faces filled with despair. "Forget it. The bones are too large, and we lack a saw. Let us discard them into the river." Ye Feng sighed, concerned that the entire gorilla, meat and bones together, might damage the warship. After all, the vessel was a non-renewable resource, and once damaged, it could not be easily repaired. German steel could not be forged on a deserted island. Chapter 320. Huddling together for warmth wonderful. The bones are ours. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once Ye Feng returns to the deck, we must rush to seize the bones. A native shouted. Indeed, with so many bones, we could feast for a month. The marrow is a delicacy, worth 10 portions of meat. Yet, amidst their cheers, another voice chimed in, "Brother Feng, if you fear damaging the warship, why not secure the bones with rope and tow them to Hot Springs Island for careful butchering?" proposed Chen An. "Yes, how did I not think of that? Someone, lower the rope," Ye Feng called out, gesturing towards the deck. With a whoosh, a rope tumbled down from the deck, one end secured to the warship and the other tethered to a colossal skeleton. "Lift," Chen An commanded, setting the warship in motion. The enormous skeleton flickering in and out of sight within the river's depths. On the shore, the Ga people stood in shock, some overwhelmed by the spectacle, collapsing to the ground. Who could withstand such a sight? As night descended, the temperature in the Heishu River basin plummeted to -20°C. The Ga people huddled together like penguins for warmth, rotating positions as those within grew too warm, swapping places with those outside. On warm Spring Island, the north wind howled, and a mix of rain and snow fell outside. Yet, within the expansive greenhouse, four large stoves burned brightly, maintaining a cozy 15°C. This bone marrow is truly remarkable, akin to jelly. It's no wonder it's pure wild meat, Chung Libin remarked, slurping the gelatinous marrow with a satisfied smack of his lips. Ye Feng, lost in thought as he consumed the exotic beast meat, occasionally reached towards his backpack, which housed a gorilla's crystal core, astonishingly the size of a dog's head. He believed that consuming this core would grant him at least 10,000 pounds of strength, but the time was not yet ripe. He intended to wait until everyone was asleep before sneaking it back to the couple's quarters to share with Susan. Brother Feng, doesn't that gorilla also have a crystal core? Tuba approached. No. Ye Feng quickly tossed his backpack beneath the table. Is that even possible? The larger the beast, the bigger the core. It's quite peculiar. Tuba said, scratching his head, returning to his seat with a look of frustration. Ye Feng's team comprised around 150 individuals, but only 20 remained on the warship. 3 were tasked with navigation, while 17 served as patrollers, gunners, and guards. Wang Zhihai finished off the bone marrow, patting his belly as warmth surged from his abdomen. Everyone, the story of Jingping Mei has concluded. Would you like to hear another? Wang Zhihai's storytelling prowess drew an eager crowd of 50 indigenous people. Even Ye Feng felt compelled to join. What are you doing? Susan pulled Ye Feng back. I'm going to listen to the story. There's no television on this deserted island. Storytelling is our last form of entertainment, Ye Feng replied. Come, return to the couple's room. That shaman could bear your child. So can I. With that, Susan firmly dragged Ye Feng back to their quarters. An hour later, Susan lay blushing in Ye Feng's embrace. Was that comfortable? She gently asked, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. Of course, I'm utterly spent. I need a month to recuperate, he replied, caressing her silky hair. A month? Isn't that a bit long? Susan shook her head, recalling how the primal force within her had become uncontrollable after tasting the pleasures of intimacy, leading to nightly escapades that left Ye Feng exhausted. Shaner, I have a treasure here. Let us share it half and half. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng removed the backpack hanging behind the leather pillow. As he opened the bag, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Is this the crystal essence of the gorilla? It's enormous. Susan covered her mouth in astonishment. I'll slice it open, Ye Feng stated, dividing the crystal into 2 and handing the larger piece to Susan. No, you are the head of the household. You should have the larger portion. I am content with the smaller piece, as I do not wish to overshadow you, Susan replied, pushing the larger piece back toward Ye Feng. My dear, you are truly virtuous. To have you as my wife is a blessing from a past life. Ye Feng gazed at Susan with deep affection. Let us not dwell on such matters. My marrying you is also a blessing from a past life. Now eat. After exchanging their sweet sentiments, they began to consume the crystal essence. As soon as they swallowed it, both Ye Feng and Susan sat upright, their faces flushed crimson. A powerful wave of heat surged through their bodies, nearly causing their blood to boil. This is not good. We must go outside, or our body temperature will rise too high and we may explode, Ye Feng exclaimed, cradling the bare Susan and sprinting out of the wooden house. Diving straight into the icy river, the intense heat finally began to dissipate, yet Ye Feng's internal temperature remained elevated. In contrast, Susan gazed at herself with dazed eyes, her face glowing like an apple. It's unbearable. I still feel too hot. We must release the heat within through this conduit. Thus, in the frigid waters of the river, Ye Feng and Susan shared another intimate moment. The sensation was indescribable. Though the water was cold, their blood boiled with fervor, experiencing both ice and fire. After a considerable time, Ye Feng finally carried Susan back into the house. Fortunately, everyone was engrossed in listening to Wang Zhihai's storytelling. Otherwise, their earlier encounter would have been a live broadcast. A Feng, that sensation was incredibly pleasurable. I never imagined the gorilla's crystal essence would be so heating. Let us try again the next time we find another crystal, Susan said, resting on Ye Feng's shoulder. Ye Feng nodded, retrieving the dagger beside him and pinching it between his fingers. In the next moment, he exerted pressure, and the dagger snapped with a resounding crack. Heavens! Your strength has increased so drastically, Susan exclaimed, staring in shock at the broken dagger. I feel that the gorilla's crystal essence has a fierce potency, enhancing my strength by at least 1/3. If I fully digest the essence within, who knows, my strength may triple, Ye Feng continued, his muscles tightening. Scales of blood shimmered upon his skin, radiating a brilliant golden hue, more robust than before. Try striking me with your blade, but be swift, Ye Feng instructed Susan, eager to test the responsiveness of his blood scales. Understanding Ye Feng's prowess, Susan brandished her blade and struck. The scales quickly enveloped Ye Feng's arm, bending the curve of the saber. The inferior quality of the saber proved no match. Susan, switch to this German-made dagger, he suggested. With another swift strike, Ye Feng's blood scales effortlessly deflected the dagger. A Feng, your blood scales are astonishing. Why not test their responsiveness with a cannon? Susan proposed. What? Ye Feng's face darkened as he pinched Susan's cheek. Chapter 321, A Moment of Panic. Are you foolish? Although blood scale is formidable, it pales in comparison to the artillery. Even half-meter-thick steel plates would be reduced to mere fragments under its firepower. You must have seen that projectile, right? It seems to be crafted from tungsten steel, the hardest metal known to mankind. However, did tungsten steel projectiles even exist during World War II? Ye Feng found this notion somewhat incredulous. Perhaps the Germans had developed such tungsten projectiles long ago, but kept it a secret to secure an advantage. On board the warship, tonight's duty captain was Zhang Ziqing, and the officer on watch was Alba. As a native, it was his first encounter with the artillery. Is this the power of civilization? Did you see last time? For warships were utterly annihilated by the cannon fire. I truly wish I could fire a shot myself, Alba said, unable to contain his excitement as he placed his hand on the trigger. No, Captain. If Feng Gu finds out you wasted ammunition, he will have you dismissed, advised a fellow native nearby. Fear not, they are all asleep. I will fire a shot towards the shore. It's not a bad idea to catch some fish. Alba replied. The sound of the artillery is so loud it can be heard from 5 miles away. Would Feng Gu be unaware? Then you can claim it was a misfire, that you accidentally discharged a round. At that moment, Zhang Ziqing approached and removed the ammunition belt from the artillery. You truly do not understand the gravity of the situation. Feng Gu trusts you to operate the artillery, and if you dare to waste it, he may very well flay you alive. In truth, Feng Gu is quite reasonable, but Deputy Commander Wang Zhihai is another matter altogether. That fellow has become rather arrogant since rising to the second in command, and he will undoubtedly seek to assert his authority over you. Upon hearing Zhang Ziqing's words, Alba reluctantly released the artillery. 2 kilometers upstream on the main river, 14 warships drifted downstream, propelled by the river's current at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. Remember, Luo Ying addressed the prominent leaders behind him. The giant ship is quite large. We must not make our presence known. When we get close, use ropes to secure it, and then climb aboard. It would be best if we could eliminate them while they are still asleep. Understood. The senior members responded in unison. Among the other warships, the tribal chiefs were engaged in hushed discussions, conducting their final pre-battle mobilization. This was a battle of honor. Once they eradicated the Black Tree River Basin, they would ascend to first-class tribes, significantly reducing their annual tribute. On Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng suddenly awoke. With his enhanced strength, his sixth sense had become exceptionally keen. In contrast, Susan remained deep in slumber, one of her snow-white legs exposed beyond the covers. Outside, the cold wind howled. Yet the room maintained a temperature of around 20 degrees, thanks to the stove. Something feels amiss. Ye Feng muttered to himself as he donned his animal hide and stepped out of their quarters, directing his gaze towards the warship 50 meters away. A savage was operating the artillery, his sharp eyes scanning the banks of the tributary. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Ye Feng chuckled softly to himself. The Gay tribe would not dare to attack the warship, as they were starving and barely clinging to life. As for the Yunshan tribe, having witnessed the artillery's might before, they would undoubtedly refrain from courting death again. He stretched lazily, preparing to return to the warmth of his wife's embrace, reveling in the blissful simplicity of life. Yet, just as Ye Feng was about to enter the house, an instinctive glance was cast towards the confluence of the tributary and the main river. In the tranquil, snowy night, he thought he heard the ominous sound of ice cracking. But now, the entire Black Tree River Basin seemed devoid of life. Could it be the sound of ice pressing against one another? Or perhaps, a monstrous creature had wandered into this vicinity? A knot tightened in his stomach as he hastily boarded his canoe, paddling towards the warship. "Brother Feng, why are you here instead of at home with your wife?" "Fear not, for Alba is here. If he is of no use, I, the duty captain, shall suffice," Zhang Ziqing remarked, stepping on Alba as he spoke. "Enough chatter. Lower the rope ladder. I sense something amiss tonight, and shall oversee the watch myself." With a splash, the rope ladder descended, and Ye Feng swiftly climbed aboard the deck. In truth, given his strength, he could have ascended without the ladder, but sometimes it is wise to conserve energy for more critical endeavors. Once on the deck, his gaze fixed upon the junction of the tributary and the main river. If the Yunsan tribe intended to stir trouble, they would likely approach from that direction. Any other route would require a detour of several dozen kilometers, making it impractical for them to arrive. Rest assured, Brother Feng, no matter how formidable the Yunsan tribe may be, once they witness the might of the cannon, they will surely retreat in fear, daring not to invade again. Zhang Ziqing reassured him. However, no sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in horror. From the mouth of the tributary, a multitude of torches suddenly ignited, twinkling like stars. Enemy attack. Ye Feng immediately set up the cannon and ordered the extinguishing of most torches on the warship. Have the slaves in the hold row swiftly. Luo Ying also spotted the warship. A chief rushed to the hold and signaled to the drummer. The drummer quickly began to strike the hand drum. Each beat signified that 40 slaves would row in unison. Each warship typically housed over 40 slaves in the hold. The rhythmic thumping resonated like thunder, urging the slaves to row with increasing speed. Too slow. Execute ramming speed. The chief lashed the drummer's back with a whip. The drummer, a slave himself, grit his teeth and struck the drum with such fervor that smoke began to rise, his palms stained with blood. But at that moment, the entire warship trembled violently, and the drummer's body was torn asunder by a tremendous force, splattering against the rear planks of the ship. Simultaneously, a torrent of river water surged into the hold. Startled, the chief staggered towards the deck. Yet, the warship was already beginning to tilt. Luo Ying clung desperately to the mast, her horrified gaze fixed on the distant warship. With a piercing sound, the ship was cleaved in two from bow to stern. Numerous Snow Mountain tribesmen plunged into the frigid waters. Luo Ying, losing her balance, fell into the river as well. Her warship, leading the charge, was the first to be destroyed. However, the battleships behind surged forward with relentless power, heedless of the dangers. Charging towards Ye Feng's vessel, Zhang Ziqing positioned the ship broadside to the enemy, enabling the rear-mounted cannon to unleash its fire. Observing the cluster of enemy ships in the distance, Ye Feng felt a surge of panic. On Hot Spring Island, everyone was roused by the thunderous cannon fire. They donned animal skins and rushed out of their wooden huts. Some paddled canoes towards the battleships, while others leapt into the river to swim across, all eager to lend support to the naval force. Boom, boom, boom. Ye Feng unleashed 3 rounds on each enemy ship, the formidable cannon tearing the vessels to shreds. The river echoed with the anguished cries of the natives, their voices soon merging into a haunting chorus. Yet, 3 ships managed to evade destruction and barreled straight towards Hot Spring Island. The slaves in the hold rowed fiercely, propelled by sheer inertia, driving the ship onto the island. Chapter 322. Quickly, summon Chu Xue. With a crash, the hatch opened, and hundreds of Black Mountain tribesmen stormed onto Hot Spring Island, ready for battle. Chen An seized a spear, rallying the defenders to form ranks and prevent the enemy from breaking through. Susan also donned her attire and organized another group. Ha! Kill! Let the slaughter be swift. The Black Mountain warriors rejoiced, brandishing their curved blades as they charged towards the heart of the island, slaying and setting fire to the place, igniting several wooden huts. The flames rapidly spread, casting a crimson hue across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Ye Feng continued to fire the cannon, finally obliterating the 11 enemy ships directly ahead. With a vigorous twist of the bearing, he aimed the cannon at Hot Spring Island. At that moment, hundreds of enemies had already surged onto the island, many being formidable foes. Meanwhile, the island's defenders were predominantly women, lacking the capacity for effective resistance. Kill! Ha ha ha! Women, so many women. Don't kill the females just yet. Take them back as captives. As Ye Feng watched the Gaha women fall to the ground, his eyes reddened with rage. Get out of my home. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon roared again, targeting the skilled indigenous leaders. Although Ye Feng managed to slay 5 or 6 formidable Black Mountain warriors, The cannons might also devastated the dining pavilion, leveling several wooden huts to the ground. Tuba had nearly reached the battleship, but upon witnessing the chaos, he redirected the canoe towards Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng fired a few more rounds, but hesitated to continue, as his own men were now entangled in the fray with the natives, risking friendly fire. You all continue to operate the cannon. Keep watch over the river. I am heading to the island. With that, Ye Feng leapt from the deck, plunging into the water from a height of several meters. On Hot Spring Island, the cacophony of battle cries erupted, as Gaha women fell in pools of blood. Ha! Baturu have ultimately achieved great merit. Leading the charge was the formidable chief of the Black Mountain tribe, his strength rivaling that of a beast fighter. Such a fair-skinned girl. Baturu's gaze fell upon Ding Tuan, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he swung his curved blade down with ferocity. Clang! A heavy spear thrust forward, barely parrying the curved blade. Bachelor looked up and was astonished to find that the one who had deflected his weapon was a woman. Sister by Chu Xue, I am so frightened. Ding Tuan hid behind by Chu Xue. A tingling sensation surged through by Chu Xue's hands. Although she had deflected the curved blade, she could scarcely maintain her grip on the solid iron spear. Fortunately, having consumed 2 crystal pills, she had managed to avert a catastrophic injury from that previous strike. What a formidable woman. I declare, you shall henceforth be mine. Come here. Bachelor thrust his curved blade forward, ensnaring the spear at an odd angle. In the next moment, Bai Chu Xue found herself sprawling on the ground, the spear slipping from her grasp and flying far away. How dare you touch my woman? A voice brimming with menace echoed as Bachelor turned to see a man with bloodshot eyes approaching, wielding the solid iron spear he had just dislodged. Brother Yi, be careful. This man is incredibly strong. Ding Tuan shouted anxiously. Ah Feng, you must be cautious. Bai Chu Xue shielded Ding Tuan behind her. Understood, Ye Feng responded, suddenly lunging forward with the spear. Bachelor evaded with ease, his curved blade aimed at Ye Feng's head. After exchanging 3 blows, it became evident that Ye Feng was no match for the prowess of the cold weapon era, as the curved blade struck his arm. Ha, is that all? Bachelor chuckled momentarily, but his expression shifted to one of shock as he beheld the blood scales on Ye Feng's body. You? Alas, it was too late. In the realm of skilled combat, a single oversight can determine the victor. Ye Feng's spear pierced through Bachelor's abdomen, lifting him into the air. Aya! Bachelor struggled desperately, but with his feet off the ground, he could not leverage himself. Boom, boom, boom. On the deck, Zhang Zicheng was also picking off the powerful indigenous warriors, and the battle was swiftly nearing its conclusion. Fishing net, bind him, Ye Feng commanded. Tuba flung his arms, casting a net lined with barbed hooks over Bachelor, ensnaring him like a zongzi. With the barbs embedded, escape was impossible unless he could somehow shed his own skin. The sounds of combat gradually subsided. The invading Black Mountain men either fell to gunfire or were overwhelmed in numbers, with 80 slain and only 20 captured alive in the net. Brother Feng, 5th brother. Chen An approached, his voice tinged with despair. Ye Feng was startled, quickly setting down his spear and rushing towards the hot spring. There lay Long Wu, collapsed on the ground, his hands desperately clutching an enemy's throat. A massive wound marred his back, revealing glimpses of his lungs rapidly inflating. Such a grievous injury, and with Long Wu having not consumed the divine fruit, it seemed nearly insurmountable. 5th brother, he is already gone. Release him. Ye Feng approached and pried Long Wu's hands free. The madness in Long Wu's eyes gradually faded, his once rosy complexion now turning ashen. Carry 5th brother to my room, quickly. Summon Chu Xue. Ye Feng's voice had cracked. At that moment, Chu Xue approached, her entire body stained with blood. Brother Feng, my sisters, the ones I brought from the Gay tribe, many have perished. Her voice trembled with sobs. Ye Feng's body stiffened as he glanced at the scattered corpses on the ground. Do your utmost to save them. Carry those who are still alive into a warm room. Having issued his final command, Ye Feng dashed into his own chamber. Long Wang lay upon his bridal bed, while Chu Xue was stitching the wounds on his back. Brother Feng, have you come? Long Wu suddenly inquired. 5th brother, do not speak. Let Chu Xue tend to your wounds. It's nothing. These injuries will heal within a few days. Ye Feng whispered words of comfort, though tears streamed down his face. As one of the first elders he had met on the deserted island, Long Wu had secretly aided him, even protecting the women in the cave. But now, was 5th brother also to depart? Brother Feng, I beseech you for a favor. My daughter, Long Tian Tian, studies at Jinling No. 1 High School. If you manage to return to civilization, please take care of her, will you? Long Wu suddenly sat up, vitality returning to his face as he grasped Ye Feng's hand tightly. Rest assured, should I return, Long Tian Tian shall be as my own daughter. What is mine shall also be hers. Ye Feng responded earnestly, clasping Long Wu's hand in return. Brother Feng, I believe you will keep your word. I cough. Long Wu coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. Simultaneously, his body seemed to lose its strength, collapsing softly onto the bed. Chapter 323. It appears one holds a significant identity. Caution is advised. Fifth brother, do not succumb. Your daughter awaits your return. Ye Feng shook Long Wu's body. Fifth brother, rise. As a soldier, I command you not to die. Susan grasped Long Wu's other arm. Fifth brother, Chen An approached as well. Yet, the light in Long Wu's eyes began to fade, and his body grew rigid. Fifth brother, a flash of inspiration struck Ye Feng's mind. He abruptly drew a dagger and slashed at his own wrist. He had realized that the crystal core within him had yet to be fully digested, and his blood still contained immense energy. Perhaps it could sustain fifth brother's life. To be truthful, among all the men aboard the ship, Long Wu was the one he trusted most, and he did not wish to lose such a companion. Clang! A cascade of blood scales appeared, the dagger marred with nicks. What are you doing? Susan pulled at Ye Feng. Only my blood can save fifth brother. With that, Ye Feng relaxed his body and drew the dagger across his skin once more. A faint white mark appeared on his wrist. It seemed that the blood scales possessed a will of their own, manifesting whenever Ye Feng's skin was breached. With this thought, Ye Feng slowly closed his eyes, seeking a state of complete emptiness. Clang! At last, a tiny wound emerged on his wrist. Ye Feng rejoiced, quickly wedging the dagger into the cut to prevent it from healing. Subsequently, he gripped his left wrist tightly with his right hand, applying pressure to the wound. A drop of fragrant blood fell into Long Wu's mouth. It appeared it was still not enough. Ye Feng yearned to extract a bit more blood. Yet the wound had already healed. Ah Feng, fifth brother's complexion seems to have improved somewhat, Susan exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at Long Wu's face. Splendid. Ye Feng rejoiced, producing a dagger and preparing to slice his wrist once more. However, his excitement caused his muscles to tense. He then laid the dagger across his wrist, akin to a saw, repeatedly making incisions. This won't suffice. What do I do? Right. I should carry fifth brother onto the deck and use the cannon to strike my wrist. With that, Ye Feng lifted Long Wu effortlessly. No, Ah Feng. Your blood contains energy. Perhaps mine does as well. Let me do it. Susan interjected wisely, likely comprehending that the residual power of the crystal elixir had revived Long Wu. After speaking, she made a cut on her own wrist, allowing her blood to flow slowly into Long Wu's mouth. Initially, he showed no reaction, but after a brief moment, he began to consciously swallow the fragrant blood. Wonderful. Fifth brother is saved. Ye Feng exclaimed joyfully, grasping Susan's hand tightly. Chu Xue approached and flipped Long Wu's eyelids outward. This approach is futile. At best, it will merely prolong his life. Unless Sister Susan can provide him with a substantial amount of blood daily. Does she possess such an abundance? Chu Xue shook her head. Indeed, once Long Wu was deprived of the blood supply, his complexion began to darken once more. Fifth brother. Ye Feng sighed deeply, clutching Long Wu's hand tightly. Memories flooded his mind. He never anticipated that of the first group he met on the deserted island, only he, Su Yun, and Ding Tuanchuan remained. I am truly useless. I vowed to protect you and create a safe environment for you all, Ye Feng lamented, tugging at his own hair in frustration. At that moment, Chu Xue stepped forward, first checking Long Wu's breath before shaking her head. He cannot hold on much longer. Even with Sister Susan's blood, he would last at most 7 days. However, I have a method that might allow him to survive. Chu Xue's words struck like thunder, awakening everyone in the room. Thank you, Chu Xue. Please, tell me how to keep fifth brother alive, Ye Feng implored, gripping her shoulders tightly. Ouch, let go. Chu Xue grimaced in pain as she twisted her shoulder. My apologies, Ye Feng quickly released her, gazing at her expectantly. Seek the high priest, and have him transform Long Wu into a Wraith King. However, know that if he becomes a Wraith King, he will no longer be himself. Merely a shell. Moreover, some Wraith Kings may gradually develop self-awareness over time, though the odds are slim, Chu Xue explained. A Wraith King? Ye Feng's expression darkened. If fifth brother became a wraith king, would he still be fifth brother? The others in the room hesitated as well. Ye Feng, we might as well try. I suspect the high priest will soon return to demand food from us. At that time, we can barter with her to transform fifth brother into a wraith king. Hoping that with time, he may regain his self-awareness, Susan suggested. Given the circumstances, there was no other option. Ye Feng nodded and cast a fierce glance towards the door. Let us go. Follow me to the warship. Upon concluding their discussions, a group emerged from the wooden cabin. The once thriving hot springs island now lay in ruins, engulfed by flames, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground in disarray. The group swiftly boarded a warship, and Ye Feng cast his gaze towards the entrance of the tributary. There, a multitude of indigenous corpses floated, yet some still exhaled warm breath, indicating that they were not entirely deceased. Brother Feng, shall we proceed as usual and eliminate them all? Chen An inquired. Eliminate them all? Huh, is it truly that simple? We shall retrieve them as captives, shackling them with iron chains, and compel them to labor until they are utterly exhausted, Ye Feng replied through clenched teeth. Indeed, the wooden structures of Hot Springs Island have been largely destroyed. We certainly require these captives for reconstruction. Chen An nodded, leading 30 individuals to execute the task. Ye Feng began to assess the casualties. Their original force of 150 had dwindled to approximately 80. Most of the deceased were women of the Ge tribe, who had not been on duty at the time, resulting in their tragic demise. In the river, Luo Ying of the Snow Mountain tribe floated helplessly. The tributary spanned 10 kilometers, and after swimming 2 kilometers toward the shore, her arms grew weak, forcing her to float on her back, praying for a miracle. And indeed, a miracle occurred, for canoes approached, engaged in the retrieval of the living from the water. Well, being captured is better than death. As long as I can board that great ship, with my skills, I shall prevail. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a large net descended from above, dragging her toward the canoe. Brethren, this woman has gold around her neck. She appears to be of high status, so exercise caution, an indigenous man warned. Then, according to the vice captain's orders, when encountering a higher-ranking enemy, pierce through the shoulder blade to prevent any last-ditch retaliation, Chen An instructed, grasping a curved blade, one of the weapons they had seized. No, please. Luo Ying attempted to protest, but her tongue had succumbed to the cold. With a swift motion, the curved blade pierced through her shoulder blade, and she was unceremoniously tossed into the canoe. Other canoes were similarly engaged in capturing survivors, all of whom were at least minor leaders among the tribes. As for the ordinary indigenous warriors, their poor physical condition had led to their demise in the frigid waters. The rescue operations continued from night until dawn, with the 4 canoes returning laden with captives. When the first rays of sunlight illuminated the deck, the captives were heaped together, each pierced through the shoulder blade and shackled by iron chains to one another. Among them were Luo Ying, the great leader Batu of the Haishan tribe, and several other tribal leaders. Brother Feng, these are the only survivors left, 7 women and 33 men, Chen An reported. Ye Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the motley group. He longed for a tranquil life of farming, yet these ruffians incessantly denied him a moment's respite. It was clear that he must demonstrate the ruthlessness of his methods. The indigenous people of the Yunwu mountain range possess a distinctive characteristic. The more tattoos they bear, the greater the number of lives they have taken, and consequently, the higher their status. Strip them of their garments. I wish to inspect the extent of their tattoos, commanded Ye Feng. I'll handle it. Wang Zhihai swiftly approached the female leaders, soon revealing their unblemished skin. Indeed, their backs were adorned with numerous tattoos, with the exception of their faces. In contrast, the male natives displayed the most tattoos on their faces and hands, while their bodies bore fewer marks. This observation highlights that the men of the Yunwu mountain people are more ostentatious, while the women are notably reserved. Alba, escort these men to Hot Spring Island to reconstruct their homes. Prepare the whips. Should they falter in their pace, they shall feel the sting of the lash. Ye Feng stated coldly. Understood. Alba cast the men into the river, while they boarded the canoe, being driven onward. At that moment, Ye Feng turned his gaze to the 7 unblemished women, who guarded their chests and vital areas with unwavering eyes, locking stares with him. Why are these women not participating in labor? Susan inquired. There remain many areas aboard the warship that require cleaning. Mei Zi, take them to tidy up. They must work swiftly and to the highest standard, devoid of any compassion. Let them not forget that their fallen kin are victims of their own actions. Ye Feng spoke grimly. Rest assured, I shall show no mercy. Mei Zi nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, these 7 women are quite lovely. After our brother's night of struggle, why not reward us with their company? After all, they are destined to be squandered in the end, Zhang Ziqiang suddenly remarked, casting a heated gaze at the 7 women. Luo Ying, crouched on the deck, felt a jolt of alarm. She was the esteemed leader of the Snow Mountain tribe, with potential to become a priestess in the future. No, I would rather perish than allow these inferior Black Tree River men to defile me. With that thought, she glanced at the dagger at Ye Feng's waist. Silence. I have made it clear that, even with captives, we shall not force ourselves upon women. Zhang Ziqing, have you forgotten this lesson? Ye Feng asked coldly. Brother Feng. I shall never dare again. Zhang Ziqing retreated in terror. The murderous glint in Ye Feng's eyes had been unmistakable. Luo Ying exhaled in relief. As long as she could survive and retain her purity, she could endure like a dog and await the arrival of reinforcements from her tribe to avenge her humiliation. Wang Zhihai, Susan, I will be departing for a time to seek the high priest on the shore. During my absence, I expect you to remain ever vigilant. Ye Feng addressed the 2 prominent figures. I understand. You may leave with peace of mind. This is the only way to save Brother Wu. Susan nodded. Brother Feng, with Susan and me here, you need not worry, Wang Zhihai reassured, patting his chest. Ye Feng then proceeded to Hot Spring Island, wrapping Long Wu in a massive animal hide. Brother Yi, will you carry Brother Wu alone? Allow me to accompany you. Ding Tuan Tuan approached. Your assistance would be of no use. I would have to stop and wait for you. Ye Feng shook his head. Then let the little lapdog accompany you. Its size can help bear Brother Wu, Ding Tuan Tuan suggested once more. Ye Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about the little licking dog. After several months, it had grown into a formidable creature, ideal for carrying burdens. After a while, Ding Tuan Tuan went to the dining hall and called out the soundly sleeping little licking dog. As soon as it dashed out, it began to lick Ye Feng's feet. Stop licking. We have an important mission this time. You, as the logistics unit, must ensure that 5th brother is safely carried. Do not let him fall off the bear's back. Ye Feng patted its silly head. Owl. The little licking dog nodded in a human-like manner, as if it truly comprehended Ye Feng's words. Thus, the trio, 2 individuals and 1 bear, boarded a canoe, with Ye Feng rowing with vigor. Upon reaching the shore, Ye Feng secured Long Wu onto the little licking dog's back, wrapping him snugly in a fur coat to shield him from the cold. The quest to find Duo Yan Hina, though fraught with slim hopes, was one he felt compelled to undertake. Even if unsuccessful, he would find solace in having made the effort. Some matters, despite their bleak prospects, demanded action, a reflection of a binding spirit of commitment. Persistence, even if futile in the short term, could forge the team into an unbreakable unit over time. Consider this, for Long Wu's very life, Ye Feng was willing to seek out a glimmer of hope. Others would think that should they find themselves in peril, Ye Feng would undoubtedly extend the same assistance to them. With prolonged trust, their faith in the team would solidify to an unwavering degree, eliminating any chance of betrayal. Historically, many seemingly powerful teams have crumbled from within. External forces are rarely capable of dismantling a united front without facing dire consequences themselves. After traversing 2 kilometers into the woods, Ye Feng began to grasp the severity of winter. The temperature was alarmingly low. Any exposed skin felt as if it were being pierced by needles. This realization startled him, prompting him to cover Long Wu's face with fur as well. However, the frigid temperatures posed no challenge to the little licking dog, whose thick fur provided ample protection, and the warm breath it exhaled could be seen billowing in the air. After another kilometer, Ye Feng found himself hesitating. Was Duo Yan Hina still with the Gar tribe? If not, where might she have gone? Deciding to investigate the Gar tribe first, he urged the little licking dog into a light jog, quickly entering a narrow tributary. The stream was completely frozen, allowing Ye Feng to proceed without detours. The once vibrant black woods had transformed into a realm of profound silence, devoid of any animal sounds, making Ye Feng feel as though he were the last human on earth. The little licking dog sneezed, extending its long tongue to lick its nose, only to sneeze again. In response, Ye Feng tore a piece of burlap to fashion a mask for the little licking dog, thus silencing its sneezes. The moisture in the air had crystallized into tiny ice particles, which, once inhaled, could damage the lungs' mucous membranes. Chapter 325. Ye Feng's capital. Ye Feng estimated that the current temperature had plummeted to over -40 degrees Celsius. Although he, with his strength, was unfazed by such cold, he still covered his mouth and nose with fur. An hour later, Ye Feng arrived at the familiar yet foreign riverbank. A thick layer of snow blanketed the ground, and the occasional sight of a frozen corpse emerged. Had the Ge tribe ceased building their homes by the riverside? Perhaps they had retreated to their village. Contemplating this, Ye Feng made his way towards the dilapidated settlement. The place had suffered under his previous bombardment. The walls were riddled with holes, and the wooden structures lay in ruins, some dismantled entirely. Before long, he stood before the temple, where a towering statue lay toppled to one side. The figure of the spear-wielding man had shattered into several pieces, leaving only a head rolling on the ground. Despite its fragmented state, the stone statue still emanated a faint sense of oppression. Who could this be? Ye Feng cast a fearful glance at the effigy. After a brief moment, he moved aside 2 fragments of stone and entered the temple's interior. Inside were several broken cages, and Ye Feng recalled that his first encounter with Duoyan Hina had taken place here. Time had transformed the landscape, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. "Come, my faithful companion, let us seek elsewhere," he declared, exiting the stone hall and heading toward the nearby woods. Venturing 20 meters into the forest, Ye Feng encountered a new settlement, encircled by a multitude of trees. With a powerful fist, he broke through the surrounding wall and stepped into the heart of the new village. An eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of any sound. Pushing open the first wooden door, he discovered a frozen, curled-up corpse on the bed, the remnants of firewood in the hearth reduced to ashes. Ye Feng nudged the body and glanced at its abdomen. What a tragedy! The individual had not succumbed to the cold, but rather to starvation. The Black Tree River Valley should not have been fatal due to the abundant firewood available, yet it could indeed lead to death by hunger. After forcing open 5 or 6 houses, he found frozen Ge people in nearly every dwelling. In one room, a mother held her child tightly in her embrace, her arms marked by deep cuts, a significant portion of flesh missing. Ye Feng noticed the brownish blood at the corners of the boy's mouth. It was evident that this mother, unable to bear the thought of her child perishing from hunger, had resorted to sacrificing her own flesh to feed him. With a solemn demeanor, Ye Feng bowed deeply to the body, then began to dig a grave to lay this noble mother to rest. Without food, it seemed the Ge tribe had perished entirely, leaving only the remnants by the warship's shore. Ye Feng then checked on Long Wu's condition. Drawing his dagger with a sharp sound, the little companion's fur bristled instantly. Yet in the next moment, Ye Feng pricked his wrist, forcibly extracting a few drops of blood to nourish Long Wu. This act would allow Long Wu to endure a little longer. "Little companion, should we venture upstream or downstream?" Ye Feng leaned against the little creature's side, seeking warmth. However, the little one tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend Ye Feng's words. "Very well. Let us decide with this dagger," Ye Feng said, tossing the dagger into the air, where it landed with a soft thud on the ground, its tip inexplicably pointing upstream. If Ye Feng were to proceed upstream, it would mean drifting further away from Duoyan Hina. He picked up the dagger, hesitated for a brief moment, and then pointed downstream. "My fortune has always been rather unfortunate. Thus, I shall embark on a contrary course." With that thought, Ye Feng proceeded downstream. Just then, the sound of footsteps crunching on the snow echoed ahead. Startled, he quickly prepared for battle. Before him, 5 or 6 vengeful children approached with a vacant expression. Their eyes glowed a sinister green, their bodies emaciated to mere skin and bones. Yet, upon spotting Ye Feng, the green light in their eyes intensified, and they charged towards him in unison. Die! With his current prowess, Ye Feng effortlessly dispatched the vengeful children. As he ventured further downstream, the temperature plummeted, compelling Ye Feng to don an additional 2 layers of masks to alleviate the strain on his lungs. Meanwhile, the river's surface was nearly entirely frozen, with only the center, where the current flowed briskly, remaining unfrozen. This meant that the once 30-kilometer-wide Heishu River now spanned less than 20 kilometers. Should the temperature drop further, the entire river would likely freeze over, allowing for unimpeded passage along its banks. "What is this?" Ye Feng set down his spear, astonished by the sight of a small tree ahead. The tree had been transformed into an ice sculpture, adorned with 3 white fruits hanging from its branches. He had presumed such fruits would vanish in winter. To his surprise, they remained. Elated, he hastily plucked the 3 white fruits, storing them in his bosom to thaw. He then crushed one of the fruits and fed it to Long Wu. The latter's body showed little reaction. likely indicating that the medicinal properties of the fruit had yet to take effect. Ye Feng then offered the second fruit to Chu Xue, while he himself consumed the last one. After ingesting the white fruit, Ye Feng felt a slight warmth within him, given his current strength. The enhancement provided by the white fruit was negligible, unless he encountered silver or golden fruits. Even if he could not locate the high priest, finding a golden fruit might yet save Wu Ji's life. Muttering to himself, Ye Feng commenced a thorough search throughout the forest. From dawn until dusk, Ye Feng managed to find 9 white fruits, distributing 3 to himself, Xiao Tiango, and Long Wu. Long Wu consumed a total of 4 white fruits, and his complexion noticeably improved. Ye Feng checked his pulse, discovering that Wu Ji's heartbeat had grown stronger than before. It seems we won't be returning tonight. We shall rest here, he declared, retrieving a flint from his pocket and gathering some dry twigs to kindle a fire. The temperature was unbearably low, causing the flames in the fire pit to flicker erratically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Xiao Tiango nestled closer, exposing its belly to provide warmth, allowing Ye Feng and Long Wu to huddle within its embrace. Now weighing nearly a ton, it had no trouble accommodating the two. Amidst the howling cold wind, Ye Feng gradually closed his eyes, while Xiao Tiango remained alert, its ears perked and keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Upstream, on the deck of a warship, Wang Zhihai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the laborers on Windspring Island who toiled through the night. A sense of superiority welled within him. With Feng Ge absent, I, Wang Zhihai, am the true leader in every sense. Over 100 people follow my every command. If Feng Ge were never to return, I could reign over the entire team indefinitely. No, I, Wang Zhihai, am unwaveringly loyal to Feng Ge. How could I entertain such thoughts? He is a sagacious individual, and the reason the team members heed his words is entirely due to Ye Feng's esteem for him. If he were to harbor even a hint of ulterior motive, those who were once obedient would swiftly turn against him, particularly the leaders of various departments: Susan, Su Yun, Mei Zi, Ding Tuanshuan, Cheng Libin, Zhang Zicheng, and especially that fellow Chen An, who is a staunch loyalist to Ye Feng. Unless I can promote some lower-ranking individuals as confidants, I would lack the leverage to contend with Ye Feng. Chapter 326. Tonight, you shall reside in the largest wooden cabin. Deputy Leader, shall we compel them to continue working? I fear that if we do not provide them with sustenance, they may perish from hunger, and should they perish, we will be compelled to toil ourselves. Suddenly, Alba stepped forward. Wang Zhihai remained with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the hot spring island. After a pause, he turned around, forcing a leader-like smile upon his face. Alba, you are doing quite well. If I were Feng Ge, I would certainly promote you to the third in command. Wang Zhihai patted Alba on the shoulder. Haha, I lack such capability. Even if there were a third in command position, it should belong to Sister Susan, Sister Mei Zi. And by Chu Xue, Alba replied, scratching his head and smiling innocently. No, their abilities do not compare to yours. Primarily, it is their close association with Feng Ge that grants them such positions. If I were Feng Ge, perhaps their abilities do not warrant their current roles. Wang Zhihai said tentatively, keeping his gaze fixed on Alba's eyes. Deputy Leader, what do you mean by that? Alba inquired. Nothing much. I merely feel that Feng Ge is undervalued. He ought to select individuals of greater competence for significant posts. Wang Zhihai chuckled. I understand. Alba nodded and made his way downstairs. Sister Susan, I have something I wish to discuss with you. In the lower cabin, Alba found Susan. What is it? It concerns the Deputy Leader. He just said something rather peculiar. Doi and Hina, wrapped in thick animal skins and wearing a leather mask, still felt cold. The waterfall had completely frozen, transforming into a white silk ribbon. Wind Shadow approached with a wooden cup filled with freshly boiled water. Great Priest, please have a sip of hot water. On behalf of the mountain tribe, I thank you for guiding us. The terrain here is excellent, and the temperature is low. I believe the enemy will not find this place. After saying this, he offered the hot water. Doi and Hina disdainfully glanced at the wooden cup and turned her head aside. Wind Shadow curiously looked into the cup. The boiling water had now turned to ice. Wind Shadow, did you conduct your election last night? Who is your tribe's new chieftain? Doi and Hina asked, her keen eyes scanning downstream, as if in concern. We have elected a new chieftain. It is I, Wind Shadow replied. I see. You may leave. Doi and Hina said, but suddenly turned her gaze back downstream. Chieftain, there is a bear. How splendid. We shall feast upon fresh meat. An indigenous man exclaimed excitedly at the foot of the mountain. The people of the highland tribe were immediately stirred into a frenzy, and with a swift motion, Wind Shadow dashed forward, leading the charge downstream. Indeed, it was a bear, though it bore upon its back a human. The little loyal dog, tail tucked tightly, anxiously watched the group of natives, retreating step by step. At last, he revealed the figure of Ye Feng, who had been concealed behind him. Thud! Wind Shadow's curved blade struck the ground as he gazed in astonishment at Ye Feng. Brother Ye Feng. Wind Shadow? Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the highland tribe had established their home in such a frigid locale. Observing the stream upstream, it appeared that their settlement was quite orderly. Crash! Two bodies collided as they energetically patted each other on the back. Brother Ye Feng, our provisions will last for some time. Thank you for bringing us a living bear. Wind Shadow exclaimed, then called out to those behind him, Brothers, skin and butcher this bear. Tonight, we shall treat our guest, Brother Ye Feng, with his generous gift. What? Wind Shadow, don't you remember? It's the little loyal dog, the pet from our warship. Ye Feng reminded him. My apologies, I didn't recognize it at first. Wind Shadow replied with an awkward smile, reaching out to pat the little loyal dog's silly head. However, the little loyal dog lifted its head high, letting out a soft grunt. Wind Shadow sheepishly withdrew his hand and draped his arm over Ye Feng's shoulder. Come, let us go to the tribe and warm ourselves. The two hastened upstream. Looking up, Wind Shadow noticed that Duoyan Hina had vanished from view. He chuckled to himself, choosing not to reveal her presence. In truth, he had recognized her the first time they met. She was the woman begging for food by the riverbank, carrying Ye Feng's child. However, Duoyan Hina had not discerned the Highlanders on the deck. Thus, during this time, Wind Shadow had been assisting Ye Feng in caring for Duoyan Hina, or more accurately, the little Ye Feng within her. Brother Ye Feng, let us first enjoy some wine. We have acorns, and within our tribe, we possess a master brewer. Wind Shadow declared with a grin. Why didn't you say so sooner? I have longed to avoid the spit wine crafted by Shi Zhengliang. Ye Feng rejoiced, quickly darting into the wooden hut. Brother, our wine is also made from saliva, Wind Shadow remarked. What? Ye Feng's face darkened instantly. Fear not. The wine I offer you is assuredly made from the saliva of young maidens, Wind Shadow quickly reassured him. Ye Feng's expression lightened slightly, though a hint of skepticism lingered. After all, who could say whether Wind Shadow and his kin might make a mistake? It would indeed be revolting to drink the spit wine of an elderly woman. Although food was scarce among the Highland tribe, they had prepared an ample feast to honor Ye Feng, primarily consisting of jerky brought from his supplies. Roasted jerky and wild vegetable soup. After all, Ye Feng was their benefactor, and in the future, should they find themselves in want, they could seek his assistance. Naturally, they aimed to present their finest offerings to their esteemed patron. Wind Shadow brother, I have discovered that the Heishu River Basin likely harbors numerous fruits, those that can enhance one's strength upon consumption. Have you encountered any recently? Ye Feng inquired. Are you referring to the extraordinary fruits? Wind Shadow asked. I am uncertain. All I know is that there are white, silver, and golden varieties, Ye Feng replied. That would indeed be the extraordinary beast fruits. When wild beasts consume such fruits, they transform into extraordinary beasts, which is why we refer to them as extraordinary fruits. However, we have not discovered any in this vicinity, Wind Shadow stated candidly. Have you not ventured beyond this stream since settling here? Ye Feng pressed further. Wind Shadow nodded. Ever since they established their home here, they had little time for leisure walks. They were perpetually engaged in chopping wood and constructing wooden houses, otherwise, they would not have achieved their current scale. You ought to explore more often and seek out some extraordinary fruits. It could lead to the emergence of more skilled individuals among the mountain tribe, Ye Feng suggested, finishing the fruit wine in his hand. Who cares? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. If others can drink, why should I, Ye Feng, abstain? It was not until deep into the night that Ye Feng completed his reminiscences with the mountain tribe members. Brother Ye Feng, tonight you shall stay in the largest wooden house, where charcoal burns, and a surprise awaits you, Wind Shadow said with a grin. What surprise? It wouldn't be a beautiful woman, would it? I, Ye Feng, am a man of integrity. If you arrange 10 or 8 beautiful women for me, that would be too much of a burden, Ye Feng replied, raising his hands in surrender, his expression serious. Go on, and you shall discover. As for this injured brother, I will seek the wisdom of our tribe's sage. Perhaps he can be healed, wind shadow indicated towards Long Wu. Well then, I appreciate your efforts. I must retire for the night. Ye Feng yawned and headed towards the largest wooden house. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by an enchanting fragrance, reminiscent of exotic spices. After all, the tropical rainforest is a vast treasure trove. In the civilized world, 90% of spices originated from tropical rainforests. It was only natural for the mountain tribe members to find spices here. With this thought, Ye Feng pushed the door open. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. A curved blade swung at him from an acute angle, aimed directly at his vital points. Clang! The blood scales emerged, shielding Ye Feng from the impending danger. What the who are you? Ye Feng began to utter, only to catch sight of Duoyen Hina within the room. Puff! The curved blade swiftly reversed, targeting Ye Feng's lower abdomen. Is this never-ending? He grasped the blade with his bare hands, exerting force in his arms. Duoyen Hina was involuntarily thrust towards him. No! Ye Feng exclaimed in shock, fearing for the child in her womb. He extended his arms wide, cradling Duoyen Hina. Their gazes locked, eyes interwoven. Duoyen Hina's breath was fresh, intoxicating Ye Feng. Meanwhile, having consumed the crystal pill, his breath was equally fragrant. He swallowed hard, his lips inching closer. Release me. Duoyen Hina struggled vehemently. Do not move. Don't harm my child. Ye Feng, wary of the delicate situation, could only set Duoyen Hina down while he himself stepped back a few paces. Regardless, the child within you is mine. How about this? You shall sleep on the bed tonight, while I will simply huddle in the corner. Ye Feng spoke earnestly. Duoyen Hina, initially on guard, felt a slight easing in her heart upon hearing his words. In truth, she was already 5 months along, capable of engaging in intimate matters. Yet she did not wish for Ye Feng to triumph a second time. Proud as she was, her identity as the high priestess of the god tribe was far from simplistic. Not even the high priest of the Yinshan tribe dared to confront her. The only entity capable of truly dealing with her was the temple. Are you certain? Duoyen Hina turned away, revealing a delicate silhouette. Ye Feng longed to rush forward and embrace her from behind. I have been searching for you, do you understand? Although I previously took liberties with you. It was you who harbored ill intentions, seeking to reduce me to a vengeful king. How about this? Let us make amends, shall we? Come back with me to the battleship, bear the child first. If you choose to remain aboard, we can live as husband and wife. Ye Feng spoke with sincerity, perplexed by the fact that while other women were merely fleeting encounters, only Duoyen Hina carried his progeny. Perhaps their very natures were destined for parenthood. Duoyen Hina remained silent, still turned away, which filled Ye Feng with hope. He stepped closer, now merely 5 meters apart. In truth, I now possess not only the battleship, but also a small island, replete with hot springs. When you grow weary, you may soak in the springs. I, Ye Feng, may not have been worthy of you as high priestess in the past, yet now I can at least claim to be a sovereign. The Yinshan tribe dispatched hundreds to attack me, yet I vanquished them without mercy. Thus, I believe I can protect you and our child. As he spoke, he drew even closer, now just 3 meters away, seemingly catching a whiff of the enchanting fragrance that enveloped Duoyen Hina. Logically, women do not possess a natural scent. If he could perceive hers, it signified that his genes had chosen her. Yet, Duoyen Hina remained silent, taking several steps forward instead. She was not only aloof, but also somewhat haughty. Ye Feng scratched his head, pondering whether his approach was flawed. Did women not appreciate sincerity? It seemed a change of tactics was necessary. Duoyen, my dear, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I was profoundly enamored. Will you return with me to the battleship? Ye Feng felt a wave of nausea at his own words. This tactic proved effective. As Duoyen Hina suddenly recoiled a few steps, her expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly. Men are truly repulsive. Leave my room at once. Or else, she concluded, retrieving a dagger from beneath her pillow and directing it toward her abdomen. In truth, behind this room lay another, where 2 vengeful kings, one golden and one black, were confined. Initially, Duoyen Hina had not summoned the 2 vengeful kings, but had opted to confront Ye Feng herself. This indicated that, deep down, she still wished to offer Ye Feng a chance. However, upon hearing his nauseating words, her patience had reached its limit. Stop, stop! I will leave, Ye Feng exclaimed, stepping back in shock. Exit my room, Duoyen Hina admonished lightly. Do not harm yourself, let us converse civilly. Ye Feng exclaimed as he swung open the door. With a crash, Mei Zi and a group of men from the Highland tribe tumbled into the room. "Brother Ye Feng, I was merely concerned for your safety, which is why I waited outside. Nothing more," Mei Zi asserted, brushing the snow off his backside as he rose from the floor. "I trust your intentions are pure." Ye Feng sighed, retreating to another room for rest. The night passed uneventfully, and dawn arrived swiftly. Ye Feng was the first to awaken. Hastening to the dwelling of Duo Yanhina, the temperature of Long Wu was alarmingly low, and he seemed on the brink of succumbing. "Great priest, I beseech you. My brother has suffered grave injuries. Please transform him into a Wraith King. A life, even in misery, is better than death, as long as he lives. The absence of human thought is of little consequence." Ye Feng called from outside the door. After what felt like an eternity, the wooden door creaked open, revealing Duo Yanhina, bundled tightly, with a golden and a black Wraith King following closely behind. Upon seeing Ye Feng, the golden Wraith King tilted its head. Wraith Kings, akin to animals, exhibit such behavior when engaged in thought. This caused a flicker of unease in Ye Feng's heart, soon followed by a glimmer of hope. Could this Wraith King, Ruck, still possess memories of its former self? It appears Frost Snow was indeed correct. Under certain circumstances, Wraith Kings might recollect their past. "Where is he?" Duo Yanhina inquired. "Right next door," replied Ye Feng, promptly leading the way. The two figures and the two Wraith Kings entered the wooden cabin, where Long Wu, though unconscious, continued to cough persistently. His physique was undeniably robust, and his willpower commendable. However, the process of transforming him into a Wraith King necessitated a sacrifice. "Whose life will you offer?" Duo Yanhina queried, casting a glance at the small canine, who curled up in a ball. "Not him." Ye Feng took a couple of steps back to shield the little creature. "Is it you?" Duo Yanhina pressed further. "Certainly not. Could there be a way to proceed without a sacrifice?" Ye Feng asked. "Alas, no. The transformation of a Wraith King is governed by the immutable law of life for life. Return to me once you procure a powerful sacrificial object. Remember, the stronger the offering, the higher the likelihood of success," Duo Yanhina replied, gradually making his way towards the exit. "Could I use the two Wraith Kings beside me as sacrifices?" Ye Feng inquired once more. "That is out of the question. They are, by all definitions, no longer considered living beings." With that, Duo Yanhina departed without a backward glance. Ye Feng's head throbbed. In the Black Tree River Basin, nearly all animals had become extinct. Where could he possibly find a sacrifice? The ship holds numerous captives. He resolved to capture the strongest leader among them. With determination, Ye Feng left the little canine and Long Wu within the Highland tribe. "Brother Mei Zi, please take good care of Wu Ge. I shall return within 2 days at the latest. While I am gone, ensure that he does not perish. Rest assured, I shall not let him die." Mei Zi nodded affirmatively. Yet, Ye Feng remained uneasy. He forcibly opened his wrist, offering a substantial quantity of his own blood to Long Wu. Regrettably, the crystal elixir had been nearly absorbed, and the potency of the blood diminished. "I must depart." Ye Feng resolutely dashed upstream. Upon reaching the beach, he chose not to traverse the woods, but instead sprinted wildly across the frozen surface of the main river channel, thus saving a considerable amount of time. After an indeterminate duration of running, Ye Feng encountered the first tributary. Although both banks were also frozen, a 5-kilometer-wide current flowed in between. Ye Feng found himself in a quandary. "I shall take the longer route." He was compelled to sprint towards the tributary's end. After 4 continuous hours of running, he finally arrived at his destination. A golden fruit? In a grove at the end, a resplendent golden fruit emerged, frozen by the frigid temperatures. "Ha ha ha, I have struck gold. Once I revive fifth brother, I shall return with a great multitude to harvest the fruits downstream." Ye Feng severed the fruit and promptly placed it in his mouth. Waves of energy surged through his entire being, igniting the fervor within him. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, and Ye Feng glanced skyward. A colossal bird descended from the heavens, its iron claws mere 20 meters away from him. At its diving speed, it would seize Ye Feng in but a second. "You again?" Ye Feng sought to evade, but time was no ally. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his spear with all his might. Thud! The spear struck its claw and was repelled. Simultaneously, Ye Feng felt a constriction at his waist. The gigantic bird had grasped him. The icy wind rushed into his ears as he was lifted into the sky. Clinging to the bird's iron claws, Ye Feng felt a surge of determination. Recalling the torment he had previously endured, he exerted his strength, feeling his muscles tighten. To his astonishment, his current arm strength was sufficient to pry open the bird's claws slightly, granting him some mobility. The giant bird sensed something amiss and ascended further. It possessed intelligence. The higher it flew, the less likely Ye Feng would dare to act recklessly, for a fall would render him nothing more than a splatter of flesh. Yet, Ye Feng's legs entwined around one of the bird's talons, applying pressure. With a crack, the bird emitted a mournful cry as its longest talon was forcibly severed by Ye Feng. Having consumed the crystal elixir and the golden fruit, his strength was vastly enhanced. In contrast, the giant bird had been gravely wounded from their previous encounter. In this exchange of strength, it realized that the creature it held had developed a will to resist. Ye Feng gazed incredulously at his arms. The crystal elixir is indeed a remarkable substance. With renewed resolve, he grasped another of the bird's talons. Crack! The bird shrieked in a continuous wail. After having 3 talons broken, it could no longer endure. Thrashing its legs in an attempt to dislodge Ye Feng from thousands of meters above. However, Ye Feng would not allow it to succeed. In a matter of moments, he climbed along its leg to its abdomen, seizing its feathers, and continued his ascent towards its back. The colossal bird soared through the sky in a furious display, intent on shaking Leaf Maple off to his demise. Do you wish to end my life? I shall not relinquish my grip, even in death. Leaf Maple clenched his teeth and continued to ascend the formidable creature's back. After considerable effort, he finally reached the bird's back and began his ascent towards its neck. I am on the verge of becoming a dragon knight. Leaf Maple's eyes sparkled with determination as he steadily crawled towards the bird's neck. Once he mounted it, he could command the giant bird to descend. At an altitude of over 1,000 meters, he was uncertain whether his blood scale could protect his fragile life. The immense bird soared upwards, swiftly surpassing Hot Spring Island. Unable to resist, Leaf Maple glanced downward, observing wisps of smoke rising from the island, while the warships appeared as mere ants from his vantage point. Ah, is this the sensation of flight? At that moment, Leaf Maple gained a newfound understanding of his own abilities, as well as the strength of the colossal bird. The once formidable adversary now seemed rather feeble and clumsy. As the dark forest whizzed by beneath him, Leaf Maple spotted the towering spruce tree, the site of the first grand sacrifice by Yanhina. Soon after, he beheld an expansive swamp, devoid of life, its surface marred by mud. Just then, Leaf Maple squinted. He seemingly caught sight of a long, dark shadow slithering beneath the muck. However, the giant bird swiftly carried him over the swamp, emerging into a realm where prairies met forests. After 10 minutes, they traversed several dozen kilometers northward, entering a mountainous landscape. Will you not halt? Do you wish to deliver me to the Cloud Mountain tribe for my execution? Leaf Maple felt a surge of urgency. If the giant bird continued its flight, when would it end? Meanwhile, the frigid wind at such heights rendered his lips chapped and his complexion pale. He crawled a few more meters and finally perched upon the giant bird's neck. Though it was a neck, its diameter was at least 2 meters. Leaf Maple nearly split in two atop it. Turn around. Leaf Maple delivered a punch to the bird's neck. The avian creature's eyes glimmered with rage, but it was helpless to dislodge him, for his other hand gripped its resilient feathers like a vice. To the left, with another strike to its right, he compelled the bird's head to turn left. This tactic proved effective. Wherever the bird's head inclined, it would inevitably veer in that direction. Again, to the left. Chapter 329. Imprisoned Leaf Maple struck the creature's right side once more. Full left. He emulated Chung Li Bean's commands, landing another blow on its right side. The giant bird executed a graceful turn, heading downstream along the Black Tree River. Swamps, spruces, and woodlands flashed by in a blur. He glimpsed Hot Spring Island below once more. Descend, descend. Leaf Maple pounded and kicked at the bird's neck, but to no avail. The bird merely spiraled in midair, refusing to land on solid ground. Damn it! Ye Feng drew his dagger and thrust it forcefully into the nape of the colossal bird. With a resounding gasp, the blade buried itself hilt deep. This maneuver proved effective once more. The giant bird, in agony, retracted its wings and plummeted towards the Black Tree River like a swift arrow. I have discovered the means to control you. From now on, you shall be my steed. Ye Feng laughed heartily. The giant bird, seemingly able to grasp Ye Feng's intent, emitted a desperate shriek. As the sovereign of the skies, it could dominate the entire Black Tree River region, yet now, the mightiest of aerial creatures found itself ridden by a lowly terrestrial being. A sudden realization struck Ye Feng. This magnificent bird was not merely descending, but was in a state of freefall, for it had not unfurled its wings. You deploy your wings. Hurry. I cannot afford a crash landing. Ye Feng exclaimed anxiously from atop the bird's neck. At last, just 100 meters from the ground, the colossal wings spread wide. The dagger, lodged in its neck, had compelled it to keep its head drawn in, preventing the expansion of its wings. Ultimately, it bore the excruciating pain and managed to open its wings. Nevertheless, its body collided with the thick ice below, shattering it, and its underbelly became drenched. That was terrifying. Ye Feng took several moments to regain his composure atop the bird's neck. The landing site was approximately 5 kilometers downstream from Hot Spring Island, a terrain Ye Feng vaguely remembered. Once the giant bird touched down, it appeared feeble, its once vibrant eyes dimming. Ye Feng leaped off its back, astonished to find himself over 6 meters high, a testament to the bird's immense size. Yet, the dagger remained firmly embedded in its nape, preventing it from fully extending its wings. While you are incapacitated, I shall tether you. He dashed across the fractured ice towards the forest, soon returning with a long, ancient vine. Having tested the bird's strength earlier, it seemed considerably diminished. The century-old vine would suffice to bind it. Having experienced the thrill of flight, Ye Feng felt both exhilarated and nostalgic. He devised a plan to restrain the giant bird here, return to summon a warship, and ultimately transport it back to Hot Spring Island for confinement, akin to training a hawk, with the hope that it would eventually recognize its master. After considerable effort, he secured the nearly lifeless giant bird's legs. You shall remain here obediently while I fetch assistance. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a thunderous roar from upstream. Glancing skyward, he observed 2 plumes of smoke ascending into the heavens. How perceptive! Moments later, a warship arrived at Ye Feng's stretch of the river, its deck teeming with onlookers. Chen An was the first to spot Ye Feng. Wow, Brother Feng is over there. Look, it's Brother Feng. Chen An bounced excitedly on the deck. Brother Ye, how are you? Tuan Tuan waved enthusiastically at Ye Feng. In truth, they had come to witness the giant bird's crash, hoping to claim a meal, but instead, they had stumbled upon Ye Feng. At that moment, he was perched atop the giant bird, causing the people on the deck to see only the creature and not him. Hurry, steer the warship over. We are in for a fortune. Ye Feng waved from the shore. Suddenly, the colossal bird seemed to sense something, struggling desperately to wriggle its body. However, Ye Feng had previously diminished its vigor, rendering it incapable of even climbing out of the icy surface. Moreover, its abdomen was soaked, weighing it down significantly. Finally, the warship approached the site where the giant bird had crashed, and all onlookers were left in awe at the sight of this magnificent creature, their mouths agape. Brother Feng, how shall we deal with this giant bird? Should we bombard it with cannons? Chen An inquired. No, I had a brief encounter with it earlier, and it seemed rather agreeable. We should capture it alive, tend to its wounds, and then, much like training a falcon, we can make it recognize us as its masters. Not only will we have a navy, but also an air force, Ye Feng proclaimed from the shore. Chen An's mouth fell open in disbelief. What are you so astonished about? Have Wang Zhihai organize a team to haul it onto the deck, and then chain it securely for transport back to Hot Spring Island, where we can train it, Ye Feng ordered. Are you referring to Wang Zhihai? But he has already. Chen An hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, Susan led the others in securing the giant bird with heavy iron chains, while Ye Feng stepped onto the deck atop the shattered ice. The bird was bound tightly, its sharp beak restrained, rendering it harmless. Chu Xue, accompanied by her medical team, ascended onto the bird's back to attend to its various wounds. Brother Feng, where is 5th brother? Chen An asked. I almost forgot. I have located Duo Yen Hina. She has agreed to transform 5th brother into the vengeful king. But under one condition, we must find a powerful creature to serve as a sacrifice. Chen An, I have noticed your recent growth in strength, Ye Feng remarked, playfully patting Chen An's shoulder. Please, Brother Feng, I am your devoted fan. Why not select Wang Zhihai for the sacrifice instead? After all, he is already under house arrest. Chen An retreated in fear. What? House arrest? Forget it. Steer the warship toward Hot Spring Island. I need to select a few strong individuals from the island. Ye Feng commanded. The warship sailed upstream for 5 kilometers before veering back to the central tributary of Hot Spring Island. Simultaneously, Ye Feng learned the reasons behind Wang Zhihai's confinement. Alba, did Wang Zhihai truly utter those words? Ye Feng questioned, incredulous. For Wang Zhihai's capabilities within the team were widely recognized, and having him as second in command would ease his burdens considerably. Absolutely, and I informed Sister Susan, who subsequently imprisoned him. Alba replied, I understand now, Alba. I appreciate your loyalty. Once I resolve matters regarding fifth brother, I shall return to address the situation with Wang Zhihai, Ye Feng stated. Descending the rope ladder onto Hot Spring Island, these captives, undoubtedly of a leader's caliber, had endured severe injuries, yet their endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The war-torn Hot Spring Island was gradually recovering, even becoming sturdier than before. You three, accompany me on an official duty. You 1T have to work during this trip, and there will be plenty to eat. Ye Feng casually selected 3 of the stronger natives. The 3 men, filled with delight, quickly set down their tools and obediently stood beside Ye Feng. The indigenous people of the Cloud Mist Mountains exhibit a more reserved pride, coupled with an understanding of endurance. Were it the Gay tribe, they would have already unleashed a torrent of curses. Chapter 330. She was confined aboard a warship. After disembarking, Ye Feng sprinted behind as 3 captives dashed ahead, pushing their speed to the utmost limits. In merely 2 hours, they covered 20 kilometers. This was despite the dense rainforest, where trees intertwined and streams crisscrossed. Otherwise, their pace would have been swifter. Ye Feng harbored concerns for Long Wu's stamina. Thus, he did not regard the 3 captives as mere humans, instead awakening their latent potential. After running another 10 kilometers, the trio abruptly halted, slowly turning around. What is the matter? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Haha, why should we run? Ye Feng, today marks your demise. Upon uttering these words, they lunged at him simultaneously. Bang! 2 fists collided ferociously. Blood scales manifested on Ye Feng's knuckles, sending the leading indigenous man flying 10 meters, his arm exploding in the process. He was no match for Ye Feng. The other 2, initially charging forward, retreated a step upon witnessing Ye Feng's prowess. This person is exceedingly powerful. We must split up. One fled upstream, while the other darted downstream. Thinking of escaping? Ye Feng seized a rock and hurled it towards the downstream indigenous man. Boom! The stone made brutal contact, reducing the man to a bloody pulp. However, the other had already sprinted over 100 meters away. Ye Feng picked up another stone, yet hesitated to throw it recklessly. If he eliminated the last indigenous man, what would he have left to offer as a sacrifice? Don't run. Ye Feng's figure blurred as he rapidly pursued upstream. The indigenous man, though not particularly strong, possessed ample experience in evasion. With every few meters he ran, he would pull aside branches, releasing them as Ye Feng drew near. The recoil striking Ye Feng and causing his blood scales to flare. Damn it! Ye Feng seethed in anger. He was on the verge of capturing him. Yet the man always managed to escape at the last moment. Thus, they continued their chase upstream for 5 kilometers, rather than sticking to the riverbank. The indigenous man gradually delved deeper into the heart of the dark woods. Frustrated, Ye Feng picked up a stone, aiming for the man's back. Since capturing him seemed futile, he resolved to kill him instead and then spend some time on Hot Spring Island searching for another sacrifice. However, this would significantly delay him. Fifth brother, you must hold on. With that, Ye Feng hurled the stone. Whoosh! The stone soared like a cannonball towards the fleeing figure. Boom! An unexpected turn of events unfolded. A shadow erupted from the thicket, smashing the stone to pieces with a single punch. Ah, Chief! Chief! You have finally come to our rescue. The fleeing indigenous man knelt in joyous relief upon seeing the newly emerged figure. Ye Feng took a cautious step back. This man, clad in pristine white fox fur, stood barehanded, his eyes radiating an extraordinary brilliance, unmistakably not an ordinary master. Which tribe do you lead? Ye Feng inquired, gazing at the man. He could not fully grasp the true strength of the man before him and dared not act recklessly. So, you are Ye Feng? Quite impressive to have captured the chief of our Snow Mountain tribe alive. In that case, I shall take you prisoner as well to exchange for my people. Upon finishing his words, the man transformed into a series of afterimages. Although his speed could not match that of the wind shadow, it was nonetheless swift and formidable. Die! Ye Feng launched a punch at the afterimages. Boom! His fist struck the air, causing him to stagger forward a few steps. Humph! Utterly feeble. Ye Feng heard the mocking voice from behind him, and then felt a sharp pain in his back, a multitude of blood scales emerging. Why does your blood scale contain gold? The chief took a step back, massaging his injured fist, clearly having sustained some damage himself. Your footwork is commendable, but alas. Ye Feng smirked coldly and charged forward. The two men tumbled and fought fiercely, after exchanging dozens of blows. Although Ye Feng had not landed a hit on the chief, his blood scales consistently protected him at critical moments. The chief's fists became swollen, yet he could not breach Ye Feng's defenses. So, you are the chief of the Snow Mountain tribe. Indeed, you are significantly stronger than the chief of the Ge tribe. Despite receiving numerous punches, Ye Feng remained unscathed and even found the time to mock the Snow Mountain chief. You possess some skill. No wonder you managed to capture my sister. After uttering these words, the Snow Mountain chief suddenly launched another attack towards Ye Feng. If your fist can withstand it, then come. I shall not shy away. Ye Feng, feeling somewhat emboldened, allowed the Snow Mountain chief to strike, confident that his blood scales could absorb the blows. With a few more hits, he was certain to render the chief's fists useless. Clang! The punch struck fiercely against Ye Feng's chest, producing a metallic clash. The golden light within his blood scales shone brilliantly, easily absorbing the impact. You truly are stubborn. Is this all you are capable of? Ye Feng placed his hands on his hips. Aware that he could not match the Snow Mountain chief in speed, he resorted to provocation, allowing the chief to continue striking until his fists were ruined. Otherwise, if the chief fled, Ye Feng would be unable to pursue him. Do you think I am as foolish as the Black Tree Man? You have been deceived. With that, the chief suddenly transformed his fist into an open palm, pressing forcefully against Ye Feng's chest. What are you doing? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In the next moment, the golden hue of his blood scales shifted to crimson, then to white, as a layer of frost formed upon the scales. A chilling force penetrated through the scales and directly invaded Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng felt as if his heart had ceased to beat, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. This was not ordinary coldness. It was an icy chill emanating from within, freezing his vital energies. Hoo! Ye Feng gasped, yet his body began to stiffen. For with his heart no longer beating, his blood could not circulate throughout his body. The Snow Mountain chief withdrew his hand and coldly regarded the rigid Ye Feng. Fortunately, it is the dead of winter. My extraordinary abilities can unleash their full power. In summer, I would truly be unable to contend with you. After speaking, he gently pushed Ye Feng. Boom! Ye Feng's body collapsed onto the ground. Simultaneously, his blood scales were frozen, rendering him defenseless. Chieftain, hurry and take him to rescue the great chief. Your sister is imprisoned aboard the warship. She may have already suffered indignities. The leader knelt before the chieftain of the Snow Mountain. If my sister, Luo Yun, is humiliated, she will take her own life. You need not worry. I can sense that she is not dead. If she were, I would know. It turned out that the chieftain of the Snow Mountain was named Luo Yun. Carry him on your back and follow me to exchange for her, Luo Yun commanded. Yes. The leader promptly hoisted Ye Feng onto his back and swiftly followed Luo Yun. Ye Feng's lips turned purple, his heart spasmed erratically, unable to beat properly, leading to insufficient blood supply to his brain and a temporary paralysis of his limbs. No, I cannot sit idly by. Chapter 331, Sever Your Tongue. This singular thought resonated in Ye Feng's mind. After walking 2 kilometers, Ye Feng suddenly felt his heart resuming its rhythm, gradually quickening. At the same time, his body regained some warmth. However, what he could conceive, Luo Yun could naturally comprehend as well. Put him down, or you too will suffer frostbite, Luo Yun cautioned the leader. Understood. The leader nodded and laid Ye Feng on the ground. In the next moment, Luo Yun pressed his hand against Ye Feng's chest once more. A wave of icy cold seeped through Ye Feng's skin, freezing his heart anew. After completing this, the three resumed their journey. Ye Feng was bewildered by this peculiar ability, akin to the icy energy wielded by Zhuolong Chan in a television drama, capable of freezing his life force. Could it be that this was a world of ancient martial arts? Had he merely glimpsed the power without reaching its core? I cannot allow my heart to cease beating. My limbs will soon suffer frostbite. Even if my heart thaws, my limbs will be rendered useless. I refuse to become a mere puppet. A powerful instinct for survival compelled Ye Feng to contract his skin. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The frost upon Ye Feng's chest gradually melted, absorbed entirely by his skin. Simultaneously, this potent attraction began to act upon his heart. The frozen heart slowly resumed its rhythm, reminiscent of spring sun melting snow. No, this is not a blood-sucking technique. It seems capable of absorbing anything, even this freezing technique. Ye Feng was both astonished and elated, yet he dared not rejoice prematurely, for his heart had only just thawed. His body temperature remained low, and his limbs were still stiff. Should Luo Yun notice any irregularities and deliver another strike? He was uncertain whether the absorption technique would still be effective. Chieftain, if we bypass this tributary, we will reach the location of the great ship. However, there is a complication. Their massive vessel is docked on Hot Spring Island, 5 kilometers from shore. Even with several hundred meters of ice at the shoreline, it remains too distant from the great ship, the leader remarked. Luo Yun furrowed his brow, directing his gaze upstream. Pu Hong, how long have you served as leader of my Snow Mountain tribe? Luo Yun diverted the conversation. For years, chieftain. Why do you ask? Pu Hong sensed a hint of malice, involuntarily stepping back while still carrying Ye Feng. Only 4 years. There is no other option. The existence of my extraordinary abilities must remain a secret. The Yunshan clan would never permit the emergence of formidable individuals from other tribes. I can only apologize for the predicament I have placed you in. After saying this, Luo Yun slowly raised his right palm. Chief, I am utterly devoted to you. Rest assured, I shall never divulge this matter. I am also a member of the Xueshan clan. The terrified Pu Hong, in a panic, abandoned Ye Feng and began to kowtow repeatedly on the ground. The rewards are simply too enticing. Exposing an ability user would grant 1 membership in the Yunshan clan. Few could resist such temptation. You might as well perish. Upon finishing his words, Luo Yun struck with tremendous force. Bang! Pu Hong was shattered into pieces, warm blood splattering onto Ye Feng's face. After eliminating his own kin, Luo Yun turned his gaze towards Ye Feng. Outsider, you have just witnessed everything. Therefore, I have no choice but to blind you, deafen you, and sever your tongue. With that, Luo Yun drew the dagger from Ye Feng's waist, directing its tip towards his eyes. Damn you! Ye Feng finally erupted, delivering a powerful blow to Luo Yun's chest. Bang! Luo was sent flying 5 meters back, clutching his chest and spitting out blood. You? His expression was one of shock as he ripped open his own hide. On his chest appeared a dark blue handprint, surrounded by a layer of frost. You are also an ability user? And possess ice abilities? Luo Yun's lips trembled as he fixed his gaze on Ye Feng. Ability? Ye Feng looked at his own palm, completely oblivious to his own powers. He had merely struck out casually. However, your abilities are too feeble to freeze my vital energy. Luo Yun's figure flickered, transforming into a series of afterimages charging towards Ye Feng. Yet to Ye Feng's eyes, his speed seemed diminished compared to earlier, at least halved. Ye Feng was able to discern his true form among the remnants. Perhaps this individual was merely putting on a brave front. In reality, his heart had sustained some frostbite, resulting in stiff limbs and ultimately a sluggish movement. Bang! Ye Feng accurately intercepted Luo Yun, landing a solid punch against him. Luo Yun staggered back 5 or 6 steps, gazing at his own fist, which was encased in frost, nearly rendering his fingers immobile. Ye Feng also examined his own fist, which was similarly covered in frost. In the next moment, he felt a tightening in his skin, and the frost rapidly melted, not melting away, but rather being absorbed into his skin. You? Luo Yun stared at Ye Feng's fist as if he had seen a ghost. Who on earth are you? Are you an emissary from the temple? How can you neutralize abilities? Luo Yun could not help but take a step back, clenching his left hand into a fist. His right hand could no longer move normally. Ah, indeed, congratulations on your correct answer. I am, in fact, an emissary of the temple. Ye Feng's eyes twinkled as he decided to play along. Luo Yun trembled slightly, gritting his teeth tightly. Ye Feng could perceive that he harbored a profound fear of the temple, even surpassing his fear of the Yunshan clan. Yet, just 3 seconds later, he suddenly burst into laughter. With a chuckle, Ye Feng remarked, "You truly startled me, Ye Feng. If you were indeed a messenger of the temple, the Yunshan clan would not dare to lay a hand on you. It seems you are merely masquerading." After speaking, Luo Yun took 2 steps back, suddenly crouched low, and plunged directly into the thick blanket of snow. "Tuxing son," Ye Feng gasped, swiftly leaping onto a large tree. Yet it was too late. He felt a powerful strike to his back. An icy chill penetrated his skin, seeping into his heart's meridian, causing him to plummet from the air. In the next instant, Luo Yun emerged from the snow, gazing down at Ye Feng from a superior position. "Tell me, foreigner, what method did you employ to neutralize my ice abilities? If you do, I shall spare your eyes, but I will sever your tongue," Luo Yun inquired nonchalantly. At that moment, Ye Feng stood frozen in place, though his skin began to absorb the frost from his heart's meridian. You. Luo Yin noticed Ye Feng's peculiar condition. Just moments before, Ye Feng's lips had been tinged with a purplish hue from the frost, yet now they had returned to their natural color. Still seeking to counteract? He swiftly aimed a palm strike at Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng's eyes widened in alarm as he perceived a hand rapidly enlarging in his vision. He forcefully broke free from his constraints and retaliated with a palm of his own. Boom. Their palms collided. In that instant, the blood-sucking technique activated. It felt as though every pore on Ye Feng's palm was drawing in energy, effectively binding Luo Yun's hand in place. You? A jolt of surprise coursed through Luo Yun. He sensed his powers being siphoned away by Ye Feng. He attempted to shake off Ye Feng's grip with a backward thrust of his arm. However, it was too late. Their hands had frozen together, encased in frost. Chapter 332. Nothing can be concealed from her. Moreover, an eerie suction formed a double binding. Release me. Luo Yun struck with his other hand. Boom. Ye Feng intercepted with his other hand, resulting in a stalemate between their four palms. In mere moments, Ye Feng's lips fully regained their normal hue. In stark contrast, Luo Yun's lips remained purplish, a layer of frost crawling up his wrist and arm, swiftly immobilizing his upper body. You? Luo Yun managed to utter two words before frost enveloped his neck. Meanwhile, Ye Feng bore only a slight frost on his palm, which was promptly absorbed by his skin as it attempted to rise further. 1 minute later, Ye Feng relaxed his skin, ceasing the blood-sucking technique. Now succumb. He pushed forward, and Luo Yun's rigid body collapsed onto the ground. Now, Luo Yun lay completely stiff, his only remaining motion being the terrified rotation of his eyes. You've delayed me for far too long. Now, I must take you to accomplish a significant task. If fifth brother is already dead, you shall accompany him in death. With that, Ye Feng hoisted the frozen Luo Yun onto his shoulder and sprinted downstream at a swift pace. Ahead lay 3 tributaries that forced Ye Feng to navigate a route 5 times longer. No, at this rate, fifth brother will perish. I must traverse this tributary directly. Ye Feng resolutely decided to shed his animal skin, carefully wrapping it in a layer of waterproof cloth he had salvaged from the artillery. The waterproof cloth, a valuable find from his previous encounter, now proved to be of great utility. With determination, he stepped into the water, his bare foot making contact with the surface. This tributary spanned approximately 9 kilometers, with both banks frozen for a kilometer, leaving 7 kilometers of frigid water to traverse. Circumventing it would require an additional 30 kilometers, leaving him no choice but to swim across this treacherous expanse. Fortunately, he was safeguarded by his blood-scaled armor, which would merely drain some energy. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. As Ye Feng's foot touched the water, a layer of ice rapidly formed beneath him. Could it be that his vampiric powers had appropriated this extraordinary ability? A thrill coursed through him. If he could wield the power of ice and snow beneath his feet, perhaps by running swiftly on the water's surface, he could traverse the river as effortlessly as the heroes of martial tales. It was a venture he had to attempt, for his brother's life hung in the balance. Resolute, he severed a vine, securely binding Luo Yun to his back. After preparing himself, Ye Feng retreated a few steps on the ice and took a running leap. With a thunderous crash, water erupted, splashing over 2 meters high. The frigid shock nearly stole his breath away. The cold was unbearable. The experiment of gliding across the water had failed. Shivering, he opted for the primal method of dog paddling towards the opposite bank. The icy river felt like countless steel needles piercing through to his bones. Yet, he pressed on. Time lost meaning as he struggled, until finally, with a tumultuous splash, he managed to drag himself onto the ice of the opposite bank. His skin had turned a shade resembling that of a pig's liver, his gaze vacant, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Luo Yun lay frozen on his back, resembling a statue of ice, with only wisps of vapor escaping his mouth. As he emerged from the water, the biting river wind struck him like 1,000 cuts, intensifying his suffering. Hastily, he unwrapped the waterproof cloth to retrieve the animal skin jacket. Regrettably, the cloth had aged and cracked, leading to the dampening of the animal skin within, rendering it rigid. Nevertheless, he donned the hardened attire, seeking at least some protection from the biting wind. With the animal skin now resembling an icy armor, he grasped one of Luo Yun's legs and began to make his way downstream. As he ran, his joints regained their vitality, and his speed increased, generating warmth within his body. Sweat beads appeared on his skin as the heat gradually softened his once stiff animal skin armor. At last, the vast ocean came into view. A modest slope lay before him, and beyond that, a 10-kilometer trek through the woods would lead him to Duoyenhina. Suddenly, a large shadow leapt down from the slope, landing at his feet. "Little licking dog, you foolish creature. What brings you here? Has the God tribe run out of food?" Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the hefty black bear before him. The bear, affectionately licking Ye Feng's feet and hands, nuzzled against him, as if asking, "Is that you, my brother?" Ye Feng lifted his gaze and beheld a man standing atop a low hill. It was none other than Wind Shadow. Following him, a dozen or so members of the Highland tribe emerged, accompanied by 2 litters. Beside one of the litters stood 2 vengeful kings. "Wind Shadow, my brother, what brings you upstream? Is it Brother Wu?" Ye Feng's heart sank. After enduring countless hardships, he was on the verge of success. He could not let all his efforts go to waste. Indeed, Brother Wu was on the brink of collapse. The high priestess had sensed Ye Feng's approach downstream and instructed them to head in his direction, and they had fortuitously encountered him. With those words, Wind Shadow leaped down from the hillside. Ye Feng looked up and saw one of the litters open, revealing the figure of Duoyenhina. Her exquisite beauty was partially concealed by a hide, leaving only her pair of enchanting eyes visible. "Hurry, lower Brother Wu down. I will catch him," Wind Shadow urged. The group scrambled to gently lower Long Wu's litter beside Ye Feng. Subsequently, Duoyenhina was also brought down by the 2 vengeful kings. Despite her pregnancy and the thick hide draped over her, she retained an unparalleled elegance and an air of majesty, reminiscent of a queen, sacred and untouchable. "Is this the sacrifice?" Duoyenhina's voice emerged from behind the hide. "Yes, he is still alive," Ye Feng replied. "Him? He is a member of the Snow Mountain tribe?" Duoyenhina's gaze flickered as she observed the tattoo on Luo Yun's chin. "Do you know him?" Ye Feng countered. If Duoyenhina recognized him, it could complicate matters. She might refuse to cooperate. "I do not know him personally, but that totem signifies he is of the highest rank within the Snow Mountain tribe." "You haven't captured their chieftain, have you?" Duoyenhina inquired. Ye Feng felt a rush of embarrassment. Duoyenhina was astute, and nothing could be concealed from her. "So, can he be a sacrifice?" Ye Feng asked, unwilling to engage with Duoyenhina's previous comment. Saving Brother Wu was of utmost importance. "He is quite robust, and there are other fluctuations within him. Could he possibly be an ability user?" Duoyenhina crouched down, her gaze fixated on Luo Yun's eyes. Luo Yun's pupils constricted slightly. It was noteworthy that even the high priestess of the Cloud Mountain tribe could not discern his abilities at a glance, let alone the envoys of the temple. Yet this woman before him possessed such insight. "I implore you, please perform the ritual quickly. I fear Brother Wu may not hold on much longer," Ye Feng said anxiously, casting a glance at Long Wu in the litter. Chapter 333. "I promise you." "Very well." Finally, Duoyenhina nodded and produced a dagger from her garment. She began to chant an ancient incantation, positioning the dagger against Luo Yun's neck. Ye Feng hurriedly moved closer, eager to observe the entire sacrificial process. Though he could not comprehend the incantation, he could sense the emotions embedded within it: devotion, reassurance, malice, joy, and compassion. It appeared that the incantation did not adhere to a fixed recitation. The essence lay within the tone. Yes, it must be the tone. The emotions conveyed through it were the soul of the incantation. Ye Feng felt as though he had come to a profound realization. As the incantation reached its climax, urgency surged within the air, and the terror in Luo Yun's eyes deepened. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through flesh, blood spurting forth. Yet, Duoyenhina's chant persisted unabated. She extended a finger, dipping it into the searing crimson fluid. After performing this act, she approached Long Wu, presenting her bloodied finger. From her sleeve, a scarlet worm emerged, slithering forth, and as it moved, the blood on Duoyenhina's hand vanished entirely, transforming into a verdant worm that swiftly entered Long Wu's nostrils. Suddenly, the previously unconscious Long Wu opened his eyes wide, his skin turning a vivid crimson hue. Simultaneously, his eyes shifted to a striking green. Then came the most bizarre spectacle. From the stumps of his severed legs, 2 bursts of blood erupted, intertwining and writhing as if something were attempting to emerge from the remnants. Was Fifth Brother about to regrow his legs? Ye Feng rejoiced. Duoyenhina had no time to respond. The incantation quickened in urgency. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, and Long Wu's body sprouted black fur. The fur transformed into silver, then gold. From downstream of the Haishu River, a thunderous roar echoed. A magnificent golden creature stood upon the riverbank, its green pupils brimming with a savage ferocity, as though it were ready to devour anyone in its path. Wraith King, come forth, Duoyin Hina beckoned to Long Wu. In that moment, Long Wu had undergone a profound metamorphosis, towering as a 3-meter-tall beast. His new legs had emerged, still tender, but one could trust that in due time, they would grow robust and sturdy. Long Wu let out another roar, obediently crouching beside Duoyin Hina. Fifth brother, Ye Feng approached, gazing intently into Long Wu's eyes. To his astonishment, Long Wu emitted a mournful sound, his emerald gaze fixed on Ye Feng, devoid of emotion. Alas, Ye Feng sighed deeply. Fifth brother, in the end, you have perished. Duoyin Hina's complexion turned pale, her body swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Be careful not to fall. Ye Feng swiftly stepped forward. With a sudden roar, Long Wu positioned himself protectively in front of Duoyin Hina. Do not harm him, she cried out. The green light in Long Wu's eyes dimmed, and he retreated to the side. Only then did Ye Feng move to support her. You should rest in the palanquin. Do not exert yourself. Ye Feng spoke softly, aware that while fifth brother was no longer the same, a glimmer of hope remained for memory restoration over the long years. Therefore, he felt a deep gratitude towards Duoyin Hina for her significant assistance. Ye Feng, I wish to accompany you to the warship. Duoyin Hina suddenly changed her demeanor, grasping the back of Ye Feng's hand. What? Ye Feng exclaimed, his mouth agape. You do not desire to? Duoyin Hina's tone turned icy. No. I would be delighted. The warship has plenty of delicious food to sustain you through the long winter. Ye Feng stammered, bewildered by Duoyin Hina's sudden clarity. Indeed, Duoyin Hina was reluctant to board the warship. However, the harsh environment of the Gaoshan tribe left her concerned about her ability to support the child within her. Congratulations. My brother, you can finally live together. Feng Yingzi approached with a sincere smile. Although Duoyin Hina's departure would deprive his tribe of a wise high priestess, he felt no regret, only genuine happiness for Ye Feng. Brother Feng Yingzi, why not invite the brothers of the Gaoshan tribe aboard my ship? The hot spring island will soon be completed, ample enough to accommodate 200 of you. Ye Feng grasped Feng Yingzi's hand once more. Yet, Feng Yingzi shook his head with a smile. If we were to live together, would we still be the Gaoshan tribe? We have our own pride. However, this time, I do need to borrow some food from you, he replied. Every individual has their aspirations, I understand. How about this? We shall first head upstream together, and then I will have Old Chung sail the warship directly to the beach, so you need not make a long trek to transport the provisions, proposed Ye Feng. Thank you. With that, they proceeded upstream, Ye Feng leading a large group of 70 Gaoshan tribesmen. Since Duoyin Hina did not intend to return to the Gaoshan tribe, her 3 disgruntled kings naturally remained aboard the warship. After walking 10 kilometers upstream, Duoyin Hina suddenly lifted the curtain. Ye Feng, come inside. There is ample space, she beckoned. Is that appropriate? I fear I may crowd you. Ye Feng hesitated. Come in, I have something to discuss with you. Ultimately, Ye Feng complied and squeezed in beside Duoyin Hina. The sedan continued its journey as Duoyin Hina bowed her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Hina, is there something you wish to convey? Ye Feng boldly used an affectionate address. Duoyin Hina's body stiffened momentarily, unaccustomed to such familiarity. Ye Feng, once aboard your warship, I require an entire clean floor dedicated to my quarters. Food will be delivered to me by the disgruntled kings, and no one else is permitted to enter. Can you agree to this? She inquired. Ye Feng glanced at her abdomen and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded. I promise you. Good. You may go now, Duoyin Hina replied. Turning her head aside, Ye Feng felt as though he were merely a tool, one that Duoyin Hina could utilize and dismiss at will, which left him feeling quite displeased. May I listen to the sounds of your child? I would only be pressing my ear against your clothing, without touching your skin, Ye Feng asked, eager to hear the stirrings of the future child. Duoyin Hina's body stiffened once more, her exquisite profile seemingly frozen in place. She neither nodded nor shook her head, but it appeared she acquiesced. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng pressed his ear against her abdomen. It felt so soft, and then he heard various sounds of movement. Is it done? Duoyin Hina inquired, her voice no longer cold. A sense of happiness washed over her as Ye Feng leaned his ear against her belly. It's done. Is the child causing you any discomfort? Ye Feng asked with concern. You? Please, go away. Upon finishing her words, Duoyan Hina turned her gaze towards the curtains outside. Ye Feng, feeling a tinge of melancholy, nodded slightly and lifted the curtain. Chapter 334. All right, I will heed your advice, Feng Ge. At that moment, Duoyan Hina suddenly uttered 2 words, not painful. Though brief, these words ignited a flicker of hope within Ye Feng. It appeared that this icy beauty was gradually thawing, perhaps softened by the warmth of maternal love. I understand, Hina darling. Ye Feng, teetering on the brink of recklessness, boldly ventured forth. The return journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrances. As darkness fell, a colossal warship finally came into view before Ye Feng. Hey, Chen An, have old Chung bring the warship over, quickly. Ye Feng ignited a torch on the shore. The warship promptly responded, with thick smoke billowing from its stern. At that moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted as he glanced towards the trees upstream. One by one, expressionless Gaha people emerged, their eyes fixated on Ye Feng with a longing hunger. This is not good, stay alert. Feng Yingzi, taken aback, swiftly grasped her spear. The Gaha people, witnessing Feng Yingzi's readiness for combat, did not flinch but continued to regard them with vacant stares. Let it be, brother, they are barely alive, lacking any offensive capability. Ye Feng pressed down Feng Yingzi's spear. After a while, the warship approached, and Ye Feng was the first to assist Duoyan Hina aboard, followed by 70 members of the Highland tribe. 2 hours later, in the warship's dining hall, the 70 Highland tribesmen were indulging in a lavish feast. Duoyan Hina sat silently in her chair, surrounded by 3 resentful guards. Ye Feng occupied the seat opposite her. However, beside him were women such as Susan, Su Yun, Mei Zi, and Chu Xue. Their faces were cold as they occasionally cast scrutinizing glances at Duoyan Hina and her abdomen. Susan, no matter what, Hina is now my wife. You must accept it. Whether you like it or not, Ye Feng said with difficulty. Humph. Susan let out a cold snort and exited the dining hall. Chu Xue and Su Yun also rose, haughtily following Susan. Ye Feng, you better be careful, Mei Zi remarked before leaving the dining hall as well. These women were clearly envious. They had not anticipated that Ye Feng would truly bring Duoyan Hina onto the warship. Feng Ge, you must be cautious. This woman is a calamity. Chung Libin sighed deeply before departing the dining hall. Ye Feng's team collectively resisted Duoyan Hina, yet she remained unfazed, disregarding their presence entirely. The resistance of these individuals did not sway her demeanor in the slightest. Zhang Ziqing and Tuba exchanged glances, shaking their heads at Ye Feng as they too exited the dining hall. Big brother Yi, confine her to a cell. I will take charge of the watch. Tuan Tuan proposed. Little Tuan Tuan, from now on, you should call her sister Duoyan. When the child is born, you will be the aunt, Ye Feng replied. No, I refuse to call her sister. I only have one sister, Susan. However, I can be the child's aunt. Tuan Tuan freed herself from Ye Feng's grasp and left the dining hall. Finally, Ye Feng cast a pleading glance towards Chen and Feng Ge. I support you. Chen An's words filled Ye Feng with immense joy. After all, his team operated on a cooperative basis, and in order to bring Duoyan Hina aboard the warship, he needed the consent of several members. Chen An, it's you. Ye Feng felt profoundly touched. At this crucial moment, it was indeed Chen An who stood by him. I support your decision to capture her. I suggest we confine her on the 2nd level, as the iron doors there are quite robust. However, there is a dilemma. We must deal with the 3 vengeful kings by her side. Should they lose control one day, it remains uncertain whether they might pose a lethal threat. Chen An stated solemnly. Oh, you may leave. Ye Feng playfully kicked Chen An. Once Chen An departed, a vast space in the dining area opened up. The indigenous people retreated to the opposite side of the restaurant, isolating Ye Feng and Duoyan Hina. Strictly speaking, their retreat stemmed from fear of the 3 vengeful kings. I apologize, I cannot convince them, but they are not malevolent. I believe that with time, they will come to accept you, Ye Feng reassured her. No need for that. I care not for anyone's opinions. Have you arranged my accommodations? Duoyan Hina inquired. It is fortunate you think that way. I have secured a wooden cabin for you on Hot Spring Island. The warship tends to sway, and I fear that after the child is born, they may struggle to walk, unlike myself, who stands firmly, Ye Feng said earnestly. The corners of Duoyan Hina's mouth twitched as if she were about to laugh. But she quickly regained her composure. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen Duo Yanhina smile before. In that fleeting moment, when she nearly laughed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, as if the entire world faded away, leaving only her eternal smile. Then take me to Hot Spring Island at once. I wish to avoid all contact with others. Just bring me my daily provisions of water and food, Duo Yanhina declared. As she finished speaking, the three squatting vengeful kings simultaneously stood up, their heads nearly brushing against the deck. Very well. Ye Feng then arranged for Duo Yanhina to reside near the hot springs, where the ground temperature was higher, thus minimizing the risk of her catching a chill. As for the captives on the island, Ye Feng was not concerned about any threats they might pose to Duo Yanhina. The three vengeful kings were formidable, and moreover, the captives had all been subdued, their strength significantly diminished. After settling Duo Yanhina, Ye Feng returned to the warship and made his way to by Chu Xue's laboratory. Chu Xue, are you in there? Ye Feng knocked on the door. Creak. The iron door opened, revealing by Chu Xue lazily leaning against the door frame. What is it? Her tone was indifferent. Chu Xue, I know you harbor biases against her, but on the day the child is born, I still hope you can act as the obstetrician, ensuring my child's safe arrival. Ye Feng implored, grasping by Chu Xue's arm with an almost pleading expression. By Chu Xue's eyes flickered momentarily before she playfully asked, If I assist you, how will you repay me? Me? How could I possibly repay you? What is it that you desire? Ye Feng countered. You must come in and lock the door behind you, Bai Chu Xue said, a hint of flirtation dancing on her lips. Click. The door was locked. A fierce battle ensued, lasting until the early hours of the following day. Ye Feng emerged from the laboratory, invigorated, only to collide with Chun and brother Feng. Wang Zhihai is still locked in his cell. Sister Susan asks if you wish to interrogate him, Chen An inquired. Interrogate? Ye Feng nodded heavily, suggesting that Wang Zhihai be brought to Hot Spring Island. Since we are to establish a comprehensive society, let us conduct a three-part trial, striving to ensure that no innocent person is wronged, while also not letting any guilty party escape justice. A sound legal framework must commence with this trial. Brother Feng, our little society comprises fewer than 100 individuals. What need have we for laws? Chen An remarked. Indeed, the numbers are rather scant. Such a trial lacks gravitas. How about we summon all the brothers from the Gaoshan tribe to attend as witnesses and bring along the captives to testify? That should lend some weight to the proceedings. Ye Feng proposed. Very well, I shall heed Brother Feng as counsel. Shortly thereafter, Chen An hurried off to gather people from various locales to attend the trial on Hot Spring Island. Chapter 335. Lack of evidence. Luo Ying busied herself with cleaning, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Great Chief, what troubles you? You have never cried before, a female leader of the Snow Mountain tribe asked. I do not know. I simply feel an overwhelming urge to weep, Luo Ying replied, puzzled, as tears continued to fall onto the floor. At that moment, Raimai entered the room. You 7 captives need not clean anymore. Brother Feng has issued orders for you all to proceed to Hot Spring Island for the 3-part trial. With that, Raimai led them out by their chains. On Hot Spring Island, within the dilapidated shelter, 20 stoves had been set up, but a chill wind still seeped in from outside. Ye Feng had nearly 100 people present, 70 from the Gaoshan tribe and 37 captives, filling the shelter to capacity. Clap. Ye Feng struck the wooden block used by Wang Zhihai for storytelling. Bring in the suspect, Wang Zhihai. Chen An and Zhang Zicheng escorted Wang Zhihai into the shelter. Having been imprisoned for several days, his Mediterranean hairstyle was disheveled, and he lowered his head, unable to meet Ye Feng's gaze. Today, I extend my gratitude to our friends from the Gaoshan tribe for their support, as well as to those from the Yunwu mountain range. You are all witnesses to the inception of our laws. Now, I invite the prosecuting attorney to speak. Ye Feng gestured towards Susan. Susan nodded and stood up. Wang Zhihai, please tell us what you said to Alba in Brother Feng's absence. I said nothing. I merely expressed my admiration for Brother Feng. Wang Zhihai obstinately denied. Alba, please repeat what Wang Zhihai said that day, Susan instructed, pointing to Alba. 5 minutes later, Alba finished recounting the incident. Thank you. Witness, please take your seat. Wang Zhihai, do you have any counterarguments? Susan inquired. Nonsense. Alba, let me ask you, was there a third person present while I spoke with you? Are you jealous of my position as deputy leader, taking this opportunity to frame me and oust me from my role? Wang Zhihai regained his confidence. After all, among those present, he held the highest degree, and in terms of eloquence, he could easily outshine Ye Feng and his entire team. Wang Zhihai, do you dare to argue? Alba is an honest man. Would he wrongfully accuse you? Ye Feng struck the wooden block again. Brother Feng, your words reflect a profound truth. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. If you are so resolute in your judgment of my guilt, why not execute me outright? Why the need for a trial? Yet, should you choose such a course, it would render the laws of Chu Xue Island utterly meaningless, allowing anyone to make false accusations without consequence. Wang Zhihai swiftly regained the fervor of his storytelling, inciting Ye Feng to a furious rage. Luo Ying looked on in astonishment at Wang Zhihai, then at Ye Feng. She had not expected that Ye Feng, as the highest authority of the team, would be rendered speechless by a mere prisoner, unable to resort to violence. In her tribe, the chieftain would simply execute anyone deemed guilty without offering a chance for rebuttal. Yet, this team displayed an unusual sense of fairness, perhaps more than she had anticipated. Not only Luo Ying, but the other captives also began to whisper among themselves. Some found Ye Feng's method of judging criminals peculiar, noting that he bore no semblance of a great leader, appearing much like an ordinary person. Conversely, others believed that his approach was more humane, seemingly transcending the relentless law of the jungle. Wang Zhihai, I ask you, what words did you utter at that time? What was the precise moment of your declaration? Spare no detail, Susan inquired with a composed demeanor. In truth, to condemn Wang Zhihai required merely a nod from Ye Feng. Yet he insisted on establishing a fair legal process, complicating matters. At that moment, I proclaimed, "Long live Brother Feng! Long live Sister Susan!" But Albar countered, stating that you two were not impartial, allowing him to toil on the island while you enjoyed yourselves aboard the warship. Wang Zhihai fabricated, attempting to muddy the waters. How infuriating! I, Albar, demand a duel with Wang Zhihai, he declared, charging forward to deliver a hefty blow to Wang Zhihai. Tuba, maintain order. Maintain order, Ye Feng commanded, striking the wooden board forcefully. Tuba and his men swiftly restrained Albar. Wang Zhihai, what evidence do you have to support your claims? Ye Feng asked, struggling to suppress his fury. He was on the verge of losing composure, but felt compelled to uphold the vision of his ideal society. And what evidence exists for Albar's accusations against me? Wang Zhihai retorted, growing increasingly confident as he discerned the pattern. He realized that as long as he argued logically, Ye Feng could not touch him. However, I, the presiding judge, believe Albar does not strike me as a liar. His character is straightforward. While you possess a silver tongue and can fabricate tales on the spot, Ye Feng remarked. Brother Feng, you are being rather hasty. If I were to feign ignorance like Albar, could I not accuse you as well? Claiming that you, Brother Feng, engage in favoritism and hoard several women? Wang Zhihai's words not only insulted Albar, but also implicated Ye Feng. You? Ye Feng clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a straw sandal was hurled from below, striking Wang Zhihai squarely on his bald head. Release me. I wish to duel him, Albar shouted, nearly breaking free from Tuba and his men's grasp. Prosecution attorney, do you have anything to say? Ye Feng was compelled to pass the responsibility to Susan, as he recognized he was not a match for Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai, you must confess truthfully, or else, Susan faltered. Or else what? Will I be subjected to severe punishment? Wang Zhihai taunted. If one were to truly resort to punishment, the laws of Chu Island would be utterly ridiculous, no different from the decrees of a feudal lord. Wang Zhihai scoffed dismissively. Chen An, do you have anything to say? Ye Feng turned his gaze towards Chen An. I, Brother Feng, believe we should abandon this legal charade. A good beating will suffice to extract the truth, Chen An advised. Wang Zhihai felt a weight in his heart, anxiously watching Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not respond immediately to Chen An's suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely shook his head. No, while Wang Zhihai's words may sting, they hold merit. If we disregard the law in our first public trial, our team will inevitably descend into corruption. We must uphold fairness and justice. Ye Feng spoke slowly. Wang Zhihai exhaled in relief. Brother Feng, your wisdom is unmatched. However, should you fail to present evidence, I must be released immediately. After all, even if I were to slander you, it would amount to nothing more than a verbal offense, meriting only a week of confinement before my release. So, let us hasten. If you lack evidence, I must be freed on the spot. Wang Zhihai thumped the table, turning the threat towards Ye Feng. The members of the Gaoshan tribe stood agape, astonished by the absurdity of the trial. Yet, for some reason, Feng Yingzi felt that this very trial was the epitome of fairness and justice. Not only he, but the captive Luo Ying also widened her eyes, a spark igniting within her once dull gaze. Such a peculiar race. Their laws seem to empower even the common folk to stand against the mighty chieftain. Chapter 336. How could such thoughts emerge? Ye Feng, the apex of this tribe, yet that prisoner dared to speak disrespectfully, even wearing a smug expression. In stark contrast, though Ye Feng was seething with rage, he did not execute the prisoner. Had this occurred in his own tribe, Wang Zhihai's actions would have warranted countless deaths, perhaps even the annihilation of his entire family. In that moment, the mindset of the captives began to shift. Feng Yingzi and several chieftains nearby whispered amongst themselves. Wise Blackwind, I sense that Ye Feng's approach could serve as a model for our Gaoshan tribe as well. Chieftain, if you believe so, we shall implement it gradually upon our return and observe its efficacy. Ye Feng struck the wooden surface once more. The trial is concluded. All rise. Everyone stood. This court hereby declares that the charge of treason against Wang Zhihai is unsubstantiated due to insufficient evidence. Wang Zhihai is hereby released at this moment. Tuba, please remove his shackles, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Humph. Tuba nodded, unlocking Wang Zhihai's chains. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, your legal system is commendable. I, Wang Zhihai, am in awe of you. With that, Wang Zhihai bowed to the assembly. Thank you all for attending this trial. Brother Feng, I am now exonerated. May I inquire if I still retain my position as deputy leader? Wang Zhihai turned to Ye Feng once more. Ah, very well, Wang Zhihai. You are reinstated and shall continue as the second in command of the team, Ye Feng declared with resignation. Alba's expression darkened as he sank to the ground. With Wang Zhihai remaining in his position, what would his future hold? Just then, a captive suddenly rushed forward. Feng, Brother Feng, my name is Robin. May I join your tribe? Robin had just listened to the entire trial presided over by Ye Feng and realized that this was the very embodiment of the ideal civilized society he had envisioned in his dreams. A society infinitely superior to that of his Huangshan tribe. In his own tribe, if the superiors deemed an inferior guilty, there was no need for a trial. The judgment was executed on the spot, without regard for the time of hundreds of others, ultimately allowing the condemned to regain power and prominence. In such a society, he would not hesitate to betray his own race to be a part of it. Do not forget, you are our captive. Do captives possess the right to join our ranks? Chen An retorted coldly. Indeed, captives do not qualify to join our team, others concurred. Brother Feng, what do you say? Am I allowed to join? The captive looked eagerly at Ye Feng. Such an abomination. Here's the deal, to demonstrate that our team embodies absolute freedom and fairness. If you, Robin, can create immense value for our team in the future, I will initiate a vote among all members. As long as more than half agree to your inclusion, you shall become one of us, entitled to all our benefits, Ye Feng declared. Rest assured, I will fight valiantly. If anyone seeks to harm you, I will be the first to charge into battle, Robin asserted. It is not solely about combat. There are myriad ways to contribute and join my team. For instance, you might offer new inventions or intelligence unknown to us. These contributions, when sufficiently substantial, will allow me to initiate a vote, provided I have the endorsement of 10 members from my team, Ye Feng continued. Very well, I will contemplate what your team lacks. I am certain I can devise something. Robin grasped his head tightly, compelling his mind to churn with ideas. At that moment, another captive rushed forth and knelt before Ye Feng. Brother Feng, I am called Tiger Tooth, and I too wish to join your team. Tiger Tooth was a robust man with dark skin, hailing from the Black Mountain tribe. Ye Feng sighed and addressed everyone. Captives, listen well. If you wish to join my team, time will be your proving ground. You must also demonstrate sincerity, severing ties with your former tribe. Deputy Leader Wang Zhihai. From now on, the responsibility of overseeing these captives falls to you. However, do not entertain thoughts of forming factions. Should I discover any treachery in your heart, I will have you imprisoned. Ye Feng's voice grew firmer as he concluded. Yes, Brother Feng, I shall devise a flawless plan to ensure they do not become traitors. Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. I, Ye Feng, hereby declare the court adjourned. A group of individuals quietly exited the tent, returning to their respective duties. Ye Feng also made his way towards the canoe. Brother Feng, that was a failure, wasn't it? Not only did we not apprehend Wang Zhihai, but we also allowed him to walk free and regain his position. Chen An followed closely behind. Failure? Huh. An almost imperceptible smile crept across Ye Feng's face. On the surface, it may appear that we lost to Wang Zhihai, but in reality, we have taken a significant stride towards civilization. Just consider, in the future, these highland tribesmen, these captives, may very well return to the Yunshan Mountains and advocate for the fairness and justice within our team. As time passes, one might ponder that the Yunshan tribe surely harbors individuals who are oppressed. Upon hearing of our team's commitment to justice, those who suffer injustice within the Yunshan tribe may come seeking refuge with us. In merely a decade, our team shall continuously expand, ultimately becoming the most formidable group in the Misty Mountains. Thus, we can ascend to dominance over the entire desolate island without shedding blood. Wouldn't that be a far simpler approach? Ye Feng chuckled. Brother Feng, I never anticipated your vision was so grand. I, Chen An, have been rather shallow in my thinking, but fear not. We possess artillery and have no reason to dread retaliation from the Yunshan tribe, Chen An remarked. The ammunition for our artillery is finite. Perhaps in the next 10 years, it may shield us, but what then? Will our warships not decay? Will the artillery not rust? Will the ammunition not become damp? These external assets can only provide temporary protection, while it is the core principle of fairness that will secure our long-term foundation. As long as we promote justice and equity, an unending stream of individuals will join us and pledge their lives to our cause. Ye Feng's words resonated with truth. Within his team, individuals such as Alba and Tuba stood ready to sacrifice themselves for the collective. Such a perfect team, where both the leader and the second-in-command were elected, and every member held equal power, with a continuous supply of sustenance and a sanctuary in Hot Spring Island. One must ask, who would wish to see such a team falter? On board the warship, Luo Ying busied herself with cleaning, yet her heart was tumultuous. The recent tribunal convened by Ye Feng left an indelible mark on her mind. If such principles could be instilled within the Xueshan tribe, it would not take 5 years for them to become the largest faction in the Misty Mountains. However, would the Yunshan tribe permit their growth? Only Ye Feng's worship could stand against the Yunshan tribe. Perhaps she could also consider joining Ye Feng's team. Yet, how could she entertain such thoughts? Being the sister of the chieftain of the Xueshan tribe? Chapter 337. Is it really this cold today? Hot Spring Island remains under construction. Thus, most individuals continue to spend the night aboard the warship. Ye Feng knocked on the door to his and Susan's quarters, only to find it locked from the inside. Shaner, open the door. It's your husband. Shaner, be obedient and let me in. The iron door remained unyielding. Why not sleep on Hot Spring Island? Isn't there a stunning beauty waiting for you there? Susan's teasing voice floated from within. That is merely a temporary measure. Once the child is born, you will always be the primary wife. For now, as she carries our child, we must accommodate her, ensuring her spirits remain high. Ye Feng coaxed outside for 2 hours before Susan reluctantly unlocked the door. Daring to confine your husband outside, Ye, shall enforce family discipline today. Moments later, cries could be heard from the chamber. An hour later, Susan rested gently in Ye Feng's embrace. 3 days without discipline, and the roof would be raised. Tell me, have you yielded? Ye Feng gazed at the blush adorning Susan's cheeks, a triumphant smile on his face. Enough already. Must I concede? Susan replied, feigning annoyance. However, we have come to an understanding. From now on, I shall remain the foremost, while she, Duoyan Hina, must occupy a subordinate position. Susan spoke in a playful tone, a rare display of vulnerability reserved solely for Ye Feng, for in the presence of outsiders, she was a formidable iron lady. Of course, you are the primary wife, and our team adheres to a monogamous structure. You shall eternally be my original partner, Ye Feng declared earnestly. Susan, are you truly at ease with Wang Zhihai? She inquired. Concern etched on her face. After this trial, his power will only amplify, and I can't shake the feeling that he will inevitably embroil himself in grave matters. It is an unfortunate reality. I too wish to oust Wang Zhihai, yet given that we are but a small society, we must adhere to legal principles. When time permits, we shall convene to establish a set of laws unique to our island, laws that embody absolute fairness and justice. Moreover, we should consider enhancing the treatment of the captives. I have heard from Chun An that these individuals are not of the Yunshan tribe. They are merely unfortunate souls under its dominion. And our greatest adversary remains the Yunshan tribe, Ye Feng articulated. I shall heed your guidance. Tomorrow, I will elevate the conditions for these captives, ensuring they work only 10 hours a day, with ample meals and a midday respite. Susan replied gently. Indeed, while they were exploited by the Yunshan tribe to assault my vessels, they must still face some form of retribution, 5 years of imprisonment for each. With commendable conduct leading to a reduction to 3 years, and exemplary behavior potentially allowing for release in as little as 3 months, after which I shall return them home. Ye Feng continued. Susan lifted her gaze, astonished at Ye Feng's proposition. Feng, is this not excessively lenient? They are captives, after all, and they have taken the lives of many among us. Her expression was one of skepticism as she regarded him. Rest assured, I have long-term plans. Once these captives experience the fairness of our laws, they will return home as advocates for our cause. It will not be long before individuals with unique skills from other tribes seek to join my team. It will be unstoppable. Consider this, our artillery, formidable as it may be, will eventually exhaust its ammunition. With just over 100 of us, once our firepower is depleted, the Yunshan tribe could swiftly eliminate us. Therefore, it is imperative that our team grows and fortifies itself before we exhaust our resources. We must at least possess the capability for self-preservation, Ye Feng asserted earnestly. Feng, I did not anticipate your expansive vision. You have considered future ramifications so thoroughly. In this regard, I truly fall short, Susan expressed sincerely. The hour grows late. Let us retire for the night, for tomorrow brings a multitude of tasks, Ye Feng said, playfully pinching Susan's cheek. The following morning, Ye Feng was the first to awaken. Luo Ying and 6 female captives were engaged in their routine cleaning in the corridor. Upon seeing Ye Feng, her lips parted slightly, as though she had something to convey. Ye Feng had long taken note of Luo Ying. Among the 7 female captives, she was the most exquisite, her stature and poise rivaling even Susan's, though she remained a touch distant from Duo Yan Hina's allure. Good morning, Feng Ge. Chen An approached him with enthusiasm. Chen An, summon the one with flowers on her shoulder to the dining hall for a meeting, Ye Feng instructed. Indeed, he is about to promulgate a series of policies favoring the captives. It is Feng, and by the way, among the captives, there is a man who claims to be a blacksmith, a master of weaponry within his tribe, who forges the finest curved blades in the entire community. Here, take a look at the curved blade he crafted. Upon finishing his statement, Chen An handed the blade to Ye Feng. Grasping the sword, Ye Feng delivered a powerful slash against another blade. With a sharp clang, the inferior weapon shattered into 2 pieces. A fine blade. Although it pales in comparison to the daggers forged in Germany, it certainly ranks as the finest steel available in this region. What is his name? Ye Feng inquired. His name is Robin. He was contemplating joining us just last night, Chen An replied. Well, since he is a master blacksmith, inform him that if he forges 100 curved blades, I shall grant him his freedom, but as for joining my team, that may not suffice, Ye Feng stated. I understand. Then I shall summon them for a meeting. Chen An left to summon the others. Ye Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, ascended to the deck to enjoy the view. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, a biting cold wind struck him, nearly taking his breath away. Is it truly this frigid today? Ye Feng tightened the fur coat around him. His intention in granting Robin freedom was not due to a willingness to part with such talent. Rather, he needed Robin to traverse to other tribes to promote his policies and various benefits. Once the word spread effectively, his team could expand rapidly, aiming for a population of 2,000 within 5 years, while 2,000 would still be insufficient to confront the Yunshan tribe. With this number bolstered by his artillery and newly developed gunpowder, they might not yet rival the Yunshan people, but at least they would instill a sense of caution among them. Deep within the misty mountains, in a vast stone hall, the chieftain listened intently. Chief, the food reserves of the Mode family are dwindling. Chief, the food supplies of the Hal family are also running low. If this harsh winter persists for over 3 years, our large families may face starvation. At the head of the assembly sat a young man, the great chieftain of the Yunshan tribe. Esteemed elders, regarding the food dilemma, we can levy tributes from smaller tribes. They dare not refuse us. Yet our current predicament is that our authority has been challenged, particularly by the foreign people from the great ship who have bested us twice. Should we suffer another defeat, the smaller tribes may also challenge our supremacy, and they will certainly cease their tributes. Though this young man appeared youthful, his voice resonated with the weariness of a 60-year-old sage. Chapter 338. A glimmer of hope. The chieftain speaks true, with the Gaoshan tribe leading a rebellion and the foreign invaders having defeated us twice. News of our defeats has spread throughout the misty mountains. It is time to bring an end to these foreign interlopers. An elder rose to express his support for the chieftain. The Yunshan tribe governs through familial structures. where each family is represented by an elder who wields absolute authority over the indigenous people of the same surname. Moreover, the senior members of the Cloud Mountain clan must inevitably hail from distinguished families. Otherwise, they would lack the qualifications to assume positions such as the Great Chief, Beastmaster, Priest, or Divine Envoy. You are indeed correct, our family elder. Therefore, the task of exterminating the alien race shall be entrusted to your family. I shall command the Snow Mountain clan and the Black Mountain clan to each dispatch 300 individuals under your direction, proclaimed the chieftain of the Cloud Mountain clan. What? The Har family elder fell silent, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The Har family ranked fourth among the Cloud Mountain clan, boasting 3 individuals in the position of Great Chief, 2 as Beast Masters, and 1 as a priest. In essence, the Cloud Mountain clan was characterized by its multitude of families, predominantly thriving through sheer numbers. Any family with a significant population was bound to foster experts and prodigies, should they engage in an offensive against the alien race. The losses incurred by their family would diminish the likelihood of producing such talents. Honorable Chieftain, I recognize it as my duty to exterminate the alien race and restore the authority of our Cloud Mountain clan. However, I have a stipulation. If we defeat the alien race, to whom will the great ship belong? Inquired the Har family elder. Naturally, it will belong to our Cloud Mountain clan. However, your Har family shall be granted the hunting rights to the great ship for 1 year. The vessel will undoubtedly roam the heart of the Black Tree River, allowing you to capture an abundance of fish during that time. Responded the chieftain of the Cloud Mountain clan. Agreed. The Har family elder finally nodded in acceptance. For a family to flourish, the acquisition of resources is paramount. Food, as the most vital resource, would enable their family to easily expand to several thousand, or even tens of thousands, thus becoming the foremost family within the Cloud Mountain clan. With the first issue resolved, the Har family elder would confront the alien race. Now, let us address the second concern. The Black Mountain clan has now grown to 7,000 members, and it is time for punitive measures. The Black Mountain clan's failure to seize the great ship presents an opportunity. I propose that they be demoted to a 7th-tier tribe, required to pay tribute of 100 carts of fish, 300 carts of fatty meat, and 50 healthy women of childbearing age within 3 months. Within 3 years, we must reduce the population of this inferior race to approximately 1,000 individuals. They are but beasts, born to be exploited by us, and must never be allowed a glimmer of hope for resurgence. Upon the chieftain's conclusion, the assembly of clan leaders unanimously raised their hands in agreement. After all, the exploitation of inferior tribes benefits all families within the Cloud Mountain clan, and their proposed scheme was fully endorsed. Subsequently, they began to deliberate on the distribution of these tributes. In the Misty Mountain Range, population is fundamental. For instance, a once impoverished tribe, upon reaching a population of 10,000, would inevitably progress, fostering inventions and innovations. With such a substantial demographic base, even at a mere 1% ratio of geniuses, one would witness the emergence of 100 experts. These 100 experts, in turn, would plunder resources from other tribes, leading to ever-improving prospects over time. The earlier demand for 50 healthy women of childbearing age from the Black Mountain clan was, in reality, a stratagem for population exploitation. Consider this. With the Black Mountain clan's population at merely 7,000, the number of women capable of bearing children would likely be around 50. This effectively stifled the population growth of the Black Mountain clan's current generation. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. Ye Feng, accompanied by a group of individuals, is conducting an inspection. As he gazes upon the gradually constructed hot spring island, a myriad of emotions stirs within him. The structures are sturdier than those built previously. The foundations of several houses are solidly compacted with stones weighing nearly a ton, resilient enough to withstand even the fiercest of gales. The greenhouses have also been completed, constructed from timber as thick as a man's waist, capable of serving as formidable walls. The captives are engaged in the final touches of construction, and once the hot spring island is fully realized, their future poses a conundrum. Keeping them aboard the warship is unfeasible, as Ye Feng lacks sufficient space for their accommodation. Releasing them is equally problematic, given their criminal pasts. Chen An, summon Robin. Ye Feng instructed. Yes. Chen An stepped into the throng of captives and brought Robin forth. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Robin immediately knelt on the ground. Do not kneel. Rise and speak. Do you think this is a barbaric and backward place like the Yunnan tribe? Ye Feng admonished. Yes, yes, Robin replied, standing with an expression of eager anticipation. Robin, over the past few days, you have crafted 100 curved blades for us. By our customs, you are now a free man. Tuba, remove his shackles, Ye Feng declared solemnly. Certainly. Tuba complied, freeing him from his chains. Upon regaining his freedom, Robin felt as though he were in a dream, struggling to believe his newfound status. After all, captives traditionally possessed no rights. Capture often meant a dead end, and before their demise, they were entirely drained of their worth. The other captives were invigorated, gazing at Robin with envious admiration. Chen An, take 5 men. Send Robin ashore using a canoe, and provide him with 10 days' provisions to return home, Ye Feng proclaimed loudly, ensuring all the captives could hear. No, Brother Feng. I wish to remain here. You possess a colossal ship and the divine cannons upon it. You are the only race capable of opposing the Yunnan tribe. To Ye Feng's surprise, Robin stepped back, exhibiting reluctance to depart. Although he held a leadership position among the Snow Mountain tribe, his status was not particularly elevated. He was subjected to bullying by the paramount leader, chieftains, and elders of his own tribe, as well as oppression from the Yunnan tribe, with little to no human rights. However, Ye Feng's domain was different. Having endured captivity for several weeks, Robin understood that Ye Feng's team elected its leader through a voting system, meaning that if he became a member of the team, he too could aspire to be elected, potentially rising above the masses, akin to a chieftain of his tribe. Very well. If you wish to remain in my team, you must accept the vote. In light of your contributions in crafting weapons for us, I, Ye Feng, will guarantee your candidacy. I will initiate a vote among my 100 team members on your behalf, should the majority be in favor. You shall become a citizen of our team, enjoying all the benefits, including voting rights and eligibility for election. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Feng's team promptly mobilized. The voting assembly was convened within the greenhouse. The captives were fortunate to witness the voting process, which Ye Feng had intentionally arranged for them to observe, showcasing the strengths of his team. As anticipated, only 6 votes were cast in favor, and Robin was unable to join Ye Feng's ranks. Yet, even with just 6 votes, hope flickered within Robin's heart. Chapter 339. I thought you were dead. I believe that as long as I endeared myself to the majority of Ye Feng's team, I would be able to attain citizenship of Hot Spring Island. Robin, you should return. If you truly wish to join us on Hot Spring Island, you must render significant service to our team, whether that be through providing intelligence, introducing innovative inventions, or making substantial sacrifices for our cause, Ye Feng stated. Yes, Brother Feng. Robin replied with a hint of regret as he boarded the canoe under Chen An's guidance. Once Robin departed, the captives could no longer contain themselves. At that moment, a woman stepped forward. Brother Feng, I am from the Snow Mountain tribe. Our population stands at 4,720, with 1,800 men, and approximately 600 elite warriors. Is this considered useful intelligence? She inquired. You? Luo Ying gazed at the woman, her almond-shaped eyes widening in frustration. I'm afraid such information holds little value for us, but your intentions are commendable. Chen An, award her 2 points. Once she accumulates 100 points, she shall be granted her freedom, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Chen An took up a feather quill and marked a 2 on the animal hide. Brother Feng, another native stepped forward. Brother Feng, the Cloud Mountain tribe is constructing a pyramid to withstand a calamitous event that occurs every 80 years. 5 quarries are supplying them with stone. I am aware of 2, one located north of the Snow Mountain tribe and the other south of the Black Mountain tribe, he reported. A pyramid? An event that occurs every 80 years? Ye Feng's gaze sharpened. He had often heard of such disasters, but remained ignorant of their nature. Previously, he suspected it might be a disease, yet given the current situation, none aboard their warship had fallen ill, suggesting it might be an unknown catastrophe. Do you know the specifics of this calamity? Ye Feng countered. I do not. Then there is little we can do. Chen An, award him 6 points. Once he reaches 100, he too shall gain his freedom, Ye Feng concluded. Subsequently, a steady stream of captives came forth, divulging the secrets of their tribes until Ye Feng felt overwhelmed. On the shore, Chen An spoke to Robin. To be honest, I just cast a vote in your favor. But others still harbor hostility towards you. Keep striving, and your contributions will eventually earn you a place on Hot Spring Island. Brethren, I shall return immediately and find ways to provide intelligence for Hot Spring Island. I will not disappoint Brother Feng, nor the others. For your kindred is the finest I have ever encountered, and Brother Feng is the greatest leader I have known, Robin affirmed earnestly. Go. But be cautious on your way back. Do not succumb to the cold, Chen An advised as he paddled the canoe towards the warship. Robin watched Chen An depart, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. When he was first captured, his life had been wretched beyond compare. However, since Ye Feng's return, his circumstances had improved remarkably, with ample nourishment provided daily without the need for desperate struggle, far surpassing the conditions of his Snow Mountain tribe. Returning home, to that backward place, I shall recount the affairs concerning Feng Gu to the tribespeople, so they may understand that there truly exists a paradise upon this land. With that resolved, Robin set forth with determination. The injury to his hip had nearly healed, and his strength had returned to approximately 80%. He moved swiftly across the snowy expanse. After running upstream for 20 kilometers, Robin abruptly halted. Before him, on the riverbank, lay 20 warships, and wooden huts had been erected, adorned with 3 different flags. The banner of the Yunshan tribe was the largest, followed by that of the Heishan tribe. Finally, he spotted the flag of his own Xueshan tribe. This is dire. Are they preparing to attack Feng Ji's hot spring island? Instinctively, Robin felt the urge to return and alert others, for should he succeed in warning them, perhaps he would garner their support. Resolute in his intention, he began to retreat slowly. However, at that moment, he heard faint footsteps behind him. A figure descended from above, blocking his path. Who are you? Robin, is that you? The individual recognized him immediately. It is you? Chief Lore. Robin's expression darkened. Splendid, Robin. I feared you had perished. Quickly, come with me to the tribe. Lore clasped Robin's shoulder and guided him towards the riverbank. Upon nearing the riverbank, Robin was taken aback. At least 800 men were stationed there, not including the warriors aboard the 20 warships. Would Feng Ji's hot spring island withstand this assault? No. I must find a way to send a warning. I cannot allow this paradise to vanish, for what hope would remain for us in the Yunwu Mountains? Must we continue to live in the shadow of the Yunshan tribe? Chief, following my narrow survival from the last battle with Ye Feng, I have become quite familiar with the terrain of the Heishu River. Now, I can lead you to scout the landscape on Ye Feng's side. What do you think? Robin proposed. Robin, let us set aside the reconnaissance for now. I bear grave news. The chieftain's soul lamp has extinguished, and according to the tribe's priest, he has departed from us, Lore replied. What? The chieftain? He too is gone. Robin's eyes darted, forcing forth a tear. Strangely, upon hearing of the chieftain's demise, he felt no sorrow. Instead, a sense of schadenfreude welled within him. For in his heart, he had already come to regard Ye Feng's domain as his true home. Even being taken captive, there would be preferable to remaining with the Xueshan tribe, where he would surely be sent as cannon fodder. Captivity? I could accompany the warriors of the Xueshan tribe to launch another assault on Ye Feng's hot spring island, and in the process, I would again become a prisoner. During this time as a captive, I could cultivate a rapport with the island's indigenous inhabitants, and in the next election, I could emerge as a citizen of the hot spring island. Robin was impressed by his own cunning. Just then, an indigenous person rushed into the wooden hut. Chief, the Hao family has summoned us to discuss important matters. Very well, I understand, Lore nodded. Robin furrowed his brow. Is it truly a member of the Hao family leading this expedition? Indeed, the patriarch of the Harl family has staked everything on their elite forces. Should they fail to seize the colossal vessel this time, the Harl family will descend into the ranks of the secondary clans of the Yunshan tribe. Lore nodded in understanding. Let us convene then. The two proceeded to the wooden cabin of Harl, which was warmed by 4 fires, maintaining an ambient temperature of over 10 degrees. Despite this, the rotund patriarch remained bundled in 2 layers of animal hides, with 2 young and beautiful indigenous women nestled within to warm his feet. Is everyone present? Harl inquired, extending a hefty hand to pinch one of the maiden's cheeks. We, the Snow Mountain tribe, are assembled, Lore replied. Our Black Mountain tribe's leader is also here, said Mao Ru, the commanding chief of the Black Mountain tribe. Excellent. What brings us together? We have gathered 1,500 warriors, with the primary objective of capturing the colossal vessel. I have received intelligence that the vessel requires no oarsmen and exceeds the speed of our warships. Therefore, we must retain the craftsmen aboard to ascertain how the vessel is propelled. The men will be sent to the quarry as laborers, and the young, healthy women with reproductive potential will be brought to our tribe as breeding tools. Harl issued his straightforward commands. Patriarch, the foreign ship is fortified and heavily armed. Shall we merely expend lives to seize it? Is there a strategy that could defeat the outsiders without sacrificing our own? Lore could not help but question. We of the Wuyun Mountains have ample manpower, Lore. You must summon the courage and pride of your Snow Mountain kin and be the first to charge the colossal vessel. Are you so fearful of death? Harl retorted with disdain. Nay, I do not fear death, nor am I a coward. However, I fear that if our Snow Mountain tribe serves as the vanguard, we will suffer devastating losses. Thus, I seek a more prudent approach to capture the vessel. Lore hastily clarified. Silence. If you lack the courage to be first, then go to the hold and row the boat, allowing those slaves to assume the role of chief. Harl scoffed. This impending assault was, in fact, a strategy by Ye Feng to deplete the combat strength of the Snow Mountain and Black Mountain tribes, urging these two races to lead the charge while the Harl family remained in the rear, observing the clash. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, who was engrossed in the refinement of laws alongside Wang Zhihai, Susan, Ramaiko, Su Yun, by Chu Xue, and Cheng Libin, a great battle loomed on the horizon. Brother Feng, I believe we should abolish the law prioritizing the capture of prisoners. Otherwise, if other tribes witness our leniency towards captives, they will come to assault us. In time, we shall not endure. Wang Zhihai pointed to the 71st law inscribed on the animal hide. It cannot be rescinded. We must adhere to the Geneva Conventions. During combat, we may strive to eliminate enemies, but if they are no longer capable of resistance, we must not further abuse them. We must provide them with 3 meals a day, and their labor hours must not exceed 10. Ye Feng firmly rejected the suggestion. As for this matter concerning investment attraction, what business can the indigenous people engage in? At their core, they are steeped in barbaric plunder and possess no understanding of cooperative prosperity. Wang Zhihai indicated the 92nd law. Can we gradually tame them? Much like a devoted little follower? Initially, they are wild beasts, but through our nurturing, they now understand their role as steeds. Right, little Tuan Tuan? Ye Feng glanced at Ding Tuan Tuan beside him. Indeed, Ding Tuan Tuan absent-mindedly nodded. All right, let us refine it to 92 points today. Chu Xue, has the injury of that colossal bird healed? Ye Feng inquired. It has healed. It is recuperating on Hot Spring Island, by Chu Xue replied. Good, when tending to it. Be cautious. Ensure the iron chains are securely locked to prevent its escape. Ye Feng yawned and declared, I announce the meeting adjourned. Today's work has exceeded 8 hours, and we must avoid such occurrences in the future. Just then, Tuba suddenly burst in from outside. Brother Feng, you must come and see. What is it? The indigenous people's worship. All hands prepare for mobilization. Ye Feng exclaimed, rushing to the deck. Before him, a warship emerged upstream, manned by a notable indigenous figure, as evident from the tattoos adorning his face. Are you Ye Feng? The indigenous man called from the warship. Indeed, what brings you here? Ye Feng's tone remained calm as he scrutinized the banks of the tributary, sensing that the indigenous people would not send merely one warship to its demise. Our esteemed chief of the Hala clan has proclaimed that if you come to kiss his feet, he will spare your lives and grant you the honor of becoming a slave of the Hala clan. Boom. Before he could finish, Susan fired a cannon, creating a gaping hole in the ship's hull, allowing icy river water to flood into their vessel. This is dire, Chief. We are taking on water. An indigenous man hurriedly ascended to the deck. As the river surged in, the warship began to tilt ominously. Cursed foreign devils. Fire the cannons and let the clan launch an attack. The chief paced anxiously on the deck, while some astute warriors leapt into the water, swimming towards the ice surface, aware that once the warship sank, whirlpools would form, dragging them to the riverbed. Boom. A fireball shot into the sky. Susan, who authorized you to fire? Do you not realize how precious ammunition is? Ye Feng chastised. He dared to demand you kiss his feet. Could you have tolerated that? Susan retorted. Well, it's done now. Let them come at us, Ye Feng concluded. Just as he spoke, several warships began to appear around the bend of the tributary. The lead ship adorned with grand flags depicting a majestic eagle capturing a serpent. Do you recognize that totem? Ye Feng queried the captives behind him. That is our Snow Mountain clan. Luo Ying exclaimed joyfully, relieved to finally see hope for rescue. Soon, all the warships rounded the bend, coming into view of Ye Feng and the others, accompanied by the indigenous people's war cries. Cheng Libin turned the starboard side of the warship towards the front. This way. Both cannons can unleash their full potential, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. The warship emitted a resounding roar, maneuvering in a semicircle beside the hot spring island. Ye Feng strode to the stern, seizing another machine gun. Previously, his reluctance to expend ammunition had allowed several enemy warships to storm the hot spring island, unleashing a massacre. Thus, this time, Ye Feng resolved to be unyielding. Susan, target the hulls, breach the bottom of each warship, preventing them from reaching the hot spring island. Upon finishing his command, he pulled the trigger. Boom. The leading warship of the Snow Mountain tribe was struck, a gaping hole measuring a square meter appearing. As torrents of river water surged in, instantly freezing the enslaved rowers within. Boom, boom, boom. Susan was even more relentless. Bullets penetrated the front of the warship, emerging from the bottom to create another significant breach. Consequently, the enemy's vessel was perforated with 2 holes from a single shot, sinking at an accelerated rate. Hurry! Row with all your might! Roars shouted from one of the warships. A rhythmic drumming resonated from the hull, as the slaves' arms moved in sync with the beat, propelling the warship forward at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour. Roar was pleased with this pace and turned to address the Snow Mountain warriors on the deck. Listen closely. As soon as the warship approaches the giant vessel, cast your grappling hooks to secure it tightly. Then, we shall ascend the ropes and let your curved blades feast on blood. Roar raised his curved sword high. Chapter 341. Remove the wet clothes. Kill, kill, kill. The warriors on the deck raised their curved blades and grappling hooks, chanting in unison. Just then, a thunderous crash reverberated. The entire warship trembled, and the warriors on the deck stumbled. Roar was the first to rise and gaze towards the front of the ship. Something had blasted a large hole, and a deluge of river water was pouring inside. Where's Robin? Robin, quickly tell me what weapon they are using. How can it possess such immense power? Roar swiftly turned, scanning the deck for Robin's figure. However, Robin had already leapt from the ship, clutching a piece of wood. Sensing the inevitable outcome even before the battle commenced, he had plunged into the water as Ye Feng sank the first warship, utilizing the buoyancy of the wood to paddle towards Ye Feng's hot spring island. This way, he could once again become a captive on the hot spring island. However, after swimming a mere 10 meters with the board, he encountered 7 fallen warriors. The sight of the wooden plank sent them rushing towards him, desperate to seize his flotation device. Get away! Robin managed to slay 2, but more continued to crowd onto the plank. Brothers, the Snow Mountain tribe is faltering. It's our turn, the Black Mountain tribe, to shine. Let the slaves in the hull row. As soon as we draw near the giant ship, we can board. Behind the Snow Mountain warship, Maoru brandished his curved sword, his eyes gleaming with anticipation at Ye Feng's vessel. Boom! A cannonball struck true, sending Maoru soaring 3 meters into the air, almost toppling into the river. What weapon is that? A crossbow? Maoru gazed in astonishment at the gaping hole in the bow, as the river water rushed in rapidly. Great leader, we must hastily abandon ship. There is still a chance to swim to the shore. Otherwise, once the warship sinks, we shall be drawn into the depths of the water. An indigenous man rushed over, handing him a plank of wood. Me? Ah, but I, Maoru, have yet to achieve merit. Must I flee now? Maoru raised his hands to the heavens, fuming with rage. Do not hesitate. The ship has already sunk halfway, the indigenous man exclaimed, taking the lead and leaping into the water with the plank. Maoru stamped his foot in frustration, resigned to clutch the plank and leap overboard for survival. The sound of cannon fire echoed. Susan's marksmanship was indeed precise, hitting her targets with unwavering accuracy. In no time, the 10 warships ahead fell victim to destruction, 5 of which had completely submerged. Those lacking the courage to abandon ship were swept away by the whirlpool into the depths. Alas, the enslaved rowers in the hold, shackled by iron chains, met their fates without a single survivor. The remaining 10 warships belonged to the Ha family of the Yunxian tribe. Hal pushed aside 2 lovely women, gazing in astonishment at the scene before him. What kind of weapon is this? A leader rushed over, urging, we must retreat immediately, or we too shall be sunk. Hal clenched his teeth, unwilling to turn his gaze from the enormous ship belonging to Ye Feng. With that great vessel, they could venture into the heart of the main river for fishing. Even if winter persisted for a decade, they would have a ceaseless supply of food. Yet, charging ahead now would likely lead to their own demise. Boom! At that moment, a massive hole was blasted into the warship beside Hal, causing the 15-meter-long behemoth to tilt precariously, sending several warriors of the Ha family plunging into the water. They struggled for only a moment before their bodies stiffened from the cold. Hal's flesh quivered, Quick, turn around and flee. No, retreat, we must turn back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom. The warship shook violently, and Hal was hurled into the river, splashing water over 3 meters high. The leaders of various families possessed little martial prowess. Their strength lay primarily in their cunning and ruthlessness. Quick, save the leader. Several loyal indigenous men leaped into the river, dragging Hal onto a plank. Fortunately, his tough skin and ample fat preserved his body heat. Otherwise, he would have frozen solid in no time. The ship's artillery continued to unleash its fury. Susan had expended 30 rounds, while Ye Feng had used only 5, as his aim did not match Susan's precision. Brother Feng, the battle is over. We have won, Chen An exclaimed, gazing at the confluence of the tributary and the main river, where many shattered planks floated and numerous enemies struggled in the water. There are far too many captives. Perhaps we should let them freeze to death? Tuba approached, equally astonished at the sight of the enemies in the river. No, guided by humanitarian principles, we must extend a rescue. Chen and Tuba, take the 4 canoes and try to save those who appear strong, Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng, the hot spring island is nearly completed. What shall we do with so many prisoners? There is no work for them, Chen An replied. No, given the multitude of captives and our ample provisions. Let us embellish Hot Spring Island with greater opulence. Construct all the houses as 2 or even 3 stories high, accommodating a larger number of inhabitants. As for those captives who are utterly devoid of tasks, let them work on the shore, gathering timber to produce charcoal. However, upon their rescue, we must ensure that their phalanges are pierced, preventing any possibility of resistance. Ye Feng issued the command. 2 men paddled 4 canoes to retrieve the captives. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was not idle. He directed the warship forward, striving to salvage the stronger captives. Chen An, holding a fishing net, gazed eagerly at the river's surface. That woman possesses a striking appearance, he thought with a chuckle. With a swift cast, a female captive from the Snow Mountain tribe was ensnared aboard the canoe. Brethren, the one over there is even more beautiful. Catch her quickly. All right, I shall. Chen An focused solely on retrieving females, while Tuba diligently adhered to Ye Feng's orders, targeting robust indigenous individuals for recovery. Brethren, help me. I am Robin. Robin cried out, sprawled across the plank, finally encountering the rescue team. Huh? Why are you back again? Chen An was taken aback as he hurriedly dragged Robin onto the canoe. It's so cold, brethren. They had bound me to a war chariot. I intended to return with news, but they set off immediately. Robin trembled as he spoke. Remove your wet clothes and wear mine. Chen An draped his animal skin over Robin's shoulders. Brethren, let me assist you in the rescue. I am stronger than you. After stating this, Robin joined Chen An in recovering captives. The salvage operation continued until dusk, at which point Ye Feng ordered a cessation of efforts, as the indigenous individuals left unrecovered had succumbed to the cold, rendering them unworthy of rescue. On the deck, Ye Feng assessed their spoils. Chen An, how many captives do we have? Ye Feng inquired, seated upon a chair, surveying the densely packed captives on the deck. A total of 329 individuals. Though regrettably, only 40 of them are female, with merely 10 considered beautiful, Chen An lamented. Chapter 342, A Ship of Women. Susan. How many warships have we sunk in total? Ye Feng turned his gaze towards Susan. 18 warships in total. 2 turned and fled, and I did not pursue them. Susan replied. Excellent. Bring them all to Hot Spring Island. Chain them with iron, and pierce their phalanges, Ye Feng stated coldly. Subsequently, anguished cries resonated across the deck. Tuba strictly executed the command, stabbing through the phalanges of each captive with a dagger. Though the wounds would eventually heal, until they did, their combat effectiveness would be reduced to less than 1/10. Luo Ying and other seasoned captives stood by, watching in trepidation as this new group endured the piercing of their phalanges. In a fleeting moment, Luo Ying recognized a familiar face. Ah, brother Luo Air, what brings you here? Luo Ying gazed at the kneeling Luo Air, her heart a tumult of emotions. Little did she expect Ye Feng's warship to be so formidable. Having vanquished 20 vessels, it seemed only the high priest of the Yun Mountain tribe could pose any significant threat to Ye Feng. Luo Ying, it is indeed a relief to see you alive. However, I bear some unfortunate news. Your brother's soul lantern has extinguished. Just as these words left my lips, Luo Air was pierced through the peepa bone. Feng Gu, it is Robin speaking. I have already been pierced once. Must I endure it a second time? At that moment, The captive Robin burst forth. Ah, why have you returned to assault me again? Truly, you court death. Chen An, take him down and re-pierce his peepa bone. Ye Feng remarked with a solemn expression. Feng Gu, please reconsider. Robin was forcibly bound to the warship. I implore you to grant him another chance, Chen An urged. Very well, Robin, do you hear? Chen An has interceded on your behalf, so I shall grant you a reprieve this once. However, you must endure 2 years of labor reform before I restore your freedom, Ye Feng declared. What? Just 2 years? Might I not be sentenced to a longer term? I would gladly accept 10 or even 8 years. If it must be, grant me life imprisonment instead, Robin beseeched. To be a captive on Ye Feng's hot spring island, with ample food and drink, a furnace in the evening, and a constant supply of provisions, is infinitely preferable to the harsh conditions of his Snow Mountain clan. This prison, he would willingly inhabit for a lifetime. He had no desire to return to that role of leader. You? Ye Feng spread his hands, exclaiming, this is absurd. The law is the law. Not a single word may be altered. You shall serve 2 years, after which you may return home obediently. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Robin's expression darkened. Chen An quickly approached and patted his shoulder, whispering in his ear, Fear not. As your term nears its end, lead a strike. This will extend your sentence. Just don't let it be known that I taught you this. Brethren, is that truly possible? I am immensely grateful to you. Tears flowed freely from Robin's eyes. How dare you pierce my peepa bone? Step aside, do you know who I am? At that moment, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd of captives. This individual, frozen and stiff, nonetheless managed to shove aside Ye Feng's subordinates. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he strode forward. Before him stood a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man glaring defiantly, striving to maintain his imposing presence. Should you disobey, I shall cast you into the river once more. Ye Feng said coldly. I am Mei Zi, the great chief of the Black Mountain tribe. Have you not heard of my name? Mei Zi exerted himself to uphold the dignity of a chief. Though Chu Xue was blind, her hearing remained sharp. Upon hearing Mei Zi's name, she instinctively took a step back and nestled into Ye Feng's embrace. What troubles you, Chu Xue? Is he truly renowned? Ye Feng inquired. Mei Zi is a rare genius of the Black Mountain tribe, his strength comparable to that of a level 2 beastmaster, Chu Xue replied. Huh, did you hear that? Ye Feng, release me at once. Should you dare pierce my peepa bone, you will invoke the wrath of the Black Mountain tribe's vengeful army. We boast 7,000 warriors capable of leveling rivers and mountains. Do you truly believe your massive ship can withstand the might of the Black Mountain forces? Mei Zi boasted with pride. Feng Gu, in truth, the Black Mountain tribe has a total population of merely 7,000, with their warriors numbering no more than 800. Chu Xue quietly reminded. With a swift motion, Chen An rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap to Mei Zi's face. Bring forth more individuals and restrain him. I intend to pierce both sides of his peepa bones. Shortly thereafter, a roar resonated from the deck. I have something to say, Ye Feng. Come forth and converse with me. At that moment, another voice emerged from among the captives. A rotund figure stepped forward. It was the notorious Harl family representative. You expect me to engage in conversation with you? Ye Feng scrutinized the hefty individual before him, recognizing him as a prominent adversary. Ye Feng, I am Harl. And you must send someone to the Yunshan clan to locate my kin, Harl Beulah. He will negotiate with you for my release. Harl implored. What significance does this Harl Beulah hold? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, allow me to elucidate, Robin interjected. The strength of the Yunshan clan derives from its numerous prestigious families, and the Harl family is regarded as a first-rate lineage, wielding considerable influence. So it's akin to a feudal society. Yet, given the Yunshan clan's backwardness, what substantial resources could they possibly offer? Ye Feng glanced at the rotund figure, unable to resist pinching his cheek. Harl's eyes blazed with fury. A dignified representative subjected to such indignity. What a disgrace. What is it that you desire? Harl queried. Let me ponder for a moment. Everyone, speak up. What provisions does our vessel lack? Ye Feng directed his gaze towards the senior officers. Sulfur, charcoal, iron, salt. Women, they each voiced their opinions. Harl, did you hear that? I demand 500 tons of sulfur, 500 tons of charcoal, 500 tons of iron, 500 tons of salt, and 500 women. Ye Feng declared audaciously. What is a ton? Harl asked, perplexed. Brother Feng, here we typically measure using carts and ships, Robin reminded. Indeed, 500 ships of sulfur. 500 ships of charcoal. 500. Ye Feng reiterated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our entire Yunshan clan lacks even 500 ships of iron. Ye Feng, you exhibit no sincerity. Harl vehemently shook his head. Robin, come here. I have questions for you. Ye Feng placed his hand on Robin's shoulder, and they moved to the bow of the ship. How much sulfur, charcoal, and iron do you think the Harl family could provide? Ye Feng inquired. Let me assess. After 10 minutes of deliberation, Ye Feng garnered an understanding of the resources the Harl family could offer. He then returned to Harl. 10 ships of sulfur, 10 ships of charcoal, 8 ships of iron, 1 ship of salt, and 1 ship of women, Ye Feng stated. In that case, you should send someone to the Yunshan clan to locate Harl Beulah. He will furnish you with these supplies, and I hope you will honor your word and release me. Chapter 343. Guard the House. No one is allowed to enter. Harl was terrified of death. For his own survival, he was willing to sacrifice a vast amount of resources from the entire Harl family. Very well, who among you is willing to serve as an envoy to the Yunshan clan? Ye Feng looked at the crowd behind him. Everyone gasped and took a collective step back. At that moment, Tuba bravely stepped forward. It seems I am the only one. No, you cannot go. Ye Feng shook his head. Tuba was one of his key generals, and he could not bear to part with him. Brother Feng, although I am your captive, I am willing to serve as an envoy to the Cloud Mountain clan, for I am well acquainted with the route. Robin stepped forward. Excellent, Robin. If this mission proves successful and we secure resources, I, Ye Feng, shall ensure your contributions are recognized within the team. And I will initiate a vote to determine your eligibility for citizenship on Warm Spring Island. Ye Feng replied gravely, his sincerity evident. The mission to the Harl family could very well be perilous, yet Robin was prepared to risk his life as an ambassador. Ye Feng even contemplated granting him citizenship despite the usual criteria. May I select 2 individuals to accompany me? Robin inquired further. Certainly. You may choose freely from among the captives, Ye Feng responded. Leda, Hawala, step forward. Robin quickly selected 2 captives from the Snow Mountain clan, individuals he could trust. Brother Feng, they are from my family. If we succeed, can I initiate a vote for their citizenship? Robin asked. That is not permissible, as they are passive participants while you are active. I harbor concerns regarding their loyalty. Ye Feng shook his head. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Brethren, kindly assist me in reaching the shore with a canoe. Certainly. Without delay, Chen An led the 3 down from the warship. The cries of agony continued to echo on the deck, as penetrating the Peepa bone was an excruciating ordeal, the surface stained with blood. Now, it was the turn of the Harl family. Ye Feng, you cannot wear my Peepa bone. I am a noble of the Harl family. Otherwise, you shall not receive the resources you deserve, Harl asserted. Resources denied. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, not only shall you not wear my Peepa bone, but during this period, you must attend to my needs, ensuring I am well fed and comfortable. Each night, 2 beautiful women must warm my feet, and the 2 beside you will suffice. Harl pointed towards Susan and by Chu Xue. How dare you? I have shown you leniency, yet as a Class A war criminal, you presume to impose conditions upon me? Guards, seize him. I shall wear his Peepa bone immediately. The deck was soon filled with harrowing screams, and before long, Harl's arms hung limply at his sides, his face as pale as parchment. Convey them to Warm Spring Island. Once the Peepa bone has healed sufficiently, they shall be made to labor, Ye Feng declared coldly. Understood. The captives were promptly transported in groups to Warm Spring Island. Upon arrival at the prison on Warm Spring Island, it was time for Tiger Claw to assert his dominance. Previously, he had sought to join Ye Feng's ranks alongside Robin, but had been ruthlessly rebuffed. Now, as a seasoned captive, he was eager to torment the newcomers. Within the dim confines of the cell, the new captives lay weakly asleep. You rise. I have inquiries to make, Tiger Claw commanded, dragging the barely conscious Harl from his slumber. What do you want? I am the esteemed noble of the Harl family, Harl stammered, his lips quivering as he glared at Tiger Claw in indignation. Newcomers must learn their place. I represent Brother Feng in teaching you a lesson. Strip him of his clothing and leave him at the door to freeze for the night, Tiger Claw ordered. Meanwhile, within the grand pavilion of Warm Spring Island, Ye Feng was hosting a celebratory feast. Shi Zhengliang and his apprentices had prepared an abundant array of delicacies: boiled wild vegetables, braised soft-shelled turtle, steamed pomfret, bamboo tube tender meat, and fresh marinated small crabs. Naturally, one cannot forget the exquisite fruit wine brewed by Shi Zhengliang. The 7 female captives, including Luo Ying, were fortunate enough to serve dishes and pour drinks in the restaurant, taking on the role of waitstaff. At that moment, they truly witnessed the generous treatment on Hot Spring Island. Was this still a tribe? It was comparable to paradise. Not only was there abundant food and drink, but Wang Zhihai also regaled them with tales, demonstrating his exceptional eloquence that captivated even Luo Ying. The other women were equally enthralled, nearly forgetting their task of pouring wine. The crowded greenhouse was bustling, and occasionally a wayward hand would pat their backsides, but they paid it no mind, as long as they could work in this place. They were willing to endure anything, even waiting on others. "Waiter, please pack this fish, this bear paw, and this lobster," Ye Feng commanded Luo Ying. "Yes." Luo Ying, increasingly aware of her situation, swiftly assisted Ye Feng in packing the food. With her brother deceased, she felt utterly powerless against Ye Feng. "Shaner, it's too hot in here. I wish to step outside for some fresh air." Ye Feng then turned to Susan with a flattering expression. Luo Ying paused, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Just moments ago, Ye Feng had spoken to her with a cold tone, yet now he was all smiles towards Susan. If only Ye Feng could treat her with such kindness, perhaps she would genuinely betray the Snow Mountain tribe. "Enough of that. Are you just looking to pack for your Duoyan Hina? Go on, you needn't discuss such matters with me in the future," Susan replied coolly. "Look at you. I truly am just stepping outside for some air. I'm off now," Ye Feng said, taking the packed food to the wooden hut of Duoyan Hina. "Hina, you must still be awake? I've brought you some food. Please open the door and spare me from the wrath of the 3 vengeful kings." Ye Feng whispered from outside. After a moment, a vengeful king opened the wooden door, extending its hands to take the food from Ye Feng's arms. "Well, I'm coming in," Ye Feng chuckled, stepping inside the wooden hut. Bang! The door was slammed shut with force. "Ouch!" Ye Feng stepped back, clutching his nose, taking a moment to recover. There was no protective scale on his nose this time. It seemed he had drawn blood. It became evident that Duoyan Hina was no easy individual to deal with. Breaching her psychological defenses would require more than just a fleeting effort. Inside the room, Duoyan Hina regarded the food on the table and tossed the bare paw to the 3 vengeful kings. "Guard the house. No one is allowed to enter," Duoyan Hina commanded. The 3 vengeful kings, in a daze, turned to secure the various entrances of the wooden hut. Yet at that moment, the black vengeful king hesitated, as if in doubt. "Hey, go guard the entrance," Duoyan Hina urged, her tone firm. The black vengeful king, momentarily taken aback, finally stiffly returned to its post. Once it left, Duoyan Hina's expression turned pale. "I can't hold on any longer. The child is about to be born, and I can no longer control the 3 vengeful kings." With that, she extended a finger. In the next moment, a green insect crawled out from her sleeve. Duoyan Hina clasped her hands over her chest and began to recite an incantation. The insect seemed to be under the spell's influence, quickly departing the wooden cabin and making its way toward the greenhouse. Chapter 344. Are you foolish? Inside the greenhouse, revelry reigned supreme. The indigenous members of Ye Feng's team were inebriated, while those from civilized society were merely tipsy. After all, in civilized society, they consumed potent spirits with an alcohol content of 40 to 50 degrees, whereas even the finest indigenous fruit wines did not exceed 5% alcohol. This was the disparity. One of the indigenous people suddenly trembled, touching his nose. "Something just crawled into my nostrils," he remarked. However, his voice was quickly drowned out, and no one paid him any heed. After checking his belly and head for any anomalies, he rejoined the festivities. The 7 female attendants of Luo Ying were also forcibly dragged into the dance by the team members. The banquet continued into the deep night before everyone returned home. On the deck, the watch commander for the night was Captain Chen An. Come on, come on." At that moment, a female captive emerged from the cabin, extending a long leg and beckoning to Chen An. Gulp. Chen An swallowed hard. Since arriving on the deserted island, he had not indulged in any carnal pleasures. Yet, Feng had instructed that the watch commander must adhere strictly to his duties and not roam about. Just then, a piece of beast hide was thrown onto Chen An's face, reeking of potent female pheromones. Chen An twitched his nose, his eyes instantly turning crimson. "You insolent woman, just wait. I shall deal with you today." With that, he howled and charged into the cabin. Once he departed, only 10 indigenous people remained on the deck. Seeing no leader to oversee them, they promptly huddled in a sheltered spot to doze off. Clang! A metal claw gripped the ship's railing. "What was that sound?" An indigenous man inquired. "Just the wind. Stop chattering." While Ngu is off having fun, Let us catch some rest. We have a long night ahead, another indigenous man replied. No sooner had he spoken than his mouth suddenly gaped open, a short sword protruding from it. Not good. We are under attack. The remaining indigenous people gasped, jumping to their feet. Alas, it was too late. Dozens of shadowy figures charged forth, their curved blades slicing through the air. In less than 5 seconds, the night watchmen were obliterated. Had they even allowed one person to stand and look toward the hot spring island, they might have avoided such a fate. Bachelu, splendidly executed. Maoru remarked. Maoru, great chief, let us not linger. We must set sail with this grand vessel, Bachelu stated, beginning to rummage around the warship. What's wrong? Can't you operate the ship? Maoru asked. They had long planned to use a female captive to entice Chen An under the cover of darkness, thus seizing the ship. The insurrectionists consisted solely of the elite among the captives, approximately 40 individuals. I don't know how to operate it. Perhaps we should check the lower deck? They surely need rowers, Bachelu replied. Very well, hurry along. A group of individuals hurriedly rushed into the lower deck, only to find 2 boiler workers dozing off. With a swift motion, they struck, and in an instant, the 2 boiler workers fell lifeless to the ground. Maoru's sharp gaze swept across the entire lower deck. Quick! Search for their oars. Such a massive ship must have oars at least 5 meters long. Could it be that the 2 we just dispatched possessed immense strength? Were 2 individuals capable of maneuvering such a vast vessel? However, a glimmer of insight flashed in Bachelu's eyes as he turned his attention to the colossal steam engine systems. I understand now. This must be an altar. Each time they wish to set the great ship in motion, someone stands atop the altar incanting a spell. The 2 we just eliminated were the priests. Upon concluding his statement, Bachelu pointed towards the steam engine system. What shall we do now? None among us possesses the knowledge of incantation. Maoru exclaimed in disbelief. He regretted not keeping a priest alive to assist in reciting the spell. Now, it seemed all efforts were in vain. Regardless, I shall make an attempt, Bachelu declared, stepping barefoot onto the steam engine. A cry of anguish escaped him as he tumbled down, clutching his scorched feet in agony. What happened, Brother Bachelu? Maoru rushed to support him. This altar is quite extraordinary. It is exceedingly hot, retaining some semblance of divine power. Let us all recite together, perhaps through the force of our collective will. We may set this great ship in motion, Bachelu suggested, placing his hands over his heart in a gesture of reverence. Ship, come to life. The others echoed in unison. Ship, come to life. They chanted for 5 continuous minutes, yet the vessel remained utterly immobile. The incantation is incorrect. I believe we should hasten our departure. They have left 4 canoes to the north of the ship, Maoru urged, having already spent considerable time in their endeavors. It was plausible that the individuals aboard the warship had sensed the disturbance. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of shouts erupted from Warm Spring Island. This is bad. Someone is attacking the warship. Quickly, call Brother Feng. We cannot allow the artillery to fall into enemy hands. Instantly, chaos ensued on Warm Spring Island. Ye Feng emerged clad only in his shorts, disregarding the cold as he plunged into the water, swimming with the speed of a shark towards the rope ladder. Upon reaching the deck, he discovered the dismembered remains of the night watchman in a corner. Chen An, Ye Feng bellowed, frantically searching through the gruesome pile for any sign of his comrade. Chen An was his most trusted confidant. Their bond transcended that of mere superior and subordinate, resembling that of brothers. If Chen An were to perish, Ye Feng could scarcely envision how he would carry on. Chen An, no, you mustn't die. Do not worry. I can bring you back, Ye Feng exclaimed, clearing away the bodies, his hands stained with blood. Brother Feng. At that moment, a voice filled with anguish emerged from the direction of the hatch. Ye Feng spun around, fixating his gaze on Chen and Brother Feng. I have let so many brothers down. I cannot face you. Chen An faltered, unable to meet Ye Feng's eyes, instinctively retreating a step. You? Have you lost your mind? Ye Feng rushed forward and embraced Chen An tightly. My dear brother, they are of no significance compared to you. Even 100 lives pale in comparison to yours. For you are my true kin, Ye Feng reassured him. Chen An, already in tears, had anticipated Ye Feng would hold him accountable as the night watch captain, yet was taken aback by such heartfelt words. Brother Feng, if it were 101 people, would that then equate to my life? Chen An inquired earnestly. Ye Feng abruptly pushed Chen An away, his gaze shifting towards the depths beneath the warship. The absence of moonlight and stars rendered the waters pitch black, obscuring all visibility. "Hand me a torch," Ye Feng commanded, and Chen An promptly obliged. With a swift motion, Ye Feng hurled the torch into the darkness below. As it splashed into the water, he glimpsed four canoes hastily paddling towards the shore. Damn it! Chapter 345. Ye Feng, consider it my misfortune to fall into your hands. Without hesitation, Ye Feng dashed to the bow to man the machine gun. However, the darkness was so profound that even at 50 meters, one could not see a hand in front of their face, and the canoes had already drifted several hundred meters ahead. Yet, Ye Feng faintly recognized the faces of Mao Ru and Ba Tu Lu. Who is responsible for Mao Ru and Ba Tu Lu? He demanded. Tu Ba, summon the personnel on duty at Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng's expression turned icy. Yes. Tu Ba leaped into the water from the rope ladder. With their four canoes gone, they could only swim between the warship and Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, why not ram the warship into them? Their canoes cannot possibly be swifter than our vessel. Chen An suggested. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Ye Feng positioned himself at the bow, took the helm, and pulled the ropes 5 times. Have the 2 boiler workers fallen asleep again? Why are they not responding to commands? Ye Feng fumed. After a moment, an indigenous man emerged from the lower deck. Brother Feng, all the boiler workers in the lower deck have perished. Oh, Ye Feng sighed deeply, relinquishing the helm, having delayed for over 10 minutes. He feared the captives had already reached the shore. Ye Feng could not risk disembarking to pursue the enemy. What if it were a trap? His strength lay in the warship, and once he left its safety, a mere 100 men would be no match for the Yunshan tribe. Brother Feng, the personnel on duty at Hot Spring Island have arrived. These 3 fellows were hiding and sleeping. Tu Ba pointed to the 3 drowsy individuals. Damn. Each will receive 30 lashes. Not a single one shall be spared, Ye Feng declared angrily. Before long, the deck echoed with their anguished cries. Chen An turned pale, as if the blows were being dealt to him. Upon conclusion, the 3 indigenous men would require half a month to recover. Establish a point system for these 3. Award them 2,000 points initially, allowing them to rest for half a month, with points to be used for food, drink, and entertainment, Ye Feng instructed, gesturing at the 3 individuals. Yes. Tu Ba and his team dragged the 3 away. Brother Feng, please punish me with 30 strikes as well. It is all that woman's fault for enticing me. I could not control my baser instincts. Chen An stepped forward. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Who is the woman that seduced you? He inquired. Shortly thereafter, a female native was brought forth. She was the very leader of the tribe they had captured. What a coincidence. You just happened to entice my brother while Mao Ru and Bachelor managed to escape? Ye Feng gazed at the female leader. The others were taken aback, swiftly pointing their spears and bows at her. Indeed, this was a scheme we had long conspired. Ye Feng, it is my misfortune to fall into your hands. The female leader met Ye Feng's gaze unflinchingly. Take her out and behead her for all to see, Ye Feng commanded coldly. I shall do it. Tu Ba, accompanied by 2 others, dragged her to the stern of the ship. With a sickening thud, the head of the female leader rolled into the river. I declare that from this moment forth, anyone who dares to neglect their duties will not face mere punishment, but rather meet the same fate as that woman, severed from their body. Ye Feng's piercing gaze swept across the entire deck. His crew lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Even Wang Zhihai felt a weight in his heart. He had thought that mastery of the law would grant him impunity. But the ferocity of Ye Feng made it clear that when the moment demanded it, he would not hesitate to act swiftly and decisively. All is well now, everyone. Return to your posts. Chen An, you need not stand guard tonight. Let Tu Ba take over. Ye Feng instructed. In an instant, the crew resumed their respective duties. In the mountainous region, a group of Black Mountain tribesmen stood upon the icy surface, wielding stone hammers. They struck the thick ice layer repeatedly, and after 2 hours of relentless effort, they finally created a hole. Fish immediately surged towards the opening, gasping for the fresh air. Quick, the fishing net! One tribesman exclaimed joyfully, casting the net into the water. Enough! Pull the net up. There are at least several dozen pounds of fish. However, as soon as he spoke, he felt the net grow heavy. Oh no, the ice we just broke has frozen over again. Then keep smashing. Thus, the 30 Black Mountain men spent an entire day capturing barely 50 pounds of fish. This meager catch could hardly sustain their 30 individuals for even a day, let alone serve as tribute. The cavalry of the Cloud Mountain tribe had encircled their camp, demanding a substantial tribute within 10 days. As night fell, one of them suggested, should we not return home? No, With so little food, we cannot even feed ourselves, let alone offer anything to the Cloud Mountain tribe, replied the one resembling a leader. Alas, the Cloud Mountain tribe has left us no avenue for survival. They are well aware of the scarcity of food in winter, yet still insist on demanding tribute. One Black Mountain man lamented. Just yesterday, the Cloud Mountain tribe had taken away 90% of their food. The remaining 10% was to be allocated to the upper echelons, leaving those at the bottom to fend for themselves. Regrettably, the current temperature has plummeted to a frigid -40 or 50 degrees. The forest is devoid of any wildlife, and even the river's surface is encased in ice. To catch fish, they must brave perilous waters, risking frostbite with every careless move. Thus, the inhabitants of Black Mountain continue to strike at the ice. However, as night descends, the temperature drops further. Just as they glimpse the water, it freezes anew, necessitating incessant labor. As for lighting a fire on the ice, the flames are swiftly extinguished by the biting river wind. They must return to the tribe to devise another plan. On the way back, they should gather more tree bark. Some elders have recounted that the previous winter lasted 3 years, and they survived solely on tree bark. Chief, why don't we venture to the center of Black Tree River? The current there is swift, and it remains the only unfrozen spot, offering the sole source of sustenance. But you know that where the current is swift, the ice is necessarily thin. Can you guarantee you won't break through it while fishing? With heavy hearts, the group trudged back to Black Mountain, passing through a small grove where they used their knives to strip the bark, chewing it directly. As for the meager fish they managed to catch, they must surrender a portion as tax. After all, provisions must first be allocated to the higher echelons of the Black Mountain tribe, leaving the scraps for themselves. How bitter this is. Were those elders deceiving them? This bark is utterly indigestible. One young man spat it out. You don't understand. You must take the bark back, fry it until dry, grind it into powder, and then wash it down with water, the chief instructed. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Who goes there? The chief quickly drew his curved blade. Yet upon recognizing the faces of the newcomers, joy surged within him. Is that you, Chief Maru? And Chief Bachalu? Indeed, it is us. Chapter 346. A host of people appeared on the ice. Maru and Bachalu approached, embracing the chief. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally returned to the Misty Mountain Range. During their flight, they had lost over 10 companions to the cold and starvation. On one occasion, desperation drove them to fish in the treacherous waters, resulting in the drowning of 2 comrades. While ice fishing was indeed a feasible method, it demanded considerable time and bodily warmth. The energy expended was hardly proportional to the meager catch. At last, home again. Do you have fish here? Come quickly, let's eat. It's so good to be back. Maru and his companions devoured dozens of pounds of fish. What is this? The chief was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Let us feast heartily once we return home. It has been 11 days since we escaped from Hot Spring Island, and this is the finest meal we've had, Maru chuckled, spitting out fish bones. He had assumed there would be ample food reserves within the tribe. Chief Maru, I fear there may be no food left in the tribe. The situation is as follows. The Yunshan tribe came yesterday and took our provisions. He then revealed the grim reality to Maru and Bachalu. What? The Yunshan tribe, fully aware that this winter is poised to last for several years, has taken our food as tribute? Maru's eyes blazed with fury. Let it be. We cannot contend with them, Bachalu advised. Ultimately, the group returned to their tribe, where food was indeed scarce. They were left with no choice but to dry tree bark, grind it into powder, and mix it with water to fill their stomachs. Initially, it provided a semblance of satisfaction, a fleeting sense of fullness. However, by midnight, they were jolted from their slumber, clutching their bellies in distress. The bark, upon contact with water, expanded remarkably, threatening to rupture their intestines. The most terrifying aspect was that this substance offered no nourishment whatsoever. It only exacerbated their plight, leaving them unable to relieve themselves and causing their stomachs to swell further. Quickly, remove your trousers, moisten your fingers, and extract what lies within your bowels, an experienced elder shouted. Maru found himself in a desperate struggle with his wife, both grappling with their own excrement, their hands smeared with filth and blood. This torment persisted for 10 agonizing days. Maru was the first to reach his breaking point. He dashed onto the ice layer, hammer in hand, striking it relentlessly. However, as soon as he created a small hole, he was swiftly ensnared by the biting cold. I can't go on. I lack the strength to endure, he lamented, collapsing onto the ground. Around him sat approximately 6,000 to 7,000 members of the Black Mountain tribe, all equally despondent. The task of breaking the ice, once initiated, could not be halted. The meager food they had painstakingly gathered was insufficient to replenish their expended energy. It would be better to await their fate in place, prolonging their survival by a few more days. Chief, if we wish to preserve the lineage of the Black Mountain tribe, there is but one individual who possesses food. Yet, I fear he may harbor a deep-seated animosity towards us, and I cannot ascertain whether he will provide sustenance. Mauru weakly approached the elder chief. Quickly, tell me, who possesses food? If he is willing to share, we would do anything he asks, he implored. Upon hearing about food, the elder chief eagerly grasped Mauru's arm, inadvertently smearing him with filth. Mauru exchanged a glance with Badalu, both turning their eyes towards the location of Hot Spring Island. Shifu, your culinary skills seem to have diminished of late. You've added too much salt to this braised fish, Ye Feng remarked, discarding the entire fish into the trash. Luoying swallowed hard. Following the recent events, Ye Feng believed that allowing the captives to eat their fill would lead them to concoct schemes. So for the past month and a half, they had been limited to just 2 meals a day, with the evening meal left deliberately sparse. Even so, the captives' plight was considerably better than that of the indigenous people of the Cloud and Mist Mountains. Since yesterday, aside from the Yunshan tribe, members of the Snow Mountain, Black Mountain, and Yellow Mountain tribes had begun to perish from starvation. As the dominant force, the Yunshan tribe had amassed the food supplies from the various tribes. Although it was still somewhat insufficient, careful rationing would allow them to survive the protracted winter. Unless the granaries were set ablaze, they would continue to reign as the overlords of the Cloud and Mist Mountains. Little Tuan Tuan, you have become increasingly picky lately, refusing to eat fatty meat. Ye Feng admonished the nearby Ding Tuan Tuan. No, I am trying to lose weight. I don't want to become a bloated woman. Ding Tuan Tuan pouted defiantly. Very well, allow me to offer you this lean meat, while the fatty portions shall be reserved for you, Li Feng stated. At this moment, Luo Ying and the 7 female captives gazed at Li Feng with wide eyes, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Confounded, they pondered why Li Feng's kind preferred lean meat over the more nourishing fatty cuts. Little lapdog, catch. With a swift flick of his chopsticks, Li Feng sent a piece of fatty meat soaring, which the little lapdog eagerly devoured. Old Sure, you've lost some weight recently. You ought to eat more, Li Feng encouraged. I have no appetite. It's either meat or wild vegetables every day. All I desire now is a bowl of Lanzhou noodles. Shi Zhengliang lamented as he discarded the meat from his plate into the trash. Alas, we lack the means to cultivate wheat. This is indeed a predicament, Li Feng sighed, rubbing his forehead. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward. Brother Feng, I have been diligently researching hybrid plants. If these 2 species were to crossbreed, there is a chance they could yield starchy food, and with starch, we could produce flour. The old man held up 2 frozen plants. Excellent. Focus solely on these plants. We must cultivate starchy food, Li Feng said, patting the old man's shoulder. However, the weather outside is too severe for planting. We should consider establishing a greenhouse on the permafrost by the shore and perhaps place a stove inside, the old man suggested. That sounds feasible. After all, we have hundreds of captives who subsist on plain rice daily. I've been contemplating releasing them to serve as laborers, Li Feng declared, slapping the table in enthusiasm. Warships can navigate swiftly through turbulent waters, thus they can continuously capture fish. Due to the frigid weather, many large riverine fish have migrated to the Heishu River, resulting in an abundance of fish in the waters. Yet, smaller vessels struggle to traverse the river, as their power is insufficient to escape the massive whirlpools, and they risk capsizing from collisions with the enormous fish. The warship, however, with its steel hull exceeding 1/2 meter in thickness, can withstand even the mightiest of fish. Trouble approaches, Brother Feng. There are numerous people on the ice. Tuba shouted from the deck. Quickly, to battle stations. Li Feng's expression darkened as he rushed to the deck with his team. He had anticipated an assault on the warship due to the food shortage. Yet the attack came sooner than expected. Upon reaching the deck, Li Feng squinted his eyes. On the ice by the shore stood a throng of indigenous people, their emaciated forms gazing at the warship with hollow eyes. Chapter 347. Why waste words with him? The old chieftain pointed towards the warship 3 kilometers away. That vessel can catch fish, and 4 kilometers off lies a small island where I was once held captive. I have seen their granary, filled with an incalculable supply of food, even the flesh of exotic beasts. Mao Ru acted as the interpreter. Excellent. Relay my orders. All of you. Swim towards that great ship. If we seize it, we can utilize it for fishing and ensure that no one will suffer from hunger again, the old chieftain commanded. They journeyed from the Black Mountain tribe to Hot Spring Island, enduring the bitter cold that claimed the lives of over 70 souls and left more than 100 perishing from hunger. Yet even in death, the bodies served a purpose, granting them a brief respite as they finally reached their destination. An assault on the warship? Mao Ru and Bada Lu exchanged glances, incredulous. What a jest. The last time they deployed 20 warships, they could not withstand even 2 hours before being entirely sunk. Now, lacking even a single warship, were they to swim to the naval vessel? They would surely be frozen solid after merely floundering for a few meters in the frigid waters. It seemed the old chieftain's wisdom had succumbed to the frost. What are you standing there for? Relay my command. Gather all the knights of the Black Mountain tribe and charge towards that colossal ship. The tribesmen, now mere shadows of their former selves, mechanically obeyed the order and rushed towards the warship. Splash! Over 100 individuals leaped into the water. They merely flailed their arms a few times before their bodies became rigid with cold, ultimately transforming into ice sculptures, swept downstream by the river. Ye Feng observed the peculiar actions of the natives. What are they doing? Is this suicide or some form of sacrifice? He could not help but inquire of Tuba, for the behavior of the Black Mountain tribe was utterly bewildering, leaving Ye Feng at a loss. It appeared as though they were attempting to jump into the river. Tuba's expression mirrored his confusion. They are attacking our warship, Chen An stated. His words were swiftly met with derision from the crowd. How absurd. The ice layer is still several kilometers from our warship. Do you take the Black Mountain tribe for fools? Indeed, though they are indigenous, it does not imply a lack of intellect. Chen An, you are too naive. Instantly, Chen An recoiled in embarrassment. Feng Ge. It seems they have ceased their leap into the water. One of them appears to be shouting something. Tuba pointed towards the ice layer 2 kilometers away. Did you hear that? Ye Feng perked up his ears. I did not catch it. The voice is too faint. Tuba shook his head. Old Cheng, steer the warship closer. About 500 meters from the shore, I wish to hear what these savages have to say, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Cheng Libin promptly adjusted the helm. Moments later, the warship was merely 500 meters from the Black Mountain people on the ice. Before them stood an imposing elder, draped in pristine white animal skins, meticulously crafted without a single stray hair, likely stitched together by dozens of indigenous women over the course of a month. What were you just saying? Ye Feng cupped his hands to amplify his voice. I am the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe. Now, I command you to relinquish your colossal ship to us, or else my thousands of warriors will launch an overwhelming assault, leaving none of you unscathed, the old chieftain bellowed. Ye Feng cleared his ears. Chen An, did I hear correctly? Did he just threaten to annihilate us? You heard correctly. I cannot contain my laughter. I am going to burst. Chen An clutched his stomach, howling with laughter. The crew on deck also struggled to suppress their amusement. I am so frightened. However, this warship is the foundation of our existence. I fear we cannot part with it. If you wish to attack, then come forth. Ye Feng leisurely leaned against the ship's railing, keenly observing the individuals upon the ice layer. How infuriating. Everyone, heed my command, charge forth. The old chieftain pointed his curved blade ahead. Charge. Advance with fervor. Fear not death. Our numbers far surpass theirs. The clansmen of the Black Mountain tribe howled, yet hesitated to leap into the river. Ye Feng had initially grasped his machine gun, presuming that the Black Mountain tribe possessed formidable warriors capable of swiftly leaping aboard, only to realize it was merely bluster. Have you exhausted your theatrics? Ye Feng's gaze turned icy as he aimed the machine gun at the leading elder. However, in the next moment, he lowered the weapon. Bullets are precious. Even the life of the Black Mountain chieftain does not warrant a single round. Moreover, Ye Feng noticed that this group appeared emaciated and starving. Even without his intervention, they would not endure more than 10 days to a fortnight. Cowards! You wretched cowards! The old chieftain stamped his foot in frustration, glaring at his clan members with disappointment. The Black Mountain tribe, second only to the Cloud Mountain tribe in the Yunwu mountain range, was unexpectedly paralyzed by fear. Brother Feng, I recognized 2 familiar faces. Isn't that Mao Ru and Batu Lu who fled? Cheng Libin handed Ye Feng a pair of binoculars. Upon examining the crowd, Ye Feng indeed spotted 2 figures with their heads bowed, unmistakably the very individuals who had escaped. Chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe, Is it not food that you desire? Spare the pretense, for I can indeed provide sustenance for you. Ye Feng spoke with calm assurance. Outsider, is your claim genuine or fabricated? The old chieftain's expression shifted, yet he maintained the vestiges of his pride. It is indeed true, with the fishing capacity of our warship. Merely working 8 hours a day would yield enough food to feed 10,000. To us, food is of little significance. Ye Feng chuckled softly. The old chieftain, as the leader of a grand tribe, possessed a modicum of intelligence. He did not immediately respond to Ye Feng, but instead summoned the higher-ups. Chieftain, there are surely conditions attached, Mao Ru cautioned. Ye Feng's voice echoed from the deck. Indeed, I have a condition. The traitors Mao Ru and Batu Lu from your tribe have slain 12 members of my team. It is essential to understand that these 12 individuals were noble denizens of Hot Spring Island. Therefore, you must surrender the 41 fugitives for us to deal with as we see fit. What? Mao Ru and Batu Lu exchanged glances, their hands instinctively reaching for their blades. Ye Feng, do you think we will comply simply because you demand it? We are the proud Black Mountain tribe. What does the death of a mere doesn't signify? Furthermore, can you truly consider yourselves noble? You are but a contemptible race. My stance remains unchanged. Should you refuse to relinquish the grand vessel, I shall rally all the warriors of my tribe to annihilate your people without mercy. The Black Mountain chieftain remained obstinate, dismissing Ye Feng entirely. In his eyes, only the Snow Mountain tribe, the Yellow Mountain tribe, and the other 6 major tribes could stand alongside the Black Mountain tribe. The only entity deserving of his respect was the Cloud Mountain tribe. As for this newly emerged race, he had never even heard of them, and thus held them in disdain. Ah Feng, why waste words with him? Just unleash the machine gun, urged Susan. Chapter 348. Rest assured, I am aware no. The entirety of their tribe combined is worth less than a single bullet of mine. Unless faced with imminent danger, one should refrain from wasting ammunition. Ye Feng shook his head and turned towards the members of the Black Mountain tribe on the ice. Chief of the Black Mountain, if you intend to attack, now is the time. Otherwise, I shall return to the warmth of the restaurant, for this deck is unbearably cold. You? The chief of the Black Mountain felt a twitch in his eye, unable to maintain his composure. Nearby, the Black Mountain warriors, upon hearing the mention of warmth, instinctively tightened the tattered animal hides draped over their bodies. They were not chiefs adorned in newly tailored furs, and their means of insulation were incomparable. At that moment, Shi Zhengliang suddenly directed the kitchen staff, each carrying a small stove onto the deck. Each stove was adorned with a cast-iron pot. Old Shi, what are you doing? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, it's far too chilly on the deck, so I specially prepared hot pot and brought it out here for you to enjoy. This way, you can warm up a bit, Shi Zhengliang replied with a smile. You truly are considerate. Ye Feng exclaimed. Brothers, why are you standing there? Let us gather around the stove for hot pot. What greater joy could there be than savoring hot pot while watching the Black Mountain tribe prepare to attack? Indeed, everyone. Come sit. And so, a group of individuals gathered in clusters, relishing the steaming hot pot on the deck. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. 500 meters away, the stomachs of the Black Mountain warriors echoed like a city under siege, quickly resonating in unison, as if performing a melody for Ye Feng. As Ye Feng enjoyed his hot pot, he glanced at the emaciated Black Mountain warriors on the ice, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Savages, listen. While I cannot provide you with food, I can entertain you with a performance of eating a fish in 3 bites. Chen An, bring the fish and hold it up to my mouth. Ye Feng tilted his head back, his mouth agape. I'm coming. Chen An hurriedly pressed the fish towards Ye Feng's mouth. Ah! The Black Mountain warriors all craned their necks, saliva pooling in abundance. See, I consumed an entire fish in just 2 bites. Ye Feng wiped his mouth, a playful smile gracing his features. I'm so hungry. One of the Black Mountain warriors mumbled. The chief of the Black Mountain slowly turned his head, casting a cold gaze upon him. You are hungry? Very well. Then swim across. With that, he kicked the unfortunate man into the river. Help, help. This poor Black Mountain warrior barely uttered a couple of cries before he was frozen stiff, swept downstream by the icy waters. Having dealt with the traitor within his ranks, the chief of the Black Mountain regained his authority. He bellowed, "This is the fate of those who betray us. We are the proud Black Mountain tribe, and we will procure our own food. We shall never accept their charity. Do you understand?" Understood. The Black Mountain warriors responded weakly, though their gazes inadvertently drifted towards the feast unfolding on the deck. All of you, leave the ice and return to the woods. The Black Mountain warriors stumbled back into the forest. Mao Ru, Bada Lu, gather the other chieftains. We must devise a strategy. Tonight, under the cover of darkness, we shall seize the foreigner's massive vessel and demonstrate the might of the Black Mountain tribe, commanded the chief of the Black Mountain. Understood. On the deck, the live broadcast was interrupted. With the audience having dispersed, let us return to the dining hall for our meal. We will leave 20 individuals on the warship to stand guard, rotating every half hour to prevent them from freezing into popsicles. After this, a group of people carried stoves and iron pots and retreated towards the dining hall. Susan, Tuba, tonight, the three of us will be on duty on the deck. Ye Feng said gravely. Do the three of us have to stand guard? Why? Susan inquired. Did you not notice? Those Black Mountain tribesmen are famished. They cannot afford to delay. I anticipate they will take action tonight, attempting to assault our warship. Therefore, while on duty, we will feign sleep, secretly monitoring the ice. As they approach the warship, we will suddenly steer the vessel towards the center of the river. Just imagine. They will be unable to board the ship and will be left in the middle of the river, exposed to the cold wind. It won't take 10 minutes before they succumb to the frost, Ye Feng explained. Brother Feng, that tactic is quite cunning, but I admire it, Chen An praised, giving a thumbs up. In the afternoon, the Black Mountain tribesmen commenced their operations. They wielded curved knives to fell sturdy trees, and then, thousands worked in unison to hollow out the trunks, crafting the most primitive canoes. By nightfall, they intended to use these canoes to paddle towards Ye Feng's warship. With grappling hooks readily available, once they approached the vessel, they could easily scale it and unleash a massacre. Cheng Libin tended to the stove on the deck, occasionally peering through binoculars towards the shore. As trees crashed down, it was evident what the Black Mountain tribesmen were plotting. You must inform Brother Feng. The natives have started cutting timber to build their boats. He should be cautious, commanded Cheng Libin's apprentice, rushing into the cabin. If the Black Mountain tribesmen had sufficient food and energy, they would venture farther into the woods to avoid alerting us. However, now, their minds were nearly frozen. Their intelligence reduced to negative numbers. Furthermore, they lacked the strength to venture deep into the forest. Time passed swiftly, and soon night fell. Chief, we have constructed a total of 40 canoes. Although they are not hollowed out deeply enough, each canoe can accommodate at least 10 individuals. Totaling 400, ample for Ye Feng's 100 men, reported Mao Ru. Moreover, once we reach Hot Spring Island, we can release the captives. The Black Mountain chieftain cast a piercing gaze towards the warship, exuding an air of assured victory. After all, the Black Mountain tribe had consistently triumphed in battles within the Misty Mountains, having only suffered 2 defeats against the Cloud Mountain tribe. In his mind, Ye Feng's team was merely a disorganized multitude, easily vanquished. Simultaneously, he underestimated Ye Feng's intelligence. With Mao Ru and Bachalu having escaped from Ye Feng's warship, how high could Ye Feng's wits truly be? The north wind howled as night deepened. Ye Feng remained concealed behind the artillery platform, using binoculars to observe the position of the ice. After all, the white ice was quite conspicuous in the darkness. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged. Ye Feng's pupils dilated as countless shadowy figures propelled their canoes out of the woods, rapidly gliding across the ice. The Montenegrins were mobilized before the battle, acutely aware that seizing the warship would grant them an inexhaustible supply of food. Thus they exerted themselves with fervor. Before long, dozens of dugout canoes were launched into the water. The indigenous people at the forefront rowed vigorously towards Ye Feng's warship. Old chum, Ye Feng signaled to Cheng Libin with a glance. Once the first indigenous person boards the warship, steer the vessel towards the center of the river, he instructed. Rest assured, I have it under control, Cheng Libin replied, making his way to the captain's cabin and tugging the ropes 5 times. Chapter 349. Re-recruiting the young men and women on the river, 40 dugout canoes swiftly approached the base of the warship. This was their prearranged strategy. They planned to converge on the warship before launching a sudden assault. Otherwise, Ye Feng's men would push them into the river one by one. The Black Mountain chieftain refrained from participating directly in the attack, instead delegating the task to Mao Ru. 3, 2, 1. Now, throw the grappling hooks, Mao Ru commanded, swinging the hook in his hand before hurling it forcefully onto the warship's deck. Clang! The grappling hook struck the ship's railing but fell with a splash into the water. What is happening? Mao Ru exclaimed in alarm. Not good, great chief. The massive ship seems to be moving. heading towards the center of the river. A black mountain warrior reported. Quickly, throw all the grappling hooks. Mao Ru gasped, bracing himself against the gusty winds that whipped through the center of the river, chilling him to the bone and stiffening his joints. Whoosh! One by one, grappling hooks were cast towards the deck. Yet only 2 managed to catch onto the ship's railing. The warship had already fully powered up, sailing approximately 20 meters towards the river's center. This distance rendered their grappling hooks ineffective. Don't let the warship escape. Row faster, Mao Ru shouted, seizing a paddle and propelling himself forward. Each time he neared the warship, it would suddenly accelerate, maintaining a distance of 20 to 30 meters. In a short span, the warship, accompanied by the 40 dugout canoes, reached the river's center. Here, the winds blew even fiercer, causing several Black Mountain men to become frozen and tumble straight into the water. There's no other option. Today, I, Mao Ru, must confront the massive ship alone. With that, Mao Ru joined the 2 grappling hooks together and flung them fiercely towards the warship. Clang! The grappling hooks seemed to have latched onto something, which filled Mao Ru with elation. He tugged on the rope firmly, ensuring it was secure before launching himself into the air, soaring towards the warship, only to have his feet drenched by the icy river. In truth, the river's temperature lingered around -2 to 3 degrees Celsius. However, as his feet lifted from the water's surface, the biting wind froze them into icy sculptures. The sensation was so excruciatingly sharp that Mao Ru nearly cried out. Bang! His body crashed heavily against the ship's lower hold, leaving him hanging in midair. Hee. Once aboard the warship, I can bring it to a halt, and then, the tribesmen in the 40 canoes can rush onto the deck one by one, ensuring Ye Feng meets his demise in his slumber. Mao Ru, numbed by the cold, muttered to himself, finding solace in speech to distract from the excruciating pain in his feet. After climbing 10 meters upward, the ship's railing came into faint view. With a little more effort, he could rush onto the deck and eliminate the 10 sentinels. At that moment, a torch suddenly flared to life on the deck. Mao Ru instinctively squinted. Your strength is impressive. Are you eager to join us on the deck? Ye Feng's voice emerged from beyond the flame. Subsequently, a flurry of footsteps echoed on the deck. Brother Feng is indeed astute. He foresees events with remarkable clarity. These brutes are truly launching an assault on the warship, Tober's voice resonated. Following this, the raucous laughter of Chen An and others filled the air. Torches ignited one after another on the deck, illuminating a radius of 100 meters and simultaneously exposing the 40 canoes to the fiery glow. Mao Ru's body trembled, suspended in midair, caught in a dilemma. Ascending meant certain capture by Ye Feng, and given that he had already slain 12 of Ye Feng's men, being taken alive would be a fate worse than death. Descending? Below lay the frigid river. Even with his prowess, without rescue within 2 minutes, he would be frozen solid. What to do? Mao Ru dangled, his eyes darting. Brother Feng, why waste words? Just kill him, Chen An suggested. Indeed. Bring me the spear, Ye Feng commanded, extending his hand, and someone promptly placed the spear in his grasp. I stab. The spear pierced Mao Ru's shoulder, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Pooh! The spear was withdrawn, only to stab again into his back. Let me, Chen An exclaimed, lifting a stone and bringing it down fiercely upon Mao Ru. Bang! With a heavy thud, Mao Ru's head sank, and his hands could no longer grasp the rope, plunging into the river with a splash. He managed only a few desperate strokes before his joints froze, and his blood began to congeal. Tragically, Mao Ru was swept downstream like a corpse, carried away by the current. After rounding a bend, he was swept into the main river channel, where the winds howled more fiercely, and he felt a layer of ice forming on his exposed body, while the water beneath felt slightly warmer. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last ounce of strength and plunged into the depths. At that moment, a large shadow surged towards him, biting into his upper body. A torrent of crimson erupted at the water's surface. Oh no, the chief has been slain. We must retreat. A native trembled. Yes, let us hurry back. It's not too late, the others echoed in a flurry, hastily rowing their boats. However, they were now at the center of a tributary with a swift current. Their arms, too, had grown numb. After just a few strokes, they were swept downstream, quickly turning into the main channel where the winds howled even stronger. Ye Feng had not even lifted a finger, and the 40 canoes of natives were utterly annihilated. Amen. Elian, draped in thick animal skins, drew a cross upon her chest. Once, little Elian had remained silent, lost in the shadows of her parents' loss. But through the influence of Ye Feng's team, she had finally emerged from that darkness, blossoming with the vivacity of a spirited young girl. In the forest by the shore, the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe collapsed onto the ground. My fleet, which I painstakingly constructed, and my great leader, just like that, gone? With these words, the chieftain's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. On the other side, Ye Feng had much to attend to. He instructed Cheng Libin to maneuver the warships closer to the shore and ordered that all torches on the deck be ignited. Until dawn, the Black Mountain tribe lacked the capacity to launch a second assault. Brother Feng, the Black Mountain people cannot breach our warships. They must have given up. We should return to Hot Spring Island and indulge ourselves, Chen An advised. The swaying of the warships was far from the comfort of Hot Spring Island. No. The numbers of these Black Mountain tribesmen are considerable. I must psychologically and spiritually crush them, ensuring they submit completely. Then, I will recruit the young men and women, as well as skilled craftsmen, Ye Feng declared. His team was now reduced to fewer than 90 individuals. Though there were still 300 to 400 captives on Hot Spring Island, they could not be counted as allies. He believed that among the Black Mountain tribe, there were those who cherished peace, and it was this type of individual he sought to recruit, rather than the belligerent ones. Isn't it better to feast and drink? Why must we resort to killing? The Black Mountain tribesmen refrained from approaching the ice layer, instead remaining hidden in the woods, possibly concocting some grand scheme. Brother Feng, the Black Mountain people won't return to their homeland, right? Since they cannot breach our warships, they must surely have retreated, Chen An remarked. Impossible. If there were food in the Cloud Mist Mountains, they wouldn't have traveled such a great distance to Hot Spring Island. I suspect they are merely holding out. But I am confident that within 3 days, they will come begging for mercy, Ye Feng asserted confidently. In the forest by the shore, the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe had fallen ill, while 2 young women tended to him for warmth. Chieftain, there is truly no food left. This is powder made from tree bark. You can mix it with hot water, Bachalu approached, clutching a handful of the bark powder. No. Consuming this will rupture my intestines. The chieftain shook his head, his hunger causing him to see stars. It's fine. Just eat a little less at a time. Don't be like others who eat excessively and end up with their bellies swollen as if with child, Bachalu counseled. Very well, I shall eat just a little. The chieftain replied, propping himself up and taking the bark powder into his mouth, washing it down with hot water. Indeed, there was a sense of satiety. Yet human nature is such that once one tastes sweetness, it is impossible to stop. He took another bite, and another, consuming 3 large mouthfuls, preparing for a 4th. No, chieftain, you must not eat more, Bachalu admonished, concealing the bark powder in his cloak. I command you, as your chieftain, to feed me the bark powder. Or else you shall no longer be the great leader, the chieftain insisted. No, I cannot bear to watch you burst your stomach. As the first day passed, 37 members of the Black Mountain tribe perished from frost and hunger. Yet, their bodies were not wasted. By the second day, 97 more succumbed to the same fate. Their corpses too were not squandered. Yet, they had thousands. Only a few hundred leaders received the flesh to consume. Do not eat the brains, lest you contract a strange illness, warned an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles. However, those driven to madness by hunger cared little for such cautions. They seized whatever they could find to eat, and even after satisfying their hunger, their gluttonous eyes turned towards the living among them. On the 6th day, calamity struck. Many were roused from their slumber in the dead of night, suddenly suffocated by unseen hands. By the 10th day, Ye Feng, wielding a telescope, beheld the desperate women and children fleeing across the ice, pursued by men whose eyes glowed with a malevolent green. The scene was harrowing, and Ye Feng felt a deep pang of compassion. Listen, people of the Haishan tribe, inform your kin to gather upon the ice. Ye Feng bellowed, his voice reverberating with authority, momentarily halting the men in their tracks. Yet, after a mere few seconds, they resumed their pursuit of the weak. Cease your chase. Gather your kin upon the ice to collect the food, Ye Feng commanded with renewed fervor. This tactic proved effective. The men abandoned their pursuit of women and children, hastening back towards the woods. Soon, the forest echoed with rising murmurs. Ye Feng is distributing food. The outsiders will provide us nourishment. Hurry to the ice. A throng of Haishan people surged onto the ice, gazing across the river at Ye Feng. Within the woods, a stubborn faction clung to their defiance. The chieftain of the Haishan, blood trickling from his lips, roared at his people, "Return to me. I am your chieftain. Why do you heed Ye Feng? He abruptly grabbed a tribesman. Bang! From behind, an unknown assailant struck him with a blunt object, causing the chieftain to collapse, his eyes rolling back. Bachalu rushed to assist the chieftain. Chieftain, awaken. Our people are fleeing. Yes, chieftain, please awaken. Chieftain, devise a plan, or our Haishan tribe will face annihilation. A cluster of high-ranking members encircled the fallen leader. In the blink of an eye, the Haishan people in the woods had vanished. Ye Feng skewered a fish upon his arrow and shot it towards the shore. In no time, the fish was snatched up in a frenzy. Everyone, imitate my actions and shoot the fish ashore. Ye Feng commanded. Brother Feng, that is our food. Why must we share it with them? Chen An voiced his discontent. They are merely ordinary members of the Haishan tribe, unfortunate souls exploited by fate. There is no need to eradicate them completely. Ye Feng replied before shooting another fish towards the shore. Driven mad by hunger, some individuals even dared to seize the fish as they flew through the air, resulting in several fatalities. Old chum, the arrows are too slow. Can you maneuver the ship closer? Ye Feng inquired. Let me try. As long as we do not touch the bottom, all will be fine, Chung Li Bean responded, gently adjusting the rope to reduce the ship's speed. After several attempts, he finally anchored the vessel 50 meters from the shore. Quick, cease using the arrows. Simply toss the fish towards the shore. Ye Feng instructed, hurling a large fish with ease. With his strength, casting the fish 100 meters was effortless. Others who had consumed ginkgo could also throw the fish 60 to 70 meters. However, ordinary individuals lack such capabilities. They must exert every ounce of their strength merely to toss the fish onto the shore. Ha ha ha, food is at hand. The members of the Black Mountain tribe consumed the fish raw, as the low temperatures have eradicated the parasites within, rendering it safe for consumption. They particularly relish the fat on the fish, as it generates a certain oil that helps purge the bark accumulated in their stomachs. Otherwise, their intestines would risk bursting from the pressure. Ye Feng nearly depleted the entire food supply aboard the warship, having over 10 tons of fish. Fortunately, the Black Mountain tribe has dwindled to fewer than 2,000 individuals, barely managing to satiate their hunger. Originally, 7,000 tribe members arrived in the Black Tree River region, but now only 2,000 remain, with another 3,000 unable to join them on the ice, too famished to move. As for the remaining 2,000, they have all succumbed to man-made disasters. At last, they have food. What delicious fish! I never anticipated that it would taste so exquisite. The Black Mountain tribe members on the ice began to cheer. However, their jubilation soon transformed into wails of sorrow. In the preceding days, in their struggle for survival, they had killed numerous kin, most of whom were their own relatives. Oh, my wife! I am so sorry. My children! I am so sorry. Father, mother! I am not a good son. The lamentation persisted for nearly an hour before they could release their pent-up emotions. One man pushed through the crowd and solemnly addressed the warship. Fellow tribesmen, the chieftain, the great leader, is incapable of providing us with sustenance, demanding instead that we continue our loyalty to the Black Mountain tribe. Yet, the foreign people aboard the great ship have offered us food without demanding our allegiance. The foreigners are the benevolent ones, while our chieftains are the malevolent ones. Upon finishing his words, the man resolutely knelt before the warship. His action seemed contagious, and soon layers of Black Mountain tribe members were kneeling on the ice. Chapter 351. 3 more months of domestication rise. I harbor no idlers here. Henceforth, you shall venture into the woods to fell trees and clear a vast expanse of land. When the time is ripe, I shall send individuals to the shore to teach you how to cultivate the land and construct greenhouses, Ye Feng proclaimed loudly from the deck. Will you provide food while we are logging? The man inquired. Is that not an obvious question? If I assign you work, I will certainly provide you with food. Ye Feng sighed. Wonderful. We shall have a stable food supply from now on. The Black Mountain tribe members erupted into a frenzied dance on the ice. Ye Feng felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. After all, this was a crowd of 2,000 people. Henceforth, his warship would need to fish for at least 3 hours each day to sustain such a large populace. Just then, a group of 40 to 50 individuals emerged from the woods. Adorned in splendid animal skins, they carried the Black Mountain chieftain forth. These individuals, belonging to the ruling class, were the elite leaders of the Black Mountain tribe. The dance upon the ice abruptly ceased, as the Black Mountain tribesmen, gripped by fear, parted to create a path. After all, they had long been subjugated by this group, and the authority had been deeply ingrained in their hearts, a reality not easily altered. All of you Black Mountain people, kneel before me. Baturu commanded sternly. With a rustle, the tribesmen instinctively fell to their knees without a moment's hesitation. On the warship, Ye Feng's expression darkened. Brother Feng, it appears these fellows are determined to confront us to the bitter end. Perhaps we should obliterate them with our artillery? Chen An suggested. How many times must I reiterate? Artillery is akin to the nuclear weaponry of civilized societies. It must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. The Black Mountain tribe is but a small fry. Our true adversary is the Cloud Mountain tribe, the real antagonist who has yet to reveal himself. Are you willing to exhaust our trump cards before he even appears? Ye Feng glared at Chen An. Fine. I shall refrain from mentioning artillery in the future. Chen An conceded. You wish to annihilate my race, do you? I assure you, it is an impossibility. The Black Mountain tribe has endured for 47 generations of chieftains. It shall not perish under my watch. The Black Mountain chieftain taunted from behind his sturdy shield, his voice loud and defiant. Ye Feng had already calculated the perfect point for a lethal strike with his spear, but it seemed he would have to abandon that plan. I am saving your Black Mountain tribe. Had it not been for the provisions I supplied earlier, they might have perished from starvation. Tell me, as an outsider, I can provide them food. What have you, as their chieftain, done for your people? Ye Feng's words pierced the heart of the Black Mountain chieftain as if they were needles. Silence. You think a single meal will earn their loyalty? I am different. In my 9 years as chief, I have elevated the Black Mountain tribe from a third-rate tribe to a first-rate one. Do you know that there are only 2 first-rate tribes in the entire Cloud Mist Mountain range? The Black Mountain chieftain proclaimed with pride. Indeed, upon hearing his declaration, the eyes of the kneeling tribesmen flickered. The Black Mountain tribe had indeed made significant progress over the past 9 years, becoming the favored tribe of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Ha ha ha, and yet you still take pride in being a dog? The Cloud Mountain tribe has granted you the title of a first-rate tribe, but I must ask, why does this first-rate tribe now find itself devoid of food? Why did the Cloud Mountain tribe fail to provide sustenance for its own loyal subjects during winter, leaving you to fend for yourselves? Ye Feng mocked coldly. The Black Mountain chieftain was left speechless, his eyes darting from side to side. The tribesmen lying on the ice exchanged glances of uncertainty. Indeed, being a first-rate tribe or a second-rate tribe was merely a title when winter approached. The Cloud Mountain tribe not only neglected to aid the Black Mountain tribe, but also confiscated 99% of their winter provisions. Was this not a clear intent to exterminate them? Ye Feng, do not attempt to sow discord between the Black Mountain tribe and the Cloud Mountain tribe. It will not be long before the Cloud Mountain tribe launches an assault on your warship, and you will not be laughing for much longer. The Black Mountain chieftain's words did weigh heavily on Ye Feng's heart. The true master had yet to make an appearance, but he had already heard whispers from the captives. The Yunshan tribe boasts over 3,000 warriors, accompanied by a formidable beastmaster and an absent chieftain. More terrifying still is the tribe's high priest, whose abilities are nearly omnipotent. Akin to a deity, capable of striking foes from afar. While rumors may exaggerate, Ye Feng, having witnessed Duyan Hina's prowess, harbored a modicum of belief in such tales. I shall not engage in a war of words with you. If the ordinary folk of the Heishan tribe wish to partake in their next meal, they must promptly seek me upon the ice. I shall continue to provide sustenance. However, after your next meal, I require you to clear the forest, paving a flat expanse for me, as I desire an unobstructed view, Ye Feng stated coldly. The ordinary Heishan people on the ice trembled, none daring to respond to Ye Feng. Clearly, they were tempted, yet hesitant to align themselves with him in the presence of their chieftain, for fear of being the first to suffer dire consequences. Those who heed Ye Feng's commands shall be branded traitors of the Heishan tribe. I will ensure their utter destruction. The chieftain barked. Indeed, the Heishan people prostrated themselves upon the ice, not daring to move. After 9 years as chieftain, Mei Zi's authority was deeply ingrained. The Heishan people did not even dare to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Follow my orders and return to the forest. No one shall set foot on the ice without my command. Otherwise, they shall face lethal consequences, the chieftain declared. The Heishan people exchanged reluctant glances before trudging back to the woods. Soon, only the higher echelons of the Heishan tribe remained upon the ice. Ye Feng, what say you? Mei Zi shot a triumphant glance at Ye Feng before leading the upper ranks back to the trees. Brother Feng, it matters not. Henceforth, we need not fish daily. Chen An remarked cheerfully. Brother Feng, we have provided food for the Heishan people, but what have we gained in return? Tuba added. Ye Feng, however, merely smiled with calm assurance. Rest assured, I believe a revolution will unfold within the Haishan tribe in no more than 3 days. With that, he departed the deck without a backward glance. The Haishan chieftain spoke eloquently, yet failed to address the core issue. Without sustenance, no matter how authoritative one may be, a starving populace would resort to desperate measures and come to the ice to beg. At that juncture, it would be intriguing to observe how the boastful chieftain would respond. Would he annihilate his own kin or turn a blind eye? Should he choose the latter, Ye Feng would relish the opportunity to mock him fiercely upon the deck, thereby diminishing his chieftain's dignity. By then, those 2,000 Haishan people would be mine. With an additional 3 months of training and selecting a group of significantly contributing individuals to reside upon the deck, I could set them as an example and win the hearts of the rest. Chapter 352. The Weight of Power. As night fell, the warship blazed with lights. The dining hall was alive with song and dance. Ye Feng stood upon the stage, microphone in hand, serenading the crowd with "Today is a Good Day." Within his small ensemble of 80, some indulged in meat, others danced, while a few listened intently to Wang Zhihai's storytelling. Such a vibrant display of talent flourished within this modest group. Upon reflection at the riverbank, the Black Mountain tribe appeared dejected and despondent, shrouded in a thick fog of gloom. A stark contrast was evident between the atmosphere on the shore and that aboard the warship. After Ye Feng concluded his song, the audience exhaled in relief, swiftly casting the microphone out of the window. "I hereby declare that the female servers in the restaurant are now free. You may depart," he announced. Suddenly, Ye Feng summoned Luo Ying and 6 other female captives. "Brother Feng, I haven't had my fun yet. Are you truly releasing them?" Chen An expressed his dissatisfaction. "Fun? What nonsense. Tuba, remove their leg shackles." Tuba nodded, though he was puzzled by Ye Feng's decision, yet he had always trusted Brother Feng's judgment. The sound of chains clattering filled the air as the shackles of the 7 captives were released. "Old Shi, prepare some provisions for them. Let them return to their tribe," Ye Feng instructed. "Yes." Shi Zhengliang complied, heading to the kitchen. At first, Luo Ying felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of freedom. However, as her shackles fell away, a look of confusion washed over her face. In this freezing winter, the duration of which remained uncertain, even if they were free, where could they possibly go? After a while, Shi Zhengliang returned with 7 bags of food, and Mei Zi had equipped them with thick bear fur coats. "Ladies, you have served us aboard the warship diligently, and I have taken note of your efforts. Now, I return to you your freedom. I hope you will conduct yourselves honorably in the future and refrain from attacking my ship again. Do you understand?" Ye Feng concluded, adjusting Luo Ying's collar. He recognized that these women had been coerced by the Yunshan tribe into aggression. They were not the masterminds. Luo Ying hesitated to speak. At that moment, one of the captives interjected, "Ye Feng, oh no, Brother Feng, I wish to remain here. Could you continue to keep me captive?" Ye Feng felt a surge of joy internally, yet maintained a stern facade. "That would not be appropriate. The law is the law, and cannot be altered. You have demonstrated good behavior and earned an early release, so you should leave." He turned away. Chen An, feeling a rush of excitement, stealthily approached the female captive and whispered in her ear, "If you wish to extend your sentence, feel free to stir up some trouble." "Huh? How should I cause trouble?" the captive inquired. "For instance, you could engage in some vandalism, or strike someone, or create a disturbance." Bang! Ouch! Chen An recoiled, clutching his nose, glaring angrily at the captive. "How dare you? Lock her up. I declare that this woman's sentence is extended by 2 years." Ye Feng turned around, pointing at the captive, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "Thank you, Brother Feng," the captive exclaimed joyfully. Tuba promptly escorted her to the cell. The remaining 6 captives exchanged glances, simultaneously directing their eyes toward Chen An. "What do you intend to do?" Chen An asked, startled, quickly grasping his spear. Bang, bang, clap, thud. 2 minutes later, the 7 captives retreated, revealing a bruised and battered Chen An. "Damn it, you wretched women. Why do you all target me?" Tears streamed down Chen An's face, her chin smeared with blood from her nose. "This is utterly unacceptable. Let them be fitted with ankle chains once more and continue their service aboard the warship until they have truly reformed." Ye Feng slammed his palm against the table in frustration. He then turned to Chen An, saying, "Chen An, you are truly lacking. You cannot even best a woman?" "Brother Feng, these women possess considerable skill, even resorting to biting," she replied. "I care not. Henceforth, I impose upon you the punishment of performing 500 push-ups daily until you attain strength akin to mine. Within the warm confines of their cell, Luo Ying and her 6 fellow captives sat together. They exchanged glances and then erupted into laughter. He, Chief Luo Ying, from now on, whenever our sentence is completed, let us give Chen An a beating. This way, we can remain captives here forever. Indeed, serving time under Ye Feng is far preferable to returning to the tribe. You must have witnessed the dire state of the Black Mountain clansmen. Though they are free, they can scarcely find food. I suspect our tribe is not faring much better. Yes, it is far better to be captives here. At least we receive 2 meals a day. By the way, that bald man mentioned last time that he would trade 2 fish for my first time. Are you referring to Wang Zhihai? Luo Ying inquired. Yes, he is Ye Feng's deputy, wielding considerable power. Ah, I understand. The deputies in Ye Feng's team cannot force women, which speaks volumes of their stringent laws. If we were captives among the Yunshan tribe, even a mere commoner could freely insult us. Luo Ying's eyes sparkled. Was this not the paradise she had always envisioned? Chief Luo Ying, I yearn to become one of them. However, Brother Feng has stated that our time aboard the warship is insufficient. We must wait a while longer before he permits our joining. Then let us wait a few more years. During this time, we shall strive to perform well. If enemies attack the warship, we will fight valiantly alongside them. This will surely increase our chances of becoming citizens. Agreed, it is settled. All 7 women's words were overheard by Ye Feng, who had been eavesdropping outside the door. This was a deliberate strategy on his part, intentionally placing the 7 women in the dining hall as servers to immerse them in the team's atmosphere. The results were finally evident. They had been thoroughly assimilated. Harboring not a shred of nostalgia for their former tribe, Ye Feng hummed a tune as he departed the cell and sought out Tuba in the dining hall. Tuba, tomorrow, go to Hot Spring Island and select 7 male natives to serve as waiters in the dining hall tonight. Ye Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Tuba nodded in acknowledgement. One must not assimilate too many captives at once, lest they inadvertently reverse the process and assimilate Ye Feng's own people instead. The following day arrived swiftly. Ye Feng stood on the deck, gazing at the ice along the shore. Not a single Black Mountain tribesman was in sight. It seemed they still dared not defy the chief's orders. Tuba, throw these leftovers onto the ice and see if any Black Mountain tribesmen come to collect them. Ye Feng commanded. Yes. Soon, a multitude of fish was cast onto the icy surface. Ye Feng quietly awaited on the deck, doubting that these Black Mountain tribesmen would rather perish than defy their chieftain's orders. In the forest, countless eyes were fixed upon the food atop the ice. A young native could not help but squirm, only to be restrained by an elder. Chapter 353. To be frozen to death, do not go. Even if one must go, one cannot be the first. We require an opportunity. When everyone can no longer endure, we will rush out together. The chieftain cannot slaughter us all, the wise elder advised. I understand, father. The young native could only retreat, his gaze fixed stubbornly on the food upon the ice. It was so tantalizing. How wonderful it would be to have a few bites. Last night, he had consumed some tree bark, which had been utterly unyielding. Only by ingesting something fatty could he lubricate his intestines to expel the coarse bark within. Otherwise, as time passed, his belly would swell, while his limbs grew increasingly frail. Chieftain, the situation is spiraling out of control. A prominent leader approached, gesturing towards the tribesmen nearby. Mei Zi propped himself up, directing his gaze towards his kin. The Black Mountain people were all fixated on the ice, as if poised to erupt from the woods at any moment. Should his authority fail to restrain them again, the consequences would be catastrophic, leading to the utter collapse and potential extinction of the Black Mountain tribe. I have a way to summon them all. Mei Zi struggled to rise. 2 leaders hastily supported him. Before long, the refugees of the Black Mountain tribe had gathered around him. My people, I have just spoken with Ye Feng, arranging for him to supply you with food. Go eat, he commanded. Remember, without my intervention, Ye Feng would not provide food for you. Upon hearing this, the Black Mountain tribesmen erupted in cheers and rushed towards the ice. Having endured hunger throughout the night, they descended upon the ice, devouring their meal ravenously. Some, in their haste, found the frozen fish and meat too much for their stomachs, resulting in them vomiting onto the ice. Yet, almost immediately, their vomit was snatched away. Mei Zi then approached the Black Mountain tribesman from behind, his cold gaze locking with Ye Feng aboard the warship. Thank you, chieftain. Thank you, great chieftain Mei Zi, the Black Mountain people chorused as they knelt before him. Rise. Mei Zi waved his hand, and the tribesmen helped one another to their feet. Ye Feng wore a perplexed expression. It was he who provided the food. Yet they chose to thank that old chieftain after their fill? Truly, they were a people beyond reform, unable to discern right from wrong. Brother Feng, why do they eat our food yet thank the Black Mountain chieftain? Chen An exclaimed in indignation. I do not know. Perhaps their minds have been frozen. Ye Feng sighed, feeling that these Black Mountain tribesmen were entirely unmanageable. Let them fend for themselves. One could be good, but he, Ye Feng, would never be an overly indulgent benefactor. Not so fast. At that moment, Chen An suddenly stepped forward. He was seasoned and wise, instantly discerning the crux of the issue. Although I was unaware of the methods employed by the chieftain of Black Mountain, it was evident that he had usurped your merits, essentially deceiving his own people. Chen An remarked sagely. What shall we do? Ye Feng inquired. It's simple. Inform the Black Mountain tribesmen that there will be no food for the next meal. And observe the chieftain's reaction, Chen An suggested. He understood that the chieftain had resorted to trickery, yet the specifics of that deception eluded him, thus requiring Ye Feng to probe further. Ye Feng cupped his hands to form a trumpet. Listen, Black Mountain folk. There will be no food for you at the next meal. His voice carried far and wide, ensuring that over 2,000 individuals could hear him. The Black Mountain tribesmen were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, then casting pleading looks towards their chieftain. Mei Zi's expression shifted slightly, and with a cunning glint in his eye, he stepped forward. Ye Feng, you have granted me one favor, and I shall remember it. However, since you refuse to grant me a second, be prepared to face the wrath of my people, he declared, his words laden with double meanings. Ye Feng, somewhat perplexed, perceived no significant fault in his statement. Meanwhile, the Black Mountain people, upon hearing this, silently concluded that indeed, it was the chieftain who had secured their food. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, beginning to grasp the core of the dilemma. To the Black Mountain tribesmen, whoever spits at their chieftain shall receive a fish from me. With that, Ye Feng picked up a frozen fish from the deck. Swiftly, thousands of gazes converged upon Mei Zi's face. The Black Mountain folk were bewildered. Had Ye Feng not just shown respect to their chieftain? Why the sudden shift in demeanor? Moreover, why had Ye Feng initially accorded the chieftain such respect? Their simple minds struggled to comprehend, leading to an overwhelming confusion. Who dares? Several prominent leaders quickly shielded Mei Zi. The Black Mountain people lowered their heads. For offending the chieftain was utterly unacceptable. Otherwise, they risked being torn apart by the leaders. I will sweeten the deal. Should anyone spit at your chieftain, I will grant you 5 fish, Ye Feng proclaimed, picking up 4 more fish and displaying them to the tribesmen below. Some Black Mountain individuals could not help but glance at their chieftain, only to quickly avert their gaze. Brother Feng, if they were to spit, they might be executed on the spot, unless you provide them a way out, Chen An whispered. I understand, Ye Feng responded. Listen closely. If you spit at the Black Mountain chieftain, the first 3 to do so shall be granted passage onto my warship, where they will have an endless supply of food and warm quarters to sleep in. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the formerly submissive Black Mountain folk raised their heads, directing piercing gazes at Mei Zi. What are you plotting? Mei Zi's heart raced, instinctively resting his hand on the hilt of his knife. Suddenly, one Black Mountain man spat and dashed forward. Seize him. Execute him at once, Mei Zi commanded. Mei Zi was filled with fury, pointing his curved blade forward. Simultaneously, 3 formidable chieftains charged ahead. The Black Mountain man found himself at the edge of the ice, thwarted by the turbulent river. Ye Feng, you promised to let me aboard the warship. What am I to do? He paced anxiously along the riverbank. Fear not. Simply leap into the river, and I shall retrieve you, Ye Feng replied, grasping a rope and swinging it in the air. Me? The Black Mountain man glanced at the approaching chieftains, gritted his teeth, and plunged into the river with a splash. After swimming a mere 5 meters, his hands became numb with cold, rendering them unresponsive. The 3 chieftains stood on the bank, their eyes mocking him. Behold, this is the fate of those who disrespect the chieftain, frozen into an ice corpse, one of the chieftains proclaimed, using him as a cautionary tale. The Black Mountain man's body was already frozen, but his mind remained alert, filled with regret and anger. Had he known better than to heed Ye Feng's words, he would not now face the prospect of freezing to death, his very blood congealing. Chapter 354. Adjusting his garments, seeing the unfortunate state of his fellow tribesmen. The Black Mountain man lowered his head, secretly relieved he had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, he would share the same grim fate as Monaldo, the small chieftain who had fallen into the river. Ye Feng finally organized the rope, exerting his strength to throw it over 40 meters, successfully ensnaring Monaldo. Pull. Everyone collaborated, and within 2 minutes, Monaldo was hauled onto the deck. Even then, his body remained stiff, with only his eyes still moving. Quickly, surround him with 8 stoves. Remove his wet clothing and drape him in dry animal skins. A group encircled Monaldo, rubbing his skin with their hands. In a short while, Monaldo's blood began to circulate again, and his lips ceased to tremble. Pry his mouth open, Shi Zhongliang instructed, pouring hot soup into it. A wave of warmth surged into Monaldo's stomach, and he felt a flicker of awareness returning to his body. On the ice, the Black Mountain men craned their necks, all wishing for Monaldo's survival, for then they too could aspire to be the next to spit. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, Ye Feng and Chen An helped Monaldo to his feet, positioning him at the edge of the deck. "Monaldo, greet your kin." Ye Feng chuckled. "Yes, my brethren." Monaldo extended his right arm, waving towards the Black Mountain men on the ice. "I am well. I just had some hot meat soup and am no longer frozen." Monaldo called out. The warship was merely 50 meters from the ice, and most of the Black Mountain tribe heard him. "Wonderful. Brothers, what are you waiting for?" A robust man rose to his feet, tilting his head back and producing a guttural sound. Moments later, a glob of phlegm lodged in his throat. Bah! The old phlegm shot forth over 7 meters, striking Chief Mei Zi squarely. Ah! Mei Zi wore a distressed expression as he pointed his curved blade at the burly man. "Chop him down," he commanded. A dozen leaders gritted their teeth and charged forward. However, the sturdy man shed his animal skin and plunged into the icy waters with a splash. With a glimmer of hope, he felt as if the river's chill was less severe, and he managed to swim nearly 20 meters before succumbing to the cold. Suddenly, a rope accurately ensnared him and pulled him onto the deck. Chen An and the others performed CPR and administered hot soup to him. The man, possessing commendable physical resilience, stood up almost immediately after drinking the soup and donning the animal skin, taking less than 5 minutes. "Ha ha, I've made it too, brothers. I'm the second one. There's still room for one more. Keep going." The burly man laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. The stubbornness of the chieftain had led to the starvation of his entire family. Bah, bah, bah. I spit on this. A group of people spat towards the Black Mountain chieftain before leaping into the river. On Ye Feng's side, there was a flurry of activity as a single rope was simultaneously pulling more than 20 individuals. The Black Mountain chieftain was drenched in spit, furiously wiping his face. He pointed forward. "Leaders, eliminate this pack of traitors. Leave not a single one alive." At that moment, one of the leaders spat at him and hastily jumped into the river. Aya! The Black Mountain chieftain's fury reached a boiling point, his teeth grinding audibly. Just then, an unexpected commotion erupted as various chaotic sounds emerged from the forest, accompanied by the delighted cries of the Black Mountain tribe. The frozen grass by the woods was flattened as a knight on a goat emerged, clad in thick armor. With deer-hide gloves, a curved bow on his back, a scimitar at his waist, and a heavy spear in hand, he was followed by a second knight, then a third. The ice groaned continuously underfoot as a substantial number of Cloud Mountain warriors, at least 400 in total, emerged from the woods. Leading them was a burly man in black armor, his face shielded except for a pair of fierce triangular eyes. Mei Zi was taken aback and glanced at the flag in the knight's hand. The Cloud Mountain tribe, the emblem of the Hal family? Indeed, the elite forces of the Hal family had appeared at the banks of the Black Tree River, as the rivers in the highlands had frozen solid. They were unable to navigate their warships to the Black Tree River area and were forced to gallop across land with 400 cavalry. Normally, no terrestrial creature could traverse the great marshes, but in this frigid temperature of -40 to 50 degrees, the marshes had frozen solid enough to support the weight of knights. These are the people of the Cloud Mountain tribe. "Susan, you take control of the ship's rear cannon," Ye Feng instructed before dashing to the bow of the ship. On the shore, over 1,000 Black Mountain tribesmen, upon seeing the knights of the Cloud Mountain tribe, stood aside respectfully. The Black Mountain chieftain straightened his attire and approached with reverence. "Pray tell, which esteemed member of the Hal family leads this contingent?" Mei Zi inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy gun pierced through his chest, emerging from his back. Blood stained the ice a vivid crimson. Mei Zi could scarcely believe this was reality. He flailed his hands in the air, as if attempting to grasp at his lost power. Bang! His lifeless body collapsed onto the ice, as a goat trotted over his form. 400 cavalrymen swiftly approached the riverbank, the leader removing his mask to reveal a grim visage directed at the deck. Ye Feng, release our kinsman, or else I shall slowly dismember the 3 envoys you sent. Upon finishing his declaration, the knight gestured, and 3 individuals were brought forth, none other than Robin and his 2 kin. Robin? Ye Feng cast a glance at the gruesome sight of Robin on the ice, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ye Feng, what say you? Inquired the knight leading the group. Who are you? Ye Feng replied, fixing his gaze upon the knight. I am Halbula, the eldest son of the Hal family. He introduced himself. I see. Since you are his eldest, have you prepared the brimstone and iron? Ye Feng inquired, his tone growing increasingly frigid as he wielded the cannon. Observing the lightly armored knights, it was evident they had not brought the necessary supplies. We possess the items, but what right do you have to demand tribute from our noble Hal family? Halbula's gaze remained fixated on the cannon in Ye Feng's grasp. He was astute, likely deducing that his father's fleet had been largely decimated by such weaponry. There's no other way. Bring that rotund man to the deck, Ye Feng commanded. Yes. Shortly thereafter, the significantly diminished Hal patriarch was brought to the deck, forced to face his son across the river. Beulah, hurry and rescue me, even if it means sacrificing all our provisions. I am the very soul of the Hal family. I cannot perish. The Hal patriarch shouted towards the ice. Father, how have you become so gaunt? Chapter 355. This is entrusted to us 3 sisters. On the back of the goat, Halbula trembled uncontrollably. Beulah, why do you hesitate? Quickly, arrange for my exchange. By the way, what are the supplies you prepared? Only then did the Hal patriarch notice that there were merely 400 knights at the bank, lacking any slaves to carry provisions. Upon hearing this, Halbula lowered his head. Father, sulfur, salt, and women can be disregarded, but they demand so much iron. If we surrender that, how shall our Hal family forge armor or curved blades in the future? What time is it, and you still ponder such matters? Just ensure my return, and I shall devise a way for the Hal family to maintain its standing. Hurry, I can only eat 2 meals a day here, and at night. There are no maidens to warm my feet. My life has become unbearably wretched, the Hal patriarch lamented, his voice tinged with despair. Father, do not fret. If they refuse to return you, I shall slay these 3 envoys. After saying this, Halbula leapt from the goat's back, brandishing his curved blade at Robin's throat. Ye Feng, I will count to 3, otherwise, I shall sever the envoy's ears. With that, he began his countdown. Ye Feng's countenance darkened as he aimed the cannon at Halbula. However, that fellow was closely positioned next to Robin, and with the might of the cannon, a single shot could easily spell doom for both of them. Ye Feng set down the cannon and, without hesitation, drew a dagger, placing it ominously against the ear of the noble from the Hal family. Dare to sever his ear, and I shall take your father's ear instead. The knights of the Hal family erupted in fury, buzzing with agitation along the shore. The noble held a revered status within the family, and many among these knights had been personally elevated by him. To them, he was akin to a second father, deserving of their utmost loyalty. In the Yunshan tribe, becoming a knight necessitated both wealth and family endorsement. After all, knights were the most resource-intensive warriors. First, there were the armors. Each set required 10 blacksmiths and half a year to forge. Then, there were the 3 essential weapons: bows, heavy spears, and curved sabers, all demanding significant craftsmanship and resources. Goat knights held a prestigious position in the Misty Mountains, far above ordinary Yunshan warriors and tribes, even surpassing the 7 major clans and other smaller factions. Once one attained the status of a knight, numerous beautiful maidens would readily offer their affections, granting them preferential mating rights. Brother Feng, do not worry about me. I can manage a few days aboard your warship. I, Robin, am already content. Use that weapon of yours and eliminate them all. At that moment, Robin suddenly shouted from the deck. No sooner had he finished than a scream pierced the air. Halbula had severed his ear and cast it into the river. Damn it! Ye Feng swiftly slashed with the dagger, and both of Hal's ears fell to the ground. Ah, you incompetent wretch, you have caused me to lose both ears. Ugh! Hal's anguished wails echoed across the banks. With a sudden motion, Robin's head soared into the sky. Robin! Ye Feng, consumed by rage, swung his dagger fiercely, and Hal's head rolled upon the deck. Father! With a swift motion, Robin's kin also met a similar fate, their heads severed. Enraged, Ye Feng cast away the dagger and swiftly made his way to the cannon. "You scoundrels, I had no intention of employing the cannon, but this time, I shall reduce you to mere rubble." Upon concluding his declaration, he pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fired relentlessly upon the cavalry atop the ice. Without a shred of doubt, the 400 knights were sent fleeing in disarray, their proud armors rendered as fragile as paper before the cannon's might. At the stern, Susan also opened fire, swiftly claiming the lives of 100 men. Halbula narrowed his eyes, charging toward the warship atop his goat. The goat leapt into the air, astonishingly soaring 10 meters before crashing into the water. With a deft movement, Halbula pressed his foot against the goat's back, and with a loud thud, he grasped the rope ladder of the warship. It seemed the other knights had received the signal. They ceased their flight, forming ranks and, emulating their great leader, leaped towards the warship. The sound of splashing echoed incessantly as knights, formidable in strength, fell into the water, with 80% succumbing to the icy grip of the depths. Nevertheless, over 30 individuals clung to the protrusions of the warship, swiftly making their way towards the deck. Ye Feng was taken aback by the ferocity of the Yunshan tribe. He promptly handed the cannon over to Rimai. Rimai, once they ascend the deck, open fire indiscriminately, but refrain from damaging the ship. I shall engage in close combat. With that, Ye Feng brandished a curved blade and charged forth. Boom. Rimai's cannon discharged, obliterating a knight who had scaled the deck. Yet, from other directions, several more knights emerged. They were formidable foes, unleashing chaos upon their arrival. "Brothers, push these Yunshan people into the river." Chen An commanded as he and a few natives surged forward. Seeking death, a knight wielding a heavy spear swept through, sending Chen An and his companions flying. 2 of the natives were cleaved in 2. This is a master of beast taming? Chen An's spear was nowhere to be found, leaving him sprawled on the deck. Unable to rise, Zhang Ziqing stood atop the cannon platform, drawing his bow to aim at a knight. Whoosh! Clang! The arrow failed to penetrate the knight's armor. He swiftly knocked another arrow. As he released it, the knight narrowed his eyes and charged at the cannon platform with lightning speed, swinging his curved blade. Thud! Zhang Ziqing clutched his abdomen as his intestines spilled forth. Thud! The knight struck again, sending Zhang Ziqing's head soaring into the air. "Old Zhang!" Tuba roared in fury, lunging at the knight. Their curved blades clashed violently. Clang! Tuba's blade shattered, severing his ring and little fingers. Just as Ye Feng dispatched a knight, he caught sight of Tuba. "Get back!" Ye Feng's curved blade whistled through the air, slicing into the knight's chest armor with tremendous force, rending it apart and emerging from his back. Yet, the knight, a beast master, grimaced in agony, hoisting his blade high to strike at Tuba. The fierce wind bore down upon Tuba, who had no time to evade. Boom! The knight's body exploded. Rimai had no time to marvel at the brutal beauty of the scene. She re-aimed the cannon at other foes. Meanwhile, Chen An, flanked by 10 natives, retreated towards the rear. However, the 2 knights were relentless. With each strike, a native fell, lifeblood pooling beneath them. At that moment, the sound of sliding chains reached their ears as Luo Ying and 2 female captives positioned themselves before Chen An brandishing their weapons. They cried out, "Chen An, leave this to us 3 sisters. You must retreat." What? Chapter 356 rendered him nearly breathless. Chen An's eyes widened in disbelief as the captives came to his aid at such a critical juncture. With no time to ponder, he dashed towards the ship's hold. Ah! A piercing scream rang out as one of the female captives was cleaved in 2 by a knight, blood splattering across Luo Ying's face and hair. "I shall fight you to the death." Luo Ying surged forward, thrusting the curved blade in her hand. Clang! The blade struck the knight's iron armor, embedding itself a mere half-inch before becoming lodged. "Is that not Luo Ying of the Snow Mountain tribe? Have you truly betrayed us?" The knight, recognizing Luo Ying, removed his visor. "I have not betrayed anyone. This is my home now, and I will not allow you to destroy it." Luo Ying withdrew her blade and launched another attack against the knight. "Just you?" The knight laughed heartily, bringing his hands together to surprisingly pin Luo Ying's blade. Their strengths were not even remotely comparable. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was engaged in a fierce battle against 2 knights, one of whom was Halbula. "Alien, you shall not die swiftly. I will ensure your demise is slow and agonizing." Halbula's movements were elusive, leaving Ye Feng utterly defenseless. Yet, His weapon could not penetrate Ye Feng's bloody scales. At the ship's rear, Susan operated the cannon, her gaze fixed intently on Halbula. However, the speed of that fiend made her wary of inadvertently hitting Ye Feng, forcing her to maintain her aim. Rimiko fired another round. One knight was obliterated, his armor shattering into a multitude of fragments. Wang Zhihai clutched his right eye. A shard from the exploded armor had struck him. Rimiko paid no heed to his plight. If she did not swiftly eliminate the knights on the deck, any that breached the ship's interior would result in a tremendous loss of life. Boom. 2 more rounds were fired. 2 additional knights were annihilated. Others quickly crouched on the deck, fearful of being struck by shrapnel. Boom. The final shot rang out, staining the entire deck crimson. Simultaneously, only 2 enemies remained on board, Halbula and another skilled opponent, circling Ye Feng. He had finally discerned the ship's weaponry, which was launched from a metal tube at the bow. Clear the way. At that moment, Chu Xue stepped forward, clutching a metal tube. After speaking, she aimed it at a knight and ignited the front with a torch. Boom. A tongue of flame erupted from the tube, and before the knight could react, he was propelled backward 5 meters, his breastplate caving in. Sister Chu Xue, is this the new explosive you developed? Its power is tremendous. Chen An hurriedly helped Chu Xue to her feet. Although she had sent the knight flying, the fearsome recoil had caused her to fall to the ground. Step aside. After speaking, Chu Xue produced another metal tube from her waist and continued to aim at the knight. Boom. The knight, still reeling, was struck once more. A torrent of iron sand poured through the crevices of his visor, searing and painful. My eyes, my eyes. Boom. Meanwhile, the battle for Ye Feng had reached a stalemate. Halbula's speed was too swift. Even when Ye Feng managed to land a blow, Halbula would leap away before the force of the punch could fully dissipate. As he toyed with Ye Feng, he found time to eliminate those gathered around. Everyone disperse. Ye Feng bellowed, his fists casting shadows of power. Susan, wielding a machine gun, scanned the area with her eyes but could not catch a glimpse of Halbula. I once thought your warship was formidable, but with just me aboard, all of you are doomed, Halbula declared, swiftly moving 10 meters away. Another native fell victim to him. Damn it. Ye Feng's eyes flared with rage, yet he could not capture Halbula's elusive form. In a fit of fury, he transformed his fists into palms, channeling all his strength into them. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The gust generated from Ye Feng's palms coalesced into a veil of frost. Halbula's agility was indeed remarkable, but the breadth of Ye Feng's power was vast, and in his moment of distraction, his arm was caught by the icy wind. A chilling sensation surged through Halbula's armored arm, causing his skin to contract and his joints to stiffen. What is this? An ability? Halbula's expression shifted drastically, the mockery fading from his demeanor. Ye Feng felt a surge of triumph and unleashed both palms once more, this time employing the full force of 12 levels of power. The wind from his palms chilled the air, freezing the oxygen into crystalline ice. Ouch! Chen An yelped, inadvertently caught by the icy gust. He collapsed to the ground, his legs encased in frost. Halbula's face turned ashen as he finally drew his curved blade. Previously, he had not exerted his full strength against Ye Feng, but now, he was compelled to wield a weapon. The blade struck fiercely against Ye Feng's back. With a clang, the blood scales repelled the blade, sending it flying over 5 meters before crashing back onto the deck. The others had retreated to the edge of the deck, watching the 2 masters engage in their elusive combat. With every strike from Ye Feng, a cold wind enveloped a 5-meter radius ahead, instantly frosting anything it touched. He moved like a bulldozer, sweeping everything in his path, freezing anything that came into contact with him. Halbula was swift, darting left and right, desperately avoiding Ye Feng's icy winds. However, such agility demanded immense stamina, and over time, he could not withstand Ye Feng's overwhelming presence. In a relentless pursuit, Halbula's energy began to wane. A moment of miscalculation saw him caught by Ye Feng's chilling gust on his right leg. Instantly, frost enveloped his leg, hindering his agility. Halbula rolled to evade Ye Feng's next strike. After 5 or 6 more blows, Halbula faltered again, the icy gust striking him squarely in the face. The cold nearly froze his features, leaving him gasping for breath. Bang! Ye Feng's palm struck solidly against his chest plate, the frost swiftly infiltrating Halbula's heart through the iron armor. He barely swung his blade, forcing Ye Feng to retreat. Yet, in the next instant, He felt his blood supply failing his limbs, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the deck. Panting heavily, Ye Feng, exhausted from the previous battle, approached Halbula, reaching out towards his arm. With a final effort, Halbula managed to strike once more, but his movement was as sluggish as a snail. Ye Feng swiftly grasped the edge of his blade. In the following moment, frost spread from the blade to envelop his fist. Chapter 357, A Convulsion. Go, die. Halbula's right hand became immobile, and he attempted to punch Ye Feng with his left fist. However, his limbs were now rigid, and the punch lacked any force. Ye Feng's expression turned cold as he seized Halbula's left hand and executed a reverse hold. The frosty essence encased his armor and entirely froze his arm. You two have your day, Ye Feng declared. He thrust his knee against Halbula's arm. Crack! Halbula's arm and gauntlet were snapped by Ye Feng's assault. Yet not a drop of blood emerged from the severed joint. Halbula merely felt a slight lightness in his arm, devoid of pain. My arm. You have rendered my arm useless? Halbula wished to roar, but his breathing grew increasingly labored. Ye Feng showed no mercy and delivered another strike to his chest. The chilling aura completely froze his heart veins, causing him to topple to the ground. Now, among the knights still alive on the warship, only Halbula remained. The others swiftly encircled him, restraining him with spears to prevent any movement. You two have your day? Chen An rushed over and delivered a fierce kick to his armor. Ouch! He jumped over 2 meters high, clutching his foot and wailing in pain. Brother Feng, this man's armor is of exquisite craftsmanship, meticulously forged by the artisans of the Yunxian tribe. Luo Ying approached with a curved blade, her attire stained with blood. Ye Feng had observed her performance closely. Bring chains to bind him, Ye Feng commanded. No, Brother Feng, this Halbula is at least a level 4 beastmaster. Chains can hardly contain him. He possesses immense strength. Luo Ying countered. Ye Feng was taken aback. He had witnessed Halbula's power firsthand, and knew he could easily break free from chains. What then, if chains cannot contain him? Shall we simply kill him while he lacks the ability to move? Tuba suggested. No, this man possesses considerable strength. I find him useful to keep alive. Lao Shi, go to the kitchen and fetch a bucket of boiling water, Ye Feng instructed. At once, Shi Zhengliang replied, rushing into the kitchen with his apprentice. Moments later, he returned carrying a bucket of boiling water. However, by the time the water reached the deck, it had cooled to lukewarm. Pour. A bucket of water was dumped onto Halbula's armor. In an instant, the armor fused with Halbula, rendering him utterly immobile. Ha ha ha, this tactic is brilliant. He can't move. Chen An exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. First, bind him to the cannon and let the river breeze chill him to near death, forbidding him any sustenance. For if he regains even a modicum of strength, it would spell disaster for our entire vessel, commanded Ye Feng. A group of men swiftly secured Halbula to the cannon. As the river wind swept by, Halbula shivered, his skin feeling as though it were being sliced by daggers. Brother Feng, Zhang Zicheng, he is dead, Tuba announced, cradling Zhang Zicheng's head as he approached Ye Feng. Sighing deeply, Ye Feng personally closed Zhang Zicheng's eyes. Set the ship in motion towards Hot Spring Island. We shall erect a tombstone for Zhang Zicheng, granting him eternal rest. Yes. The ship began to move slowly. Standing on the deck, Ye Feng cast his gaze upon the ice layer. Several large holes had been carved into it, revealing countless frozen corpses. Among them lay warriors of the Cloud Mountain tribe, as well as innocent souls of the Black Mountain tribe. The living had all fled back into the woods, having witnessed the formidable power of Ye Feng's artillery, and no longer dared to present themselves as targets in the open. Wait, do not set sail just yet, Ye Feng suddenly commanded. Cheng Li Bin halted the ship, looking at Ye Feng with curiosity. Brother Feng, do you intend to go ashore to slay those Cloud Mountain tribesmen? Be cautious, lest you become their prey, Chen An advised. There should still be about 100 knights on the shore, many of whom are skilled fighters. I cannot allow them to remain by the water's edge, Ye Feng replied, narrowing his eyes. The intellect and martial prowess of these Cloud Mountain people evidently surpassed those of the Black Mountain tribe. If they were allowed to observe the ship from the shore, they would inevitably discover a weakness. Brother Feng, do you possess a clever strategy? Wang Zhihai inquired. Having witnessed the chilling power of Ye Feng's ice energy, he had completely dispelled any ulterior motives. Ye Feng did not respond to Wang Zhihai's question. Instead, he shouted towards the woods by the shore. To the Black Mountain people, if you desire sustenance, eliminate all the Cloud Mountain tribesmen in the forest. Present their severed heads to me, and I shall offer you a long-term position, ensuring your future provisions. Ye Feng's voice resonated far and wide, projecting with such force that it could be heard several kilometers away. There were still over 1,000 Black Mountain tribesmen on the shore, while only 100 Cloud Mountain warriors remained. Let them turn upon one another like dogs in a fight. Should the Black Mountain people succeed in annihilating the Cloud Mountain tribe, they too shall suffer significant losses, leaving only the elite behind. At that point, I can seamlessly integrate these elites into my ranks, initially employing them in auxiliary roles, and once they are fully assimilated, grant them legitimate status. Brother Feng, the Black Mountain tribe is so weak. Do they dare to confront the Cloud Mountain warriors? Luo Ying cautioned. Ye Feng glanced at the iron chain binding Luo Ying's feet. Tuba, release Luo Ying from her shackles. As the commander, I hereby declare that Luo Ying, along with the remaining women, shall have their captivity status revoked and be granted citizenship of Hot Spring Island, with the rights to vote and participate in elections, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Luo Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, standing still as Tuba unfastened her chains. Congratulations, Susan approached, embracing Luo Ying warmly. In recent days, Susan has keenly observed Luo Ying's demeanor and actions, recognizing her genuine desire to align with the warm Spring Island. Moments ago, when the Yunshan tribe attacked the deck, Luo Ying displayed her utmost sincerity. If she were not welcomed into the team at this juncture, it is likely that, in her despondency, she might resort to irrational actions. Congratulations, Luo Ying. Raimai embraced her warmly, followed by Ding Tuantuan and by Chu Xue extending their congratulations as well. Congratulations. Chen An limped over, opening his arms toward Luo Ying. A radiant smile illuminated her face as she reciprocated, and in the next instant, she leaped into Ye Feng's embrace. Congratulations. Chen An awkwardly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. The chains binding the other female captives were also removed, and Raimai was busy recording their names, ages, and other essential information. Wang Zhihai, how many lives have we lost this time? Ye Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, his heart twisting in anguish. It's quite severe. We lost 11 brothers and 17 sisters. We originally had 80 members, and now we are left with just over 50. Thankfully, the addition of Luo Ying and her 5 companions has bolstered our ranks, Wang Zhihai replied. However, 2 of the 7 captives sacrificed themselves during the battle, reducing our number from 7 to 5. We must urgently reinforce our numbers and expedite the process of assimilation. Chapter 358. Very well, what is your name? Ye Feng instructed Raimai. In the future, we shall have 7 female servers and 7 male servers in the dining hall, bringing a total of 14 individuals at once. Understood. Raimai nodded. Ye Feng was confident that, given the atmosphere within his team, the assimilation rate could reach 80%. This means that, in one instance, they could assimilate 10 individuals. Every 10 would require 2 months, totaling 20 months to incorporate 200 indigenous people into their society as integral members of the team. However, relying solely on atmosphere for assimilation was evidently insufficient. Suyun, ensure that you take 7 captives to audit classes daily at your school. They need not work during this time, and treat them kindly, Ye Feng added. Suyun nodded in agreement. Old Cheng, set sail for warm Spring Island. Ye Feng commanded. The warship gradually commenced its journey towards the island. Wang Zhihai sat on the deck, while Chu Xue carefully extracted a shard of metal from his eye. Dr. Bai, is there hope for my eye? Wang Zhihai's voice trembled with emotion. Just then, Chen An approached, glancing at Wang Zhihai's mangled right eye. Do not worry. This strange island may hold mysteries. Perhaps the high priest can perform a ritual to transplant an eye from another creature, Chen An reassured him, patting Wang Zhihai on the shoulder. Is that truly possible? Despite his high intelligence, Wang Zhihai, now blind in one eye, understood that Chen An was merely comforting him. Yet he yearned to believe in the lie, if only to harbor a glimmer of hope. Indeed, it is possible. When the time comes, you might receive the eye of an owl, granting you night vision. And who knows, the high priest might even transplant the bristles of a wild boar to your head, transforming you into a striking handsome figure. Chen An spoke earnestly, his expression seemingly genuine. Thank you, Chen An. In the past, I harbored biases against you. But I never anticipated your emotional intelligence to be so profound, Wang Zhihai remarked sincerely. Following the recent upheaval, although Ye Feng's team had lost 20 to 30 members, the bonds among the remaining members had strengthened significantly. On the island of Hot Spring, over 300 captives toiled under demanding conditions, constructing a second floor within the various buildings. As for the guards, Ye Feng retained only 5. Even with just 5, the captives would not dare to revolt. After all, should they attempt insurrection, the warship would respond, and even if they succeeded in eliminating the guards, they would still be unable to swim to the shore. The warship finally docked at Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng, accompanied by the higher-ups, excavated a deep pit on the northern side of the island, wrapping Zhang Zicheng's corpse in several animal hides, with his head sewn back onto his neck. After erecting a gravestone, Ye Feng led everyone in kneeling before Zhang Zicheng's grave. "Brother Zhang, may you rest in peace." Upon completing this solemn act, everyone bowed before the gravestone. Following these rituals, Ye Feng reconvened a meeting within the greenhouse on Hot Spring Island, with the recent addition of 5 women from Luo Ying's faction, all of whom had previously held significant leadership roles. Albeit not quite at the level of Beastmasters, they were nonetheless a formidable contingent within the team. Deputy Leader Wang, please assign some important positions to Luo Ying and her group. After all, they are now part of our family, Ye Feng suggested. Very well. Let me consider which crucial positions are available, Wang Zhihai replied, adjusting his eye patch and scratching his balding head. Luo Ying, effective immediately. You will serve as the day shift security captain, specifically responsible for interacting with the captives, delivering food, and preventing their escape, Wang Zhihai announced. Ye Feng nodded approvingly from the side. The day shift captain would likely create little disturbance, as key figures like Ye Feng, Susan, Wang Zhihai, and Chen An would be awake during the day. Even if Luo Ying harbored intentions of mischief, they would swiftly quell any potential uprising. Though Wang Zhihai accepted Luo Ying, he remained cautious, a prudent approach that Ye Feng greatly appreciated. As for the others, Yali, Lofiel, and Binfa languages, your names are excessively long. Henceforth, I shall only refer to the first 4 syllables. Does anyone have any objections? Wang Zhihai stated. Some indigenous surnames were indeed lengthy. As for them, a longer name symbolized greater honor and prestige. However, within Ye Feng's team, simplicity and directness were valued. In the woods along the shore, over 90 Cloud Mountain cavalrymen sat. They had embarked on this journey with provisions for a month, yet only 10 days' worth remained, necessitating frugal consumption to return home. Yet, given the current circumstances, their return seemed a path to certain doom. After all, this mission had not only failed to rescue the family, but had also cost them the eldest son. Chapter 359, We Can Only Be Honest. Tianhua Shi, you are now the highest-ranking leader among us. What shall we do next? One of the knights inquired. There remains but one course of action, to unite these Montenegrins and construct 100 canoes. Under the cover of night, we shall launch an assault upon the great ship. If we return in this manner, the Hao family shall not allow us to live. Even if they show us mercy, the Beastmaster will not spare us, declared the Fire Serpent. The knights fell silent, each reflecting on their loved ones at home. Should they fail to return on time, their families would suffer the consequences. Although they were knights of the Cloud Mountain tribe, they were, in essence, part of the subjugated class. However, they relished the singular advantage of being able to bully the indigenous peoples of the 7 tribes, which bestowed upon them a sense of superiority. Organizing those Montenegrins should pose no challenge. Their chieftain has perished, and they are now compelled to heed our command. Indeed, I shall undertake this task. In the dead of night, 10 large bonfires blazed within the woods, as over 1,000 Montenegrins stood solemnly beside the flames, awaiting the inspection by the Fire Serpent. Your chieftain is dead. Henceforth, you shall heed my command, the Fire Serpent, and forge canoes for us. Should we succeed in seizing the great ship, it will be laden with an abundance of food, and we could also fish from it. In time, you shall be honored as the benefactors of the Cloud Mountain tribe. I shall duly inform the High Priest and the chieftain, granting you legitimate status within the Cloud Mountain tribe. The Fire Serpent possessed considerable skill, enticing the Montenegrins with the prospect of joining the Cloud Mountain tribe. Indeed, the expressions of several prominent leaders shifted, a glimmer of ambition flashing in their eyes. Who among the denizens of the Cloud Mist Mountains would not desire to join the Cloud Mountain tribe? Once they became Cloud Mountain denizens, they could unabashedly dominate the other tribes. As for Ye Feng's group, they had merely heard tales of the benefits, but had yet to experience them firsthand. Naturally, the status of being a Cloud Mountain person held greater weight. Rest assured, esteemed lords of the tribe, I shall set them to work immediately. Felling trees in preparation for the assault on Ye Feng's great ship, proclaimed a prominent leader of the Montenegrins as he knelt. Excellent. What is your name? Inquired the fire serpent with a smile. In response, the leader replied, My name is Bobira. Bobira, your people are without a chieftain. I hereby declare you the chieftain of the Montenegrins, stated the fire serpent with conviction. To him, the other tribes were scarcely regarded as human. In times of great calamity, they would be the first to be eliminated. Ah, thank you, esteemed lord. Bobira rose, casting a glance at the over 1,000 Montenegrin compatriots behind him. Have you all heard? From this day forth, I, Bobira, shall be the chieftain of the Montenegrins. I command you to commence work immediately, fell trees and hollow out the wood in preparation for the great battle of the Cloud Mountain tribe. Bobira raised his curved blade high. However, the other prominent leaders, his peers, wore expressions of defiance. We were all equals before. By what right do you now claim superiority over us? As for the ordinary Montenegrins, they lacked even the strength to raise their hands. Esteemed new chieftain, we are currently very hungry and weak. Please beseech the lords of the Cloud Mountain tribe for some sustenance, or else we shall be unable to work, spoke one cautious Montenegrin who stepped forward. Bopala's expression darkened as he turned to face his backer, the celestial fire serpent. Indeed, the serpent wore an expression of displeasure. In an instant, Bopala grasped the thoughts of the clan leader. Are you suggesting that one must first satiate their hunger before being endowed with the strength to work? With a smile, Bopala approached, gently pulling forth the leading Black Mountain man. Yes, indeed. The Black Mountain man felt a sinking sensation within, a foreboding sense of doom. Very well. Your proposal is quite commendable. With that, Bopala suddenly drew his curved blade, and in a swift motion, a head rolled onto the ground. In the moments before death, the severed head remained adorned with an expression of shock. He could not comprehend why his new chieftain would resort to such lethal measures without affording him the slightest chance. After dispatching his kinsman, Bopala raised the man's head high. This individual claimed he needed to be well fed to prepare canoes for the clan leader. What are you all dawdling for? This is your sustenance. With that, Bopala discarded the head at his feet and cleaved it in two with his blade. His brutal methods left the prominent Black Mountain chiefs pale with rage, helpless to voice their indignation. The ordinary Black Mountain clansmen displayed a spectrum of reactions. Some turned ashen, others retreated in terror, while some had bloodshot eyes, and others remained silent. Work, or else, this will be your fate. He pointed to the headless corpse on the ground. The Black Mountain clansmen exchanged a numbed glance, and with resignation, they picked up their curved blades. Chapter 360. Descending into madness in the midnight snow forest. Massive trees fell one after another, accompanied by the weary and famished Black Mountain laborers. In the face of calamity, their lives were worth less than those of ants. Work diligently. Before dawn, we must craft 100 canoes for the clan leader's warfare. Furthermore, we must charge ahead to shield the clan leader from the weapons aboard the colossal vessels. Bopala shouted among the crowd. Exuding an air of arrogance derived from his association with power, some spirited Black Mountain men gritted their teeth, wishing nothing more than to devour him alive. But the presence of 100 Cloud Mountain warriors behind Bopala stayed their hands. In stark contrast, the Cloud Mountain warriors lounged by the fire, adopting comfortable postures, laughing and talking, showing no regard for the Black Mountain people. Bopala, come here. The celestial fire serpent beckoned the new Black Mountain chieftain. Yes, my clan leader. Puffed up with pride, Bopala quickly bent at the waist and approached. This piece of meat is a reward for you. You have performed admirably. Keep it up. The serpent patted him on the shoulder. Yes, yes, to serve my clan leader is the culmination of my 10 lifetimes of fortune. Tears streamed down Bopala's face as he held the roasted meat. He felt as though he had ascended into high society. Surely after this experience, he would obtain legitimate status among the Cloud Mountain people, becoming a noble Cloud Mountain man. Morning soon broke, and Ye Feng steered the warship to the shore, looking quizzically at the forest. Surely the Black Mountain men are not so spineless? Do they possess no spirit at all? Ye Feng pondered. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Brother Feng, let it be. Since the Black Mountain tribe lacks the spirit to resist, it is better to let them perish. We cannot hold their hands through everything. For a race to truly rise, it must rely on its own strength. If you forcibly drag them upwards, they will only label you as an invader, Chung Li Bean advised. Is it really that serious? Ye Feng responded. Do you recall the history of our civilized society? Before General MacArthur entered the island nation, its people united in their enmity, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Yet, Upon his arrival, they revered him as a father. Do you know why? Chen An inquired. I'm not very familiar with that part of history, Ye Feng admitted. It is because MacArthur shattered the people's idolization of the emperor. He revealed that the emperor was merely a man, and rather diminutive at that, not a reincarnation of a deity. Brother Feng, if you attempt to rescue them, it may exact a heavy toll on us. If you fail, they will still brand you as an invader. MacArthur succeeded, and thus, he is venerated as the father of the island nation. What do you seek? Chen An articulated. What you say holds a semblance of truth. Very well. We shall wait on the ship for 2 days. If after 2 days they still dare not resist the unison tribe, then there is no need to assist them. Let them face their own extinction. Ye Feng concluded, taking a seat by the ship's railing. On the shore, 20 Black Mountain tribesmen were dragged forth. With a command from Bobila, 20 heads rolled to the ground. These are the ones who worked the slowest last night. You failed to complete the task assigned by the Great Elder, and I demand you continue forging your canoes without rest. Bobila shouted from atop a rock. These Black Mountain individuals had labored all night. The following day, not only were they deprived of food, but they were also denied sleep. In that moment, some tightened their grips on their curved blades. What are you staring at? Keep working. We must fulfill the Great Elder's task. Bobila pointed his blade toward the woods. Bobila, you traitor of the Black Mountain tribe. You have betrayed your own kind. At that moment, a woman emerged, having worked through the night, now barely able to stand. Bobila's expression turned cold. You wretched dog of the Unison tribe. In your quest to please them, you have tormented your own kin like cattle. You are unworthy of being our chief. I curse you. May maggots crawl from your eyes, your nostrils, and your mouth. The woman spat, her words laced with venom, as if driven to madness. This is bad. She has consumed the brains of her own kind. She has contracted that dreadful affliction. A native stepped back in terror. Chapter 361. Kneeling before Ye Feng. What? The soldiers of the Unison tribe simultaneously rose, keeping their distance from the woman. Bobila, too, was taken aback. Quickly, kill her and bury the body. Do not let her infect others. As he spoke, Bobila retreated incessantly, as if faced with a foul stench. Whenever a significant natural disaster strikes, this peculiar affliction manifests, and the inhabitants of the Misty Mountains are well acquainted with it. However, others dare not approach the woman at all. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air from a distance, ending her life. Tuan Tuan withdrew his bow, his expression grim. Let them continue their work, he commanded the Black Mountain chief. Yes, esteemed elder, replied Bobira, brandishing his curved blade. Gather wood and construct canoes, before nightfall. We must produce 100 vessels, or else face execution. Yet this time, his words fell on deaf ears. Thousands of Black Mountain tribesmen stood resolutely, their gazes fixed on Bobira. Brothers of the Black Mountain, eliminate the traitors. A prominent leader stepped forward, drawing his curved blade with a sharp sound. With one, there soon followed a gathering of over 40 supporters behind him. These individuals still possessed some capacity for action, while the others struggled merely to walk, rendering the notion of rebellion futile. Bobira might contend with 1 or 2 prominent leaders, but against such a multitude of Black Mountain tribesmen rising in revolt, he was utterly powerless. Esteemed elder, please assist me in quelling this insurrection, he implored, gradually retreating into the crowd of the Unison tribe. You are utterly useless. Unable to even manage your own kin, Tuan Tuan scoffed, but nonetheless commanded his 90 knights to form ranks. Charge! The Black Mountain warriors, incited, surged forward like a tide against the armored legion. Their curved blades clashed against the armor, bending upon impact, and even the finest blades would suffer chips. Yet, the Unison soldiers needed only a gentle swing of their right arms to claim the lives of the Black Mountain warriors. The disparity in their armament was staggering. A clear instance of a dimensional strike. Tribesmen, unleash the pride of the Black Mountain. Even in death, we must annihilate these demons of the Unison tribe. A prominent leader's rallying cry was abruptly silenced as his head fell to the ground. The iron tide of 90 surged forth, leaving a bloody trail in their wake. Some Black Mountain warriors fought while retreating, soon exiting the forest and stepping onto the ice. On the deck, Ye Feng observed the battlefield through binoculars. Indeed, the Black Mountain warriors possess some spirit. They have finally clashed with the Unison tribe. He passed the binoculars to Chun and Brother Feng. Those Unison warriors are clad in armor, wielding heavy spears and mounted cavalry. Once on the ice, the cavalry will maximize their potential. I fear that 1,000 Black Mountain warriors stand no chance against 100 unison cavalry. Chen An remarked. Chung Libin took the binoculars. Chen An is correct. Cavalry can unleash their full combat capabilities in open terrain. Now that the Black Mountain warriors have retreated to the ice, aren't they destined for slaughter? Brother Feng, the Black Mountain tribe faces annihilation. What if we assist them with artillery? Just 3 rounds could take out half of the 100 cavalry, leaving the rest for the Black Mountain warriors to handle. Tuba suggested, as he envisioned the Gator tribe slaughtering their own kin. No. Ye Feng shook his head. How many times must I reiterate? Unless the enemy poses a lethal threat to us, not a single round of cannon fire shall be discharged. Just observe them. Even if they were to bind themselves together, their worth pales in comparison to a single cannonball. Though Ye Feng's words may be harsh, they reflect the truth. Cannonballs are a non-renewable resource, whereas the indigenous people can reproduce indefinitely. Thus, their values are incommensurable. Furthermore, following the deck battle, they have expended over 50 rounds of cannon fire, leaving them with scant ammunition. Very well. Tuba nodded, fully aware of the preciousness of cannon fire. As long as this weapon remains, even the most formidable adversaries shall be reduced to mere fragments. At that moment, Chu Xue approached. Brother Feng, take a look at the firearm I have developed. With that, she handed a tube to Ye Feng. Upon inspection, he realized it was merely a steel pipe. Gunpowder was packed at the base, followed by iron granules, rendering it even more primitive than the earliest firearms. Can this be utilized? Ye Feng inquired. We are over 70 meters from the shore. You may give it a try, Chu Xue replied. Ye Feng nodded, hoisting the steel pipe onto his shoulder like a rocket launcher. Chu Xue ignited the fuse with a torch. With a whoosh, Ye Feng's shoulder jolted as a burst of flame erupted from the firearm. However, this weapon was only effective in close combat, despite its wide damage radius. Its range was severely limited. It could only inflict harm within a 10-meter radius, with diminishing power at greater distances. Wasn't this simply a rudimentary shotgun? Moreover, it required 2 operators, one to aim and the other to ignite, making it quite cumbersome. It was clear that modifications were necessary. Ye Feng discarded the firearm aside. Brother Feng, try this instead. Chu Xue then handed him a round ceramic jar. What is this? Ye Feng asked, staring at the jar larger than his fist, perplexed. Inside were gunpowder and sharp pebbles, along with a fuse. Ignite the fuse and throw the jar into the cavalry ranks. It will disrupt their formation, Chu Xue explained. Let me see, Ye Feng said, igniting the fuse and swinging his right arm. With a swift motion, the jar landed on the ice. A soldier glanced down at the hissing jar, unable to resist picking it up to examine the smoking section. In the next moment, boom. My face, my eyes, my hands. The soldier screamed in agony, tumbling off his goat and rolling desperately on the ice. Is this all? Ye Feng lamented, expecting it to tear the cavalry apart, only to find it merely injured the man's face. The explosive's power was insufficient, and the jar's lack of airtightness prevented it from releasing greater energy within a short time. Chu Xue regarded the other crude grenade in her hand. With time, we shall refine our explosives. I have faith that our gunpowder will eventually reach the caliber of grenades. After speaking, Ye Feng turned his gaze back to the chase unfolding on the ice. The Black Mountain people were utterly defenseless, forced to flee across the surface. Yet, barely having run a few dozen meters, they were mercilessly slaughtered by the pursuing cavalry. It was a grim sight. Ye Feng shook his head. Though he was not a malevolent individual, neither could he be deemed a paragon of virtue. The Black Mountain tribe, in his eyes, appeared too feeble to warrant his allegiance. 5,000 sheep could not compare to 5 fierce lions. Ye Feng sought lions, not the sheep that comprised the Black Mountain tribe. Ye Feng, please save us. We beseech you. At that moment, a member of the Black Mountain tribe rushed to the riverbank and knelt before Ye Feng. Outsider, please help us, or our tribe will face annihilation. Another Black Mountain tribesman joined the first in supplication, and Ye Feng recognized him as a prominent chieftain, one who had previously aided in the slaughter of his kin. To his astonishment, less than 2 days had passed, and here he was, kneeling before Ye Feng. Outsider, save us, and we shall pledge our allegiance to you as our superior. Yet another chieftain knelt at the riverbank. I apologize, but I lack the means to assist you. I can only provide a few arrows at best, replied Ye Feng, waving his hand toward the front. The individuals on the deck immediately lined up, drawing their bows toward the sky, preparing to launch a parabolic barrage at the cavalry of the Cloud Mountain tribe behind them. Release. Dozens of arrows soared into the air, only to descend upon the ranks of the cavalry. A cacophony of clanging echoed as the arrows were thwarted by armor, leaving the riders unscathed. After all, Ye Feng's arrows were fashioned from stone, incapable of penetrating the cavalry's protective gear. However, a hapless goat was struck in the eye, collapsing on the ground and convulsing, causing its rider to tumble in a most undignified manner. The cavalry, undeterred, charged to the riverbank, unleashing a merciless slaughter that stained the waters red with blood. Some Black Mountain tribesmen, gritting their teeth, leapt into the river, swimming toward Ye Feng's warship. Yet, after only a few meters, they were frozen solid, swept downstream by the frigid waters. Keep going. If you can reach within 20 meters of the ship, I will haul you aboard with a rope, Ye Feng declared, brandishing a rope that measured only 20 meters in length. Beyond that, he could do nothing. Hope flickered in the eyes of the Black Mountain tribesmen as they shed their hides and plunged into the river. Go, Black Mountain tribe, go. Ding Tuan Tuan cheered alongside Xiao Ilian from the deck. One capable chieftain managed to swim within 50 meters of the warship. However, as he attempted to move his arms, he discovered his joints had frozen. Why, Ye Feng, I've made it, the chieftain called out, but soon, the current swept him downstream. Hold on, I will save you, Ye Feng exclaimed, casting the rope with all his might, yet his aim fell short. My apologies, I missed, Ye Feng said. A look of regret etched upon his face as he stood on the deck. Ye Feng, you. Despair flickered in the chieftain's eyes as he surrendered to the river's current. Time trickled away, with 70 members of the Black Mountain tribe leaping into the water. Yet not a single one reached the ship. They perished in the icy grip of the river. Meanwhile, on the bank, the massacre drew to a close. The cavalry of the Cloud Mountain tribe overwhelmed the Black Mountain tribe, who were utterly defenseless. Some were slain on the spot, while others fled into the woods. Some raced upstream, and others downstream. Before long, only the 90 knights of the Yunshan tribe remained on the ice, along with the new chieftain of the Heishan tribe, Bobila. Of course, a few Heishan tribesmen lingered in the woods, but they were so starved that they had lost the ability to act, left only to await their demise. Old Sheng, let us return to Hot Spring Island. The Heishan people have been exterminated. Ye Feng sighed deeply. Just then, a knight suddenly approached on the ice. Upon reaching the riverbank, he removed his helmet to reveal long hair. To Ye Feng's astonishment, it was a female knight, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Even more so than Susan's, clearly forged by years of combat. Ye Feng, we cannot return to the Yunshan tribe. If you provide us with food, we shall protect you. The female knight called out to the deck. Ye Feng could scarcely believe his ears. Chen An, did I hear her correctly? Did she say she would protect me? He asked. Ha ha ha, indeed. They actually wish to protect us. Chen An laughed, clutching his stomach. Once Ye Feng was convinced he had not misheard. He shouted back onto the ice, I appreciate the Yunshan tribe's kindness, but I am currently quite well off. There is plenty of food and drink, and I have a warship. I do not require protection. I fear I cannot afford your services as bodyguards. As he concluded, Ye Feng raised his hands in a gesture of dismissal. The people on the deck erupted in laughter. The female knight, evidently not skilled in rhetoric, paused thoughtfully before responding. Ye Feng, the Yunshan tribe's vengeance will not cease. This time we are 400 knights, but next time, the Beastmaster himself may intervene. You will not be able to withstand him. You will only have strength if you support us, the 200 cavalry. 200 cavalry? Ye Feng's expression turned skeptical. At that moment, Luoying interjected, Brother Feng. Do not listen to her nonsense. The Yunshan people love to exaggerate. They claim to have thousands when they barely number in the hundreds. It is merely a tactic to intimidate. I see. It is akin to Cao Cao's claim of having 800,000 troops when in reality, he commanded fewer than 100,000. Ye Feng comprehended, realizing their strategy was reminiscent of the late Eastern Han dynasty. If the Beastmaster wishes to come, let him. I am not afraid. As for your 200 cavalry, I fear I cannot afford to sustain you. I suggest you return from whence you came. With that, Ye Feng instructed Cheng Li Bin to turn the warship around. On the shore, the female knight watched as Ye Feng departed, only to ride back into the woods on her goat. Upon entering the forest, she encountered the Tian Huash, who fixed her with an intense gaze. Harmukyu, what did the outsider say? The Tian Huash inquired. The outsider was quite arrogant, unwilling to provide us with food or accept our protection, Harmukyu replied. Humph. The Tian Huash clasped his hands behind his back, pacing beside the fire. How much food do we have left? He asked again. Great Chief. The remaining jerky will last us 3 days if we ration it, came the reply. Only 3 days' worth of rations left. We have no choice. Summon everyone here. We must devise a strategy to seize the outsider's giant ship within 3 days, or we shall have to return and face punishment. Thus, a throng of warriors gathered, with Bobila squeezing in amongst them. Just moments ago, he had received the Tianhua's acknowledgement, officially becoming a member of the Yunshan tribe. I find it rather unrealistic to row to the island across the ice. The current is quite swift, and we may be swept away before we even reach the hot spring island. I concur, and even if we manage to reach the island, we would have exhausted much of our strength, leaving us uncertain about the presence of formidable opponents there. What shall we do? Tianhua turned to a few strategists. Perhaps we should venture upstream along a tributary for 5 kilometers, harnessing the current to propel ourselves directly to the island. By the time they realize our presence, we will have already landed, and with our strength, as long as half of us make it ashore, the foreign tribesmen will surely be unable to resist. Moreover, we could also liberate those imprisoned on the island. A knight proposed this suggestion. Badanov, your idea is splendid. Let us carry the canoe upstream at once, utilizing the cover of night to deceive the eyes of the foreign tribesmen. Upon finishing his words, Tianhua rose to his feet. In truth, there were still some Black Mountain tribesmen lurking around the woods, but these individuals had mostly succumbed to hunger and were of little use. Without further ado, over 90 knights hoisted 20 canoes and made their way upstream. Chapter 363. Can we sleep in vain? Night soon descended, and a revelry commenced within the great pavilion of Hot Spring Island. Luo Ying and 4 other women joined the festivities. Unlike before, when they were mere servants responsible for pouring wine and serving dishes, the dynamics had shifted. 7 other female captives had taken their places, attending to them. Not only that, but there were also 7 robust male captives present. They swallowed hard, gazing at the array of food in the pavilion, nearly drooling. Occasionally, when there was surplus food, they could sneak a few bites when it was taken to the kitchen. Was this life not far superior to that in the tribe? As for Ye Feng, upon entering the Gathering Heroes Inn, the heroes of the realm were taken aback and instinctively parted to create a path for him. However, to their astonishment, the chiton Ye Feng was cradling a severely injured maiden in his arms. Wang Zhihai was animatedly recounting the tale of Xiao Feng's battle at the Gathering Heroes Inn, his fervor causing spittle to fly. The indigenous people listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide as saucers. The 14 captives in the pavilion were equally captivated, deliberately mingling with the crowd to serve drinks while their ears perked up in anticipation. Wang Zhihai had been narrating the 8 dragons for several nights, and tonight was destined to reach its climax. Even Ye Feng squeezed into the throng, eager to glean from Wang Zhihai's talent for atmosphere. How splendid! Ye Feng is truly a man of valor, even more admirable than the bravest warriors in our tribe, remarked one indigenous man. No, I perceive not only Ye Feng's bravery, but also his tenderness. Such a man is truly worthy of respect, another indigenous man added. Wang Zhihai slammed the wooden board emphatically. The 3 brothers were the first to strike, but they were no match for Ye Feng. In mere moments, he dispatched them effortlessly. Inside the house, Zhu listened to her beloved fighting for her, unable to restrain herself as she pushed open the window to gaze into the courtyard, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, someone made a move against Zhu, but how could Ye Feng allow this? He leaped directly into the room without hesitation. He understood that even if he knelt and begged for mercy, these individuals would not spare him or Azu. Thus, Ye Feng cradled Azu in his left arm and raised his right hand, stepping forward towards the outskirts of the manor. Amidst a flurry of blood and flesh, Ye Feng, driven by fervor, managed to stand against 100 foes. Ultimately, several masters launched a simultaneous attack, causing Ye Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wang Zhihai's eloquence had completely stirred the emotions of the natives. Luo Ying, with tears streaming down her face, thought to herself how fortunate Azu was to have a man willing to battle the world's heroes for her. No, don't let Ye Feng die, she cried out. Indeed, how could such a hero perish? A captive shouted involuntarily. With a whoosh, dozens of gazes turned towards him. Startled, he quickly bowed his head, realizing that he was merely a servant. How I wish to be a citizen of Hot Spring Island, to stand alongside them and shout in support of Ye Feng. The male captive gazed enviously at the citizens of Hot Spring Island within the tent. All of this was observed by Ye Feng, who felt that the days ahead were becoming increasingly hopeful. Once the opportune moment arrived, he planned to assign these 14 assimilated captives some perilous tasks, should they succeed. He believed they could be integrated into his team. Perhaps their mindsets were still somewhat rigid, but that was inconsequential. They could be gradually assimilated within the group. All right, we shall conclude here for today. To learn what transpires next, stay tuned for the next installment, Wang Zhihai declared, striking the table to end the storytelling session. Hey, me? You can't do this. You must finish the tale. Did Xiao Feng survive and leave the manor? The captive hastily interjected. Do not forget your position. You are merely our captive, lacking the authority to demand I continue, Wang Zhihai replied while picking his teeth. At that moment, Chen An approached, Vice Captain. Everyone is thoroughly engrossed. You should continue the story. Chen An's words carried significant weight. Very well. Since Chen An is a citizen of Hot Spring Island and has earnestly requested it, I shall complete the account of the manor, Wang Zhihai resumed. The captives quickly surrounded him, attentively listening to the narrative. After the story concluded, a group of captives gathered, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. One must possess citizenship. Look at how a single word from a citizen prompted Wang Zhihai to continue with the next chapter, while we are utterly disregarded. I must find Feng Gu and inquire if there is a swift way to obtain citizenship. I would even slaughter my own kin if necessary. Hot Spring Island is truly magnificent, akin to paradise. As the captives conspired, Shi Zhongliang suddenly approached, leading a tall woman by the hand. Feng Gu, Sister Susan, Vice Captain. Today I have joyous news to share. This is Angelia, and I wish to marry her, to make her my wife. Upon finishing, Shi Zhongliang held the native woman's hand tightly. The two had been together for quite some time, and they had finally come to fruition in their relationship. Ye Feng quickly stepped forward to embrace Shi Zhongliang, saying earnestly, Congratulations, Shi, and to your fiancé, Yi, my heartfelt congratulations as well. Once they establish a family, these men can finally settle their hearts. Shi, congratulations to you, and to your sister-in-law as well. Susan also extended her warm wishes. It was now Wang Zhihai's turn to speak. Feng Gu, Shi is one of our citizens, and it is essential to hold a wedding for them. Only through such a ceremony can the children they bear become citizens of our Hot Springs Island. What do you think? Good point, but we lack everything here. No pastor, no church, no flowers, no wedding dresses, Ye Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders. It's simple. We women will take care of that, Susan remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Ye Feng, causing him to quickly lower his gaze. After cohabiting with Susan for such a long time, it seemed only fair to provide her with some acknowledgement. It wouldn't be right to have it all without a commitment. Chen An was filled with excitement. Even Shi Zhongliang had found a wife. He too must strive for the same. Yet, who should he pursue? He approached Chu Xue. Chu Xue, are you free tonight? Come to my room. My bed is large and comfortable, Chen An said with a greasy grin. A resounding slap echoed across the room as Chu Xue struck his face. Not only Chen An, but other men began to seek their lifelong partners. Captain Tuba, care for a drink? A wild woman grasped Tuba's hand. I have no time for drinks, but I am available for other pursuits, he replied, and soon the two disappeared into a room. Chuang Xue sat in a corner, sipping her drink, yet her gaze remained fixed on Ye Feng. After seeing Susan lead the bride away for preparations, she quietly approached him. Feng Gu, may I? Chuang Xue's eyes sparkled as she tilted her chin toward her room. Ye Feng, drawn by her alluring fragrance, found it hard to feign indifference. However, he and Susan were now officially a couple, and although they had not yet undergone the wedding ceremony, this situation felt inherently inappropriate. I, Ye Feng, am a principled man. You should seek someone else, he stammered. Come now, I can see your thoughts reflected in your eyes, Chuang Xue insisted, pulling Ye Feng toward her room. Women are sensitive beings. Over the past few days, Ye Feng had stolen glances at Chuang Xue's silhouette, a fact she had keenly sensed. Hesitatingly, he entered her room, and soon his true nature emerged. Before long, the room was filled with various sounds, accompanied by Chuang Xue's blissful exclamations. Ever since her husband, Luke, was transformed into a vengeful spirit, she had remained a widow for quite some time. Hence, her fervor was intense, allowing Ye Feng to experience unprecedented sensations. In a corner, Nei Mei sat alone, having witnessed Ye Feng enter Chuang Xue's room, yet she felt unable to intervene. At that moment, thoughts of her husband, Masakong, flooded her mind. Although she intended to leverage Masakong for her own financial independence, they had shared a child together, and a flicker of affection lingered between them. Meanwhile, in the Yunwu Mountains. Masikong, draped in a thick bear skin, knelt before the gates of the Yunshan tribe. Since Duoyan Hina departed from the Gehe tribe, he has been devoid of support. In a desperate bid for survival, he fled upstream, leading a life akin to that of a wild man. Now, his beard nearly reaches his chest. His disheveled hair cascades to his shoulders, and his eyes lack luster. It took him a full 2 months to traverse from the Black Tree River to the Misty Mountain Range, during which he inquired along the way and ultimately located the Yunshan tribe. On his journey, he passed through several small tribes, yet most of their inhabitants had vanished, as the entire region of the Misty Mountains and the Black Tree River Basin had run out of sustenance. It was rumored that only the Yunshan tribes still possessed food, and if they refused to share, the people from these small tribes would have no choice but to venture further north. This world is peculiar, the farther north one goes. The warmer it becomes, while the south grows increasingly frigid. A member of the Yunshan tribe approached, observing the kneeling Marsikong. Which tribe do you belong to? You do not appear to be from the Misty Mountain Range. This small leader exhibited some discernment. I am not from the Misty Mountain Range. I have heard that your Yunshan tribe has been defeated several times by Ye Feng of the Black Tree River Basin. I am akin of Ye Feng. Yet now I find myself his adversary. If you provide me with food, I shall reveal the secrets of how that great vessel operates. Marsikong weakly replied. Oh, bring him to meet the great beast master, the leader commanded. Shortly thereafter, Marsikong found himself riding atop a goat, heading towards a stone hall. How do you feel? Chu Xue nestled against Ye Feng's chest, exuding a captivating fragrance. I feel splendid. What about you? Ye Feng gently inhaled the scent of her hair. This woman is truly something. I feel even better. Ye Feng, would you consider making me your wife? I have been the chief's wife before and understand how to lead a team. Chu Xue leaned closer to Ye Feng's ear. Ye Feng was suddenly alert, pushing Chu Xue away. Are you jesting? If I were to make you my wife, Susan would undoubtedly incite chaos in the backyard. You are quite intent on your objectives. If such thoughts are your intention, you ought to tread carefully. For I cannot manage Susan either, Ye Feng warned warily. Do not fret, I merely spoke in jest. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. I only hope you grant me the pleasure of your company once every 5 days, Chu Xue responded, once more embracing Ye Feng. In that case, I could acquiesce to your request. Ye Feng exhaled in relief. By the way, what time is it now? Ye Feng glanced outside, noting the darkness enveloping the surroundings. You and I have been in this room for 7 hours. In another 2 hours, dawn should break, Chu Xue replied. She too had attended classes with Su Yun and could converse using the language of civilized society. Then let us rest a while longer, otherwise, we shall lack energy tomorrow. Ye Feng chuckled, wrapping Chu Xue in animal hides. At that moment, he suddenly perked up. Chu Xue, did you hear any strange noises just now? Ye Feng inquired. I did not. Did you hear something? Chu Xue retorted. Wait, I shall go and investigate. With that, Ye Feng donned his animal hide, armed himself, and quietly exited the room. Upon opening the door, he found himself in a long corridor, where every 5 meters there was a fire pit, ensuring a comfortable temperature within. As Ye Feng walked along the corridor towards the dining hall, he paused momentarily. To his astonishment, the sentinels on duty that evening were sound asleep within the dining area, one of them even embracing a woman. Infuriated, Ye Feng was about to rush forward when a sudden thought struck him. He gathered some snowflakes from outside and hurled them directly at the necks of the slumbering guards. Hiss! Oh, so cold. The 3 sentinels and a native woman awakened simultaneously. You 3 fools, how dare you seek companionship during your watch? Get outside and patrol at once. I will inform your captain tomorrow to give you a proper reprimand. Ye Feng admonished. Yes, Brother Feng, we will leave immediately. The trio hastily opened the door to the dining hall, allowing a gust of frigid wind to sweep inside, causing Ye Feng to shiver. Once the door was secured, the native woman unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck. Brother Feng, can you bring me joy? I apologize, but I must inspect all posts now. As for matters of pleasure, let us discuss them when I have the time, Ye Feng replied, gently pushing her away as he stepped onto the snow-covered ground to patrol the Hot Springs Island. There was a hidden lookout atop a low hill, offering a commanding view of the entire island. He promptly ascended the wooden ladder. There, he spotted a long spear standing upright, adorned with a hide that, from a distance, resembled a person on guard. Damn it! Have these natives learned to be lazy? This must be Chen An's doing. Ye Feng seethed, storming into the wooden cabin and forcibly dragging the native out. Brother Feng, I apologize. 2 female captives came to see me, and I lacked the energy. So I dozed off for a moment, the sentinel confessed, hastily donning his hide. He feared that Ye Feng would expel him from the ranks. The citizenship of Hot Springs Island was far superior to that of his former tribe. Here, not only did he work just 8 hours a day, but his status as a citizen also attracted many female captives who sought his company. He felt as though his previous life had been in vain. You useless slacker. Report to Susan tomorrow for 30 lashes. Ye Feng glared at him, directing his gaze over the expanse of Hot Springs Island. The island was nearly fully developed. Any further construction would necessitate increasing the height of the structures. Suddenly, Ye Feng's eyes widened. Beneath the azure sky, countless canoes were swiftly drifting downstream at a remarkable speed of 5 knots. Enemy attack. Ye Feng bellowed. On the deck, the drowsy gunner was instantly roused and quickly retrieved his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Upstream, you fool, upstream. Alba hastily redirected the cannon, aiming at the upstream position. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon at the bow fired 3 shots, setting the entire Hot Springs Island ablaze with activity. The canoes were no match for the cannon's onslaught, with each shot nearly capsizing a vessel, each carrying 4 to 5 riders from the Yunxian tribe. Lazy crew, row harder. The sight of the few riders plunging into the water made Tian Huasha's heart bleed, and he could only vent his frustration on Bobila. Being a native, this was Alba's first experience operating the cannon, which resulted in 2 shots missing their mark. In that fleeting moment, countless canoes collided with the edge of Hot Spring Island, while others veered away, rushing downstream. Suddenly, a contingent of Yushan knights stormed onto the island, brandishing curved sabers. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he hastily darted northward. Cries for help echoed in a cacophony of despair. The heavenly fire serpent dispatched 2 foes with lethal precision, forcefully kicking open the prison door. Within the confines, 2 stoves flickered warmly, the space impeccably maintained, accompanied by over 20 bunk beds arranged neatly. The clanking of iron chains reverberated as 50 captives simultaneously rose, gazing at the heavenly fire serpent with confusion. "Are you the captives of Ye Feng?" inquired the heavenly fire serpent, though the presence of their leg shackles rendered the question moot. "I shall sever your chains." With that declaration, the heavenly fire serpent, accompanied by 5 subordinates, surged forward, their fine sabers effortlessly cleaving through the chains. In mere moments, the 50 captives regained their freedom. "I am a knight of the Har family from the Yushan tribe, temporarily assuming the role of chief. I command you to eradicate the island's indigenous inhabitants and seize the great ship. Should you succeed, you shall earn our tribe's esteem and ascend to the rank of first-class tribe," proclaimed the heavenly fire serpent in a booming voice. However, the captives exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them, before they charged at the heavenly fire serpent in unison. Bang! Before the heavenly fire serpent could react, a fist struck his chest. "You? Have you all gone mad?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "We are not mad, you Yushan scum. We were perfectly content as captives on Hot Spring Island. Why have you come to rescue us? Eliminate these Yushan rabble, and we shall gladly return to our chains," the captives yelled as they lunged forward. "Kill them without mercy." Fury ignited within the heavenly fire serpent as he engaged in a fierce battle alongside his 5 subordinates against the 50 captives. Despite his formidable strength, these captives were seasoned warriors, and the clash was fiercely contested. In other quarters, Yushan knights opened additional prison cells, liberating over 300 captives from a total of 8 cells. This had been their premeditated strategy upon storming Hot Spring Island. They would first free the captives to join forces against Ye Feng's men, while their elite warriors would secure the great ship. Yet, inexplicably, these captives turned against their rescuers. All 8 cells captives were released, and they seemed to act in unison, launching an assault against the knights. Ye Feng, armed with a spear, stood in shock at this absurd spectacle. "What is happening? This is utterly outrageous." After a moment, Susan and the others joined Ye Feng, their faces mirroring his astonishment at the bizarre scene unfolding before them. "Brother Feng, have these captives lost their minds? How could they possibly engage in combat with the Yushan?" Chen An tightened his animal hide garments. "Indeed, they must have taken leave of their senses," nodded Tuba. This time, Ye Feng's group refrained from intervening as the 350 captives clashed with the Yushan warriors, the skirmish resulting in a 7-3 advantage for the captives. The Cloud Mountain Knights numbered a mere 90, with a portion decimated by artillery fire and others swept downstream by the rushing waters. Ultimately, no more than 40 knights managed to ascend to Warm Spring Island. A formidable force of 350 elite soldiers faced off against these scant 40 knights, leaving little room for uncertainty, especially considering the prisoners were unarmed. The battle raged on, with some Cloud Mountain warriors setting fires in an attempt to reduce Warm Spring Island to ashes. However, the captives would not permit such destruction upon encountering flames. They hastily dispatched half their number to extinguish the fires, fearing for their own confinement. At long last, dawn broke, illuminating the battlefield. The fire serpent, panting heavily, observed the countless nicks and dents marred across his curved blade. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He had single-handedly fought against 15 captives, managing to slay 3. Yet the relentless onslaught of the remaining prisoners had drained his last reserves of strength. Other knights lay sprawled on the ground, and had it not been for their armor, many would have surely succumbed to death. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Ye Feng issued a command: seize them. The forces of Warm Spring Island surged forth, armed with spears, to subdue the surviving knights. Drag them to the center and make them kneel in a line, Ye Feng ordered. The captives understood immediately, hauling the 30 or so remaining armored knights to Ye Feng's feet. Yet, these knights were utterly fatigued, gasping for breath, their helmets fallen aside, devoid of strength to rise. The heavy armor, while providing protection, had swiftly sapped their vigor. Who is the leader among you? Ye Feng inquired, surveying the new captives. The fire serpent clenched his teeth in silence. Are you the illustrious Ye Feng? One among them spoke up. I am Tuan Tuan, the chief of these cavalrymen. Just then, a figure clad in animal pelts leapt forth, none other than Bapala. And who might you be? Ye Feng scrutinized Bapala, noting the absence of armor and the unfamiliarity of his presence among the captives of Warm Spring Island. I am of the Haishan tribe, coerced into assaulting Warm Spring Island. However, I seized the opportunity to slay a knight. Thus I have rendered service to Warm Spring Island. Bapala's eyes darted, attempting to shift blame entirely onto the knights. Such utter nonsense, Bapala. You spineless wretch, it was you who willingly aided in our assault on Warm Spring Island, Tuan Tuan retorted, his rage boiling over as he struggled to rise, seemingly intent on exacting vengeance upon Bapala. Do you dare to kill me? Bapala, invigorated from remaining at the rear during the fray, seized his chance. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Tuan Tuan's chest, pinning him beneath his foot. Yet, Tuan Tuan was no ordinary combatant. A master of beast manipulation, he grasped Bapala's ankle and forced him down. Clang! Chen An struck down the curved blade from Tuan Tuan's grasp. Should you wish to fight, let it be without weapons. That is only fair. Deprived of his weapon, Tuan Tuan resorted to throwing punches at Bapala. The two soon became entangled in a brawl, lacking any semblance of finesse. This is unacceptable. Strike them with a few more blows, tuba, and then bind their feet with iron chains. Ye Feng stifled a yawn and glanced at the seasoned captives. Chapter 366, daring not to object. The captives were startled and quickly crouched down, fastening the iron chains on their feet. Brother Feng, this is not our doing. It was these individuals who severed the chains. However, we resisted temptation and did not flee. We are willing to continue being your captives, declared a tall captive. A sense of joy surged within Ye Feng. Yet, the law was the law, and not a single word could be altered. At a crucial moment, you did not partake in the massacre of the people on Hot Spring Island. Therefore, from this moment forth, you are free. Tomorrow, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare provisions for you, along with warm animal skins, and then send you home, Ye Feng stated solemnly. No, I refuse to go back. Brother Feng, I implore you, let us remain on Hot Spring Island, one captive pleaded. Indeed, there is food and drink here, along with clean, warm cells to reside in. Far superior to my tribe. I would rather die than leave. This group of captives was surprisingly stubborn. Silence. The law is immutable. Although you previously attacked Hot Spring Island, you have now earned merit. With merit and fault balancing each other, I must, of course, send you home. Ye Feng shook his head resolutely. At that moment, Chen An had a sudden idea and approached Wang Zhihai. Vice Captain, now is the time to win their hearts. Casually suggest to those captives that they may commit minor offenses to extend their sentences. They will surely be grateful to you, Chen An whispered. Indeed, Chen An, I shall remember this favor. Wang Zhihai nodded and stepped into the midst of the captives. Do not plead with Brother Feng. He is our authority and will not alter the law. However, I have a way for you to remain here. Simply commit minor infractions, such as striking someone or causing slight damage. Bang! Ouch! You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Wang Zhihai exclaimed, clutching his nose in shock at the indigenous people. Come on! Over 300 captives swarmed around him, quickly transforming him into a swollen mess. Ha ha ha! Oh my, this is too funny. I can't take it. My stomach hurts from laughing. Chen An guffawed, supporting himself with a spear. Just then, a fist came flying from a distance, striking him hard in the eye. This person, laughing so boisterously, deserved a taste of their own medicine. The captives charged towards Chen, and 10 minutes later, the captives dispersed, leaving behind 2 battered individuals. Ye Feng turned around, looking at the captives with exasperation. This is utterly unacceptable. Bring these captives back into confinement. Each of their sentences shall be extended by 2 years. Understood. Tuba went to carry out the order. The captives joyfully returned to their cells, yet sleep eluded them. They needed to reattach their foot chains, ideally restoring them to their former state. How could they be considered Ye Feng's captives with broken chains? As dawn broke, Ye Feng, accompanied by Logistics Minister Mei Zi, began assessing the battle damage. Only a few wooden huts had been destroyed, and the cell doors had also been damaged. Arrange for the craftsmen to repair the locks on the cells, Ye Feng commanded. Very well. Rimiko meticulously recorded the details with a chicken feather quill. At that moment, a captive volunteered, Brother Feng, allow me to handle the lock. The last one was utterly flimsy. A mere kick from someone opened it. This time, I intend to employ 3 locks to thoroughly secure the cell. Very well, proceed with it at once. If you succeed, I shall restore your freedom, Ye Feng replied, patting the captive on the shoulder. The captive stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. By noon, the battle damage report finally emerged, indicating minimal issues, and the operation of Hot Spring Island remained unhampered. Additionally, they had seized 11 canoes. Time to head home, Ye Feng yawned, returning to embrace Susan for a delightful nap. When he awoke, it was already around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. The sky was shrouded in a white haze, with a solitary, cold sun hanging above. Devoid of warmth. Summon those adorned with flowers to convene, Ye Feng instructed. After dinner, he called the senior staff to the newly established conference room adjacent to the dining area, which featured a long table. Ye Feng took the seat at the head, with Wang Zhihai positioned at the leftmost seat and Susan at the rightmost. Following them were Cheng Libin, Shi Zhongliang, Rimiko, by Chu Xue, Chen An, Tuba, and others. I believe there is no necessity to add a second floor to Hot Spring Island. Elevating it further would obstruct the view. However, we must assign tasks to the 300 captives to keep them occupied, Ye Feng remarked. Shall we have them produce charcoal? Wang Zhihai suggested. Indeed. Let 50 individuals head to the shore to make charcoal. Susan, record the minutes of this meeting, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Susan nodded, taking up the quill. Her role as Ye Feng's personal secretary allowing only him to issue commands. What about the remaining 300 captives? What shall they do? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, how about constructing an additional auxiliary vessel? After all, we have 300 captives who are currently unoccupied, and there are towering trees along the shore. In the event our warship is destroyed one day, we would have a fallback, Chen An proposed, raising his hand. Silence. Wang Zhihai bellowed, slamming the table in anger. Am I mistaken? Our warship is our foundation. Such ominous talk is forbidden. His eyes reddened with fury, as if he wished to devour Chen An whole. Enough, enough. Vice Commander Wang, exercise restraint. Chen An's suggestion is not without merit. We possess only one warship capable of action, and thus, it is prudent to construct another vessel. Ye Feng decisively stated, leaving Wang Zhihai no room for dissent. However, this time the vessel we build must be substantial. Old Cheng, you have 300 laborers at your disposal. How large do you think you can construct the ship? Ye Feng inquired. Let me ponder, Cheng Libin replied. I recall there is a spruce tree upstream, large enough for several men to embrace. If we fell it entirely and utilize its trunk for the hull, we could create a vessel over 40 meters long. While it may not rival a warship, it would undoubtedly surpass the vessels of the Yunshan people, Cheng Libin articulated. Why not construct an 80-meter-long vessel, given that the spruce tree stands over 100 meters tall? Chen An inquired. You must lack knowledge in this domain and have little understanding of mechanics. An 80-meter ship necessitates a steel keel. Otherwise, upon a mere collision with an iceberg, it would split in two. A 40-meter vessel, on the other hand, is preferable as it is less prone to such catastrophic damage and possesses a more robust structural integrity. In this regard, Cheng Li Bin held greater authority, leaving Ye Feng to merely listen. The 40-meter hold must be crafted from a single block of wood, hollowed out at the center of the spruce, topped with a deck, coated in oil, and further embellished with 1 or 2 additional levels. Alongside the proper erection of masts and preparation of sails, the bow must also be fortified with resilient materials. Chapter 367. Never before seen in the event of encountering a Yunshan tribe warship, a direct collision would suffice to shatter their vessel. Cheng Li Bin envisioned this splendid blueprint, captivating even Ye Feng's attention. By the way, old Cheng, what propulsion will the 40-meter-long wooden ship utilize? Surely it cannot rely on manual rowing? Ye Feng queried. If that were the case, our newly constructed vessel would bear no distinction from the Yunshan tribe's warships. Not at all. A 40-meter ship can indeed accommodate a steam engine. The warship possesses 4 steam engine systems, yet we only require 2. We can dismantle one and install it onto the auxiliary vessel, gradually restoring it thereafter. The auxiliary ship, being lighter, would achieve a speed surpassing that of the warship with even a single steam engine system. Cheng Li Bin declared. Excellent. Ye Feng led the applause, the sound of hands clapping resonating throughout the conference room. Later that evening, Ye Feng hosted a grand banquet on Hot Spring Island, welcoming over 300 captives. After all, they had earned their merit, and a celebratory feast was essential to maintain their motivation for future accomplishments. I hereby announce that the captives' dinner privileges are reinstated. Feel free to indulge without hesitation, Ye Feng proclaimed. The captives could hardly believe their ears. Finally, one brave captive began to eat, savoring the feast with unrestrained delight. Seated beside Ye Feng, Shi Zhengliang wore a frown. Brother Feng, does this not mean an increased workload for our kitchen? You must assign more personnel. We currently have only 10. Rest assured, I will select 10 individuals from among the captives to assist as laborers, Ye Feng replied. That sounds reasonable, Shi Zhengliang said, raising a cup of fruit wine to his lips. Brother Feng, you must try this. It has an extraordinary aroma, crafted from the foot of the frost and snow. Wang Zihai added. What? From now on, this wine is exclusively for me. You are forbidden from partaking, Ye Feng declared, cradling the entire jar of wine in his arms. Ah, I see. Henceforth, we shall refrain from drinking, Shi Zhengliang, ever astute, quickly deduced the situation. Once their appetites were satisfied, the captives had their leg shackles removed and began to sing and dance in the dining hall. Yet, most gathered around Wang Zihai, whose audience had grown recently, requiring him to raise his voice during storytelling to ensure he could be heard by all. Let me tell you, Yi Zhiping ventured into the wilderness, where he beheld the serene figure of the little dragon girl, rendered motionless by a pressure point. She stood with her back to him, mistakenly believing that it was Yang Gua who had returned. In a soft voice, she inquired, Where, have you returned so soon? Yi Zhiping, fearful of revealing his identity, remained silent. Though he yearned to respond, he was apprehensive of being recognized by her. Instead, he produced a handkerchief and gently placed it over her face. A cacophony of outrage erupted among the captives, their eyes blazing with indignation as they directed sharp glares towards Wang Zihai. I shall take vengeance on Yi Zhiping. I shall make him pay. The sanctity of the little dragon girl, it seemed, had been sullied by such a man. What is happening? To learn of the ensuing events, one must await the next installment. Tuba, swiftly escort me back. Wang Zihai, filled with trepidation, feared the wrath of the captives. Ye Feng took Wang Zihai's place and addressed the captives. Good evening, everyone. Tomorrow, I shall facilitate your return to shore. Do not fear. I do not intend to abandon you. Rather, I have a significant task to entrust to you. Upon its completion, I shall select 30 individuals to vote, granting them the opportunity to become citizens of Hot Spring Island. As for the others, I will arrange contracts whereby you shall no longer be shackled. These contracts will be renewed every 3 years, at which point you may choose to extend your stay or depart. Your wages shall not diminish. Once I establish a currency system, you will be able to utilize hot spring coins to procure food and engage in various transactions, even if you choose to leave the island. The captives were filled with exhilaration, realizing they could remain here for an extended period. Initially, they had harbored concerns about their future utility and feared expulsion upon completing their labor. Now, however, a more significant task awaited them. The festivities continued until midnight, after which Ye Feng instructed the captives to return to their quarters. They obediently formed a line, resembling compliant ducks, and entered their cells, diligently locking the doors to prevent any intrusions. Ye Feng, however, could not afford rest. He remained in an undeniably vulnerable position compared to the Yunshan tribe. Now was the opportune moment to issue currency, which could later be leveraged through credit and finance to assert control over this bountiful land. Brother Feng, what shall we use to create the currency? After all, there is neither gold nor silver here, Chen An inquired. Brother Feng, I discovered a peculiar white stone beside the hot springs. When I cracked it open, it revealed no impurities whatsoever, and such stones are not found elsewhere. At least not in the Black Tree River region, Tuba reported, placing a piece of the white stone on the table. Ye Feng examined the stone, noting its pristine whiteness and the absence of any blemish at the fracture. He then handed it to Luo Ying, asking, Luo Ying, being from the Yunwu mountain range, have you encountered such stones there? Luo Ying scrutinized the stone before passing it to her companions. No, I have never seen anything like it, she responded. Neither have we, echoed her sisters. The following day, Tuba was tasked with gathering the white stones and subsequently dividing them into smaller pieces. In the future, a gram of white stone would be exchanged for 1 hot spring coin, and 10 hot spring coins could procure 20 pounds of fish, 2 pounds of beast meat, or a large beast skin coat. Furthermore, a gram of hot spring coin could be traded for 5 pounds of iron, as well as salt and labor wages, all of which would be settled in hot spring coins. Ye Feng promptly assigned the tasks, although the practical implementation would require considerable time to develop. His primary intention was to barter stones for iron, a scarce resource in this land. Once iron was acquired, he could construct a fleet, forge weapons, and manufacture artillery and firearms. Naturally, trading stones for the Yunsin tribe's iron would not be readily accepted. However, that was inconsequential. By linking white stones to food, the influence would naturally extend into other domains. In essence, once a financial system was established, these seemingly worthless white stones could be exchanged for the most coveted commodities: women, beast skins, meats, iron, gold, and labor, each of which could be settled with stones. On the following morning, a warship arrived at the shore bearing 300 captives. Chung Li Bin led them into the woods. On board the ship, the artillery remained poised for action, ready to provide immediate support to the shore in the event of danger. In the conference room, Wang Zhihai presided over the meeting, as Ye Feng had just been called away by Chu Xue. Chapter 368, encompassing the entire valley from this moment forth. I shall not only serve as vice commander, but also as the minister of propaganda. The white stone, intrinsically devoid of value, must be extolled far and wide, proclaimed as precious. When a man seeks a bride, if he lacks a fist-sized white stone, it signifies a lack of sincerity. Moreover, the white stone symbolizes everlasting endurance. The white stone endures for eternity, a legacy to be cherished. We shall commence this initiative on our hot spring island. Shi Zhengliang, you are to prepare white stones for your wife, the trifecta of wedding gifts: white stone, beast skin, and sustenance. Wang Zhihai meticulously organized the chaotic information. It's laughable. A mere rock has been inflated to divine status. Does it also possess aphrodisiac properties? Chen An derided. You previously deceived me, and now you wish to oppose me? I do not. I merely detest your actions. No choice then. I must discipline you today. Guards, take Tuan Tuan and administer 20 lashes, Wang Zhihai declared, slamming the table. Huh? Who dares? I am a confidant of Feng Ge. He acknowledges me as his true brother. If you harm me, Feng Ge will seek retribution, even to the extent of dismissing you. Wang Zhihai, Chen An retorted, unperturbed. Why do you linger? Take him away and punish him. Shortly thereafter, several natives seized Chen An and dragged him to the deck, where the board struck his backside repeatedly. After all, Ye Feng's team upheld strict discipline. Wang Zhihai remained the vice commander and was the most authoritative figure aside from Ye Feng and Susan. Even though Tuan Tuan was a confidant, he was still subject to Wang Zhihai's command. Doi and Hina sat within the wooden cabin, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the 3 vengeful kings. Notably, the Black Vengeful King had exhibited significant emotional fluctuations recently, teetering on the brink of losing control. It is imperative to summon Ye Feng for a discussion, ideally. They should be exiled beyond Hot Spring Island. After uttering her thoughts, Doi and Hina propped herself against the wall and stood up. Now heavily pregnant, her movements were somewhat cumbersome. Upon reaching the door, she spotted Yangli. What are you doing here? Doi and Hina inquired. I don't know, Yangli replied, glancing towards the ominous figure of the black, vengeful king behind her. The dark figure seemed to sense something, its pitch-black eyes scrutinizing Yang Li in return. It was as if an unseen force bound them together. Go, fetch Ye Feng. I have matters to discuss with him, Duan Hina commanded. Humph. For the sake of your condition, I shall help you summon him, but do not assume an air of superiority, thinking you are the mistress of Hot Spring Island. I only recognize Sister Susan. Do not entertain thoughts of taking Brother Feng away from me. With that, Yang Li stomped her foot and boarded a small canoe. The clouds enveloped the mountain range, and the rivers lay completely frozen, rendering the entire area eerily silent. However, on this particular day, faint sounds emerged from upstream, and the ice began to tremble. Dark-clad knights approached from the upper reaches, clad in heavy armor and riding colossal goats, traversing the icy surface as if they were deathly riders emerging from the depths of hell. Yet, upon one of the goats sat an ordinary man, unarmored and draped in a fur coat that enveloped him entirely, save for his eyes. The leading knight tugged at the reins, his gaze sweeping across the frozen expanse. Rest assured, great Beastmaster, I am familiar with the structure of that massive vessel. Once aboard, I will instruct them on navigation and the operation of the cannons. Masikong spoke cautiously. The leading knight neither nodded nor shook his head, remaining aloof atop his goat, as if he were the sole being in existence. After a moment, he extended his right hand, clad in deerskin gloves, and pulled back his mask, revealing a handsome visage to the frigid air. This man was none other than the great Beastmaster of the Yunshan tribe, hailing from the most prominent family in the Cloud Mist Mountains, the Van D family. Though the Yunshan tribe comprised numerous families, the three most powerful figures within the clan were the high priest, the chieftain, and then he, the great Beastmaster. Van D Ming glanced at the sky before turning to Masikong. Masikong, you mentioned that Ye Feng's colossal ship is brimming with food. Is this information reliable? His interest lay not in Ye Feng's warship per se, but rather in its fishing capabilities. This severe winter was becoming increasingly harsh, and the high priest had surmised that it was the longest winter in nearly 3 centuries, potentially lasting 6 years, or even a decade. Should it endure for such an extended period, the population of the Yunshan tribe could be drastically reduced, unless they dared venture northward. Fear not, the food supply is inexhaustible. The vessel's propulsion system can easily navigate the central whirlpools of the river, making it the sole instrument capable of fishing in these waters, Masikong assured him. Indeed, the great Beastmaster Van D Ming once again covered his mask and continued toward the Black Tree River basin. In truth, the ice was sufficiently thick to withstand the weight of cavalry, yet Van D Ming, ever prudent, urged the knights to proceed cautiously. After walking for a while, one of the knights suddenly collapsed onto the ice, his body convulsing violently. In this narrow valley, even the slightest sound would be magnified infinitely, quickly eliciting a response from the surrounding mountains. This is terrible. Dallo has contracted that affliction. The cavalry swiftly withdrew in a circle, leaving the afflicted knight behind. Rat-a-tat-tat. Van Timon approached the knight on his goat. After a slight sniff, he abruptly produced a bamboo tube from his waist and poured its contents over the knight. In the next moment, a torch was hurled forward. Boom. Flames erupted to a height of over 3 meters, enveloping the convulsing knight. Ah! The piercing cries echoed throughout the valley. Just then, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded down from one of the snow-capped mountains. This seemed to serve as a signal. Shortly after the snowflakes fell, they transformed into snowballs. The sounds of crackling and pattering gradually arose, soon merging into a unified chorus that enveloped the entire valley. An avalanche was imminent. We must flee this riverbed with utmost haste, Van Timon declared, yanking the reins as his goat surged forward with the speed of an arrow. Racing towards the valley's exit, the roar of the avalanche crescendoed. It began as a slow descent, but with the passage of time, its velocity escalated, soon reaching a staggering 50 kilometers per hour. The snowstorm roared like a stampede, fiercely pursuing the knights behind. Run upward, keep up, Van Timon commanded, abandoning the goat and propelling himself like a cannonball, leaping 20 meters away in a single bound. He lightly tapped the snow with his toes, instantly ascending another 20 meters. Incredible! Mars Kong's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this? Surely, even the martial arts masters from television cannot compare to such agility. He truly achieved the art of walking on snow without leaving a trace. A gentle push could send him soaring 20 meters. If he were to leap on solid ground, could he reach the moon? Chapter 369, Diving into the Water. These three resentful kings are fiercely loyal to you. Are you certain you wish to exile them? Ye Feng had already settled into the room of Duo Yanhina. As for the three resentful kings, they had been sent outside to enjoy the breeze. I have now bestowed all my powers upon the child. Only by giving birth can I regain my abilities. As Duo Yanhina spoke, she gently caressed her abdomen, her face lighting up with a smile of happiness for the first time. Ye Feng stared in awe. This woman is truly breathtaking. I have never encountered anyone so exquisitely beautiful. It seems as though the heavens have bestowed all the finest attributes upon her: looks, grace, physique, eloquence, and wisdom. If only her heart were as admirable, if it matched that of Susan and the others, Duo Yanhina would be the most perfect woman in the world. Is it possible to keep the resentful king, fifth brother, on Hot Spring Island? If necessary, I could bind him with iron chains. Ye Feng still could not let go of Long Wu. He hoped that with time, Long Wu would regain his humanity. The chains cannot restrain it. The power of the vengeful king surpasses even that of the beastmasters, and devoid of any sense of pain, should it spiral out of control. It would spell catastrophe for the entire Hot Spring Island, potentially resulting in the loss of numerous lives, Duo Yanhina remarked. Very well. I shall have them placed at the shore, but it requires your personal intervention, Ye Feng replied. The three vengeful kings would heed only Duo Yanhina's commands, rendering Ye Feng powerless to direct them. I will manage their embarkation onto the canoe. You arrange for assistants to transport them to the shore. Leave it to me, Ye Feng assured, nodding as he prepared 2 canoes alongside the small island. In merely 5 minutes, the three vengeful kings lined up and boarded the canoe as though they were being herded like ducks. However, one of the black vengeful kings frequently cast its gaze upwards towards the battleship. Upon reaching the vessel, they swiftly climbed onto the deck, obedient as puppets. It seemed they too yearned for freedom, reluctant to be under Duo Yanhina's control. The vengeful kings appeared to possess simple, primal instincts of beasts. On the deck, Tuan Tuan was busily trotting about on her little companion. Brother Yi, are you heading to the shore to repair the ship? I long to set foot on land. I am growing weary of being confined to the battleship or Hot Spring Island, Tuan Tuan exclaimed, suddenly grasping Ye Feng's hand. Where do you think you're going? The battleship and Hot Spring Island are the safest places. The land is perilous. What if the Yunshan people cause trouble again? Ye Feng gently patted her head. Tuan Tuan had grown to a height of 1.6 meters, her head round and her face plump, yet her body remained as slender as a reed. No, I want to go ashore. I want to go ashore. Tuan Tuan began to pout. All right, you may play by the shore for an hour at most. After that, you must return to the battleship. Ye Feng tenderly pinched her cheek. His feelings for Tuan Tuan straddled the line between sibling affection and romantic interest. Okay, I'm going ashore now, Tuan Tuan declared, seizing the rope ladder. At that moment, her little companion suddenly grabbed her clothing, preventing her from descending the battleship. Emitting urgent whimpers. Do you wish to go ashore as well? Stay aboard. I will return shortly to play with you, Tuan Tuan reassured, patting its head. Yet, the little companion darted back and forth across the deck, alternately tugging at Tuan Tuan's clothing and then at Ye Feng's. Tuan Tuan, you should remain on the battleship. I will take you out to play tomorrow. Ye Feng's expression grew serious as he cast a sharp glance towards the shore. At the edge of the ice layer, Cheng Libin was directing 300 captives in constructing a framework. Only by establishing this structure could they ascend the river and retrieve the spruce tree. No, I must go to the shore. I must go to the shore, Tuan Tuan protested, growing frantic. Do not act recklessly. You must listen to me today, Ye Feng asserted, then turned his gaze towards Susan. Susan, who had been observing Ye Feng, raised her chin in a proud manner upon meeting his eyes. Chen remain on the deck. Something feels amiss today. Load the cannon's ammunition, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Susan nodded in response. Ye Feng cast another glance at the confluence of the tributary and the main river, finally seizing the rope ladder. 5 minutes later, Ye Feng and the three vengeful kings ascended the shore. Brother Feng, this scaffold needs to be at least 12 meters high. Once we haul back the spruce trees, we can commence work immediately, Cheng Libin remarked, approaching with a blueprint crafted from animal hide. Indeed, exercise caution at the riverbank, if danger arises. Be the first to board the canoe. Brother Feng, have you sensed something? Cheng Libin felt a sudden jolt of alarm. It's nothing serious. Merely a reminder to prioritize safety, Ye Feng replied with a smile, wanting to alleviate any undue psychological pressure on Cheng Li Bin, lest he become distracted while constructing the scaffold. That puts my mind at ease. However, I did experience a moment of palpitations earlier. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Cheng Li Bin chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng too felt a pang of unease and directed his gaze toward the thicket. I will release the 3 vengeful kings. You focus on your task. With that, Ye Feng ventured into the woods. Yet, before he could reach the trees, the 3 vengeful kings simultaneously strode deeper into the forest, moving without pause. Ye Feng's attention shifted to the distant hot spring island. It seemed that Duoyan Hina had remotely severed the control over the 3 vengeful kings. Otherwise, they would have obeyed like puppets. 10 kilometers upstream along the tributary, over 1,500 knights had set up camp. Van Die Meng donned his armor, flanked by a cadre of beast masters interspersed with cavalry commanders. Time passed, and a goat knight returned galloping from downstream. How goes it? The beast master inquired. Great beast master, 10 kilometers downstream. Their ship is enormous and maintains stability even in turbulent waters. We cannot approach, the knight replied, kneeling. 10 kilometers? A colossal ship? And on that ship, there are cannons, the cavalry commander interjected. Indeed, the power of those cannons is formidable, capable of rending our armor asunder. Van Die Meng pressed further. Absolutely. The power of the cannon is immense, 100-fold that of a ballista. Not only armor, but even your warships would be pierced through in an instant. The cavalry commander affirmed. Is that so? Van Die Meng paced back and forth, causing the ice beneath him to creak. He took a few more steps, his composed gaze fixed downstream. Ager, step forward, he commanded. A knight emerged, standing tall and straight. Remove your armor, strip off your beast skin and linen garments. Van Die Meng ordered again. The cavalry commander frowned. Why would the great beast master order his men to shed their clothes in such frigid weather? Wouldn't he that risk freezing them? To his surprise, the knight obediently removed his armor and quickly discarded his clothing, standing bare against the cold wind. Jump into the water. Van Die Meng commanded once more. Chapter 370. Brother Feng, what should we do? The cavalry commander retreated a step, horrified. Jumping into the water in this cold? Will he not freeze solid? Without a moment's hesitation, the knight leaped into the icy waters with a splash, his face instantly turning a shade of blue. Van Die Meng began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 147. At this count, the knight finally succumbed, his body collapsing into the river, drifting downstream. Frozen to the core. Great beast master, should we not rescue him? Ma Xikong interjected. No need. Norton Shi, step forward, commanded Van Timong once more. Another knight rose, his face devoid of fear, filled only with fervent admiration for the great beast master. Remove your armor, shed the beast skin and linen. This knight leaped into the frigid waters. Van Timong began to count again. Upon reaching 151, the knight became utterly frozen, swept away by the current. After testing a dozen individuals, Van Timong halted. Ordinary knights could endure in the icy waters for merely 2 to 3 minutes. Thus, they must leap to attack only when within 100 meters of the warship. Do you understand? Van Timong inquired. Understood, great beast master. The beast masters behind him nodded vigorously. Ma Xikong gasped for breath. This great beast master was astonishing. Despite his age, he felt no inclination to idolize anyone. Yet the man's charisma was simply overwhelming. Great beast master, shall we construct canoes next? One of the beast masters asked. That would be a waste of effort. The ice near the riverbank is thin. Have them come and break all the ice. We shall use the floating ice as our vessel, drifting downstream, and still reach our destination. Moreover, the floating ice is expansive. Even if Leaf Maple's artillery is powerful, it can merely shatter the ice into pieces, not completely destroy it. We need only ensure we do not fall into the water. Furthermore, if the surface is covered in floating ice, it can serve as our foothold, allowing us to tread upon it and storm onto Leaf Maple's colossal ship. Remember, only slay those who can resist, leave the artisans. For we must learn from their advanced techniques, Van Timong instructed. Yes, great beast master. The beast masters gazed at him in awe. Go. In an instant, the group of beast masters led over 1,000 individuals to break the ice. At the riverbank, only Ma Xikong and Van Timong remained. Why do they obey so readily? Knowing it leads to death, why leap into the river? Ma Xikong could no longer restrain himself and spoke out. Van Timong glanced at Ma Xikong before turning his gaze downstream. Do you wish to know why they heed my command? Indeed. Please, Great Beastmaster, enlighten me. What grants you such magnetic charisma? Ma Xikong knelt. To become a ruler, one must first possess an unwavering ability to discern truth from falsehood. I ask you, can you distinguish truth with absolute certainty? Van Timon queried. I can to some extent, but absolute certainty eludes me, Ma Xikong replied honestly. Secondly, one must have the capacity to discern good from evil. Do you possess this ability? Van Timon continued. What constitutes good and evil? Ma Xikong inquired. What benefits me is good, what harms me is evil. Therein lies the true discernment, Van Timon articulated slowly. He sensed that Ma Xikong's intellect was formidable and thus intended to fully conquer this man, to enlist him in his endeavors. I comprehend. Is there more? Mars Kong humbly sought knowledge, yearning to possess the allure of a great beast master, a charm that compels all to willingly lay down their lives. One must embody a certain spirit and harbor grand aspirations. Otherwise, what reason would others have to follow you? Van Timon stated. Grand aspirations? To amass wealth. To ensure that all live prosperous lives, indulging in endless pleasures. Mars Kong replied. No, there are elements you fail to grasp, matters of the spirit. It seems your kind is not adept in such realms. Van Timon shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident. 1,500 cavalrymen were diligently chiseling ice with various tools. As vibrations reverberated, the ice began to crack incrementally. Ye Feng had exiled 3 vengeful monarchs and returned to the warship. For reasons unknown, he had been plagued by a sense of trepidation since yesterday. Brother Feng, you appear unwell. Have you overexerted yourself last night? Chen An inquired, standing beside him. We must exercise caution these next few days, always vigilant of the shoreline, Ye Feng advised. Brother Feng, you worry too much. Even if enemies were to appear on the shore, our artillery is not to be underestimated, Chen An assured him. Ye Feng nodded, caressing the artillery, his tension gradually easing. Indeed, on this deserted island, what challenge could not be resolved with a single cannon shot? Even hordes of exotic beasts would be reduced to mere fragments, let alone mere humans. Brother Feng, look in the water. Is that a person? At that moment, Chen An pointed towards the water. Ye Feng quickly positioned himself at the ship's railing. From this vantage point, it indeed appeared that an ice sculpture lay submerged, and within it was a completely naked human form. What a tragedy! It must be one of those from the Black Mountain tribe. Ye Feng sighed heavily. Yet, moments later, 2 more ice corpses came tumbling downstream. One of the corpses moved with alarming speed, colliding with the bow of the ship with a resounding clang. Ye Feng's eyes widened as he glanced upstream. There, a multitude of shattered ice floes surged towards their warship. Due to the water's inertia, these ice fragments were traveling at several kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, the floating ice collided with the hull of the warship, producing a continuous cacophony. Is it warming up? How else could there be so much melted ice upstream? Ye Feng exhaled. He felt the temperature was even colder than the day prior. Why was there ice upstream? A foreboding sensation washed over him. If all the ice upstream were to melt, would that not generate an impact force of billions of tons? Though the warship could withstand a few ice fragments, an overwhelming number could deform it just the same. No, this was not the nature of the threat. Ye Feng paced the deck, realization dawning upon him. If the quantity of ice floes increased, they would fill the tributary, allowing skilled individuals to easily traverse the ice and board the warship. Brother Feng, what shall we do? Chu Xue approached, along with many who had been resting in their quarters, now astonished by the sight of the floating ice. Just then, more ice floes appeared upstream, cascading into view. They surged forth like a vast army, scattering downstream under the relentless force of the rushing waters. On the riverbank, Chung Li Bin took note of this with a pale countenance, standing upright in alarm. What shall we do? Feng Gu, these floating ice masses could damage the warship. Chen An inquired hastily. Quickly, steer the warship to the shore. Once these ice floes have drifted downstream, we can return to the river's center, Ye Feng commanded loudly. The crew at the bow swiftly pulled the ropes, executing a port turn. Chapter 371. Enough of the slaughter. The warship emitted a tremendous creaking sound as it approached the shore. Bang! A massive ice floe, over 200 square meters, collided with the side of the vessel, causing a violent jolt that sent everyone sprawling. Hurry, bring the warship to the shore, Ye Feng urged. Clang, clang, clang. The ice continuously battered the ship, creating an unending cacophony. Ye Feng and his companions clung tightly to the railings to avoid being thrown off balance. Why are we not yet at the shore? Ye Feng shouted. Feng Gu, there are too many ice floes. Several are blocking the bow, Chung Li Bean's apprentice replied. There's no other option. Ye Feng seized the machine gun and shattered the obstructing ice into fragments. Finally, the warship nestled against the bank. A multitude of ice floes had already gathered in the river's center. Some measured hundreds of square meters, while others were merely tens or even just a few square meters. Yet, this only represented the portion visible above the water's surface. Their submerged volume was far greater. That was close. We finally reached the shore. Once these ice floes have washed downstream, we shall return to the river's heart. Tubo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Ye Feng maintained a serious expression, suddenly turning his gaze towards the bank. Old Chung, quickly board the ship. Ye Feng called out. Why? Chung Li Bean retorted. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the thicket, piercing through Chung Li Bean's back and pinning him against the icy surface. This is bad. A shower of arrows followed, raining down from the trees, startling the 300 captives who scrambled in panic behind the structures. Susan, hurry and operate the other machine gun, Ye Feng shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous rumble echoed from the woods. Agile goats sprang forth, each bearing a member of the Yunshan tribe upon their backs. Their heavy rifles aimed steadily. In a fierce charge, they mercilessly cut down the captives on the bank. Fire the cannons. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, observing the dense throng of Yunshan warriors. In that moment, he disregarded whether the tribesmen mingled with the captives. All must be eliminated. Boom, boom, boom. The machine guns roared to life, blasting the ice into a series of gaping holes. Some Yunshan cavalry formed ranks, but they were easily shredded by the gunfire. Among them, dozens charged directly towards the warship, drawing flying tiger claws from their waists to hurl at the vessel. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of claws latched onto the deck. Quick! Sever these flying tiger claws. Tuba swung his blade, cleaving one of the claws in two. It was utterly futile, for yet another 100 riders surged towards the warship, discarding their heavy firearms and hurling their flying tiger claws onto the deck or through the windows. Once they secured their footing, these cavalrymen ascended the ship without hesitation, their fearlessness far surpassing that of the men from Black Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The ammunition for the machine gun was, after all, finite, compelling Ye Feng to target the more densely packed throngs. Should the enemy disperse, he could hardly justify the expense of a single round of machine gun fire to eliminate one knight. Quickly, steer the warship to the center of the river. Move now. Ye Feng shouted hoarsely. Understood, replied the temporary captain, but suddenly, an arrow flew from the woods, piercing through his chest. Ye Feng's eyes widened, just as he was about to speak. Clang! A massive arrow struck Ye Feng, sending him flying backward, blood staining his chest. What? Although Ye Feng bore blood scales for protection, the force of the arrow was overwhelming, causing him to spout blood. In the forest, Ma Xikong operated the enormous crossbow. Glancing at Van Di Meng, heavenly fire cannon. After Van Di Meng spoke, a knight aimed at the sky and fired a shot. Boom! Enduring the intense pain in his chest, Ye Feng managed to steer the warship a short distance towards the river's center, but a multitude of floating ice impeded the vessel's progress. Let me. Alba took control of the machine gun, shattering the obstructing ice chunks one by one. Don't waste ammunition, just smash the ice. Ye Feng wrestled with conflicting thoughts. He was reluctant to expend bullets, but knew the ship had to reach the center of the river. Thud! The first knight leapt onto the deck, prompting Susan to quickly operate the rear machine gun. Boom! The knight barely had time to swing his sword before being obliterated. Yet, more knights continued to flood onto the deck. Kill! Tuba led the charge. On the shore, the 300 captives were already in disarray, mercilessly slaughtered by the knights, their shrieks nearly piercing the heavens. Stop killing. I too am of the Yunshan tribe, cried one captive as he knelt, only to be impaled by a heavy gun. The warship drifted further from the shore, preventing the knights from continuously boarding. At that moment, they all suddenly dismounted their goats, stripped off their armor and hides, and plunged into the frigid river. Within moments, several knights clung to the ship's lower hold. Fire arrows, do not let them board. Ye Feng gripped the helm, his gaze fixed intently on the shore. The center of the river was already cluttered with drifting ice, nearly filling the entire stretch of waterway. For every meter the warship advanced, it consumed dozens of pounds of charcoal. Splash! Ah! A scream erupted from Chu Xue behind him. She tilted her head and collapsed. A knight withdrew his curved blade from Chu Xue's body and turned to assault Susan. Boom. Alba's shot obliterated that knight. Splash. Yet another crossbow bolt flew from the woods. Before Alba could react, he was propelled 20 meters away, crashing down from the deck with a thud. Alba. Ye Feng's eyes blazed red with fury. Get over here and take the helm. Ye Feng summoned a native to his side. Suddenly, an arrow flew from the shore, claiming the native's life instantly. Let me take over, Chen An said as he seized the helm, granting Ye Feng a moment to engage in battle. With a resounding crash, Luo Ying was sent flying 5 meters by a knight, her body sliding off the battlements. The warship had finally drifted over 200 meters from the shore. Yet below, a dozen knights, bare-chested, clung desperately to the ship's railing. While they had felt little chill in the water, the biting river wind now rendered their bodies rigid, unable to move even a finger. With a swift motion, Ye Feng severed one knight's arm, casting him into the river. However, a dozen armored knights still roamed the deck, wreaking havoc, while Ye Feng's team offered no resistance. Boom. Chu Xue fired a shot, sending one knight flying. The deck was stained with congealed blood, making it treacherously slippery. Haha. A beastmaster charged toward Ye Feng, a wicked grin on his face. Yet in the next instant, Ye Feng struck with a palm, the force transforming the air into ice crystals that froze upon the beastmaster's face. With a thud, his body collapsed onto the deck. Unsatisfied, Ye Feng then severed his head. Two beastmasters, recognizing Ye Feng's formidable power, rushed toward him simultaneously. But with 2 quick strikes, they too fell to the ground. Yes, Brother Feng, this is our only chance. Brother Feng, it's bad. 2 knights have rushed into the lower deck. Tuba stumbled over, an arrow lodged in his back. Damn it, Ye Feng roared, dashing toward the lower deck. The cramped quarters made it impossible for the others aboard to contend with the fully armored knights. Only his icy true energy could dispatch the 2 knights without damaging the space. Brother Feng, don't go to the lower deck yet. Look upstream. Chen An at the helm pointed ahead. Ye Feng squinted, witnessing an alarming sight. On 2 massive ice floes upstream stood countless knights, bows drawn but not yet released. Some road goats, leaping from floe to floe, quickly closing the distance to the warship, now only 200 meters away. Don't conserve bullets. Shatter those ice floes. Ye Feng bellowed. The machine guns roared, sending a barrage of fire that sent ice shards flying. Despite their armor, the knights were not entirely shielded, and the splintering ice drew screams of agony from exposed skin. Break their armor. Ye Feng commanded the nearby gunners while simultaneously battling 3 beastmasters. Their tactics were astute, circling around him, avoiding a direct confrontation with his icy true energy. Meanwhile, upstream, several knights had reached the bow of the ship. Just as they prepared to launch their flying claws, the warship ground them to dust. The knights behind them swiftly filled their positions, continuing to hurl their weapons, only to meet the same fate at the hands of the relentless vessel. At long last, a group of knights affixed their tiger claws to the bow of the ship. With a sudden thrust, Ye Feng felt the sharp sting of a blade slicing into his arm. The Beastmaster, seemingly aware of the Bloodscale's vulnerabilities, chose not to slash or stab, but rather to make a sweeping motion. Instantly, a wound opened on his arm, and as blood flowed forth, the Bloodscale emerged with a sudden gasp. The Bloodscale would only manifest rapidly upon receiving a tremendous impact. However, the sweeping technique failed to trigger the necessary response, causing a delay in its appearance. The Beastmaster had deduced the method, avoid slashing and stabbing, and instead, use sweeping motions. No sooner had he uttered these words than Ye Feng felt another blade strike his hand and chest. As blood began to seep out, it was promptly absorbed back into his skin. Furious, Ye Feng pressed his back against the cannon platform and thrust both palms forward towards the distance. Boom! A wave of frigid air radiated from him, enveloping a significant portion of the deck. The 3 knights were instantly affected, their speed diminished. At the bow, one knight had just scrambled aboard when Tuba, accompanied by 4 others, sent him tumbling back with a massive log. Even so, the knight clung tenaciously to the rope, displaying a remarkable resilience far superior to that of the other cavalrymen. At last, Ye Feng managed to slice open the throat of one Beastmaster. For the briefest moment of hesitation, he plunged his entire hand into the gaping wound. In the next instant, the Beastmaster's blood surged forth, replenishing Ye Feng's energy. In scarcely 3 seconds, his stamina was restored, and he surged forth, invigorated, toward the remaining two beast masters. Brother Feng, we cannot continue upstream. There are numerous ice flows ahead. Chen An shouted. Steer the warship downstream toward Hot Spring Island, using it to shield us from the ice above. Susan urged. Understood. The ship's stern belched forth thick smoke as it executed a sharp turn. Once repositioned, Susan prepared to confront the knights on the ice flows alone. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive cannon blasts, yet another ice floe shattered, sending at least 30 knights plummeting into the river, where they were instantly frozen solid. Chu Xue, clutching for firearms, ascended to the deck. She refrained from firing immediately, choosing instead to wait until the knights were nearly aboard before unleashing a barrage that sent them tumbling back into the frigid waters. Gradually, the enemies on the deck were being cleared, leaving only 2 beast masters encircling Ye Feng. Employing his vampiric prowess, Ye Feng would slay an ordinary knight whenever his strength waned, instantly revitalizing himself and growing ever more formidable. In stark contrast, the 2 beast masters were now panting heavily, their speed reduced by more than half. Boom! A gust of force erupted, and the 2 beast masters collapsed to the ground, their hair and faces encrusted with frost. With precision, Ye Feng's fingers pierced their major arteries. As blood gushed forth, it was swiftly absorbed by his palm. This horrifying spectacle left the large beast master on the shore utterly astonished. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities? He mused, as Van Die's eyes flickered with surprise. In the entire Unison tribe, with nearly 100,000 members, it could take 5 years to produce a single individual with such powers. Yet aboard the warship, with so few souls, there had emerged an extraordinary being. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng possessed not only the extraordinary ability of blood-sucking magic, but also the formidable prowess of icy true energy. The warship, intermingled with floating ice, surged downstream, its speed accelerating rapidly, soon surpassing Hot Spring Island. Do not exceed Hot Spring Island. Simply halt behind it, Ye Feng commanded. No. The increasing ice on top will inflict greater damage on the warship if we attempt to navigate upstream, Chen An shouted. But our comrades are still on Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng thought of Duo Yanhina. Although she was not worth saving, she carried his child. A fraction of the knights on the floating ice had already stormed onto Hot Spring Island, unleashing a massacre. The air was filled with haunting cries of despair. Brother Feng, forget about Hot Spring Island. Let us steer the warship out of the tributary and directly into the main river channel. No amount of floating ice can completely obstruct it, Chen An urged. Indeed, Brother Feng, this is our sole opportunity. If we linger at Hot Spring Island, not only will the warship sustain damage, but the enemies will also be able to ascend from the island and attack us. We would all perish. Wang Zhihai added his counsel. Ye Feng rushed to the stern of the ship, glaring at the knights on Hot Spring Island. Soon, they would breach Duo Yanhina's wooden cabin. He could not allow that. She was carrying his child. At that moment, the black smoke at the stern began to thin, indicating that the lower deck had run out of coal. This is bad, Brother Feng. Those 2 from Yunshan must have reached the lower deck. You must go down there. Chen An's voice trembled in panic. If the steam engine in the lower deck were destroyed, it would be irreparable, signifying their loss of a stronghold. By heavens! Ye Feng bellowed, sprinting toward the lower deck. Along the way, he encountered the corpses of 5 or 6 Gaha women, likely slain by the 2 knights. There was no time for sorrow. He propelled himself toward the lower deck at breakneck speed. Indeed, 2 boiler workers lay in a pool of blood. The 2 Yunshan tribesmen were striking the steam engine system with curved blades, seemingly studying it. Damn you, perish! Ye Feng roared, delivering a formidable punch, his fist adorned with blood scales. Boom! One knight's chest armor shattered, sending him flying 5 meters away, while his body became encased in frost. Then he turned his attention to the second adversary. Chapter 373. A reckoning awaits him. Witnessing Ye Feng's might, the second knight hastily sought refuge within the steam engine system. Come out. Ye Feng seized one of his legs, encasing his foot in icy true energy. With a swift motion, he dragged the man out. Ye Feng showed no mercy. His 5 fingers plunged into the knight's carotid artery. Moments later, the knight transformed into a lifeless husk, devoid of any color. After dealing with the 2 knights, Ye Feng hurriedly ascended to the deck. Brother Feng, have you resolved the matter? Chen An inquired. It is taken care of. Send 2 more individuals down to the lower deck to ensure the warship remains operational. As Ye Feng gazed at the increasingly distant Hot Spring Island, His thoughts lingered on Duoyan Hina and the child she carried within her, his heart entangled in a tempest of emotions. Susan, Wang Zhihai, Chen An, I must rescue my child. You keep the warship stationed here. Once I save Duoyan Hina, I will return swiftly across the ice. Without waiting for their affirmation, he leapt from the deck, crashing heavily onto a floating ice slab. With a resounding crack, the ice was riddled with fissures. Ye Feng, come back. Susan's voice trembled with desperation from the deck. Brother Feng, don't act impulsively. Wang Zhihai shouted as well. Yet Ye Feng could not afford to heed their concerns. If he could not protect his own child, what man was he? He focused on another ice floe and propelled himself into the air, landing deftly upon it. The ice continued to drift downstream. Yet Ye Feng endeavored to navigate against the current, the exertion of energy palpable. Though Hot Spring Island lay merely hundreds of meters away, after countless leaps, he found no distance closed. The gaps between the ice floes were not contiguous. At times, he had to wait for another floe to draw near before daring to leap. At that moment, he glanced up to see a knight charging toward Duoyan Hina's chamber. You cannot enter, you mustn't. At that critical juncture, Ye Feng unleashed his latent potential, his legs moving with the swiftness of a motor, propelling him toward the water. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. With delicate, rapid footfalls, he appeared to walk upon the water's surface, soon landing upon another ice floe. Have I finally mastered walking on water? Ye Feng felt a flicker of joy within. He discerned that while running on water, his strides needed to be small and rapid, allowing him to maintain contact with the surface, leveraging the buoyancy. Previously, when he attempted to run with long strides, he would inevitably plunge into the river. With splashes echoing around him, Ye Feng leapt again onto another ice floe, now only 20 meters from the southern edge of Hot Spring Island. I jump. With all his might, he launched himself skyward, his body soaring like a cannonball in a parabolic arc toward Hot Spring Island. Simultaneously, the knight forcefully kicked open Duoyan Hina's door. Die! A stone flew forth, striking the knight and forcing him to stagger back. You are Ye Feng? The knight removed his helmet, his face alight with excitement as he regarded Ye Feng. But Ye Feng had no time for idle chatter. He charged forward, delivering a swift palm strike. With a dull thud, the impact was feeble, merely causing the knight to retreat a step. However, in the next instant, a layer of frost erupted from his palm, instantly encasing the knight in ice. With a clang, the knight collapsed to the ground, his body encrusted in frost. The anguished cries from Hot Spring Island persisted, where Ye Feng's 5 guards and over 50 captives remained. Yet given the current circumstances, he could only muster the strength to save Duoyan Hina. Brother Feng, save me. A captive rushed toward him. Ye Feng disregarded the plea and surged into the room. You finally arrived? Duoyan Hina sat calmly on the bed, her expression devoid of any panic. Hurry, I will carry you downstream on the floating ice. The warship will assist us, Ye Feng declared, grasping Duoyan Hina's hand firmly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sound of clanking armor echoed around the wooden cabin. As the area was surrounded by members of the Yunshan tribe, you face away from me. I will bind you to my back. Today, I shall carve a bloody path. Ye Feng proclaimed, tearing the hide apart in an attempt to secure Duoyan Hina to his back. Suddenly, the wooden cabin splintered into pieces. Dozens of Yunshan warriors retracted their flying tiger claws, having violently dismantled the structure. Die! Ye Feng seized a wooden beam and charged into the cavalry ranks. With a thunderous crash, 2 cavalrymen were sent flying several meters. He swung the beam left and right, toppling 5 more riders, their armor twisted and deformed. Scatter! Commanded the Beastmaster, exposing Ye Feng in the center. Did he think scattering would suffice? Ye Feng plunged back into the throng. As 2 cavalrymen raised their blades, Ye Feng's wooden beam struck them down, their bodies crumpled beneath the impact. However, the surrounding cavalrymen multiplied, soon numbering over 100. With a whoosh, the beam was swung again, but was suddenly ensnared by 5 or 6 flying tiger claws. With a forceful tug, the beam shattered, leaving Ye Feng defenseless. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he regarded the swelling mass of Yunshan tribesmen with cold determination. Ye Feng, so this is your fate? The crowd parted, revealing a strikingly handsome man accompanied by a familiar elder. Ma Xikong, you're still alive? Ye Feng gripped his dagger, retreating as he sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the handsome man, a strength he had never encountered before. Seize him. The man waved his hand, and more than 20 cavalrymen rushed forward, brandishing their curved blades. Clang, clang, clang. The blood scale emerged, rapidly depleting Ye Feng's strength. After slaying 7 or 8 foes, he suddenly thrust both palms forward. A chilling gust surged forth, and one by one, the cavalryman collapsed, unable to move a muscle. Indeed, an ability user, Van Dimming mused. Stroking his chin, a glint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Breathing heavily, Ye Feng slowly turned to Doyen Hina, a weary smile gracing his pale face. Hina, I'm sorry. With those words, Ye Feng leaped into the air, landing on a floating ice slab, harnessing its current to carry him downstream. He had given his all. Lingering further would cost him his life. Just then, Van Dimming made his move. His body seemed to follow Ye Feng's, landing on the floating ice simultaneously. And he struck out with a palm towards Ye Feng. Boom. Ye Feng felt as if his insides were about to burst, blood scales covering his entire body. Even his face. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cursed under his breath. Ye Feng endured the excruciating pain and grasped Van Dimming's wrist with a firm grip. A layer of frost began to creep up Van Dimming's arm. Van Dimming furrowed his brow, his entire body quivering. With a swift motion, Ye Feng retreated several steps, collapsing onto the floating ice. Chapter 374. His throat felt as if it were ablaze. How intriguing, he exclaimed, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick that sent Ye Feng flying over 20 meters. At the same moment, Van Dimming, with a graceful shift, caught Ye Feng midair before he could touch the ground and whisked him back to Hot Spring Island. This terrifying speed and agility drove the Cloud Mountain people into a frenzy. Great Beastmaster! Great Beastmaster! Cheers erupted in the air. Van Dimming gazed down at Ye Feng, his expression unyielding. With a cough, Ye Feng found blood spilling from his mouth and the corners of his eyes. Van Dimming's earlier attack had thoroughly shaken his internal organs, proving to be stronger than any adversary he had faced before. You are indeed remarkable. To have defeated our Cloud Mountain clan thrice, even the Harl family perished at your hands, Van Dimming remarked before suddenly striking Ye Feng's shoulder with a palm. Crack! Ye Feng's right arm dislocated instantly. Bang! Another strike, and Ye Feng's other arm followed suit. Curse it! Ye Feng thought fiercely, suddenly propelling himself off the ground. As he launched upward, it felt as if his insides were being stirred by a stick, causing his vision to darken. Now gravely injured, and with both arms incapacitated, he could only rely on his teeth. If he could just pierce this man's throat, he could drain his blood, perhaps aiding his internal wounds to heal swiftly. However, Ye Feng underestimated Van Dimming. Just as he rose a meter into the air, Van Dimming's foot landed squarely on his abdomen. Puff! Ye Feng expelled another mouthful of blood. This time, he truly found himself out of options. He turned his gaze toward the imposing figure of Doyen Hina standing nearby. He knew he was doomed, hoping only that his bloodline would continue through her. This woman, Doyen Hina, held great significance for Ye Feng. He would not have come to Hot Spring Island if it were not for her. Ma Xikong, standing beside him, inquired, "What do you wish to do with her?" Van Dimming asked slowly, a flicker of solitude crossing his eyes. Ye Feng lay flat on the snow, his eyes tightly shut. Yet in the next moment, he felt a jolt in the corner of his eye. The skin of his abdomen, through Van Dimming's boot, was drawing in something. With each tiny absorption, his internal injuries felt slightly more bearable. Had the blood absorption technique evolved to such an extent? Able to draw energy through fabric? Ye Feng remained composed, striving to control his absorption. If his pull was too strong, this great Beastmaster would soon sense it. Open this woman's abdomen and show me what lies within. This scoundrel has stolen my woman, and I have witnessed their union. They have surely shared a bed. Ma Xikong's eyes glimmered with rage as he glared at Ye Feng. A woman who can have her heart stolen is a testament to the fact that she was never truly yours. However, it matters not. You may handle the situation as you see fit. This is not my concern. As Van Dimming concluded his statement, a sudden frown creased his brow. He released Ye Feng's abdomen, binding him tightly before taking him back to the Yunshan tribe to be dealt with by the high priest and the chieftain. A group of knights rushed forward, using their flying tiger claws to secure Ye Feng thoroughly. One knight drew a short sword, aiming it at Ye Feng's clavicle. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through Ye Feng's shoulder. Yet, at that moment, Ye Feng lacked even the strength to scream. He could only wish for the next opportunity to grasp someone and draw from them, clinging to a thread of hope for survival. Otherwise, the Ye family would face extinction. Hee. Doyen Hina, how could you, knowing my affection for you, bear the child of Ye Feng? Do not presume that a burgeoning belly will prevent me from claiming you. After Ma Xikong spoke, he strode towards Duoyan Hina. Wait. Van Dimong, who was on the verge of departing, abruptly turned back upon hearing Ma Xikong's words. Fixing his gaze intently on Duoyan Hina. Is your surname Duoyan? He inquired. Indeed, only the divine temple holds the authority to deal with me. Now, take me back to the Yunshan tribe to meet your high priest. She knows how to handle my situation. Duoyan Hina replied calmly. Is that so? Van Dimong hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Duoyan Hina added, do not underestimate my capabilities. Should you show me any disrespect now, the divine temple will be informed. Van Dimong fell silent, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. After a protracted pause, he suddenly burst into laughter. When have I shown you disrespect? Come, escort the high priestess of the Gaha tribe to the shore. And do not lay a finger on her, otherwise it will be a crime punishable by the annihilation of your clan. Ma Xikong was taken aback. Great Beastmaster. But there are no buts, Ma Xikong. She bears the surname Duoyan. You cannot harm her, do you understand? Van Dimong asserted, gesturing for Duoyan Hina to proceed. Ma Xikong, perceptive as always, noticed that the proud Great Beastmaster's eyes revealed a mixture of respect and fear. With such power, what was there to fear? By the way, regarding the matter of this man, can we deal with him? Van Dimong suddenly inquired again. Duoyan Hina shuddered slightly, her gaze flickering before she slowly turned back. He is the father of my child. Once the child is born, allow him one final glance, and then you may do as you wish with him. With that, she walked towards the northern part of the hot spring island, where 2 canoes awaited. Ye Feng's head throbbed painfully, his throat felt as if it were ablaze. He slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a blinding expanse of white. 2 knights were carrying him upstream, while ahead of them, a balanced palanquin was being carefully maneuvered over the rugged snowy terrain by 4 knights. I'm not dead. Ye Feng tried to speak, but found himself unable to utter a single word. A slight turn of his head sent a surge of excruciating pain through his shoulder, the short sword still embedded within. Do you need water? The knight at the rear noticed that Ye Feng had already awoken. With great difficulty, Ye Feng nodded, feeling a piercing pain in his shoulder. No. The knight exclaimed with a mocking expression. Chapter 375. Do not waste bullets inside the palanquin. Duoyan Hina first caressed her belly, then leaned in to listen to the conversation between Ye Feng and the Yunshan tribesmen. It seemed she had made up her mind, slowly closing her eyes and murmuring incantations. An element in the air was activated, gradually stirring the isotopic elements within a 100-mile radius. Roar. From atop a large tree, a vengeful king let out a roar. Its form flickered as it sped upstream with astonishing swiftness. 20 kilometers downstream, the vengeful Dragon 5 opened its golden slit-like eyes. Its colossal body surged through the ice forest, heading straight for Ye Feng. Ye Feng, today I shall slit your throat. At that moment, a figure staggered toward them. It was Halbula. Previously confined by Ye Feng on Hot Spring Island, he had now been rescued by the Beastmaster Van Timon. The grudge of slaying kin was unrelenting, and Halbula's eyes turned crimson with rage. Halbula, you cannot. The Beastmaster has ordered that Ye Feng must live. 2 knights blocked his path. Step aside, Halbula growled, drawing forth his curved dagger. At that instant, the fire snake also approached, having been rescued by Van Timon as well. The thought of the humiliation Ye Feng had inflicted upon him ignited a furious blaze within him. If you do not yield, I shall slay both of you. The fire snake brandished his curved dagger. I shall handle this. Just then, a figure rushed from afar, landing a brutal kick upon Ye Feng's abdomen. Poof! Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Pabira, the newly appointed chieftain of the Haishan tribe, also rescued by Van Timon. This cannot be allowed. More knights surrounded them, strictly enforcing Van Timon's orders. The Beastmaster had only commanded that Ye Feng's life be spared. How about I just gouge out one of his eyes? The fire snake sheathed his curved dagger and drew a short, sharp knife. Shall we? Several knights conferred briefly and ultimately decided to turn a blind eye to the proceedings. Hee. The fire snake approached Ye Feng, dragging the blade across his body and slowly directing the knife's tip toward Ye Feng's eye. What's wrong, alien? Aren't you quite arrogant? As he spoke, the knife descended little by little, intending to instill fear in Ye Feng. Huffing and puffing, Ye Feng struggled to shake his head. 2 knights rushed over to restrain him. Isn't it terrifying to witness your own eye being gouged out? If you are afraid, scream. I relish the sounds of others' despair. The fire snake chuckled sinisterly. Ah! Suddenly, both knights released Ye Feng, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at their own hands. They hurriedly removed their deerskin gloves, only to find their hands appeared to have shrunk, devoid of any color. This person's abilities are peculiar. We must be cautious, one knight remarked. Indeed, hurry and blind him. I know not this power. Poof. As the knight uttered a word, a claw pierced through his chest, splattering blood across Ye Feng's face. An alarming realization struck. An ambush. Instantly, everyone unsheathed their curved blades, halting the long procession. Before Ye Feng stood a golden Wraith King, eyes glimmering with a savage green light. This is the Wraith King, Halbula exclaimed, bringing his curved blade down with ferocity. Clang. The blade was deflected 5 meters away. Thud. 5 or 6 heavy spears struck Long Wu. Yet his golden fur shielded him like steel needles. Swish. With a swift motion of his claws, 2 knights fell lifeless to the ground. Bang. A stone hammer struck Long Wu's back, causing him to briefly sway his head. Thud. 2 more knights collapsed, but an avalanche of knights surged forward. Long Wu extended his massive right hand, gripping Ye Feng's waist and yanking him forcefully. Ah! Ye Feng screamed as the ropes binding his limbs were brutally torn apart. He was lifted single-handedly, as Long Wu prepared to flee into the woods. Whoosh! The sound of space tearing echoed. Thud! Long Wu stumbled forward, crashing to the ground. A heavy spear had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. A figure descended from the sky, landing with a resounding thud before Ye Feng. The Beastmaster. It is the Wraith King, Halbula remarked, clutching his wrist. Vandy Meng neither nodded nor shook his head, suddenly drawing his curved blade and slashing towards the woods. A stream of white energy burst forth from the blade. Thud! A colossal tree was cleaved in two, and behind it, the arm of the Wraith King Luke flew into the air. Roar! Luke's eyes blazed crimson, seemingly devoid of pain as he lunged at Vandy Meng. Thud! Another strike. The white energy sliced through Luke's waist. Luke hesitated, yet still took 2 steps forward. Thud! His upper body and lower body separated, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. The blade energy manifested? Halbula staggered back in astonishment. He had heard tales since childhood that a blade wielded with sufficient speed could unleash blade energy. Now, he bore witness to its manifestation. Thud! Another wave of blade energy struck, severing half of Long Wu's face. In an instant, he discarded Ye Feng, plunging into the ice. Vanishing from view. Fleeing? Can he escape? Vandy Meng leapt into the air, delivering 3 swift strikes against the ice. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arcs of blade energy shattered an expanse of 500 square meters of ice. A surge of green blood bubbled forth from the fractured ice. Has he managed to swim downstream? You cannot evade. As Vandy Meng spoke, he glanced at Duoyan Hina's sedan and leapt into the frigid waters. Boom. At that moment, Vandy Meng was taken aback, raising his curved blade to his forehead. Clash. The blade accurately struck an object, which exploded before his eyes. A shockwave propelled Vandy Meng backward by 2 meters. As soon as he landed, he raised the curved blade once more. Boom. A cannonball was once again cleaved in 2 by him. Simultaneously, numerous dents marred the armor he wore. 1 shard even grazed his handsome cheek. 1,000 meters away, on the deck of the warship, Susan loaded another cannonball into the breach. Great Beast Master, do not bear it. That is a cannon, and you cannot withstand it. Marshal Kong shouted amidst the throng. Boom. A knight was obliterated by the cannon, iron shards scattering everywhere. Ah! Halhula clutched his right eye as blood streamed through his fingers. After the cannon shattered the armor, fragments flew wildly within a radius of 5 to 6 meters. Quick! Into the woods, commanded Van Diemen, and the remaining cavalry swiftly dove into the trees. Boom! Another cannon fired, and a tree, capable of being embraced by 2, toppled onto the ice. Susan, do not waste bullets. Wang Zhihai blocked the gun barrel with his chest. Get off me. I must save Ye Feng. Susan's hair was disheveled, her eyes aflame with urgency. No, you're wasting cannonballs. We have very few left. Wang Zhihai resolutely refused to budge. Chapter 376. Ye Feng exhausts all means. Are you jesting? Once the cannonballs are expended, no matter how grand our warship, it shall be at their mercy. Indeed, Sister Susan. We cannot afford to use too many cannonballs now, Chu Xue also urged. Finally, Susan eased her finger off the trigger. Quick, steer the warship upstream. Stay right behind them. Do not lose track. Understood, I shall operate the warship. Thus, the vessel navigated upstream, but after approximately 50 kilometers, the charcoal supply became critically low once more. Ye Feng was lifted again, heading towards the upstream location. Behind him, cages contained a portion of prisoners, originally shipbuilders on the shore, 300 in total, now dwindled to fewer than 70. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. A faint voice emerged from one of the cages. It was Chen An. Ye Feng's heart leapt. He had seen Chen An pierced by an arrow through the abdomen, yet here he was, alive. Turning to look, he noticed Chen An's belly was bandaged, and a knight was offering him water. Old Chen. Ye Feng, having regained some strength, managed to speak. Brother Feng, you must hold on. Do not worry. Sister Susan will come to our rescue, Chen An encouraged. Old Chen, are you not a captive? Why are they treating you with such care? Ye Feng weakly inquired. I told them I am the captain and that I can build warships. A leader-type individual insisted on preserving my life. Chen An attempted to smile. But as he opened his mouth, a persistent cough erupted, nearly causing him to expel his lungs. Do not speak. Conserve your strength. Prioritize survival. And we shall consider other matters later, Ye Feng urged hastily. However, as he finished speaking, he too began to cough. The two knights carrying him panicked and abruptly dropped Ye Feng to the ground. What is happening? Approached a small leader. He is coughing. It's the goo worm disease, exclaimed the two knights, causing the crowd to part widely. Goo worm disease? The young chieftain stepped back a couple of paces, but after a moment's resolve, he produced a piece of animal hide to cover his mouth and approached with a branch in hand. With a sharp crack, the branch struck Ye Feng's skin. It was not a case of the goo worm disease. Had it been, the area struck would not have shown any color. Yet the spot where he was hit was distinctly red. After speaking, the chieftain removed the animal hide mask. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers as they lifted Ye Feng once more. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of Ye Feng's mouth, only to be absorbed by the skin of his chin. This individual was peculiar. Moments ago, his face had been smeared with blood, yet now, it had vanished. The two knights carrying him engaged in conversation. Perhaps he was a servant of the blood god. How enviable it was for him to have relations with a high priestess and cause her to conceive. Such discussions should be curtailed. We ought to hasten our journey. Ye Feng, cold and famished, succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and he awoke again. He found himself bound by iron chains to an ancient tree. The binding technique remarkably intricate. The chains first threaded through his ribcage, then secured his hands, wrapping around his groin, ensnaring his neck, before extending downward to bind his feet. This method of restraint forced him to maintain an upright posture while squatting. Any attempt to struggle would result in painful constriction around his groin and a choking sensation at his neck. Surrounding him were numerous bonfires, where the Yunshan tribe sat in silence, quenching their hunger with sips of snowmelt. Only a few knights nearby were consuming hardened jerky. Ye Feng surmised that the tribe's provisions were scant. At the nearest bonfire sat a beastmaster, his armor emblazoned with a wild beast emblem, beneath which were two flames. Encircling him were 10 knights. Ye Feng discerned that those with beast emblems were gladiators, the sole distinguishing feature from ordinary knights. The armor styles were similar, varying only in color but not in essence. Ye Feng swallowed hard. He yearned to extend his tongue to lick the frost clinging to a branch, yet despite several attempts, he fell just short. Deprived of blood and severely parched, he felt he could consume a ton of broth, enough to burst his stomach. Broth was not a rarity aboard military vessels, yet in the Yunshan camp, none was to be found. Just then, a knight approached, holding a ceramic bowl from which steam rose. With a hand clad in deer-hide gloves, he pried open Ye Feng's mouth and poured the warm water inside. Once Ye Feng had fully consumed it, the knight unexpectedly removed his helmet, revealing a cascade of curly brown hair. A female knight. Her lips were full, and her gaze exuded a primal wildness, aligning with Western ideals of beauty. Indeed, a single glance could awaken the most primitive desires in a man. The foreigner was strikingly pale. Today, I shall partake of you, the female knight declared, reaching directly for Ye Feng's lower abdomen. Despite his grievous injuries, Ye Feng felt an involuntary reaction at her gentle touch. The foreigner, you are quite understanding. Let us retreat behind the tree. After uttering these words, the female knight seized the iron chain binding Ye Feng and dragged him to the rear of the tree. Following this, she began to unfasten her armor. revealing the supple beast skin beneath. Once the beast skin was discarded, she was left in a softer garment of linen that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Yet, this knight did not act immediately. Instead, she employed various techniques to elevate Ye Feng's vital energy to its peak before proceeding with her intentions at a leisurely pace. Ye Feng could only close his eyes, enduring her dominance. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until the female knight, satisfied, donned her armor once more and resecured Ye Feng to the tree. Not only Ye Feng, but also other moderately handsome males were taken away by several female knights into the woods. Of course, some male knights also escorted men into the forest, and Ye Feng understood all too well what transpired there. He silently counted his blessings, for if he encountered a male knight, his fate would surely be dire. Damn it! Did their beastmaster not intervene? Ye Feng inhaled deeply. The sensations he had just experienced left him both nostalgic and resistant. After all, he had been utterly immobilized, subject to the whims of that female knight. She returned to her fire, soon succumbing to fatigue, her complexion slightly pale. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's vampiric abilities had not been idle, though he had to exercise restraint. Should the female knight perish in that moment, others would inevitably take notice, and he might find himself in grave peril. Just then, Ma Xikong approached, looking down at Ye Feng with a dagger in hand. "What do you intend?" Ye Feng rasped. Ma Xikong remained silent, his eager gaze fixated on Ye Feng, as if contemplating an immediate assault. Ultimately, however, he chose to depart. Chapter 377, Brother Feng's Return. And our lives will flourish. The next morning, Ye Feng was abruptly awakened by a sensation of suffocation. A knight had seized his iron chain, yanking him upward from the ground. It appeared he could walk again. "Do not lift him. Unshackle his feet and allow him to walk on his own," one knight instructed, releasing the chains binding Ye Feng's feet and giving him a gentle push. To his astonishment, Ye Feng indeed took a few steps forward. "Move. Keep pace with the group," commanded the knight, prodding Ye Feng's back with the tip of his spear, compelling him to jog ahead. Elsewhere, apart from the severely injured Chen An, none of the captives were afforded the luxury of cages. They were instead bound together by ropes and urged to jog upstream under the point of spears. "Ye Feng, the moment your child is born will mark your demise. So pray that your child never sees the light of day," hissed Tuan Tuan, approaching Ye Feng with a tone laced with malice. Ye Feng lowered his gaze and continued on his path, refraining from retorting. He understood his position well. He was the fish, and they were the butchers. With the absorption of two more skilled adversaries, he would regain his ability to move, at which point Ye Feng could escape this detainment. However, a dilemma arises. During his escape, did he rescue Chen An or Duoyan Hina? What is it? Are you speechless? Duoyan Hina is on the verge of giving birth. Once she delivers her child, the great Beastmaster will hand you over to us for disposal. Pray tell, how do you envision your demise? I have a suggestion. We have a plethora of male enthusiasts here, perhaps around 100. After they have had their fill, we shall entomb you in earth and roast you over a fire. Your flesh will then be fed to your beloved. Do you think she will discern your taste? The fire snake spoke insidiously. Within Ye Feng's heart, there was no anger, only terror. He feared that this wretch might act on his vile words. After all, time was of the essence for him. With his blood-sucking technique, his icy true energy, and his ability to float on water, he knew that if he could drain the essence from two more female knights, he would have the strength to break free from his chains. Yet, this was insufficient. For the great Beastmaster was among the ranks, and the moment he escaped, the master would surely seize him once more. As an old hand in this treacherous game, he knew he would be specially monitored, leaving little hope for a successful escape. Noticing Ye Feng's continued silence, the fire snake quickly grew bored and turned to taunt the other captives, except for Chen An. The great Beastmaster had instructed that Chen An was a master craftsman, capable of constructing colossal ships, deserving of respect from all. On board the warship, Susan's eyes were reddened as she gazed at the main river ahead. "Sister Susan, shall we pursue into the mountainous region?" Wang Zhihai inquired. "Not pursue. Ah Feng is still in enemy hands. I know he is alive," Susan asserted resolutely. "I too hope that Brother Feng is alive, but at times we must confront reality. The Unison tribe has been defeated by us thrice, resulting in countless casualties. If Brother Feng truly falls into their clutches, I fear his chances of survival can only be described as slim." Wang Zhihai hesitated. "Indeed, Sister Susan, we understand that Brother Feng is a good man. Yet how can you be certain he is not dead? A native advised. If he were dead, I would know. Do not inquire as to why. I simply know. Susan caressed the cannon, her gaze meticulously scanning the tree line along the bank. There's no need to look further. Those unison people fear our artillery and would not dare approach the riverbank. Moreover, as we move upstream, the river narrows and the temperature continues to plummet. The ice on both banks is creeping toward the center of the river. I fear that if this cold persists, the entire Black Tree River basin will be frozen solid. Thus, we must prepare for the worst. While the river is not yet completely frozen, we should catch as many fish as possible, turn them into dried fish, and find several locations to stash this dried meat, Wang Zhihai recommended. With Ye Feng still missing, you still have the presence of mind to consider other matters? Surely you do not believe that with Ye Feng absent, you can assume command of the team? Susan had lost her reason. In truth, 80% of those aboard the warship believed that Ye Feng was dead. Yet, they had no time to grieve, for calamity struck in waves. Without Ye Feng's leadership, the atmosphere within the team grew tense, and many fell ill, leaving by Chu Xue, the sole doctor, overwhelmed. Sister Susan, how about this? I will take a few brothers ashore to find Brother Feng. We must see the body if he is dead, and if he is alive, we must see him. Tuber had learned some terminology from civilized society, yet he always misused it. Tuber. Susan seemed to have grasped the lifeline. It is a privilege that Ye Feng considers you a friend. I must trouble you with this matter. Once you reach the woods, don a white pelt to facilitate concealment. Even if you encounter Ye Feng, do not act rashly. Simply remember the location and return to inform me. We shall bring the warship over. It is armed with a cannonball. Sister Susan, leave it to me, Tuber replied, turning to survey the remaining few dozen individuals on the deck. Their original team had dwindled to less than 40. Fortunately, they had managed to gather a number of scattered captives along the way, maintaining their numbers at around 120. However, such a meager assembly was insufficient even to fill the gaps for the Yunnan tribe. They could only rely on the firepower of the warship to barely secure their foundation. Once they left the vessel, they would be doomed to slaughter. Who is willing to accompany me to find Brother Feng? Tuber asked loudly. Silence enveloped the deck. They all believed Ye Feng to be dead. As long as Brother Feng is alive, we shall enjoy prosperous days with an abundance of food. Who will join me? Tuber inquired again. Ding Tuan Tuan stepped forward, clutching a spear, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. She had wept several times since Ye Feng's disappearance. Look, the girl has such courage. What about you? Are you still men? Tuber admonished loudly. Chen An hesitated, then also stepped forward. Tuber is right. Only when Brother Feng returns can we live well. Upon hearing Chen An's words, several others gradually emerged from the crowd. Tuber, I was once a knight of the Yunnan tribe, but after spending some time on Hot Spring Island, I fell in love with this place. I can infiltrate the Yunnan tribe's ranks. If Brother Feng is captured, I will rescue him. A man stepped forward, devoid of armor and clad in the pelts crafted by Ye Feng's side. What is your name? Susan asked gratefully. I am Tunger. Excellent, Tunger. Tuber, you may proceed. Bring the warship to shore, Susan commanded, and the vessel moved towards the bank. Their charcoal had been exhausted. Now they burned corpses. Ye Feng looked up at the endless towering mountains, his feet resting upon a thick layer of ice. The members of the Yunnan tribe had ceased their conversations upon arriving here, proceeding with utmost caution, with not a single hearty laugh to be heard. Chapter 378. Almost suffocated. A thick layer of snow blanketed the mountaintops, with each mountain harboring at least hundreds of millions of cubic meters of snow. Vandy Meng could have taken the mountain paths, but the arduous journey would consume more time to return to the tribe. Reluctantly, he had to traverse the frozen river surface a second time, despite the risk of triggering an avalanche. What choice did he have? Their provisions were scant. The jerky had been consumed 3 days prior, and throughout this journey, they had not eaten anything substantial, merely nibbling on snow when hunger struck. However, excessive consumption of snow leads to considerable discomfort in the stomach and an overwhelming thirst. Ye Feng calculated the days. It had been a full 19 days since his capture and subsequent journey to the Misty Mountain Range. His wounds had nearly healed, yet the internal injuries were severe, restricting him to a gait akin to that of an ordinary individual. Chung Li Bean had also lost any special privileges, now trudging along like the other captives. Just then, one of the captives collapsed to the ground, clutching his right foot. A knight approached silently, tearing open the captive's boot. Indeed, it was a tearing action, for the boot had frozen to his skin. A foul odor wafted from the boot. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng noted that the captive's feet were half decayed, the leather of the boot adhering to his rotting flesh. "Can you still walk?" the knight inquired coldly. "I will give it a try." The captive strained to stand, but immediately fell back onto the icy surface with a pained cry. With a swift motion, the knight's curved blade severed the captive's neck, blood gushing forth and staining the ice crimson. "Move." The knight wiped the blade on the corpse and tugged at the iron chain. The group resumed their journey, and no one dared to utter a sound of pain thereafter. One of the captives removed a glove, gently bending his finger, which snapped like charcoal, devoid of any blood. Alarmed, he hastily donned the glove again, fearful of revealing his disfigurement to the mountain dwellers. Ye Feng felt a numbing detachment. Along the way, many captives who sustained injuries were unceremoniously abandoned. Those who were killed were fortunate, as they were spared prolonged suffering. However, the discarded souls faced a grim fate, destined to languish in agony until death claimed them from hunger and cold. After trudging deeper into the mountains for 2 hours, the procession gradually came to a halt. Even the knights of the Yunshan tribe could no longer endure the frigid temperatures. The camping site was relatively open, with no towering snow-capped peaks nearby. Ye Feng sat despondently on the ground, huddled with 5 other captives, seeking warmth from each other's body heat. At that moment, a knight produced a leather pouch and scraped at the bottom with a dagger. After several dozen strokes, he finally extracted a small amount of meat paste, roughly the size of a finger, which had settled at the bottom of the pouch after the jerky had softened. Gulp! Ye Feng swallowed hard, his stomach resonating with a hollow lament. He was not alone. The other captives also found themselves swallowing in unison. Surviving on snow for days had rendered their existence truly miserable. In a fleeting moment, Ye Feng felt as though karma had come full circle. Once, he had engaged in gluttonous broadcasts aboard a warship, mocking the Black Mountain tribe members who were on the brink of starvation. It seemed that the heavens were just, allowing him to experience the same plight. After a brief respite, the group began to move once more. Near the edge of the ice, small tribal settlements began to emerge. Some ragged indigenous individuals approached, extending their hands toward the Yunshan tribesmen. "Great ones of the upper clan, have mercy upon us. Grant us a morsel of food, even if it is but a bone. We are on the verge of starvation. May the gods bless you with the kindness to share sustenance." The number of disaster victims continued to swell, resembling a horde of zombies trailing behind the procession. Van Dieming furrowed his brow, urging, "Accelerate. Do not let these calamities ensnare us." "Yes." One of the knights waved a totem in affirmation. Ye Feng felt a sharp jab in his back, compelling him to quicken his pace. After a brief run, the victims could no longer keep up and sat down numbly on the ground, awaiting the arrival of death. As they pressed on, Ye Feng felt a sharp sting on his cheek. One of the captives behind him had taken a bite at his face. "Meat, I crave meat." He mumbled deliriously, his eyes glazed over. With a swift motion, a long spear pierced through the captive's chest. The knight behind him retracted the spear and casually discarded the iron chain. "Move faster, ahead lies our magnificent Yunshan tribe. Once inside, there will be food, drink, and warm rooms," the knight shouted. Ye Feng's heart leaped with joy, and he quickened his steps, as did the other captives, their spirits lifted with newfound hope. As they rounded another bend in the river, Ye Feng's gaze sharpened. Before them lay an expansive plain, dominated by a towering pyramid, standing at least 50 to 60 meters high. Slaves draped in thick animal skins labored diligently on scaffolding. At the base of the pyramid stood a second, slightly shorter edifice, a grand hall constructed from massive stones, topped with a 10-meter-tall statue. The statue depicted a man grasping a spear, his chest adorned with a dense growth of hair, gazing skyward into the vast expanse of stars. This statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from the Ye tribe. Could this man be a figure of great significance? Even from a kilometer away, Ye Feng could sense an almost palpable pressure emanating from the statue. One knight could no longer contain himself, removing his helmet and shouting wildly towards the tribe's location. Others soon joined in, exultantly vocalizing their joy upon finally returning home. The captives smiled as well, their thoughts far from escape. They longed instead for a hearty meal within the Yunshan tribe. "Let us go, descend." A faint smile appeared on Van Dieming's otherwise stoic face. The group quickly surged across to the opposite bank of the river. To Ye Feng's surprise, the river here was not entirely frozen. The central current rushed fiercely, spanning over 1,000 meters in width. This river flowed northward, widening as it progressed, with little ice clinging to its banks. Looking ahead, Ye Feng beheld a vast river bend, cluttered with an array of vessels. Some were warships, others ordinary boats, and some were canoes. The great beastmaster has returned. A scattered voice rang out from the opposite shore, soon merging into a chorus. It seemed the great beastmaster was a revered figure within the tribe. 3 warships glided down from upstream, their long oars extending from the lower deck, rhythmically striking the water. In no time, they docked at the shore. Ye Feng and his companions were ushered aboard the warships, where they were handed over to another group of Yinshan tribesmen. The individuals were quite brutish, striking Ye Feng and his companions before herding them towards the lower hold. Upon entering, a cacophony of unpleasant odors assailed him: sweat, foot odor, and the stench of decay nearly suffocating him. 2 rows of slaves sat within, clad in scanty animal hides, each grasping a paddle. There were also vacant spaces. Chapter 379. A bloodbath. After a man from Yinshan pushed Ye Feng into a seat, he secured his ankles with iron chains, connecting them to the other slaves, all bound to the keel. Drummer, instruct him on the rules, the Yinshan man commanded hastily before retreating to the deck, unable to endure the foul air any longer. A disheveled drummer approached, and Ye Feng noticed the iron chain around his own ankle. He too was a captive. Paddle in time with the drum. When the beat is sparse, row slowly. As it quickens, so must your pace. You must keep up with the rhythm, or the whip shall rend your flesh. The drummer instructed before dragging his lengthy chain back to his position. Ye Feng, with a grim expression, scanned the rowers in the lower hold. There were 2 rows, approximately 20 rowers on each side. Their torsos were emaciated, yet their arms were robust, their eyes devoid of luster, resembling mere shells of humanity. Why do you not resist? Ye Feng queried the captive seated ahead of him. With no Yinshan man present, he felt he could conspire with these individuals. The captive merely cast a vacant glance at Ye Feng and remained silent. Hey, what about you? Why do you not resist? Ye Feng turned his gaze to a captive across the aisle. Clutching his paddle tightly, the man also refrained from speaking. What about you? Can you speak? Ye Feng then looked back. One after another, the captives seemed devoid of spirit, their prolonged labor having sapped their will to resist. Disappointment washed over Ye Feng. It appeared that inciting rebellion was futile, and he would have to rely on himself. Gurgle. His stomach began to protest. Ye Feng noticed a long trough along their row, connected to a pipe above. Is this where you eat? He inquired again, but silence reigned. At that moment, a bubbling sound emanated from the pipe above, reminiscent of thick substances boiling. Upon hearing it, the rowers' eyes seemed to regain some spark, their heads turning towards the trough. Shortly thereafter, blobs of a greenish, viscous substance flowed down from the pipe, swiftly filling the trough. Before the substance could fully descend, several captives leaned forward, using their hands to shove the viscous matter into their mouths. Is this food? Ye Feng gagged slightly. He could discern a foul odor emanating from it, and its appearance resembled excrement. The captives remained silent, their hands and mouths working incessantly. Ye Feng licked his lips, but ultimately found himself unable to swallow. After the captives finished eating, they extended their tongues to meticulously lick the grooves that belonged to them clean. Noticing that Ye Feng remained unmoved, the captives before and behind him also leaned in without hesitation. In a matter of moments, the viscous substance in the grooves was entirely licked away, leaving behind a repugnant layer of saliva. Ye Feng gagged several times, yet only bitter bile rose in his throat. The sound of boots echoed as they trod upon the steps. Upon hearing this noise, the captives quickly grasped the oars, fear flickering in their eyes. For individuals from the Cloud Mountain tribe descended, wielding whips. Set sail, one of them commanded. The drummers, with their seasoned hands, struck the taut drums rhythmically. The rowers, not daring to delay, synchronized their strokes with the beat. Crack! A whip lashed against Ye Feng's back. Row faster. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, vigorously shaking the long oar. He had initially believed that maneuvering the oar would be effortless. However, the reality proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. The oar measured at least 5 meters in length, requiring the exertion of his entire body to stir the river's waters. After following the drumbeat for 5 or 6 strokes, he was left gasping for breath, his stomach beginning to cramp. Crack! Another whip struck his back. The drumbeats grew increasingly rapid, yet after merely a few strokes, Ye Feng found himself unable to continue. Whips rained down upon his back from the 4 Cloud Mountain men, but he could only slump over the long oar, too fatigued to move. Although the blood scales did not manifest, his physical constitution allowed him to withstand the lashes of the whip, even as hunger gnawed at him. This one is useless. Release his leg shackles. One of the Cloud Mountain men approached and unfastened Ye Feng's restraints. He was brought onto the deck, where two men pinned his head over the ship's edge, while another drew a curved blade, aiming for the nape of his neck. Is this how I am to lose my head? Ye Feng squinted, suddenly launching himself forward with great force. Splash! The executioner was sent tumbling into the river, countless oars striking his body. Damn those foreign devils! A beast master approached the deck, personally restraining Ye Feng while drawing his waist knife. Ye Feng struggled fiercely, but the beast master's strength was overwhelming, rendering him unable to escape. Was he to perish here, without even a final meal? Desperation flickered in Ye Feng's eyes as he activated his blood-sucking technique. "Ah, you?" the beast master exclaimed in shock, attempting to release Ye Feng, yet found his body ensnared by Ye Feng's skin. In this life-and-death moment, Ye Feng unleashed the full extent of his blood-sucking powers. Ugh! The beast master uttered continuous cries of agony, and in a short while, his voice dwindled. The nearby Cloud Mountain men were oblivious, not comprehending why the beast master was shouting atop Ye Feng. It was only when the beast master collapsed onto the deck that they realized the source of the chaos was Ye Feng. Kill him! Two Cloud Mountain men rushed forward. Yet now, Ye Feng has regained 1/20th of his strength. Clang! A heavy iron hammer struck Ye Feng's shoulder, but it was halted by a faint layer of blood scales. This is troubling. This foreigner possesses something peculiar. Summon the others immediately. Instantly, chaos erupted on the deck. Ye Feng seized a curved blade and commenced a bloody rampage. There was only one beast fighter on the deck, who he swiftly drained of life, while the remaining members of the Yunshan tribe were no match for him. Bang! Just as Ye Feng was reveling in his slaughter, a figure descended from the heavens, slamming Ye Feng down onto the deck with a single palm. Boom! The deck was shattered, leaving a gaping hole, and his body crashed into the hold below. The figure followed suit, landing beside Ye Feng and gripping his neck tightly. "Do you still possess the strength to resist?" Van Dieming declared, tossing Ye Feng upward. Before Ye Feng could descend back onto the deck, he found himself caught in midair at an astonishing speed. Subsequently, the figure seized Ye Feng by the hair, lightly bouncing on the water's surface, and landed directly on the ice on the opposite shore. "You have the capacity to resist. I shall first blind you," Van Dieming stated, pointing a finger toward Ye Feng's eyes. "To hell with you," Ye Feng roared, pressing both palms against Van Dieming's chest plate. Chapter 380. A scarce resource. A layer of frost spread across Van Dieming's chest plate. Hiss! Van Dieming's expression darkened as he kicked Ye Feng 20 meters away, sending him crashing into a wooden shack. "Lock him up," Van Dieming commanded. A group of Yunshan tribesmen rushed over, binding Ye Feng with iron chains. "Great Beastmaster, this individual is disobedient. Shall we simply kill him?" One of the beast masters approached, respectfully inquiring. "No. Send him to the male den. There should be many women who will fancy him," Van Dieming replied coldly. "Understood." Ye Feng was hoisted by 4 individuals, making their way toward the center of the tribe. As they walked, Ye Feng observed that although this was a tribe, it resembled a small city. The ground was not paved with stones but was instead a quagmire, with occasional sightings of Yunshan tribesmen relieving themselves indiscriminately, rendering the city foul-smelling. Upon entering the settlement, a large group of women wrapped in animal skins approached, groping Ye Feng indiscriminately with greasy smiles. Among them were not only some portly women and elderly ladies, but also a few who bore pleasing appearances. After traversing several muddy streets, Ye Feng was unceremoniously thrown into a wooden shack, where 2 Yunshan tribesmen bound him to a central wooden post and began conversing with a rather rotund woman. "How much is he worth?" inquired a Yunshan knight. "Half a cart of charcoal, a barrel of fruit wine, and 2 frozen fish," replied the plump woman. Ye Feng vaguely realized something and struggled against the iron chains. However, having been previously injured by the great beast master, he lacked the strength to escape. The knight nodded and went outside to fetch some items, departing shortly after. Now, only Ye Feng and the plump woman remained in the room. "Such a pale foreigner. Tell me your name." The rotund woman appeared rather dark-skinned, her bosom nearly sagging to her abdomen, causing Ye Feng to retch in disgust. Noticing his silence, the corpulent woman grasped his chin firmly. "Once you enter the male den, you shall heed my commands. Otherwise, I shall ensure you encounter the most hideous and ferocious patrons each day, so you may truly understand what it means to suffer. Ye Feng, he uttered, humiliation lacing his voice. Excellent. Before you attend to those female knights, I must first educate you. With that, the woman shed her pelt. What? Ye Feng's face flushed crimson, his stomach churning. Is she not rising? The woman donned her pelt once more. After a brief interval, she returned with a ceramic bowl, containing a broth adorned with fragments of fish. Eat, she commanded, pouring the fish soup into Ye Feng's mouth. He understood that consuming this broth would restore his masculine abilities, leading to his subjugation by this woman. Thus, he clenched his jaw defiantly, resolute in his refusal. Strictly speaking, the woman was not particularly unattractive. However, Ye Feng was accustomed to the exquisite beauty of women like Susan, by Chu Xue, and Su Yun, rendering him somewhat dismissive. Drink. The woman pried his mouth open, forcefully administering the fish soup. Though he resisted, the dry ache in his throat succumbed to the delicious broth, and he found himself swallowing involuntarily. Once the entire bowl was consumed, Ye Feng felt his cells rejoice, warmth returning to his body. That is more like it, the woman declared, discarding the bowl and resting her head upon Ye Feng's thigh. You cannot, he stammered, but to his astonishment, he found himself rising. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. The woman took charge entirely, and Ye Feng could only close his eyes, imagining her as Susan, Dan, Su Yun, or Raimai. This invasion lasted for half an hour. Once the woman had dressed in her pelt, she playfully brushed her hand across Ye Feng's face. Your body remains too feeble. This evening, I shall auction your virginity. Remember, do not disclose that I have already claimed you, should it impede my ability to secure a good price. I will make your existence unbearable. After her pronouncement, she fetched water to cleanse Ye Feng's body. Exhausted, he leaned against a wooden post and fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, when he was jolted awake. Two burly women hoisted him up, directing him toward a distant stone dwelling. It was night, and the tribe was illuminated by torches. He discerned that the lower-class Yunshan people resided in wooden houses at a lower elevation, while their higher-ranking counterparts occupied stone houses on elevated ground. The stone dwelling was considerably spacious, its floor muddy, filled with Yunshan individuals, predominantly women. Some draped themselves in animal hides, while others donned armor, their heads adorned with cascading waves of brown hair. Had Ye Feng been of Western descent, he might have found such women appealing. However, as a Chinese man, he felt little attraction toward these fiercely untamed figures. Among this group of women, a few possessed a semblance of beauty, but the majority were middle-aged matrons in their 30s or 40s. Their intense gazes occasionally swept over Ye Feng's physique, as if they were predatory. This evening, the auction was for the right to this foreigner's first night. The stout woman placed Ye Feng on a raised platform and began to bellow, akin to a market vendor. This is Ye Feng, a member of a foreign tribe, who has triumphed over our Yunshan clan thrice. He is a warrior, a handsome warrior. Just look at his skin, and observe his, she declared, abruptly removing Ye Feng's trousers. You, put those back on. Ye Feng felt a surge of humiliation and fury. His face flushed with disgrace, yet bound and unable to move. The stout woman disregarded his dignity, her hands exploring him. Do you see? He is quite large, robust, and entirely unblemished. I swear by the gods, no one has ever touched him. Her words were hypocritical, yet she swore an oath. The women below went into a frenzy, flocking towards the platform. I bid 2 frozen fish. 3 frozen fish. I offer a pig's leg. The bidding commenced, and Ye Feng noticed that among the women, 2 possessed a certain charm. Though they could not rival Susan in beauty, they exuded a wild allure. Since he was to be auctioned regardless, he might as well choose the better option, as it would minimize his losses. At that moment, a tall woman stepped forward. I bid 1/2 kilogram of iron. As soon as she spoke, silence fell over the crowd. No one dared to raise their bid again. Ye Feng discerned that iron was a scarce resource in the Yunshan tribe. The statuesque woman donned armor, but wore no helmet, revealing a cascade of wavy golden hair and brown eyes.